Chapter 1 of The Hand of Ethelberta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 1. A street in Anglebury, a heath near it, inside the Red Lion Inn. Young Mrs. Petherwin stepped from the door of an old and well-appointed inn in a Wessex town to take a country walk. By her look and carriage she appeared to belong to that gentle order of society which has no worldly sorrow except when its jewellery gets stolen. But, as a fact not generally known, her claim to distinction was rather one of brains than of blood. She was the daughter of a gentleman who lived in a large house not his own, and began life as a baby christened Ethelberta, after an infant of title who does not come into the story at all, having merely furnished Ethelberta's mother with a subject of contemplation. She became teacher in a school, was praised by examiners, admired by gentlemen, not admired by gentlewomen, was touched up with accomplishments by masters who were coaxed into painstaking by her many graces, and, entering a mansion as governess to the daughter thereof, was stealthily married by the son. He, a miner like herself, died from a chill caught during the wedding tour, and a few weeks later was followed into the grave by Sir Ralph Petherwin, his unforgiving father, who had bequeathed his wealth to his wife absolutely. These calamities were a sufficient reason to Lady Petherwin for pardoning all concerned. She took by the hand the forlorn Ethelberta, who seemed rather a detached bride than a widow, and finished her education by placing her for 2 or 3 years in a boarding school at Bonn. Latterly she had brought the girl to England to live under her roof as daughter and companion, the condition attached being that Ethelberta was never openly to recognize her relations, for reasons which will hereafter appear. The elegant young lady, as she had a full right to be called, if she cared for the definition, arrested all the local attention when she emerged into the summer evening light, with that diadem and sceptre bearing, many people, for reasons of heredity, discovering such graces only in those whose vestibules are lined with ancestral male, forgetting that a bear may be taught to dance. While this air of hers lasted, even the inanimate objects in the street appeared to know that she was there. But from a way she had of carelessly overthrowing her dignity by versatile moods, one could not calculate upon its presence to a certainty when she was round corners or in little lanes which demanded no repression of animal spirits. "Well, to be sure," exclaimed a milkman, regarding her, "we should freeze in our beds if 'twere not for the sun, and dang me if she isn't a pretty piece. A man could make a meal between them eyes and chin, eh, ostler? Odd nations dang my old sides if he couldn't." The speaker, who had been carrying a pair of pails on a yoke, deposited them upon the edge of the pavement in front of the inn, and straightened his back to an excruciating perpendicular. His remarks had been addressed to a rickety person wearing a waistcoat of that preternatural length from the top to the bottom button which prevails among men who have to do with horses. He was sweeping straws from the carriageway beneath the stone arch that formed a passage to the stables behind. "Never mind the cursing and swearing, or somebody who's never out of hearing may clap our name down in his black book," said the hostler, also pausing and lifting his eyes to the mullioned and transomed windows and moulded parapet above him, not to study them as features of ancient architecture, but just to give as healthful a stretch to the eyes as his acquaintance had done to his back. "Michael, an old man like you ought to think about other things, and not be looking 2 ways at your time of life. Pouncy upon young flesh like a carrion crow, 'tis a vile thing in an old man." "Oh, 'tis, and yet 'tis not. 'Tis a natural taste," said the milkman, again surveying Ethelberta, who had now paused upon a bridge in full view to look down the river. "Now, if a poor needy fellow like myself could only catch her alone when she's dressed up to the nines for some grand party, and carry her off to some lonely place, sakes, what a pot of jewels and gold things I warrant he'll find about her. 'Twould pay him for his trouble." "I don't dispute the picture, but 'tis sly and untimely to think such roguery. though I'd have had thoughts like it, 'tis true, about highwaymen. Lord forgive me for it. And that figure of fashion standing there is a widow woman, so I hear. Lady, not a penny less than lady. Aye, a thing of 21 or thereabouts. A widow lady and 21. 'Tis a backward age for a body who's so forward in her state of life. Well, be that as 'twill, here's my showings for her age. She was about the figure of 2 or 3 when I got off the carriage last night, tired out with bumming about the country, and 19 this morning when she came downstairs after a sleep round the clock and a clean washed face. So I thought to myself, 21, I thought. And what's the young woman's name? Make so bold, ostler. Aye, and the house were all but in a store with her and the old woman, and their boxes and camp kettles that they carry to wash in because hand basins bain't big enough, and I don't know what all. And t'other folks stopping here were no more than dirt thenceforward. I suppose they've come out of some noble city a long way here from. And there was her hair up in buckle as if she'd never seen a clay-cold man at all. However, to cut a long story short, all I know besides about 'em is that the name upon her luggage is Lady Petherwin, and she's the widow of a city gentleman, who is a man of valour in the Lord Mayor's show. Who's that chap in the gaiters and pack at his back come out of the door but now? Said the milkman, nodding towards a figure of that description, who had just emerged from the inn and trudged off in the direction taken by the lady, now out of sight. Chap in the gaiters? Choke it all! Why, the father of that nobleman that you called chap in the gaiters used to be hand in glove with half the Queen's court. What d'ye tell o? That man's father was one of the mayor and corporation of Sandbourne, and was that familiar with men of money that he'd slap 'em upon the shoulder as you or I or any other poor fool with the clerk of the parish. Oh, what's me lordling's name, make so bold, then? Aye, the toppermost class nowadays have left off the use of wheels for the good of their constitutions, so they traipse and walk for many years up foreign hills where you can see nothing but snow and fog, till there's no more left to walk up, and if they reach home alive and ain't got too old and wired out, they walk and see a little of their own parishes. So they tar about with a pack and a stick and a plain white pocket-handkerchief over their hats, just as you see he's got on his. He's been staying here a night, and is off now again. Young man, I think to myself, if your shoulders were bent like a bandy, and your knees bowed out as mine be, till there's not an inch of straight bone or gristle in ye, thou wouldn't go doing hard work for play, I believe. Ah, true, upon my song. Such a pain as I've had in my lines all this day, to be sure. Words don't know what shipbreak I suffer in these lines of mine, that they do not. And what was this young widow lady's maiden name, then, ostler? Folks have been peeping after her, that's true, but they don't seem to know much about her family. And when I've tended horses 50 years that other folk might straddle 'em, here I be now, not a penny the better. Oftentimes when I see so many good things about, I feel inclined to help myself in common justice to my pocket. Work hard and be poor, do nothing and get more. But I draw on the horns of my mind, and thinks to myself, forbear, John Ostler, forbear. Her maiden name's— faith, I don't know the woman's maiden name, though she said to me, "Good evening, John," but I had no memory of ever seeing her afore. No more than the dead inside church hatch, where I shall soon be likewise, I had not. Ay, me nabs, I think to myself, more know Tom Fool than Tom Fool knows. More know Tom Fool? What rambling old canticle is it you say, ostler? Inquired the milkman, lifting his ear. Let's have it again. A good saying well spit out as a Christmas fire to my withered heart. More know Tom Fool than Tom Fool knows, said the hostler. Ah, that's the very feeling I feel over and over again, ostler, but not in such gifted language. 'Tis a thought I've had in me for years, and never could lick into shape. Ho! Splendid! Say it again, ostler, say it again. To hear my own poor notion that had no name brought into form like that, I wouldn't have lost it for the world. More know Tom Fool than— Don't let your sense or witness break out in such uproar, for heaven's sake, or folk will surely think you've been laughing at the lady and gentleman. Well, here's at it again. Night to ye, Michael. And the hostler went on with his sweeping. Night to ye, ostler. I must move too, said the milkman, shouldering his yoke and walking off, and there reached the inn in a gradual diminuendo as he receded up the street, shaking his head convulsively. More no tomfool than tomfool, ha ha ha. The Red Lion, as the inn or hotel was called, which of late years had become the fashion among tourists, because of the absence from its precincts of all that was fashionable and new, stood near the middle of the town, and formed a corner where in winter the winds whistled and assembled their forces previous to plunging helter-skelter along the streets. In summer it was a fresh and pleasant spot, convenient for such quiet characters as sojourned there to study the geology and beautiful natural features of the country round. The lady, whose appearance had asserted a difference between herself and the Anglebury people, without too clearly showing what that difference was, passed out of the town in a few moments, and, following the highway across meadows fed by the Froom, she crossed the railway and soon got into a lonely heath. She had been watching the base of a cloud as it closed down upon the line of a distant ridge, like an upper upon a lower eyelid, shutting in the gaze of the evening sun. She was about to return before dusk came on, when she heard a commotion in the air immediately behind and above her head. The Saunterer looked up, and saw a wild duck flying along with the greatest violence, just in its rear being another large bird, which a countryman would have pronounced to be one of the biggest duck-hawks that he had ever beheld. The hawk neared its intended victim, and the duck screamed and redoubled its efforts. Ethelberta impulsively started off in a rapid run that would have made a little dog bark with delight and run after, her object being, if possible, to see the end of this desperate struggle for a life so small and unheard of. Her stateliness went away, and it could be forgiven for not remaining, for her feet suddenly became as quick as fingers, and she raced along over the uneven ground with such force of tread that, being a woman slightly heavier than Gossamer, her patent heels punched little D's in the soil with unerring accuracy wherever it was bare, crippled the heather twigs where it was not, and sucked the swampy places with a sound of quick kisses. Her rate of advance was not to be compared with that of the two birds, though she went swiftly enough to keep them well in sight in such an open place as that around her, having at one point of the journey been so near that she could hear the whisk of the duck's feathers against the wind as it lifted and lowered its wings. When the bird seemed to be but a few yards from its enemy, she saw it strike downwards, and after a level flight of a quarter of a minute, vanish. The hawk swooped after, and Ethelberta now perceived a whitely shining oval of still water, looking amid the swarthy level of the heath like a hole through to a nether sky. Into this large pond, which the duck had been making towards from the beginning of its precipitate flight, it had dived out of sight. The excited and breathless runner was in a few moments close enough to see the disappointed hawk hovering and floating in the air, as if waiting for the reappearance of its prey, upon which grim pastime it was so intent that, by creeping along softly, she was enabled to get very near the edge of the pool and witness the conclusion of the episode. Whenever the duck was under the necessity of showing its head to breathe, the other bird would dart towards it, invariably too late, however, for the diver was far too experienced in the rough humour of the buzzard family at this game to come up twice near the same spot, unaccountably emerging from opposite sides of the pool in succession, and bobbing again by the time its adversary reached each place, so that at length the hawk gave up the contest and flew away, a satanic moodiness being almost perceptible in the motion of its wings. The young lady now looked around her for the first time, and began to perceive that she had run a long distance, very much further than she had originally intended to come. Her eyes had been so long fixed upon the hawk, as it soared against the bright and mottled field of sky, that on regarding the heather and plain again, it was as if she had returned to a half-forgotten region after an absence, and the whole prospect was darkened to one uniform shade of approaching night. She began at once to retrace her steps, but, having been indiscriminately wheeling round the pond to get a good view of the performance, and having followed no path thither, she found the proper direction of her journey to be a matter of some uncertainty. "Surely," she said to herself, "I faced the north at starting." And yet, on walking now with her back where her face had been set, She did not approach any mark on the horizon which might seem to signify the town. Thus, dubiously, but with little real concern, she walked on till the evening light began to turn to dusk, and the shadows to darkness. Presently in front of her Ethelberta saw a white spot in the shade, and it proved to be in some way attached to the head of a man who was coming towards her out of a slight depression in the ground. It was as yet too early in the evening to be afraid, but it was too late to be altogether courageous, and with balanced sensations Ethelberta kept her eye sharply upon him as he rose by degrees into view. The peculiar arrangement of his hat and purgree soon struck her as being that she had casually noticed on a peg in one of the rooms of the Red Lion, and when he came close she saw that his arms diminished to a peculiar smallness at their junction with his shoulders, like those of a doll, which was explained by their being girt round at this point with the straps of a knapsack that he carried behind him. Encouraged by the probability that he, like herself, was staying or had been staying at the Red Lion, she said, "Can you tell me if this is the way back to Anglebury?" "It is one way, but the nearest is in this direction," said the tourist, the same who had been criticised by the two old men. At hearing him speak, all the delicate activities in the young lady's person stood still. She stopped like a clock. When she could again fence with the perception which had caused all this, she breathed. "Mr. Julian!" she exclaimed. The words were uttered in a way which would have told anybody in a moment that here lay something connected with the light of other days. "Ah, Mrs. Petherwin, yes, I am Mr. Julian, though that can matter very little, I should think, after all these years and what has passed." No remark was returned to this rugged reply, and he continued unconcernedly, "Shall I put you in the path? It is just here." "If you please." "Come with me, then." She walked in silence at his heels, not a word passing between them all the way. The only noises which came from the two were the brushing of her dress and his gaiters against the heather, or the smart rap of a stray flint against his boot. They had now reached a little knoll, and he turned abruptly. "That is Anglebury, just where you see those lights. The path down there is the one you must follow. It leads round the hill yonder and directly into the town." "Thank you," she murmured, and found that he had never removed his eyes from her since speaking, keeping them fixed with mathematical exactness upon one point in her face. She moved a little to go on her way. He moved a little less to go on his. "Good night," said Mr. Julian. The moment, upon the very face of it, was critical. Yet it was one of those which have to wait for a future before they acquire a definite character as good or bad. Thus much would have been obvious to any outsider. It may have been doubly so to Ethelberta, for she gave back more than she had got, replying, "Good-bye, if you were going to say no more." Then instruct Mr. Julian, "What can I say? You are nothing to me. I could forgive a woman doing anything for spite, except marrying for spite." "The connection of that with our present meeting does not appear, unless it refers to what you have done. It does not refer to me." "I am not married. You are." She did not contradict him, as she might have done. "Christopher," she said at last, "this is how it is. You knew too much of me to respect me, and too little to pity me. A half-knowledge of another's life mostly does injustice to the life half-known." "Then, since circumstances forbid my knowing you more, I must do my best to know you less, and elevate my opinion of your nature by forgetting what it consists in," he said, in a voice from which all feeling was polished away. "If I did not know that bitterness had more to do with those words than judgment, I should be bitter too. You never knew half about me. You only knew me as a governess. You little think what my beginnings were." "I have guessed. I have many times told myself that your early life was superior to your position when I first met you. I think I may say without presumption that I recognize a lady by birth when I see her, even under reverses of an extreme kind. And certainly there is this to be said, that the fact of having been bred in a wealthy home does slightly redeem an attempt to attain to such a one again." Ethelberta smiled a smile of many meanings. "However, we are wasting words," he resumed cheerfully. "It is better for us to part as we met, and continue to be the strangers that we have become to each other. I owe you an apology for having been betrayed into more feeling than I have a right to show, and let us part friends. Good night, Mrs. Petherwin, and success to you. We may meet again some day, I hope." "Good night," she said, extending her hand. He touched it, turned about, and in a short time nothing remained of him but quick, regular brushings against the heather in the deep, broad shadow of the moor. Ethelberta slowly moved on in the direction that he had pointed out. This meeting had surprised her in several ways. First, there was the conjuncture itself, but more than that was the fact that he had not parted from her with any of the tragic resentment that she had from time to time imagined for that scene if it ever occurred. Yet there was really nothing wonderful in this. It is part of the generous nature of a bachelor to be not indisposed to forgive a portionless sweetheart, who, by marrying elsewhere, has deprived him of the bliss of being obliged to marry her himself. Ethelberta would have been disappointed quite had there not been a comforting development of exasperation in the middle part of his talk, but after all it formed a poor substitute for the loving hatred she had expected. When she reached the hotel, the lamp over the door showed a face a little flushed, but the agitation which at first had possessed her was gone to a mere nothing. In the hall she met a slender woman wearing a silk dress of that peculiar black which in sunlight proclaims itself to have once seen better days as a brown, and days even better than those as a lavender, green, or blue. "Menlove," said the lady, "did you notice if any gentleman observed and followed me when I left the hotel to go for a walk this evening?" The lady's maid, thus suddenly pulled up in a night forage after lovers, put her hand to her forehead to show that there was no mistake about her having begun to meditate on receiving orders to that effect, and said at last, "You once told me, ma'am, if you recollect, that when you were dressed I was not to go staring out of the window after you as if I were a doll I had just manufactured and sent round for sale." "Yes, so I did." "So I didn't see if anybody followed you this evening." "Then did you hear any gentleman arrive here by the late train last night?" "Oh, no, ma'am, how could I?" said Mrs. Menlove, an exclamation which was more apposite than her mistress suspected, considering that the speaker, after retiring from duty, had slipped down her dark skirt to reveal a light puffed and festooned one, put on a hat and feather, together with several pennyweights of metal in the form of rings, brooches, and earrings, all at a time whilst one could count 100, and enjoyed half an hour of prime courtship by an honourable young waiter of the town, who had proved constant as the magnet to the pole for the space of the day and a half that she had known him. Going at once upstairs, Ethelberta ran down the passage, and after some hesitation softly opened the door of the sitting-room in the best suite of apartments that the inn could boast of. In this room sat an elderly lady, writing by the light of 2 candles with green shades. Well knowing, as it seemed, who the intruder was, she continued her occupation, and her visitor advanced and stood beside the table. The old lady wore her spectacles low down her cheek, her glance being depressed to about the slope of her straight white nose in order to look through them. Her mouth was pursed up to almost a youthful shape as she formed the letters with her pen, and a slight move of the lip accompanied every downstroke. There were 2 large antique rings on her forefinger, against which the quill rubbed in moving backwards and forwards, thereby causing a secondary noise rivalling the primary one of the nib upon the paper. "Mamma," said the younger lady, "here I am at last." A writer's mind in the midst of a sentence being like a ship at sea, knowing no rest or comfort till safely piloted into the harbour of a full stop, Lady Petherwin just replied with "What?" in an occupied tone, not rising to interrogation. After signing her name to the letter, she raised her eyes. "Why, how late you are, Ethelberta, and how heated you look," she said. "I have been quite alarmed about you. What do you say has happened?" The great, chief, and altogether eclipsing thing that had happened was the accidental meeting with an old lover whom she had once quarrelled with, and Ethelberta's honesty would have delivered the tidings at once, had not, unfortunately, all the rest of her attributes been dead against that act, for the old lady's sake even more than for her own. "I saw a great cruel bird chasing a harmless duck," she exclaimed innocently, "and I ran off to see what the end of it would be, much further than I had any idea of going. However, the duck came to a pond, and in running round it to see the end of the fight, I could not remember which way I had come." "Mercy!" said her mother-in-law, lifting her large eyelids, heavy as window shutters, and spreading out her fingers like the horns of a snail. "You might have sunk up to your knees and got lost in that swampy place. Such a time of night, too. What a tomboy you are! And how did you find your way home, after all?" "Oh, some man showed me the way, and then I had no difficulty, and after that I came along leisurely." "I thought you had been running all the way, you looked so warm." "It is a warm evening. Yes, and I have been thinking of old times as I walked along," she said, "and how people's positions in life alter. Have I not heard you say that while I was at Bonn, at school, some family that we had known had their household broken up when the father died, and that the children went away you didn't know where?" "Do you mean the Julians?" "Yes, that was the name." "Why, of course you know it was the Julians. Young Julian had a day or two's fancy for you one summer, had he not? Just after you came to us, at the same time, or just before it, that my poor boy and you were so desperately attached to each other." "Oh, yes, I recollect," said Ethelberta. "And he had a sister, I think. I wonder where they went to live after the family collapse." "I do not know," said Lady Bethwyn, taking up another sheet of paper. "I have a dim notion that the son, who had been brought up to no profession, became a teacher of music in some country town, music having always been his hobby. But the facts are not very distinct in my memory." And she tipped her pen for another letter. Ethelberta, with a rather fallen countenance, then left her mother-in-law, and went where all ladies are supposed to go when they want to torment their minds in comfort, to her own room. Here she thoughtfully sat down a while, and some time later she rang for her maid. "Men, love," she said, without looking towards a rustle and half a footstep that had just come in at the door, but leaning back in her chair and speaking towards the corner of the looking-glass, "will you go down and find out if any gentleman named Julian has been staying in this house? Get to know it, I mean, men, love, not by directly inquiring. You have ways of getting to know things, have you not? If the devoted George were here now, he would help." "Oh, George was nothing to me, ma'am." "James, then?"
"Oh, I only had James for a week or 10 days. When I found he was a married man, I encouraged his addresses very little indeed."
"If you had encouraged him heart and soul, you couldn't have fumed more at the loss of him. But please to go and make that inquiry, will you, men, love?" In a few minutes Ethelberta's woman was back again.
"A gentleman of that name stayed here last night and left this afternoon."
"Will you find out his address?" Now the lady's maid had already been quick-witted enough to find out that, and indeed all about him, but it chanced that a fashionable illustrated weekly paper had just been sent from the booksellers, and, being in want of a little time to look it over before it reached her mistress's hand, Mrs. Menlove retired, as if to go and ask the question, to stand meanwhile under the gas-lamp in the passage, inspecting the fascinating engravings. But as time will not wait for tire-women, a natural length of absence soon elapsed, and she returned again and said,
"His address is Upper Street, Sambourne."
"Thank you, that will do," replied her mistress. The hour grew later, and that dreamy period came round, when ladies' fancies, that have lain shut up close as their fans during the day, begin to assert themselves anew. At this time a good guess at Ethelberta's thoughts might have been made from her manner of passing the minutes away. Instead of reading, entering notes in her diary, or doing any ordinary thing,
She walked to and fro, curled her pretty nether lip within her pretty upper one a great many times, made a cradle of her locked fingers, and paused with fixed eyes where the walls of the room set limits upon her walk, to look at nothing but a picture within her mind. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. Christopher's House, Sandbourne Town, Sandbourne Moor. During the wet autumn of the same year, the postman passed one morning as usual into a plain street that ran through the less fashionable portion of Sandbourne, a modern coast town and watering place not many miles from the ancient Anglebury. He knocked at the door of a flat-faced brick house, and it was opened by a slight, thoughtful young man with his hat on, just then coming out. The postman put into his hands a book packet addressed Christopher Julian, Esquire. Christopher took the package upstairs, opened it with curiosity, and discovered within a green volume of poems by an anonymous writer, the title page bearing the inscription, Meters by E. The book was new, though it was cut, and it appeared to have been looked into. The young man, after turning it over and wondering where it came from, laid it on the table and went his way, being in haste to fulfil his engagements for the day. In the evening, on returning home from his occupations, he sat himself down cosily to read the newly arrived volume. The winds of this uncertain season were snarling in the chimneys, and drops of rain spat themselves into the fire, revealing plainly that the young man's room was not far enough from the top of the house to admit of a twist in the flue, and revealing darkly a little more, if that social rule of three in verse, the higher in lodgings the lower in pocket, were applicable here. However, the aspect of the room, though homely, was cheerful, a somewhat contradictory group of furniture suggesting that the collection consisted of waifs and strays from a former home, the grimy faces of the old articles exercising a curious and subduing effect on the bright faces of the new. An oval mirror of rococo workmanship, and a heavy cabinet piano with a cornice like that of an Egyptian temple, adjoined a harmonium of yesterday, and a harp that was almost as new. Printed music of the last century, and manuscript music of the previous evening, lay there in such quantity as to endanger the tidiness of a retreat which was indeed only saved from a chronic state of litter by a pair of hands that sometimes played, with the lightness of breezes, about the sewing-machine standing in a remote corner, if any corner could be called remote in a room so small. Firelights and shades from the shaking flames struck in a butterfly flutter on the underparts of the mantel-shelf, and upon the reader's cheek as he sat. Presently, and all at once, a much greater intenseness pervaded his face. He turned back again and read anew the subject that had arrested his eyes. He was a man whose countenance varied with his mood, though it kept somewhat in the rear of that mood. He looked sad when he felt almost serene, and only serene when he felt quite cheerful. It is a habit people acquire who have had repressing experiences. A faint smile and flush now lightened his face, and jumping up he opened the door and exclaimed, "Faith, will you come here for a moment?" A prompt step was heard on the stairs, and the young person addressed as Faith entered the room. She was small in figure, and bore less in the form of her features than in her shades, when changing from expression to expression, the evidence that she was his sister. "Faith, I want your opinion. But stop, read this first." He laid his finger upon a page in the book, and placed it in her hand. The girl drew from her pocket a little green leather sheath, worn at the edges to whitey brown, and out of that a pair of spectacles, unconsciously looking round the room for a moment as she did so, as if to ensure that no stranger saw her in the act of using them. Here a weakness was uncovered at once. It was a small, pretty, and natural one. Indeed, as weaknesses go in the great world, It might almost have been called a commendable trait. She then began to read, without sitting down. These meters by E composed a collection of soft and marvellously musical rhymes, of a nature known as the vers de société. The lines presented a series of playful defences of the supposed strategy of womankind in fascination, courtship, and marriage, the whole teeming with ideas bright as mirrors and just as unsubstantial, yet forming a brilliant argument to justify the ways of girls to men. The pervading characteristic of the mass was the means of forcing into notice, by strangeness of contrast, the single mournful poem that the book contained. It was placed at the very end, and under the title of "Cancelled Words," formed a whimsical and rather affecting love-lament, somewhat in the tone of many of Sir Thomas Wyatt's poems. This was the piece which had arrested Christopher's attention, and had been pointed out by him to his sister Faith. "It is very touching," she said, looking up. "What do you think I suspect after it? That the poem is addressed to me. Do you remember when father was alive and we were at Solentsea that season, about a governess who came there with a Sir Ralph Petherwin and his wife, people with a sickly little daughter and a grown-up son?" "I never saw any of them. I think I remember your knowing something about a young man of that name." "Yes, that was the family. Well, the governess there was a very attractive woman, and somehow or other I got more interested in her than I ought to have done. This is necessary to the history. And we used to meet in romantic places, and that kind of thing, you know. The end of it was, she jilted me and married the son." "You were anxious to get away from Solentsea?" "Was I? Then that was chiefly the reason. Well, I decided to think no more of her, and I was helped to do it by the troubles that came upon us shortly afterwards. It is a blessed arrangement that one does not feel a sentimental grief at all when additional grief comes in the shape of practical misfortune. However, on the first afternoon of the little holiday I took for my walking tour last summer, I came to Anglebury, and stayed about the neighbourhood for a day or two to see what it was like, thinking we might settle there if this place failed us. The next evening I left, and walked across the heath to Flychett, that's a village about 5 miles further on, so as to be at that distance on my way for next morning. And while I was crossing the heath, there I met this very woman. We talked a little, because we couldn't help it. You may imagine the kind of talk it was, and parted as coolly as we had met. Now this strange book comes to me, and I have a strong conviction that she is the writer of it, for that poem sketches a similar scene, or rather suggests it, and the tone generally seems the kind of thing she would write. Not that she was a sad woman either. She seems to be a warm-hearted, impulsive woman, to judge from these tender verses. People who print very warm words have sometimes very cold manners. I wonder if it is really her writing, and if she has sent it to me. Would it not be a singular thing for a married woman to do? Though, of course—" She removed her spectacles, as if they hindered her from thinking, and hid them under the timepiece till she should go on reading. "Of course, poets have morals and manners of their own, and custom is no argument with them. I am sure I would not have sent it to a man for the world." "I do not see any absolute harm in her sending it. Perhaps she thinks that, since it is all over, we may as well die friends." "If I were her husband, I should have doubts about the dying, and all over may not be so plain as to other people as it is to you." "Perhaps not. And when a man checks all a woman's finer sentiments towards him by marrying her, it is only natural that it should find a vent somewhere. However, she probably does not know of my downfall since father's death. I hardly think she would have cared to do it had she known that. I am assuming that it is Ethelberta, Mrs. Petherwin, who sends it. Of course, I am not sure. We must remember that when I knew her I was a gentleman at ease, who had not the least notion that I should have to work for a living, and not only so, but should have first to invent a profession to work at out of my old tastes." "Kit, you have made 2 mistakes in your thoughts of that lady. Even though I don't know her, I can show you that. Now I'll tell you. The first is in thinking that a married lady would send the book with that poem in it without at any rate a slight doubt as to its propriety. The second is in supposing that, had she wished to do it, she would have given the thing up because of our misfortunes. With a true woman, the second reason would have had no effect had she once got over the first. I'm a woman, and that's why I know." Christopher said nothing, and turned over the poems. He lived by teaching music, and in comparison with starving, thrived, though the wealthy might possibly have said that in comparison with thriving he starved. During this night he hummed airs in bed, though he would do for the ballad of the fair poetess what other musicians had done for the ballads of other fair poetesses, and dreamed that she smiled on him as her prototype Sappho smiled on Phaon. The next morning, before starting on his rounds, a new circumstance induced him to direct his steps to the bookseller's and ask a question. He had found on examining the wrapping of the volume that it was posted in his own town. "No copy of the book has been sold by me," the bookseller's voice replied from far up the alpine height of the shop-ladder, where he stood dusting stale volumes, as was his habit of a morning before customers came. "I've never heard of it, probably never shall." And he shook out the duster so as to hit the delicate mean between stifling Christopher and not stifling him. "Surely you don't live by your shop?" said Christopher, drawing back. The bookseller's eyes rested on the speaker's. His face changed. He came down and placed his hand on the lapel of Christopher's coat. "Sir," he said, "country bookselling is a miserable, impoverishing, exasperating thing in these days. Can you understand the rest?" "I can. I forgive a starving man anything," said Christopher. "You go a long way very suddenly," said the bookseller. "Half as much pity would have seemed better. However, wait a moment." He looked into a list of new books and added, "The work you allude to was only published last week, though, mind you, if it had been published last century I might not have sold a copy." Although his time was precious, Christopher had now become so interested in the circumstance that the unseen sender was somebody breathing his own atmosphere, possibly the very writer herself, the book being too new to be known, that he again passed through the blue shadow of the spire which stretched across the street today, and went towards the post-office, animated by a bright intention, to ask the postmaster if he knew the handwriting in which the packet was addressed. Now the postmaster was an acquaintance of Christopher's, but as regarded putting that question to him, there was a difficulty. Everything turned upon whether the postmaster at the moment of asking would be in his under-government manner, or in the manner with which mere nature had endowed him. In the latter case his reply would be all that could be wished. In the former, a man who had sunk in society might as well put his tongue into a mouse-trap as make an inquiry so obviously outside the pale of egality as was this. So he postponed his business for the present, and refrained from entering till he passed by after dinner, when pleasant malt liquor, of that capacity for cheering which is expressed by 4 large-letter X's marching in a row, had refilled the globular trunk of the postmaster, and neutralized some of the effects of officiality. The time was well chosen, but the inquiry threatened to prove fruitless. The postmaster had never, to his knowledge, seen the writing before. Christopher was turning away when a clerk in the background looked up and stated that some young lady had brought a packet with such an address upon it into the office 2 days earlier to get it stamped. "Do you know her?" said Christopher. "I've seen her about the neighbourhood. She goes by every morning. I think she comes into the town from beyond the common, and returns again between 4 and 5 in the afternoon." "What does she wear?" "A white wool jacket with zigzags of black braid." Christopher left the post-office and went his way. Among his other pupils there were 2 who lived at some distance from Sandbourne, one of them in the direction indicated as that habitually taken by the young person. And in the afternoon, as he returned homeward, Christopher loitered and looked around. At first he could see nobody, but when about a mile from the outskirts of the town, he discerned a light spot ahead of him, which actually turned out to be the jacket alluded to. In due time he met the wearer face to face. She was not Ethelberta Petherwin, quite a different sort of individual. He had long made up his mind that this would be the case, yet he was in some indescribable way disappointed. Of the two classes into which gentle young women naturally divide, those who grow red at their weddings and those who grow pale, the present one belonged to the former class. She was an April-natured, pink-cheeked girl, with eyes that would have made any jeweller in England think of his trade, one who evidently took her day in the daytime, frequently caught the early worm, and had little to do with yawns or candlelight. She came and passed him. He fancied that her countenance changed. But one may fancy anything, and the pair receded each from each without turning their heads. He could not speak to her, plain and simple as she seemed. It is rarely that a man who can be entered and made to throb by the channel of his ears is not open to a similar attack through the channel of his eyes, for many doors will admit to one mansion, allowance being made for the readier capacity of chosen and practised organs. Hence the beauties, concords, and eloquences of the female form were never without their effect upon Christopher, a born musician, artist, poet, seer, mouthpiece, whichever a translator of nature's oracles into simple speech may be called. The young girl who had gone by was fresh and pleasant. Moreover, she was a sort of mysterious link between himself and the past, which these things were vividly reviving in him. The following week Christopher met her again. She had not much dignity, he had not much reserve, and the sudden resolution to have a holiday which sometimes impels a plump heart to rise up against a brain that overweights it was not to be resisted. He just lifted his hat, and put the only question he could think of as a beginning. "Have I the pleasure of addressing the author of a book of very melodious poems that was sent to me the other day?" The girl's forefinger twirled rapidly the loop of braid that it had previously been twirling slowly, and drawing in her breath, she said, "No, sir." "The sender, then?" "Yes." She somehow presented herself as so insignificant by the combined effect of the manner and the words that Christopher lowered his method of address to her level at once. "Ah," he said, "such an atmosphere as the writer of Metres by E seems to breathe would soon spoil cheeks that are fresh and round as lady apples. Eh, little girl? But are you disposed to tell me that writer's name?" By applying a general idea to a particular case, a person with the best of intentions may find himself immediately landed in a quandary. In saying to the country girl before him what would have suited the mass of country lasses well enough, Christopher had offended her beyond the cure of compliment. "I am not disposed to tell the writer's name," she replied, with a dudgeon that was very great for one whose whole stock of it was a trifle. And she passed on, and left him standing alone. Thus further conversation was checked, but through having rearranged the hours of his country lessons, Christopher met her the next Wednesday, and the next Friday, and throughout the following week, no further words passing between them. For a while she went by very demurely, apparently mindful of his offence. But effrontery is not proved to be part of a man's nature till he has been guilty of a second act. The best of men may commit a first through accident or ignorance, may even be betrayed into it by over-zeal for experiment. Some such conclusion may or may not have been arrived at by the girl with the lady apple cheeks. At any rate, after the lapse of another week, a new spectacle presented itself. Her redness deepened whenever Christopher passed her by, and embarrassment pervaded her from the lowest stitch to the tip of her feather. She had little chance of escaping him by diverging from the road, for a figure could be seen across the open ground to the distance of half a mile on either side. One day, as he drew near as usual, she met him as women meet a cloud of dust. She turned and looked backwards till he had passed. This would have been disconcerting, but for one reason. Christopher was ceasing to notice her. He was a man who often, when walking abroad, and looking as it were at the scene before his eyes, discerned successes and failures, friends and relations, episodes of childhood, wedding feasts and funerals, the landscape suffering greatly by these visions, until it became no more than the patterned wall tints about the paintings in the gallery, something necessary to the tone, yet not regarded. Nothing but a special concentration of himself on externals could interrupt this habit, and now that her appearance along the way had changed from a chance to a custom, he began to lapse again into the old trick. He gazed once or twice at her form without seeing it. He did not notice that she trembled. He sometimes read as he walked, and, book in hand, he frequently approached her now. This went on till 6 weeks had passed from the time of their first encounter. Latterly might have been once or twice heard, when he had moved out of earshot, a sound like a small gasping sigh. But no arrangements were disturbed, and Christopher continued to keep down his eyes as persistently as a saint in a church window. The last day of his engagement had arrived, and with it the last of his walks that way. On his final return he carried in his hand a bunch of flowers which had been presented to him at the country house where his lessons were given. He was taking them home to his sister Faith, who prized the lingering blossoms of the seeding season. Soon appeared as usual his fellow traveller, whereupon Christopher looked down upon his nosegay. "Sweet, simple girl," he thought, "I'll endeavour to make peace with her by means of these flowers before we part for good." When she came up, he held them out to her and said, "Would you allow me to present you with these?" The bright colours of the nosegay instantly attracted the girl's hand, perhaps before there had been time for thought to thoroughly construe the position. For it happened that when her arm was stretched into the air, she steadied it quickly, and stood with the pose of a statue, rigid with uncertainty. But it was too late to refuse. Christopher had put the nosegay within her fingers. Whatever pleasant expression of thanks may have appeared in her eyes fell only on the bunch of flowers, for during the whole transaction they reached to no higher level than that. To say that he was coming no more seemed scarcely necessary under the circumstances, and wishing her "good afternoon" very heartily, he passed on. He had learnt by this time her occupation, which was that of pupil-teacher at one of the schools in the town, whither she walked daily from a village near. If he had not been poor, and the little teacher humble, Christopher might possibly have been tempted to inquire more briskly about her, and who knows how such a pursuit might have ended? But hard externals rule volatile sentiment, and under these untoward influences the girl and the book and the truth about its author were matters upon which he could not afford to expend much time. All Christopher did was to think now and then of the pretty innocent face and round deep eyes. Chapter 3 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. Sandbourne Moor, continued. It was one of those hostile days of the year when chatterbox ladies remain miserably in their homes to save the carriage and harness, when clerks' wives hate living in lodgings, when vehicles and people appear in the street with duplicates of themselves underfoot, when bricklayers, slaters, and other outdoor journeymen sit in a shed and drink beer, when ducks and drakes play with hilarious delight at their own family game, or spread out one wing after another in the slower enjoyment of letting the delicious moisture penetrate to their innermost down. The smoke from the flues of Sandbourne had barely strength enough to emerge into the drizzling rain, and hung down the sides of each chimney-pot like the streamer of a becalmed ship, and a troop of rats might have rattled down the pipes from roof to basement with less noise than did the water that day. On the broad moor beyond the town, where Christopher's meetings with the teacher had so regularly occurred, were a stream and some large pools, and beside one of these, near some hatches and a weir, stood a little square building, not much larger than the Lord Mayor's coach. It was known simply as the Weir House. On this wet afternoon, which was the one following the day of Christopher's last lesson over the plain, a nearly invisible smoke came from the puny chimney of the hut. Though the door was closed, sounds of chatting and mirth fizzed from the interior, and would have told anybody who had come near, which nobody did, that the usually empty shell was tenanted to-day. The scene within was a large fire in a fireplace, to which the whole floor of the house was no more than a hearthstone. The occupants were two gentlemanly persons in shooting costume, who had been traversing the moor for miles in search of wild duck and teal, a waterman, and a small spaniel. In the corner stood their guns and 2 or 3 wild mallards, which represented the scanty product of their morning's labour, the iridescent necks of the dead birds replying to every flicker of the fire. The 2 sportsmen were smoking, and their man was mostly occupying himself in poking and stirring the fire with a stick. All 3 appeared to be pretty well wetted. One of the gentlemen, by way of varying the not very exhilarating duty of 4 brick walls within microscopic distance of his eye, turned to a small square hole which admitted light and air to the hut, and looked out upon the dreary prospect before him. The wide concave of cloud, of the monotonous hue of dull pewter, formed an unbroken hood over the level from horizon to horizon. Beneath it, reflecting its wan lustre, was the glazed high-road, which stretched, hedgeless and ditchless, past a directing-post where another road joined it, and on to the less regular ground beyond, lying like a riband unrolled across the scene, till it vanished over the furthermost undulation. Beside the pools were occasional tall sheaves of flags and sedge, and about the plain a few bushes, these forming the only obstructions to a view otherwise unbroken. The sportsman's attention was attracted by a figure in a state of gradual enlargement as it approached on the road. "I should think that if pleasure can't tempt a native out of doors to-day, business will never force him out," he observed. "There is, for the first time, somebody coming along the road."
"If business don't drag him out, pleasure'll never tempt un. It's more like our natur in these parts, sir," said the man who was looking into the fire. The conversation showed no vitality, and down it dropped dead as before, the man who was standing up continuing to gaze into the moisture. What had at first appeared as an epicene shape, the decreasing space resolved into a cloaked female under an umbrella. She now relaxed her pace, till, reaching the directing-post where the road branched into 2, she paused and looked about her. Instead of coming further, she slowly retraced her steps for about 100 yards. "That's an appointment," said the first speaker, as he removed the cigar from his lips. "And by the Lords, what a day and place for an appointment with a woman!" "What's an appointment?" inquired his friend, a town young man, with a Tussaud complexion and well-pencilled brows half-way up his forehead, so that his upper eyelids appeared to possess the uncommon quality of tallness. "Look out here, and you'll see, by that directing-post where the 2 roads meet. As a man devoted to art, Lady Weld, who has had the honour of being hung higher up on the Academy walls than any other living painter, you should take out your sketch-book and dash off the scene." Where nothing particular is going on, one incident makes a drama, and, interested in that proportion, the art sportsman puts up his eyeglass, a form he adhered to before firing at game that had risen, by which merciful arrangement the bird got safe off, placed his face beside his companion's, and also peered through the opening. The young pupil-teacher, for she was the object of their scrutiny, reapproached the spot whereon she had been accustomed for the last many weeks of her journey home to meet Christopher, now for the first time missing, and again she seemed reluctant to pass the hand-post, for that marked the point where the chance of seeing him ended. She glided backwards as before, this time keeping her face still to the front,
as if trying to persuade the world at large, and her own shamefacedness, that she had not yet approached the pace at all. "Query, how long will she wait for him? For it is a man to a certainty," resumed the elder of the smokers, at the end of several minutes of silence, when, full of vacillation and doubt, she became lost to view behind some bushes. "Will she reappear?" The smoking went on, and up she came into open ground as before, and walked by. "I wonder who the girl is to come to such a place in this weather. There she is again," said the young man called Ladywell. "Oh, some cottage lass not yet old enough to make the most of the value set on her by her follower, small as that appears to be. Now we may get an idea of the hour named by the fellow for the appointment, for depend upon it the time when she first came, about 5 minutes ago, was the time he should have been there. It is now getting on towards 5. 4:30 was doubtless the time mentioned." "She's not come o' purpose. 'Tis her way home from school every day," said the waterman. "An experiment on woman's endurance and patience under neglect. 2 to 1 against her staying a quarter of an hour." "The same odds against her not staying till 5 would be nearer probability. What's half an hour to a girl in love?" "On a moorland in wet weather it is 30 perceptible minutes to any far-side man, woman, or beast in Christendom, minutes that can be felt like the Egyptian plague of darkness. Now, little girl, go home. He's not worth it." 20 minutes passed, and the girl returned miserably to the hand-post, still to wander back to her retreat behind the sedge, and lead any chance-comer from the opposite quarter to believe that she had not yet reached this ultimate point beyond which a meeting with Christopher was impossible. "Now you'll find that she means to wait the complete half-hour, and then off she goes with a broken heart." All three now looked through the hole to test the truth of the prognostication. The hour of 5 completed itself on their watches. The girl again came forward, and then the three in ambuscade could see her pull out her handkerchief and place it to her eyes. "She's grieving now because he has not come. Poor little woman, what a brute he must be! For a broken heart in a woman means a broken vow in a man, as I infer from 1,000 instances in experience, romance, and history. Don't open the door till she's gone, Ladywell. It'll only disturb her." As they had guessed, the pupil-teacher, hearing the distant town clock strike the hour, gave way to her fancy no longer, and launched into the diverging path. This lingering for Christopher's arrival had, as is known, been founded on nothing more of the nature of an assignation than lay in his regular walk along the plain at that time every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday of the 6 previous weeks. It must be said that he was very far indeed from divining that his injudicious peace-offering of the flowers had stirred into life such a wearing, anxious, hopeful, despairing solicitude as this, which had been latent for some time during his constant meetings with the little stranger. She vanished in the mist towards the left, and the loiterers in the hut began to move and open the door, remarking, Chapter 4 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. Sandbourne Pier, Road to Windway, Ballroom in Windway House. The last light of a winter day had gone down behind the houses of Sandbourne, and night was shut close over all. Christopher, about 8 o'clock, was standing at the end of the pier with his back towards the open sea, whence the waves were pushing to the shore in frills and coils that were just rendered visible in all their bleak instability by the row of lights along the sides of the jetty, the rapid motion landward of the wave-tips producing upon his eye an apparent progress of the pier out to sea. This pierhead was a spot which Christopher enjoyed visiting on such moaning and sighing nights as the present, when the sportive and variegated throng that haunted the pier on autumn days was no longer there, and he seemed alone with weather and the invincible sea. Somebody came towards him along the deserted footway, and rays from the nearest lamp streaked the face of his sister Faith. "Oh, Christopher, I knew you were here," she said eagerly. "You are wanted. There's a servant come from Windway House for you. He is sent to ask if you can come immediately to play at a little dance they have resolved upon this evening, quite suddenly, it seems. If you can come, you must bring with you any assistant you can lay your hands upon at a moment's notice, he says." "Windway House? Why should the people send for me above all other musicians in the town?" Faith did not know. "If you really decide to go," she said, as they walked homeward, "you might take me as your assistant. I should answer your purpose, should I not, Kit, since it's only a dance or two they seem to want?" "And your harp, I suppose you mean? Yes, you might be competent to take a part. It cannot be a regular ball. They would have had the quadrille band for anything of that sort. Faith will go. However, let us see the man first and inquire particulars." Reaching home, Christopher found at his door a horse and waggonette in charge of a manservant in livery, who repeated what Faith had told her brother. Windway House was a well-known country seat, 3 or 4 miles out of town, and the coachman mentioned that if they were going, it would be well that they should get ready to start as soon as they conveniently could, since he had been told to return by 10, if possible. Christopher quickly prepared himself, and put a new string or two into Faith's harp, by which time she also was dressed, and, wrapping up herself and her instruments safe from the night air, away they drove at 9:30. "Is it a large party?" said Christopher, as they whizzed along. "No, sir. It's what we call a dance. That is, 'tis like a ball, you know, on a small scale. A ball on a spurt that you never thought of till you had it. In short, it grew out of a talk at dinner, I believe, and some of the young people present wanted a jig and didn't care to play themselves, you know, young ladies being an idle class of society at the best of times. We've a house full of sleeping company, you understand, been there a week, some of them, most of them being mistress's relations." "They probably find it a little dull." "Well, yes, it is rather dull for 'em, Christmas time and all. As soon as it was proposed, they were wild for sending post-haste for somebody or other to play to them." "Did they name me particularly?" said Christopher. "Yes, Mr. Christopher Julian, she says. The gent who's turned music man," I said. "Yes, that's him," says she. "There were music men living nearer to your end of the town than I." "Yes, but I know it was you particular, though I don't think mistress thought anything about you at first. Mr. Joyce, that's the butler, said that your name was mentioned to our old party when he was in the room by a young lady staying with us, and mistress says then, 'The Julians have had a downfall, and the son has taken to music.' Then when dancing was talked of, they said, 'Oh, let's have him by all means.'" "Was the young lady who first inquired for my family the same one who said, 'Let's have him by all means'?" "Oh, no, but it was on account of her asking that the rest said they would like you to play. At least, that's as I had it from Joyce." "Do you know that lady's name?" "Mrs. Petherwin." "Ah. Cold, sir?" "Oh, no." Christopher did not like to question the man any further, though what he had heard added new life to his previous curiosity, and they drove along the way in silence, Faith's figure, wrapped up to the top of her head, cutting into the sky behind them like a sugar-loaf. Such gates as crossed the roads had been left open by the forethought of the coachman, and, passing the lodge, they proceeded about 1/2 mile along a private drive, then ascended a rise, and came in view of the front of the mansion, punctured with windows that were now mostly lighted up. "What is that?" said Faith, catching a glimpse of something that the carriage-lamp showed on the face of one wall as they passed, a marble bas-relief of some battle-piece built into the stonework. "That's the scene of the death of one of the squire's forefathers, Colonel Sir Martin Jones, who was killed at the moment of victory in the Battle of Salamanca. But I haven't been here long enough to know the rights of it. When I am one of my meditations, as I wait here with the carriage sometimes, I think how many more get killed at the moment of victory than at the moment of defeat. This is the entrance for you, sir." And he turned the corner and pulled up before a side door. They alighted and went in, Christopher shouldering Faith's harp, and she marching modestly behind, with curly-eared music-books under her arm. They were shown into the house steward's room, and ushered thence along a badly lit passage, and past a door within which a hum and laughter were audible. The door next to this was then opened for them, and they entered. Scarcely had Faith, or Christopher either, ever beheld a more shining scene than was presented by the saloon in which they now found themselves. Coming direct from the gloomy park, and led to the room by that back passage from the servants' quarter, the light from the chandelier and branches against the walls, striking on gilding at all points, quite dazzled their sight for a minute or two. It caused Faith to move forward with her eyes on the floor, and filled Christopher with an impulse to turn back again into some dusky corner, where every thread of his not-over-new dress-suit, rather moth-eaten through lack of feasts for airing it, could be counted less easily. He was soon seated before a grand piano, and Faith sat down under the shadow of her harp, both being arranged on a dais within an alcove at one end of the room. A screen of ivy and holly had been constructed across the front of this recess for the games of the children on Christmas Eve, and it still remained there, a small creep-hole being left for entrance and exit. Then the merry guests tumbled through doors at the further end, and dancing began. The mingling of black-coated men and bright ladies gave a charming appearance to the groups as seen by Faith and her brother, the whole spectacle deriving an unexpected novelty from the accident of reaching their eyes through interstices in the tracery of green leaves, which added to the picture a softness that it would not otherwise have possessed. On the other hand, the musicians, having a much weaker light, could hardly be discerned by the performers in the dance. The music was now rattling on, and the ladies in their foam-like dresses were busily threading and spinning about the floor, when Faith, casually looking up into her brother's face, was surprised to see that a change had come over it. At the end of the quadrille he leant across to her before she had time to speak, and said quietly, "She's here." "Who?" said Faith, for she had not heard the words of the coachman. "Ethelberta." "Which is she?" asked Faith, peeping through with the keenest interest. "The one who has the skirts of her dress looped up with convolvulus flowers, the one with her hair fastened in a sort of Venus knot behind. She's just been dancing with that perfumed piece of a man they call Mr. Ladywell. It is he with the high eyebrows arched like a girl's." He added with a wrinkled smile, "I cannot for my life see anybody answering to the character of husband to her, for every man takes notice of her." They were interrupted by another dance being called for, and then, his fingers tapping about upon the keys as mechanically as fowls pecking at barleycorns, Christopher gave himself up with a curious and far from unalloyed pleasure to the occupation of watching Ethelberta, now again crossing the field of his vision like a returned comet whose characteristics were becoming purely historical. She was a plump-armed creature, with a white round neck as firm as a fort, altogether a vigorous shape, as refreshing to the eye as the green leaves through which he beheld her. She danced freely, and with a zest that was apparently irrespective of partners. He had been waiting long to hear her speak, and when at length her voice did reach his ears, it was the revelation of a strange matter to find how great a thing that small event had become to him. He knew the odd utterance, rapid but not frequent, an obstructive thought causing sometimes a sudden halt in the midst of a stream of words. But the features by which a cool observer would have singled her out from others in his memory, when asking himself what she was like, was a peculiar gaze into imaginary far-away distance when making a quiet remark to a partner, not with contracted eyes like a seafaring man, but with an open, full look, a remark in which little words in a low tone were made to express a great deal, as several single gentlemen afterwards found. The production of dance music when the criticizing stage among the dancers has passed, and they have grown full of excitement and animal spirits, does not require much concentration of thought in the producers thereof, and desultory conversation accordingly went on between Faith and her brother from time to time. "Kit," she said on one occasion, "are you looking at the way in which the flowers are fastened to the leaves, taking a mean advantage of being at the back of the tapestry? You cannot think how you stare at them." "I was looking through them, certainly not at them. I have a feeling of being moved about like a puppet in the hands of a person who legally can be nothing to me." "That charming woman with the shining bunch of hair and convolvuluses?" "Yes, it is through her that we are brought here, and through her writing that poem, Cancelled Words, that the book was sent to me, and through the accidental renewal of acquaintance between us on Anglebury Heath that she wrote the poem. I was, however, at the moment you spoke, thinking more particularly of the little teacher whom Ethelberta must have commissioned to send the book to me, and why that girl was chosen to do it." "There may be 100 reasons. Kit, I have never yet seen her look once this way." Christopher had certainly not yet received look or gesture from her, but his time came. It was while he was for a moment outside the recess, and he caught her in the act. She became slightly confused, turned aside, and entered into conversation with a neighbour. It was only a look, and yet what a look it was! One may say of a look that it is capable of division into as many species, genera, orders, and classes as the animal world itself. Christopher saw Ethelberta Pethewin's performance in this kind, the well-known spark of light upon the well-known depths of mystery, and felt something going out of him which had gone out of him once before. Thus, continually beholding her and her companions in the giddy whirl, the night wore on with the musicians, last dances and more last dances being added, till the intentions of the old on the matter were thrice exceeded in the interests of the young. Watching the couples whirl and turn, advance and recede as gently as spirits, knot themselves like houseflies and part again, and lullabied by the faint, regular beat of their footsteps to the tune, the players sank into the peculiar mesmeric quiet which comes over impressionable people who play for a great length of time in the midst of such scenes. And at last the only noises that Christopher took cognizance of were those of the exceptional kind, breaking about the gentle sea of sound, a casual smart rustle of silk, a laugh, a stumble, the monosyllabic talk of those who happen to linger for a moment close to the leafy screen, all coming to his ears like voices from those old times when Chapter 5 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 5. At the Window. The Road Home. The dancing was over at last, and the radiant company had left the room. A long and weary night it had been for the two players, though a stimulated interest had hindered physical exhaustion in one of them for a while. With tingling fingers and aching arms they came out of the alcove into the long and deserted apartment, now pervaded by a dry haze. The lights had burnt low, and Faith and her brother were waiting by request till the wagonette was ready to take them home, a breakfast being in course of preparation for them meanwhile. Christopher had crossed the room to relieve his cramped limbs, and now, peeping through a crevice in the window-curtains, he said suddenly, "Who's for a transformation scene? Faith, look here!" He touched the blind, up it flew, and a gorgeous scene presented itself to her eyes. A huge inflamed sun was breasting the horizon of a wide sheet of sea, which, to her surprise and delight, the mansion overlooked. The brilliant disk fired all the waves that lay between it and the shore at the bottom of the grounds, where the water tossed the ruddy light from one undulation to another, in glares as large and clear as mirrors, incessantly altering them, destroying them, and creating them again, while further off they multiplied, thickened, and ran into one another like struggling armies, till they met the fiery source of them all. "Oh, how wonderful it is!" said Faith, putting her hand on Christopher's arm. "Who knew that whilst we were all shut in here with our puny illumination, such an exhibition of this was going on outside? How sorry and mean the grand and stately room looks now!" Christopher turned his back upon the window, and there were the hitherto beaming candle flames, shining no more radiantly than tarnished javelin heads, while the snow-white lengths of wax showed themselves clammy and cadaverous as the fingers of a corpse. The leaves and flowers, which had appeared so very green and blooming by the artificial light, were now seen to be faded and dusty. Only the gilding of the room in some degree brought itself into keeping with the splendours outside, stray darts of light seizing upon it and lengthening themselves out along fillet, quirk, arris, and moulding, till wasted away. "It seems," said Faith, "as if all the people who were lately so merry here had died. We ourselves look no more than ghosts." She turned up her weary face to her brother's, which the incoming rays smote aslant, making little furrows of every wrinkle thereon, and shady ravines of every little furrow. "You are very tired, Faith," he said. "Such a heavy night's work has been almost too much for you." "Oh, I don't mind that," said Faith, "but I could not have played so long by myself." "We filled up one another's gaps, and there were plenty of them towards the morning, but luckily people don't notice those things when the small hours draw on." "What troubles me most," said Faith, "is not that I have worked, but that you should be so situated as to need such miserable assistance as mine. We are poor, are we not, Kate?" "Yes, we know a little about poverty," he replied. While thus lingering in shadowy thoroughfares of thought, Faith interrupted with, "I believe there is one of the dancers now. Why, I should have thought they had all gone to bed, and wouldn't get up again for days." She indicated to him a figure on the lawn towards the left, looking upon the same flashing scene as that they themselves beheld. "It is your own particular one," continued Faith. "Yes, I see the blue flowers under the edge of her cloak." "And I see her squirrel-coloured hair," said Christopher. Both stood looking at this apparition, who once, and only once, thought fit to turn her head towards the front of the house they were gazing from. Faith was one in whom the meditative somewhat overpowered the active faculties. She went on, with no abundance of love, to theorize upon this gratuitously charming woman, who, striking freakishly into her brother's path, seemed likely to do him no good in her sisterly estimation. Ethelberta's bright and shapely form stood before her critic now, smartened by the motes of sunlight from head to heel. What Faith would have given to see her so clearly within! "Without doubt she is already a lady of many romantic experiences," she said dubiously. "And on the way to many more," said Christopher. The tone was just of the kind which may be imagined of a sombre man who had been up all night piping that others might dance. Faith parted her lips as if in consternation at possibilities. Ethelberta, or having already become an influence in Christopher's system, might soon become more, an indestructible fascination, to drag him about, turn his soul inside out, harrow him, twist him, and otherwise torment him, according to the stereotyped form of such processes. They were interrupted by the opening of a door. A servant entered and came up to them. "This is for you, I believe, sir," he said. 2 guineas, and he placed the money in Christopher's hand. "Some breakfast will be ready for a moment, if you like to have it. Would you wish it brought in here, or will you come to the steward's room?" "Yes, we will come." And the man then began to extinguish the lights one by one. Christopher dropped the £2 and 2 shillings singly into his pocket, and looking listlessly at the footman, said, "Can you tell me the address of that lady on the lawn? Ah, she's disappeared." "She wore a dress with blue flowers," said Faith. "And remarkable bright in her manner? Oh, that's the young widow, Mrs. What's that name? I forget for the moment." "Widow?" said Christopher, the eyes of his understanding getting wonderfully clear, and Faith uttering a private ejaculation of thanks that, after all, no commandments were likely to be broken in this matter. "The lady I mean is quite a girlish sort of woman," Yes, so she is, that's the one. Copman said she must have been born a widow, for there's not time for her ever to have been made one. However, she's not quite so chicken as all that, Mrs. Petherwin. That's the party's name.
Does she live here?
No, she's staying in the house visiting for a few days with her mother-in-law. They're a London family. Don't know her address.
Is she a poetess?
Oh, that I cannot say. She's very clever at verses, but she don't lean over gates to see the sun, and goes to church as regular as you or I, so I should hardly be inclined to say that she's the complete thing. When she's up in one of her vagaries, she'll sit with the ladies and make up pretty things out of her head as fast as sticks are breaking. They will run off her tongue like cotton from a reel, and if she can ever be got in the mind of telling a story, she'll bring it out that serious and awful that it makes your flesh creep upon your bones. If she's only got to say that she walked out of one door and into another, she'll tell it so that there seems something wonderful in it. It is a bother to start her, so our people say behind her back, but once set going, the house is all alive with her. However, it'll soon be dull enough. She and Lady Petherwin are off tomorrow for Rookington, where I believe they're going to stay over New Year's Day.
Where do you say they are going? inquired Christopher, as they followed the footman.
Rookington Park, about 3 miles out of Sambourne in the opposite direction to this.
A widow, Christopher murmured. Faith overheard him. That makes no difference to us, does it? She said wistfully.
40 minutes later they were driving along an open road over a ridge which commanded a view of a small inlet below them, the sands of this nook being sheltered by crumbling cliffs. Here at once they saw, in the full light of the sun, 2 women standing side by side, their faces directed over the sea.
"There she is again," said Faith. "She's walked along the shore from the lawn where we saw her before."
"Yes," said the coachman, "she's a curious woman, seemingly. She'll talk to any poor body she meets. You see, she had been out for a morning walk instead of going to bed, and that is some queer mortal or other she's picked up on her way."
"I wonder she does not prefer some rest," Faith observed. The road then dropped into a hollow, and the women by the sea Chapter 6 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. The Shore by Windway. The east gleamed upon Ethelberta's squirrel-coloured hair as she said to her companion, "I have come, Picotee, but not, as you imagine, from a night's sleep. We have actually been dancing till daylight at Windway." "Then you should not have troubled to come. I could have borne the disappointment under such circumstances," said the pupil-teacher, who, wearing a dress not so familiar to Christopher's eyes as had been the little white jacket, had not been recognized by him from the hill. "You look so tired, Berta. I could not stay up all night for the world." "One gets used to these things," said Ethelberta quietly. "I should have been in bed, certainly, had I not particularly wished to use this opportunity of meeting you before you go home tomorrow. I could not have come to Sambourne to-day, because we are leaving to return again to Rookington. This is all that I wish you to take to Mother, only a few little things which may be useful to her, but you will see what it contains when you open it." She handed to Picotee a small parcel. "This is for yourself," she went on, giving a small packet besides. "It will pay your fare home and back, and leave you something to spare." "Thank you," said Picotee docilely. "Now, Picotee," continued the elder, "let us talk for a few minutes before I go back. We may not meet again for some time." She put her arm round the waist of Picotee, who did the same by Ethelberta, and thus interlaced they walked backwards and forwards upon the firm, flat sand, with the motion of one body animated by one will. "Well, what do you think of my poems?" "I like them, but naturally I did not understand all the experience you describe. It is so different from mine. Yet that made them more interesting to me. I thought I should so much like to mix in the same scenes. But that, of course, is impossible." "I am afraid it is. And you posted the book, as I said?" "Yes," she added hurriedly, as if to change the subject. "I have told nobody that we are sisters, or that you are known in any way to me, or to Mother, or to any of us. I thought that would be best, for what you said." "Yes, perhaps it is best for the present." "The box of clothes came safely, and I find very little alteration will be necessary to make the dress do beautifully for me on Sundays. It is quite new-fashioned to me, though I suppose it was old-fashioned to you. Oh, and Berta, will the title of Lady Petherwin descend to you when your mother-in-law dies?" "No, of course not. She's only a knight's widow, and that's nothing." "The lady of a knight looks as good on paper as the lady of a lord." "Yes, and in other places too, sometimes. However, about your journey home. Be very careful, and don't make any inquiries at the stations of anybody but officials. If any man wants to be friendly with you, try to find out if it is from a genuine wish to assist you, or from admiration of your fresh face." "How shall I know which?" said Picotee. Ethelberta laughed. "If heaven does not tell you at the moment, I cannot," she said. "But humanity looks with a different eye from love, and upon the whole it is most to be praised by all of us. I believe it ends oftener in marriage than do a lover's flying smiles. So that, for this and other reasons, love from a stranger is mostly worthless as a speculation, and it is certainly dangerous as a game. Well, Picotee, has anyone paid you real attentions yet?" "No, that is—" "There is something going on?" "Only a wee bit." "I thought so. There was a dishonesty about your dear eyes which has never been there before, and love-making and dishonesty are inseparable as coupled hounds. Up comes man, and away goes innocence. Are you going to tell me anything about him?" "I would rather not, Ethelberta, because it is hardly anything." "Well, be careful, and mind this, never tell him what you feel." "But then he will never know it." "Nor must he. He must think it only. The difference between his thinking and knowing is often the difference between your winning and losing. But general advice is not of much use, and I cannot give more unless you tell more. What is his name?" Picotee did not reply. "Never mind, keep your secret. However, listen to this. Not a kiss, not so much as the shadow, hint, or merest seedling of a kiss." "There is no fear of it," murmured Picotee, "though not because of me." "You see, my dear Picotee, a lover is not a relative, and he isn't quite a stranger, but he may end in being either, and the way to reduce him to whichever of the two you wish him to be is to treat him like the other. Men who come courting are just like bad cooks. If you are kind to them, instead of ascribing it to an exceptional courtesy on your part, they instantly set it down to their own marvellous worth." "But I ought to favour him just a little, poor thing, just the smallest glimmer of a gleam." "Only a very little indeed, so that it comes as a relief to his misery, not as adding to his happiness." "It is being too clever, all this, and we ought to be harmless as doves." "Ah, Picotee, to continue harmless as a dove you must be wise as a serpent, you'll find. Aye, 10 serpents for that matter." "But if I cannot get at him, how can I manage him in these ways you speak of?" "Get at him? I suppose he gets at you in some way, does he not? Tries to see you, or to be near you?" "No, that's just the point. He doesn't do any such thing, and there's the worry of it." "Well, what a silly girl! Then he's not your lover at all." "Perhaps he's not. But I am his at any rate twice over." "That's no use. Supply the love for both sides? Why, it's worse than furnishing money for both. You don't suppose a man will give his heart in exchange for a woman's when he has already got hers for nothing? That's not the way old Adam does business at all." Picotee sighed. "Have you got a young man too, Berta?" "A young man? A lover, I mean. That's what we call 'em down here." "It is difficult to explain. said Ethelberta evasively. "I knew one many years ago, and I have seen him again, and that is all." "According to my idea you have one, but according to your own you have not. He does not love you, but you love him. Is that how it is?" "I have not quite considered how it is." "Do you love him?" "I have never seen a man I hate less." "A great deal lies covered up there, I expect." "He was in that carriage which drove over the hill at the moment we met here." "Aha! Some great lord or another who has his day by candlelight, and so on. I guess the style. Some one who no more knows how much bread is a loaf than I do the price of diamonds and pearls." "I am afraid he's only a commoner as yet, and not a very great one either. But surely you guess, Picketty?" "But I'll set you an example of frankness by telling you his name. My friend, Mr. Julian, to whom you posted the book. Such changes as he has seen, from affluence to poverty. He and his sister have been playing dances all night at Windwey." "What is the matter?" "Only a pain. My dear Picketty, I think I'll sit down for a moment, Berta." "What, have you overwalked yourself, dear?" "Yes, and I got up very early, you see." "I hope you're not going to be ill, child. You look as if you ought not to be here." "Oh, it is quite trifling. Does not getting up in a hurry cause a sense of faintness sometimes?" "Yes, in people who are not strong." "If we don't talk about being faint, it'll go off. Faintness is such a queer thing that to think of it is to have it. Let us talk as we were talking before, about your young man and other indifferent matters, so as to divert my thoughts from fainting, dear Berta. I have always thought the book was to be forwarded to that gentleman because he was a connection of yours by marriage, and he had asked for it. And so you have met this Mr. Julian, and gone for walks with him in evenings, I suppose, just as young men and women do who are courting?" "No, indeed, what an absurd child you are," said Ethelberta. "I knew him once, and he is interesting. A few little things like that make it all up." "The love is all on one side, as with me." "Oh, no, there's nothing like that. I'm not attached to anyone, strictly speaking, though, more strictly speaking, I'm not unattached." "'Tis a delightful middle mind to be in. I know it, for I was like it once. But I had scarcely been so long enough to know where I was before I was gone past." "You should have commanded yourself, or drawn back entirely. For let me tell you that at the beginning of caring for a man, just when you are suspended between thinking and feeling, there is a hair's breadth of time at which the question of getting into love or not getting in is a matter of will, quite a thing of choice. At the same time, drawing back is a tame dance, and the best of all is to stay balanced a while." "You do that well, I'll warrant." "Well, no. For what between continually wanting to love, to escape the blank lives of those who do not, and wanting not to love, to keep out of the miseries of those who do, I get foolishly warm and foolishly cold by turns." "Yes, and I am like you as far as the foolishly goes. I wish we poor girls could contrive to bring a little wisdom into our love by way of a change." "That's the very thing that leading minds in town have begun to do, but there are difficulties. It is easy to love wisely, but the rich man may not marry you, and it is not very hard to reject wisely, but the poor man doesn't care. Altogether it is a precious problem. But shall we clamber out upon these shining blocks of rock and find some of the little yellow shells?"
Chapter 7 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 7. The Dining Room of a Town House. The Butler's Pantry. A few weeks later there was a friendly dinner party at the house of a gentleman called Doncastle, who lived in a moderately fashionable square of West London. All the friends and relatives present were nice people, who exhibited becoming signs of pleasure and gaiety at being there.
but as regards the vigour with which these emotions were expressed, it may be stated that a slight laugh from far down the throat and a slight narrowing of the eye were equivalent as indices of the degree of mirth felt to a ha-ha-ha and a shaking of the shoulders among the minor traders of the kingdom, and to a ho-ho-ho, contorted features, purple face, and stamping foot among the gentlemen in corduroy and fustian who adorned the remoter provinces. The conversation was chiefly about a volume of musical, tender, and humorous rhapsodies lately issued to the world in the guise of verse, which had been reviewed and talked about everywhere. This topic, beginning as a private dialogue between a young painter named Ladywell and the lady on his right hand, had enlarged its ground by degrees, as a subject will extend on those rare occasions when it happens to be one about which each person has thought something beforehand, instead of, as is the natural order of things, one to which the oblivious listener replies mechanically with earnest features, but with thoughts far away. And so the whole table made the matter a thing to inquire or reply upon at once, and isolated rills of other chat died out like a river in the sands. Witty things, and occasionally anacreontic, and they have the originality which such a style must naturally possess when carried out by a feminine hand, said Ladywell. If it is a feminine hand, said a man near. Ladywell looked as if he sometimes knew secrets, though he did not wish to boast. Written, I presume you mean, in the anacreontic measure of 3 feet and a half, spondees and iambics? Said a gentleman in spectacles, glancing round, and giving emphasis to his inquiry by causing bland glares of a circular shape to proceed from his glasses towards the person interrogated. The company appeared willing to give consideration to the words of a man who knew such things as that, and hung forward to listen. But Ladywell stopped the whole current of affairs in that direction by saying, "Oh, no, I was speaking rather of the matter and tone. In fact, the 7 Days Review said they were anacreontic, you know, and so they are. Anyone may feel they are." The general look then implied a false encouragement, and the man in spectacles looked down again, being a nervous person, who never had time to show his merits, because he was so much occupied in hiding his faults. "Do you know the authoress, Mr. Ney?" continued Ladywell. "Can't say that I do," he replied. Ney was a man who never disturbed the flesh upon his face, except when he was obliged to do so, and paused 10 seconds where other people only paused 1. As he moved his chin in speaking, motes of light from under the candle-shade caught, lost, and caught again the outlying threads of his burnished beard. "She will be famous some day, and you ought at any rate to read her book." "Yes, I ought, I know. In fact, some years ago I should have done it immediately, because I had a reason for pushing on that way just then." "Ah, what was that?" "Well, I thought of going in for Westminster Abbey myself at that time, but a fellow has so much to do, and—" "What a pity you didn't follow it up, a man of your powers, Mr. Ney." "Afterwards I found I was too steady for it, and had too much of the respectable householder in me. Besides, so many other men are on the same tack, and then I didn't care about it somehow." "I don't understand high art, and am utterly in the dark on what are the true laws of criticism," a plain, married lady who wore archaeological jewellery was saying at this time. "But I know that I have derived an unusual amount of amusement from those verses, and am heartily thankful to E. for them." "I am afraid," said a gentleman who was suffering from a bad shirt-front, "that an estimate which depends upon feeling in that way is not to be trusted as permanent opinion." The subject now flitted to the other end. "Somebody has it that when the heart flies out before the understanding, it saves the judgment a world of pains," came a voice in that quarter. "I, for my part, like something merry," said an elderly woman, whose face was bisected by the edge of a shadow, which toned her forehead and eyelids to a livid neutral tint, and left her cheeks and mouth like metal at a white heat in the uninterrupted light. "I think the liveliness of those ballads as great a recommendation as any. After all, enough misery is known to us by our experiences and those of our friends, and what we see in the newspapers, for all purposes of chastening, without having gratuitous grief inflicted upon us." "But you would not have wished that Romeo and Juliet should have ended happily, or that Othello should have discovered the perfidy of his ancient in time to prevent all fatal consequences?" "I am not afraid to go so far as that," said the old lady. "Shakespeare is not everybody, and I am sure that thousands of people who have seen those plays would have driven home more cheerfully afterwards, if by some contrivance the characters could have all been joined together respectively. I uphold our anonymous author on the general ground of her levity." "Well, it's an old and worn argument, that about the inexpedience of tragedy. Much may be said on both sides. It is not to be denied that the anonymous Sappho's verses, for it seems that she is really a woman, are clever." "Clever?" said Lady Will, the young man who had been one of the shooting party at Sandbourne. "They are marvellously brilliant." "She is rather warm in her assumed character." "Oh, that's a sign of her actual coldness. She lets off her feelings in theoretic grooves, and there's sure to be none left for practical ones. Whatever seems to be the most prominent vice, or the most prominent virtue in anybody's writing, is the one thing you are safest from in personal dealings with the writer." "Oh, I don't mean to call her warmth of feeling a vice or virtue exactly." "I agree with you," said Ney to the last speaker but one, in tones as emphatic as they could possibly be without losing their proper character of indifference to the whole matter. "Warm sentiment of any sort, whenever we have it, disturbs us too much to leave us repose enough for writing it down." "I am sure when I was of the ardent age," said the mistress of the house, in a tone of pleasantly agreeing with everyone, particularly those who were diametrically opposed to each other, "I could no more have printed such emotions and made them public than I could have helped privately feeling them." "I wonder if she's gone through half she says. If so, what an experience!" "Oh, no, not at all likely," said Mr. Ney. "It is as risky to calculate people's ways of living from their writings as their incomes from their way of living." "She is as true to nature as fashion is false," said the painter, in his warmth becoming scarcely complimentary, as sometimes happens with young persons. "I don't think that she's written a word more than what every woman would deny feeling in a society where no woman says what she means or does what she says. And can any praise be greater than that?" "Ha, ha! Capital!" "All her verses seem to me," said a rather stupid person, "to be simply tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-loo, tra-la-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-loo. When you take away the music there is nothing left. Yet she is plainly a woman of great culture." "Have you seen what the London Light says about them?" "One of the finest things I have ever read in the way of admiration," continued Ladywell, paying no attention to the previous speaker. He lingered for a reply, and then impulsively quoted several lines from the periodical he had named, without aid or hesitation. "Good, is it not?" added Ladywell. They assented, but in such an unqualified manner that half as much readiness would have meant more. But Ladywell, though not experienced enough to be quite free from enthusiasm, was too experienced to mind indifference for more than a minute or two. When the ladies had withdrawn, the young man went on. "Colonel Staff said a funny thing to me yesterday about these very poems. He asked me if I knew her, and—" "Her? Why, he knows that it is a lady all the time, and we were only just now doubting whether the sex of the writer could be really what it seems." "Shame, Ladywell," said his friend Ney. "Oh, Mr. Ladywell," said another, "now we've found you out. You know her." "Now, I say, ha, ha," continued the painter, with a face expressing that he had not at all tried to be found out as the man possessing incomparably superior knowledge of the poetess. "I beg pardon, really, but don't press me on the matter. Upon my word, the secret is not my own. As I was saying, the Colonel said, 'Do you know her?' But you don't care to hear." "Oh, we shall be delighted." So the Colonel said, 'Do you know her?' adding in a most comic way, 'Between you and E, Ladywell, I believe there is a close affinity. Meaning me, you know, by you. Just like the Colonel. The older men did not oblige Lady Will a second time with any attempt at appreciation, but a weird silence ensued, during which the smile upon Lady Will's face became frozen to painful permanence. "Meaning by E, you know, the E of the poems," he added. "It was a very humorous incident, certainly," said his friend Ney, at which there was a laugh, not from anything connected with what he said, but simply because it was the right thing to laugh when Ney meant you to do so. "Oh, now don't, Ney, you're too hard upon me. But seriously, 2 or 3 fellows were there when I said it, and they all began laughing. But then the Colonel said it in such a queer way, you know. But you were asking me about her. Well, the fact is, between ourselves, I do know that she is a lady, and I don't mind telling a word." "But we would not for the world be the means of making you betray her confidence, would we, Jones?" "No, indeed we would not. No, it is not that at all. This is really too bad. You must listen for a moment." "Lady Will, don't betray anybody on our account." "Whoever the illustrious young lady may be, she has seen a great deal of the world," said Mr. Doncaster blandly, "and puts her experience of the comedy of its emotions and of its method of showing them in a very vivid light." "I heard a man say that the novelty with which the ideas are presented is more noticeable than the originality of the ideas themselves," observed Ney. "The woman has made a great talk about herself, and I am quite weary of people asking of her condition, place of abode, has she a father, has she a mother, or dearer one yet than all the other." "I would have burlesque quotation put down by Act of Parliament, and all who dabble in it placed with him who can cite Scripture for his purposes," said Lady Will in retaliation. After a pause, Ney remarked half privately to their host, who was his uncle, "Your butler, Chickerell, is a very intelligent man, as I've heard." "Yes, he does very well," said Mr. Doncaster. "But is he not a very extraordinary man?" "Not to my knowledge," said Doncaster, looking up surprised. "Why do you think that, Alfred?" "Well, perhaps it was not a matter to mention. He reads a great deal, I dare say?" "Oh, I don't think so." "I noticed how wonderfully his face kindled when we began talking about the poems during dinner. Perhaps he is a poet himself in disguise. Did you observe it?" "No, to the best of my belief he is a very trustworthy and honourable man. He has been with us, let me see how long, 5 months, I think, and he was 15 years in his last place. It certainly is a new side to his character if he publicly showed any interest in the conversation, whatever he might have felt." "Since the matter has been mentioned," said Mr. Jones, "I may say that I, too, noticed the singularity of it." "If you had not said otherwise," replied Doncaster somewhat warmly, "I should have asserted him to be the last man-servant in London to infringe such an elementary rule. If he did so this evening, it is certainly for the first time, and I sincerely hope that no annoyance was caused." "Oh, no, not at all. It might have been a mistake of mine," said Jones. "I should quite have forgotten the circumstance if Mr. Ney's words had not brought it to my mind. It was really nothing to notice, and I beg that you will not say a word to him about it on my account." "He has a taste that way, my dear uncle, nothing more, depend upon it," said Ney. "If I had such a man belonging to me, I should only be too proud. Certainly, do not mention it." "Of course Chickerell is Chickerell," Mr. Doncaster rejoined. "We all know what that means. And really, on reflecting, I do remember that he is of a literary turn of mind, not further by an inch than is commendable, you know. I'm quite aware, as I glance down the papers and prints any morning, that Chickerell's eyes have been over the ground before mine, and that he generally forestalls the rest of us by a chapter or so in the last new book sent home. But in these vicious days, that particular weakness is really virtue, just because it is not quite a vice." "Yes," said Mr. Jones, the reflective man in spectacles. "Positive virtues are getting moved off the stage. Negative ones are moved on to the place of positives. We thank bare justice as we used only to thank generosity." call a man honest who steals only by law, and consider him a benefactor if he does not steal at all."
"Hear, hear," said Ney. "We will decide that Chickerell is even a better trained fellow than if he had shown no interest at all in his face."
"The action being like those trifling irregularities in art at its vigorous periods, which seemed designed to hide the unpleasant monotony of absolute symmetry," said Ladywell.
"On the other hand, an affected want of training of that sort would be even a better disguise for an artful man than a perfectly impassible demeanour. He is 2 removes from discovery in a hidden scheme, while a neutral face is only 1.
"You quite alarm me by these subtle theories," said Mr. Doncaster, laughing, and the subject then became compounded with other matters, till the speakers rose to rejoin the charming flock upstairs. In the basement story at this hour, Mr. Chickerell the butler, who had formed the subject of discussion on the floor above, was busily engaged in looking after his 2 subordinates as they bustled about in the operations of clearing away. He was a man of whom, if the shape of certain bones and muscles of the face is ever to be taken as a guide to the character, one might safely have predicated conscientiousness in the performance of duties, a thorough knowledge of all that appertained to them, a general desire to live on without troubling his mind about anything which did not concern him. Any person interested in the matter would have assumed without hesitation that the estimate his employer had given of Chickerell was a true one. More, that not only would the butler under all ordinary circumstances resolutely prevent his face from showing curiosity in an unbecoming way, but that, with the soul of a true gentleman, he would, if necessary, equivocate as readily as the noblest of his betters to remove any stain upon his honour in such trifles. Hence it is apparent that if Chickerell's countenance really appeared, as Ney had asserted, full of curiosity with regard to the gossip that was going on, the feelings which led to the exhibition must have been of a very unusual and irrepressible kind. His hair was of that peculiar bluish-white which is to be observed when the oncoming years, instead of singling out special locks of a man's head for operating against, advance uniformly over the whole field, and enfeeble the colour at all points before absolutely extinguishing it anywhere. His nose was of the knotty shape in the gristle and earthward tendency in the flesh, which is commonly said to carry sound judgment about it. His eyes were thoughtful, and his face was thin, a contour which, if at once abstracted from his features that cheerful assurance of single-minded honesty which adorns the exteriors of so many of his brethren, might have raised a presumption in the minds of some beholders that perhaps in this case the quality might not be altogether wanting within. The coffee having been served to the people upstairs, one of the footmen rushed into his bedroom on the lower floor, and in a few minutes emerged again in the dress of a respectable clerk who had been born for better things, with the trifling exceptions that he wore a low-crowned hat, and, instead of knocking his heels on the pavement, walked with a gait as delicate as a lady's. Going out of the area door with a cigar in his mouth, he mounted the steps hastily to keep an appointment round the corner, the keeping of which as a private gentleman necessitated the change of the greater part of his clothes twice within a quarter of an hour, the limit of his time of absence. The other footman was upstairs, and the butler, finding that he had a few minutes to himself, sat down at the table and wrote. My dear Ethelberta, I did not intend to write to you for some days to come, but the way in which you have been talked about here this evening makes me anxious to send a line or 2 at once, though I have very little time to spare, as usual. We've just had a dinner-party. Indeed, the carriages have not yet been brought round, and the talk at dinner was about your verses, of course. The thing was brought up by a young fellow named Ladywell. Do you know him? He's a painter by profession, but he has a pretty good private income beyond what he gets by practising his line of business among the nobility, and that, I expect, is not little, for he is well known and encouraged because he is young and good-looking, and so forth. His family own a good bit of land somewhere out Aldbrickham way. However, I am before my story. From what they all said, it is pretty clear that you are thought a great deal of in fashionable society as a poetess. But perhaps you know this as well as I, moving in it as you do yourself, my dear. The ladies afterwards got very curious about your age, so curious, in fact, and so full of certainty that you were 35 and a blighted existence, even are, that I felt inclined to rap out there and then and hang what came of it. My daughter, ladies, was to my own and my mother's certain knowledge only 21 last birthday, and as bright a heart as anybody in London. One of them actually said that you must be 50 to have got such an experience. Her guess was a very shrewd one in the bottom of it, however, for it was grounded upon the way you used those strange experiences of mine in the society that I tell you of, and dressed them up as if they were yours. And as you see, she hit off my own age to a year. I thought it was very sharp of her to be so right, although so wrong. I do not want to influence your plans in any way about things which your school learning fits you to understand much better than I, who never had such opportunities. But I think that if I were in your place, Berta, I would not let my name be known just yet, for people always want what's kept from them, and don't value what's given. I am not sure, but I think that after the women had gone upstairs, the others turned their thoughts upon you again. What they said about you I don't know, for if there's one thing I hate, 'tis hanging about the doors when the men begin to get moved by their wine, which they did to a large extent tonight, and spoke very loud. They always do here, for old Don is a hearty giver in his way. However, as you see these people from their own level now, it is not much that I can tell you in seeing them only from the underside, though I see strange things sometimes, and of course, what great ones do the less will prattle of, as it says in that book of select pieces that you gave me. Well, my dear girl, I hope you will prosper. One thing above all others you'll have to mind, and it is that folk must continually strain to advance in order to remain where they are, and you particularly. But as for trying too hard, I wouldn't do it. Much lies in minding this, that your best plan for lightness of heart is to raise yourself a little higher than your old mates, but not so high as to be quite out of their reach. All human beings enjoy themselves from the outside, and so getting on a little has this good in it. You still keep in your old class where your feelings are, and are thoughtfully treated by this class, while by getting on too much you are sneered at by your new acquaintance, who don't know the skill of your rise, and you are parted from and forgot by the old ones who do. Whatever happens, don't be too quick to feel. You will surely get some hard blows when you are found out, for if the great can find no excuse for hitting with a mind, they'll do it and say 'twas in fun. But you are young and healthy, and youth and health are power. I wish I could have a decent footman here with me, but I suppose it is no use trying. It is such men as these that provoke the contempt we get. Well, thank God a few years will see the end of me, for I am growing ashamed of my company, so different as they are to the servants of old times. Your affectionate father, R. Chickerell. P.S. Do not press Lady Petherwin any further to remove the rules on which you live with her. She is quite right. She cannot keep us, and to recognize us would do you no good, nor us either.
Chapter 8 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Christopher's Lodgings. The Grounds about Rookington. Meanwhile, in the distant town of Sandbourne, Christopher Julian had recovered from the weariness produced by his labours at the Windaway evening party, where Ethelberta had been a star. Instead of engaging his energies to clear encumbrances from the tangled way of his life, he now set about reading the popular Meters by E, with more interest and assiduity than ever. For though Julian was a thinker by instinct, he was a worker by effort only, and the higher of these kinds being dependent upon the lower for its exhibition,
there was often a lamentable lack of evidence of his power in either. It is a provoking correlation, and has conduced to the obscurity of many a genius. "Kit," said his sister, on reviving at the end of the bad headache which had followed the dance, "those poems seem to have increased in value with you. The lady, lofty as she appears to be, would be flattered if she could only know how much you study them. Have you decided to thank her for them? Now let us talk it over. I like having a chat about such a pretty new subject." "I would thank her in a moment if I were absolutely certain that she had anything to do with sending them, or even writing them. I'm not quite sure of that yet." "How strange that a woman could bring herself to write those verses." "Not at all strange. They are natural outpourings." Faith looked critically at the remoter caverns of the fire. "Why strange?" continued Christopher. "There's no harm in them." "Oh, no, no harm. But I cannot explain to you, unless you see it partly of your own accord, that to write them she must be rather a fast lady. Not a bad fast lady, a nice fast lady, I mean, of course. There, I've said it now, and I dare say you are vexed with me, for your interest in her has deepened to what it originally was, I think. I don't mean any absolute harm by fast, Kit." "Bold, forward, you mean, I suppose." Faith tried to hit upon a better definition which should meet all views, and, on failing to do so, looked concerned at her brother's somewhat grieved appearance, and said helplessly, "Yes, I suppose I do." "My idea of her is quite the reverse. A poetess must intrinsically be sensitive, or she could never feel. But then, frankness is a rhetorical necessity even with the most modest, if their inspirations are to do any good in the world. You will, for certain, not be interested in something I was going to tell you, which I thought would have pleased you immensely, but it's not worth mentioning now." "If you will not tell me, never mind, but don't be crabbed, Kit. You know how interested I am in all your affairs." "It is only that I have composed an air to one of the prettiest of her songs, When Tapers Tall, but I am not sure about the power of it. This is how it begins. I threw it off in a few minutes, after you had gone to bed." He went to the piano and lightly touched over an air, the manuscript copy of which he placed in front of him, and listened to hear her opinion, having proved its value frequently, for it was not that of a woman merely, but impersonally human. Though she was unknown to fame, this was a great gift in Faith, since to have an unsexed judgment is as precious as to be an unsexed being is deplorable. "It is very fair indeed," said the sister, scarcely moving her lips in her great attention. "Now, again and again and again, how could you do it in the time?" Kit knew that she admired his performance. Passive assent was her usual praise, and she seldom insisted vigorously upon any view of his compositions, unless for purposes of emendation. "I was thinking that, as I cannot very well write to her, I may as well send her this," said Christopher, with lightened spirits, voice to correspond, and lies likewise. "There can be no objection to it, for such things are done continually. Consider while I am gone, Faith. I shall be out this evening for an hour or two." When Christopher left the house shortly after, instead of going into the town on some errand, as was customary whenever he went from home after dark, he ascended a back street, passed over the hills behind, and walked at a brisk pace inland along the road to Rookington Park, where, as he had learnt, Ethelberta and Lady Petherwin were staying for a while, the day or two which they spent at Windway having formed a short break in the middle of this visit. The moon was shining to-night, and Christopher sped onwards over the pallid high road as readily as he could have done at noonday. In 3/4 of an hour he reached the park gates, and entering now upon a tract which he had never before explored, he went along more cautiously and with some uncertainty as to the precise direction that the road would take. A frosted expanse of even grass, on which the shadow of his head appeared with an opal halo round it, soon allowed the house to be discovered beyond, the other portions of the park abounding with timber older and finer than that of any other spot in the neighbourhood. Christopher withdrew into the shade, and wheeled round to the front of the building that contained his old love. Here he gazed and idled, as many a man has done before him, wondering which room the fair poetess occupied, waiting till lights began to appear in the upper windows, which they did as uncertainly as glowworms blinking up at eventide, and warming with currents of revived feelings in perhaps the sweetest of all conditions. New love is brightest, and long love is greatest, but revived love is the tenderest thing known upon earth. Occupied thus, Christopher was greatly surprised to see, on casually glancing to one side, another man standing close to the shadowy trunk of another tree, in a similar attitude to his own, gazing with arms folded, as blankly at the windows of the house as Christopher himself had been gazing. Not willing to be discovered, Christopher stuck closer to his tree. While he waited thus, the stranger began murmuring words in a slow, soft voice. Christopher listened till he heard the following. Pale was the day, and rayless, love, that had an eve so dim. Two well-known lines from one of Ethelberta's poems. Jealousy is a familiar kind of heat which disfigures, licks playfully, clouds, blackens, and boils a man as a fire does a pot. And on recognizing these pilferings from what he had grown to regard as his own treasury, Christopher's fingers began to nestle with great vigour in the palms of his hands. 3 or 4 minutes passed, when the unknown rival gave a last glance at the windows and walked away. Christopher did not like the look of that walk at all. There was grace enough in it to suggest that his antagonist had no mean chance of finding favour in a woman's eyes. A sigh, too, seemed to proceed from the stranger's breast. But, as their distance apart was too great for any such sound to be heard by any possibility, Christopher set that down to imagination, or to the brushing of the wind over the trees. The lighted windows went out one by one, and all the house was in darkness. Julian then walked off himself, with a vigour that was spasmodic only, and with much less brightness of mind than he had experienced on his journey hither. The stranger had gone another way, and Christopher saw no more of him. When he reached Sambourne, Faith was still sitting up. "But I told you I was going to take a long walk," he said. "No, Christopher, really you did not. How tired and sad you do look! I always know beforehand when you are in that state. One of your feet has a drag about it as you pass along the pavement outside the window." "Yes, I forgot that I did not tell you." He could not begin to describe his pilgrimage. It was too silly a thing even for her to hear of. "It does not matter at all about my staying up," said Faith assuringly. "That is, if exercise benefits you. Walking up and down the lane, I suppose?" "No, not walking up and down the lane." "The turnpike road to Rookington is pleasant." "Faith, that is really where I have been. How came you to know?" "Oh, I only guessed. Verses and an accidental meeting produce a special journey." "Ethelberta is a fine woman, physically and mentally both. I wonder people do not talk about her twice as much as they do." "Then surely you are getting attached to her again. You think you discover in her more than anybody else does, and love begins with a sense of superior discernment." "No, that is only nonsense," he said hurriedly. "However, love her or love her not, I can keep a corner of my heart for you, Faith. There is another brute after her too, it seems." "Of course there is. I expect there are many. Her position in society is above ours, so that it is an unwise course to go troubling yourself more about her." "No, if a needy man must be so foolish as to fall in love, it is best to do so where he cannot double his foolishness by marrying the woman." "I don't like to hear you talk so slightingly of what poor father did." Christopher fixed his attention on the supper. That night, late as it was, when Faith was in bed and sleeping, he sat before a sheet of music paper, neatly copying his composition onto it. The manuscript was intended as an offering to Ethelberta at the first convenient opportunity. "Well, after all my trouble to find out about Ethelberta, here comes the clue unasked for," said the musician to his sister a few days later. She turned and saw that he was reading the Wessex Reflector. "What is it?" asked Faith. "The secret of the true authorship of the book is out at last, and it is Ethelberta, of course. I'm so glad to have it proved hers." "But can we believe—" "Oh, yes, just hear what our London correspondent says. It is one of the nicest bits of gossip that he has furnished us with for a long time." "Yes, now read it, do." "The author of Metres by E," Christopher began, "a book of which so much has been said and conjectured, and one, in fact, that has been the chief talk for several weeks past of the literary circles to which I belong, is a young lady who was a widow before she reached the age of 18, and is now not far beyond her 4th lustrum. I was additionally informed by a friend whom I met yesterday on his way to the House of Lords that her name is Mrs. Petherwin, Christian name Ethelberta, and that she resides with her mother-in-law at their house in Exonbury Crescent. She is, moreover, the daughter of the late Bishop of Silchester, if report may be believed, whose active benevolence, as your readers know, left his family in comparatively straitened circumstances at his death. The marriage was a secret one, and much against the wish of her husband's friends, who are wealthy people on all sides. The death of the bridegroom, 2 or 3 weeks after the wedding, led to a reconciliation, and the young poetess was taken to the home which she still occupies, devoted to the composition of such brilliant effusions as those the world has lately been favoured with from her pen." "If you want to send her your music, you can do so now," said Faith. "I might have sent it before, but I wanted to deliver it personally. However, it is all the same now, I suppose, whether I send it or not. I always knew that our destinies would lie apart, though she was once temporarily under a cloud. Her momentary inspiration to write that cancelled words was the worst possible omen for me. It showed that, thinking me no longer useful as a practical chance, she would make me ornamental as a poetical regret. But I'll send the manuscript of the song." "In the way of business, as a composer only, and you must say to yourself, 'Ethelberta, as thou art but woman, I dare, but as widow, I fear thee.'" Notwithstanding Christopher's affected carelessness, that evening saw a great deal of nicety bestowed upon the operation of wrapping up and sending off the song. He dropped it into the box and heard it fall, and with the curious power which he possessed of setting his wisdom to watch any particular folly in himself that he could not hinder, speculated as he walked on the result of this first Chapter 9 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. A Lady's Drawing Rooms. Ethelberta's Dressing Room. It was a house on the north side of Hyde Park, between 10 and 11 in the evening, and several intelligent and courteous people had assembled there to enjoy themselves as far as it was possible to do so in a neutral way, all carefully keeping every variety of feeling in a state of solution, in spite of any attempt at such feelings made from time to time to crystallize on interesting subjects in hand. "Nay, who is that charming woman with her head built up in a novel way, even for hair architecture, the one with her back towards us?" said a man whose coat fitted doubtfully to a friend whose coat fitted well. "Just go to ask for the same information," said Mr. Ney, determining the very longest hair in his beard to be an infinitesimal nicety by drawing its lower portion through his fingers. "I have quite forgotten, cannot keep people's names in my head at all, nor could my father either, nor any of my family, very odd thing. But my dear old friend Mrs. Napper knows for certain." And he turned to one of a small group of middle-aged persons near, who, instead of skimming the surface of things in general like the rest of the company, were going into the very depths of them. "Oh, that is the celebrated Mrs. Petherwin, the woman who makes rhymes and prints 'em," said Mrs. Napper, in a detached sentence, and then continued talking again to those on the other side of her. The two loungers went on with their observations of Ethelberta's headdress, which, though not extraordinary or eccentric, did certainly convey an idea of indefinable novelty. Observers were sometimes half inclined to think that her cuts and modes were acquired by some secret communication with the mysterious clique which orders the livery of the fashionable world, for, and it affords a parallel to cases in which clever thinkers in other spheres arrive independently at one of the same conclusion, Ethelberta's fashion often turned out to be the coming one. "Oh, is that the woman at last?" said Ney, diminishing his broad general gaze at the room to a close criticism of Ethelberta. "The rhymes, as Mrs. Napper calls them, are not to be despised," said his companion. "They are not quite virginibus puerisque, and the writer's opinions of life and society differ very materially from mine, but I cannot help admiring her in the more reflective pieces. The songs I don't care for. The method in which she handles curious subjects, and at the same time impresses us with a full conviction of her modesty, is very adroit, and somewhat blinds us to the fact that no such poems were demanded of her at all." "I've not read them," said Ney, secretly wrestling with his jaw to prevent a yawn, "but I suppose I must. The truth is that I never care much for reading what one ought to read. I wish I did, but I cannot help it. No doubt you admire the lady immensely for writing them. I don't. Everybody is so talented nowadays that the only people I care to honour as deserving real distinction are those who remain in obscurity. I am myself hoping for a corner in some biographical dictionary, when the time comes, for those works only to contain lists of the exceptional individuals of whom nothing is known but that they lived and died." "Ah, listen, they're going to sing one of her songs," said his friend, looking towards a bustling movement in the neighbourhood of the piano. "I believe that song, 'When Tapers Tall,' has been set to music by 3 or 4 composers already." "Many note," said Ney, at last beaten by his yawn, which courtesy nevertheless confined within his person to such an extent that only a few unimportant symptoms, such as reduced eyes and a certain rectangular manner of the mouth in speaking, were visible. "Oh, scarcely," replied the other man. "Established writers of music do not expend their energies upon new verse until they find that such verse is likely to endure. For should the poet be soon forgotten, their labour is in some degree lost." "Artful dogs, who would have thought it?" said Ney, just as an exercise in words, and they drew nearer to the piano, less to become listeners to the singing than to be spectators of the scene in that quarter. But among some others the interest in the songs seemed to be very great, and it was unanimously wished that the young lady who had practised the different pieces of music privately would sing some of them now in the order of their composers' reputations. The musical persons in the room unconsciously resolved themselves into a committee of taste. One and another had been tried, when at the end of the third a lady spoke to Ethelberta. "Now, Mrs. Petherwin," she said, gracefully throwing back her face, "your opinion is by far the most valuable. In which of the cases do you consider the marriage of verse and tune to have been most successful?" Ethelberta, finding these and other unexpected calls made upon herself, came to the front without flinching. "The sweetest and the best that I like by far," she said, "is none of these. It is one which reached me by post only this morning from a place in Wessex, and is written by an unheard-of man who lives somewhere down there, a man who will be, nevertheless, heard a great deal of some day, I think. I've only practised it this afternoon, but if one's own judgment is worth anything, it is the best." "Oh, let us have your favourite by all means," said another friend of Ethelberta's who was present, Mrs. Dorncastle. "I'm so sorry that I cannot oblige you, since you wish to hear it," replied the poetess regretfully, "but the music is at home. I had not received it when I lent the others to Miss Belmayne, and it is only in manuscript like the rest." "Could it not be sent for?" suggested an enthusiast who knew that Ethelberta lived only in the next street, appealing by a look to her and then to the mistress of the house. "Oh, certainly let us send for it," said that lady. A footman was at once quietly dispatched with precise directions as to where Christopher's sweet production might be found. "What, is there going to be something interesting?" asked a young married friend of Mrs. Napper, who had returned to her original spot. "Yes, the best song she has written is to be sung in the best manner to the best air that has been composed for it. I should not wonder if she were going to sing it herself." "Did you know anything of Mrs. Pletherwin until her name leaked out in connection with these ballads?" "No, but I think I recollect seeing her once before. She is one of those people who are known, as one might say, by subscription. Everybody knows a little, till she is astonishingly well known altogether, but nobody knows her entirely. She was the orphan child of some clergyman, I believe. Lady Pletherwin, her mother-in-law, has been taking her about a great deal latterly."
She is apparently a very good prospect."
"Yes, and it is through her being of that curious undefined character which interprets itself to each admirer as whatever he would like to have it. Old men like her because she is so girlish, youths because she is womanly, wicked men because she is good in their eyes, good men because she is wicked in theirs."
"She must be a very anomalous sort of woman, at any rate."
"Yes, like the British Constitution, she owes her success in practice to her inconsistencies in principle."
"Those poems must have set her up. She appears to be quite the correct spectacle. Happy Mrs. Pletherwin."
The subject of their dialogue was engaged in a conversation with Mrs. Belmayne upon the management of households, a theme provoked by a discussion that was in progress in the pages of some periodical of the time. Mrs. Belmayne was very full of the argument, and went on from point to point till she came to servants. The face of Ethelberta showed caution at once.
"I consider that Lady Planby pets her servants by far too much," said Mrs. Belmayne.
"Oh, you do not know her? Well, she is a woman with theories, and she lends her maids and men books of the wrong kind for their station, and sends them to picture exhibitions which they don't in the least understand, all for the improvement of their taste and morals, and nobody knows what besides. It only makes them dissatisfied." The face of Ethelberta showed venturesomeness. "Yes, and dreadfully ambitious," she said. "Oh, yes, indeed. What a turn the times have taken! People of that sort push on, and get into business, and get great warehouses, until at last, without ancestors, or family, or name, or estate, or the merest scrap of heirloom or family jewel, or heirlooms or family jewels, they are thought as much of as if their forefathers had glided unobtrusively through the peerage. Ever since the first edition." "Yes," said Mrs. Belmayne, who really sprang from a good old family, had been going to say, for the last 700 years. But fancying from Ethelberta's addendum that she might not date back more than a trifling century or so, adopted the suggestion with her usual well-known courtesy, and blushed down to her locket at the thought of the mistake that she might have made. This sensitiveness was a trait in her character which gave great gratification to her husband, and indeed to all who knew her. "And have you any theory on the vexed question of servant government?" continued Mrs. Belmayne, smiling. "But no, the subject is of far too practical a nature for one of your bent, of course." "Oh, no, it's not at all too practical. I've thought of the matter often," said Ethelberta. "I think the best plan would be for somebody to write a pamphlet, The Shortest Way with the Servants, just as there was once written a terribly stinging one, The Shortest Way with the Dissenters, which had a great effect." "I have always understood that that was written by a dissenter as a satire upon the Church."
"Ah, so it was, but the example will do to illustrate my meaning."
"Quite so. I understand, so it will," said Mrs. Belmayne, with clouded faculties.
Meanwhile, Christopher's music had arrived.
An accomplished gentleman who had every musical talent except that of creation scanned the notes carefully from top to bottom, and sat down to accompany the singer. There was no lady present of sufficient confidence or skill to venture into a song she had never seen before, and the only one who had seen it was Ethelberta herself. She did not deny having practised it the greater part of the afternoon, and was very willing to sing it now, if anybody would derive pleasure from the performance. Then she began, and the sweetness of her singing was such that even the most unsympathetic honoured her by looking as if they would be willing to listen to every note the song contained, if it were not quite so much trouble to do so. Some were so interested that, instead of continuing their conversation, they remained in silent consideration of how they would continue it when she had finished, while the particularly civil people arranged their countenances into every attentive form that the mind could devise. One emotional gentleman looked at the corner of a chair, as if, till that moment, such an object had never crossed his vision before. The movement of his finger to the imagined tune was, for a deaf old clergyman, a perfect mine of interest, while a young man from the country was powerless to put an end to an enchanted gaze at nothing at all in the exact middle of the room before him. Nay, and the general phalanx of cool men and celebrated club yawners was so much affected that they raised their chronic look of great objection to things to an expression of scarcely any objection at all. "What makes it so interesting," said Mrs. Doncaster to Ethelberta when the song was over, and she had retired from the focus of the company, "is that it is played from the composer's own copy, which has never met the public eye, or any other than his own before to-day. And I see that he's actually sketched in the lines by hand, instead of having ruled paper, just as the great old composers used to do. You must have been as pleased to get it fresh from the stocks like that, as he probably was pleased to get your thanks." Ethelberta became reflective. She had not thanked Christopher. Moreover, she had decided, after some consideration, that she ought not to thank him. What new thoughts were suggested by that remark of Mrs. Doncaster's, and what new inclination resulted from the public presentation of his tune and her words as part of one organic whole, are best explained by describing her doings at a later hour, when, having left her friends somewhat early, she had reached home and retired from public view for that evening. Ethelberta went to her room, sent away the maid who did double duty for herself and Lady Petherwin, walked in circles about the carpet till the fire had grown haggard and cavernous, sighed, took a sheet of paper, and wrote. "Dear Mr. Julian, I have said I would not write. I have said it twice. But discretion under some circumstances is only another name for unkindness. Before thanking you for your sweet gift, let me tell you in a few words of something which may materially change an aspect of affairs under which I appear to you to deserve it. With regard to my history and origin, you are altogether mistaken. And how can I tell whether your bitterness at my previous silence on these points may not cause you to withdraw your act of courtesy now? But the gratification of having at last been honest with you may compensate even for the loss of your respect. The matter is a small one to tell, after all. What will you say on learning that I am not the trodden-down lady by birth that you have supposed me? That my father is not dead, as you probably imagine? That he is working for his living as one among a peculiarly stigmatized and ridiculed multitude? Had he been a brawny cottager, carpenter, mason, blacksmith, well-digger, navvy, tree-feller, any effective and manly trade, in short, a worker in which can stand up in the face of the noblest and daintiest, and bare his gnarled arms, and say, with a consciousness of superior power, "Look at a real man," I should have been able to show you antecedents which, if not intensely romantic, are not altogether antagonistic to romance. But the present fashion of associating with one particular class everything that is ludicrous and bombastic overpowers me when I think of it in relation to myself and your known sensitiveness. When the well-born poetess of good report melts into— Having got thus far, a faint-hearted look which had begun to show itself several sentences earlier became pronounced. She threw the writing into the dull fire, poked and stirred it till a red inflammation crept over the sheet, and then started anew. Dear Mr. Julian, not knowing your present rank as composer, whether on the very brink of fame or as yet a long way off, I cannot decide which form of expression my earnest acknowledgments should take. Let me simply say in one short phrase, I thank you infinitely. I am no musician, and my opinion on music may not be worth much, yet I know what I like, as everybody says, but I do not use the words as a form to cover a hopeless blank on all connected with the subject. And this sweet air I love. You must have glided like a breeze about me, seen into a heart not worthy of scrutiny, jotted down words that cannot justify attention, before you could have apotheosized the song in so exquisite a manner. My gratitude took the form of wretchedness, when, on hearing the effect of the ballad in public this evening, I thought that I had not power to withhold a reply which might do us both more harm than good. Then I said, away with all emotion, I wish the world was drained dry of it. I will take notice. When a lady whispered at my elbow to the effect that of course I had expressed my gratification to you. I ought first to have mentioned that your creation has been played tonight to full drawing-rooms, and the original tones cooled the artificial air like a fountain almost. I prophesy great things for you. Perhaps at the time when we are each but a row of bones in our individual graves, your genius will be remembered, while my mere cleverness will have been long forgotten. But, you must allow a woman of experience to say this, the undoubted power that you possess will do you socially no good unless you mix it with the ingredient of ambition, a quality in which I feel you are very deficient. It is in the hope of stimulating you to a better opinion of yourself that I write this letter. Probably I shall never meet you again. Not that I think circumstances to be particularly powerful to prevent such a meeting. Rather it is that I shall energetically avoid it. There can be no such thing as strong friendship between a man and a woman not of one family. More than that there must not be, and this is why we will not meet. You see that I do not mince matters at all, but it is hypocrisy to avoid touching upon a subject which all men and women in our position inevitably think of, no matter what they say. Some women might have written distantly and wept at the repression of their real feeling, but it is better to be more frank and keep a dry eye. Yours, Ethelberta. Her feet felt cold and her heart weak as she directed the letter, and she was overpowered with weariness. But murmuring, "If I let it stay till the morning, I shall not send it, and a man may be lost to fame because of a woman's squeamishness. It shall go." She partially dressed herself, wrapped a large cloak around her, descended the stairs, and went out to the pillar-box of the corner, leaving the door not quite closed. No gust of wind had realized her misgivings that it might be blown shut on her return, and she re-entered as softly as she had emerged. It will be seen that Ethelberta had said
Chapter 10 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. Lady Petherwin's House. The next day, old Lady Petherwin, who had not accompanied Ethelberta the night before, came into the morning-room with a newspaper in her hand. "What does this mean, Ethelberta?" she inquired in tones from which every shade of human expressiveness was extracted by some awful and imminent mood that lay behind. She was pointing to a paragraph under the heading of Literary Notes, which contained in a few words the announcement of Ethelberta's authorship that had more circumstantially appeared in the Wessex Reflector. "It means what it says," said Ethelberta quietly. "Then it is true?" "Yes, I must apologize for having kept it such a secret from you. It was not done in the spirit that you may imagine.
It was merely to avoid disturbing your mind that I did it so privately."
"But surely you have not written every one of those ribald verses?"
Ethelberta looked inclined to exclaim most vehemently against this, but what she actually said was, "Ribald? What do you mean by that? I don't think that you are aware what ribald means."
"I am not sure that I am.
As regards some words as well as some persons, the less you are acquainted with them, the more it is to your credit." "I don't quite deserve this, Lady Petherwin."
Really, one would imagine that women wrote their books during those dreams in which people have no moral sense, to see how improper some even virtuous ladies become when they get into print.
"I might have done a much more unnatural thing than write those poems, and perhaps I might have done a much better thing and got less praise. But that's the world's fault, not mine."
"You might have left them unwritten and shown more fidelity."
"Fidelity? It is more a matter of humour than principle. What has fidelity to do with it?"
"Fidelity to my dear boy's memory."
"It would be difficult to show that, because I have written so-called tender and gay verse. I feel tender and gay. It is too often assumed that a person's fancy is a person's real mind. I believe that in the majority of cases one is fond of imagining the direct opposite of one's principles in sheer effort after something fresh and free. At any rate, some of the lightest of those rhymes were composed between the deepest fits of dismals I have ever known. However, I did expect that you might judge in the way you have judged, and that was my chief reason for not telling you what I had done."
"You don't deny that you tried to escape from recollections you ought to have cherished? There is only one thing that women of your sort are as ready to do as to take a man's name, and that is to drop his memory."
"Dear Lady Petherwin, don't be so unreasonable as to blame a live person for living. No woman's head is so small as to be filled for life by a memory of a few months. 4 years have passed since I last saw my boy husband. We were mere children. See how I have altered since in mind, substance, and outline. I've even grown half an inch taller since his death. 2 years will exhaust the regrets of widows who have long been faithful wives. And ought I not to show a little new life when my husband died in the honeymoon?"
"No. Accepting the protection of your husband's mother was, in effect, an avowal that you rejected the idea of being a widow to prolong the idea of being a wife. And the sin against your conventional state thus assumed is almost as bad as would have been a sin against the married state itself. If you had gone off when he died, saying, 'Thank heaven I am free,' you would at any rate have shown some real honesty."
"I should have been more virtuous by being more unfeeling. That often happens."
"I have taken to you and made a great deal of you, given you the inestimable advantages of foreign travel and good society to enlarge your mind. In short, I have been like a Naomi to you in everything, and I maintain that writing these poems saps the foundation of it all."
"I do own that you have been a very good Naomi to me thus far, but Ruth was quite a fast widow in comparison with me, and yet Naomi never blamed her. You are unfortunate in your illustration, but it is dreadfully flippant of me to answer you like this, for you have been kind. But why will you provoke me?"
"Yes, you are flippant, Ethelberta. You are much given to that sort of thing."
"Well, I don't know how the secret of my name has leaked out, and I am not ribald or anything you say," said Ethelberta with a sigh.
"Then you own you do not feel so ardent as you seem in your book?"
"I do own it."
"And that you are sorry your name has been published in connection with it?"
"I am."
"And you think the verses may tend to misrepresent your character as a gay and rapturous one when it is not?"
"I do fear it."
"Then of course you will suppress the poems instantly. That is the only way in which you can regain the position you have hitherto held with me."
Ethelberta said nothing, and the dull winter atmosphere had far from light enough in it to show by her face what she might be thinking.
"Well?"
said Lady Petherwin. "I did not expect such a command as that," said Ethelberta. "I have been obedient for 4 years, and will continue so, but I cannot suppress the poems. They are not mine now to suppress." "You must get them into your hands. Money will do it, I suppose?" "Yes, I suppose it would. £1,000.
"Very well. The money shall be forthcoming," said Lady Pethwin, after a pause. "You had better sit down and write about it at once."
"I cannot do it," said Ethelberta, "and I will not. I don't wish them to be suppressed. I am not ashamed of them. There is nothing to be ashamed of in them, and I shall not take any steps in the matter."
"Then you are an ungrateful woman, and wanting in a natural affection for the dead. Considering your birth—"
"That's an intolerable—" Lady Pethwin crashed out of the room in a wind of indignation, and went upstairs and heard no more. Adjoining her chamber was a smaller one called her study, and on reaching this she unlocked a cabinet, took out a small deed-box, removed from it a folded packet, unfolded it, crumpled it up, and turning round suddenly flung it into the fire. Then she stood and beheld it eaten away word after word by the flames. Testament, all that freehold, heirs and assigns, appearing occasionally for a moment, only to disappear for ever. Nearly half the document had turned into a glossy black when the lady clasped her hands. "What have I done?" she exclaimed. Springing to the tongs, she seized with them the portion of the writing yet unconsumed, and dragged it out of the fire. Ethelberta appeared at the door. "Quick, Ethelberta," said Lady Pethwin, "help me to put this out." And the two women went trampling wildly upon the document and smothering it with a corner of the hearthrug. "What is it?" said Ethelberta. "My will," said Lady Pethwin. "I have kept it by me lately, for I have wished to look over it at leisure." "Good heavens!" said Ethelberta. "And I was just coming in to tell you that I would always cling to you and never desert you, ill-use me how you might."
"Such an affectionate remark sounds curious at such a time," said Lady Pethwin, sinking down in a chair at the end of the struggle.
"But," cried Ethelberta, "you don't suppose—"
"Selfishness, my dear, has given me such crooked looks that I can see it round a corner."
"If you mean that what is yours to give may not be mine to take, it would be as well to name it in an impersonal way, if you must name it at all," said the daughter-in-law with wet eyelids. "God knows I had no selfish thought in saying that. I came upstairs to ask you to forgive me, and knew nothing about the will. But every explanation distorts it all the more."
"We too have gone all awry, dear. It cannot be concealed. Awry, awry. Ah, who would set us right again? However, now I must send for Mr. Chancellor. No, I am going out on other business, and I will call upon him. There, don't spoil your eyes. You may have to sell them." She rang the bell and ordered the carriage, and half an hour
Chapter 11 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. Sandbourne and its neighbourhood. Some London streets. While this was going on in town, Christopher, at his lodgings in Sandbourne, had been thrown into rare old visions and dreams by the appearance of Ethelberta's letter. Flattered and encouraged to ambition as well as to love by her inspiriting sermon, he put off now the last remnant of cynical doubt upon the genuineness of his old mistress, and once and for all set down as disloyal a belief he had latterly acquired that "come woo me, for I am like enough to consent," was all a young woman had to tell. All the reasoning of political and social economists would not have convinced Christopher that he had a better chance in London than in Sandbourne of making a decent income by reasonable and likely labour. But a belief in a far more improbable proposition, impetuously expressed, warmed him with the idea that he might become famous there. The greater is frequently more readily credited than the less, and an argument which will not convince on a matter of halfpence appears unanswerable when applied to questions of glory and honour. The regulation wet towel and strong coffee of the ambitious and intellectual student floated before him in visions, but it was with a sense of relief that he remembered that music, in spite of its drawbacks as a means of sustenance, was a profession happily unencumbered with those excruciating preliminaries to greatness. Christopher talked about the new move to his sister, and he was vexed that her hopefulness was not roused to quite the pitch of his own. As with others of his sort, his too general habit of accepting the most clouded possibility that chances offered was only transcended by his readiness to kindle with a fitful excitement now and then. Faith was much more equable. "If you were not the most melancholy man God ever created," she said, kindly looking at his vague deep eyes and thin face, which was but a few degrees too refined and poetical to escape the epithet of lantern-jawed from anyone who quarrelled with him, "you would not mind my coolness about this. It is a good thing, of course, to go. I have always fancied that we were mistaken in coming here. Mediocrity stamped London fetches more than talent marked provincial. But I cannot feel so enthusiastic." "Still, if we are to go, we may as well go by enthusiasm as by calculation. It is a sensation pleasanter to the nerves, and leads to just as good a result when there is only one result possible." "Very well," said Faith, "I will not depress you. If I had to describe you, I should say you were a child in your impulses, and an old man in your reflections. Have you considered when we should start?" "Yes." "What have you thought?" "That we may very well leave the place in 6 weeks, if we wish." "We really may?" "Yes, and what is more, we will." Christopher and Faith arrived in London on an afternoon at the end of winter, and beheld from one of the river bridges snow-white scrolls of steam from the tall chimneys of Lambeth, rising against the livid sky behind, as if drawn in chalk on toned cardboard. The first thing he did that evening, when settled in their apartments near the British Museum, before applying himself to the beginning of the means by which success in life might be attained, was to go out in the direction of Ethelberta's door, leaving Faith unpacking the things, and sniffing extraordinary smoke smells which he discovered in all nooks and crannies of the rooms. It was some satisfaction to see Ethelberta's house, although the single feature in which it differed from the other houses in the Crescent was that no lamp shone from the fanlight over the entrance, a speciality which, if he cared for omens, was hardly encouraging. Fearing to linger near lest he might be detected, Christopher stole a glimpse at the door and at the steps, imagined what a trifle of the depression worn in each step her feet had tended to produce, and strolled home again. Feeling that his reasons for calling just now were scarcely sufficient, he went next day about the business that had brought him to town, which referred to a situation as organist in a large church in the north-west district. The post was half insured already, and he intended to make of it the nucleus of a professional occupation and income. Then he sat down to think of the preliminary steps towards publishing the song that had so pleased her, and had also, as far as he could understand from her letter, hit the popular taste very successfully, a fact which, however little it may say for the virtues of the song as a composition, was a great recommendation to it as a property. Christopher was delighted to perceive that out of this position he could frame an admissible, if not an unimpeachable, reason for calling upon Ethelberta. He determined to do so at once, and obtain the required permission by word of mouth. He was greatly surprised, when the front of the house appeared in view on this spring afternoon, to see what a white and sightless aspect pervaded all the windows. He came close. The eyeball blankness was caused by all the shutters and blinds being shut tight from top to bottom. Possibly this had been the case for some time, he could not tell. In one of the windows was a card bearing the announcement, "This house to be let furnished." Here was a merciless clash between fancy and fact. Regretting now his faint-heartedness in not letting her know beforehand by some means that he was about to make a new start in the world, and coming to dwell near her, Christopher rang the bell to make inquiries. A gloomy caretaker appeared after a while, and the young man asked whither the ladies had gone to live. he was beyond measure depressed to learn that they were in the south of France. Arles, the man thought the place was called, the time of their return to town being very uncertain, though one thing was clear: they meant to miss the forthcoming London season altogether. As Christopher's hope to see her again had brought a resolve to do so, so now resolve led to dogged patience. Instead of attempting anything by letter, he decided to wait. And he waited well, occupying himself in publishing a march and a morning and evening service in E-flat. Some 4-part songs, too, engaged his attention when the heavier duties of the day were over, these duties being the giving of lessons in harmony and counterpoint, in which he was aided by the introductions of a man well known in the musical world, who had been acquainted with young Julian as a promising amateur, long before he adopted music as the staff of his pilgrimage. It was the end of the summer when he again tried his fortune at the house in Exonbury Crescent. Scarcely calculating upon finding her at this stagnant time of the town year, and only hoping for information, Julian was surprised and excited to see the shutters open, and the house wearing altogether a living look, its neighbours having decidedly died off meanwhile. "The family here," said a footman, in answer to his inquiry, "are only temporary tenants of the house. It is not Lady Petherwin's people." "Do you know the Petherwins' present address?" "Underground, sir, for the old lady. She died some time ago in Switzerland, and was buried there, I believe." "And Mrs. Petherwin, the young lady?" said Christopher, starting. "We are not acquainted personally with the family," the man replied. "My master has only taken the house for a few months, whilst extensive alterations are being made in his own on the other side of the park, which he goes to look after every day. If you want any further information about Lady Petherwin, Mrs. Petherwin will probably give it. I can let you have her address." "Ah, yes, thank you," said Christopher. The footman handed him one of some cards which appeared to be left for the purpose. Julian, though tremblingly anxious to know where Ethelberta was, did not look at it till he could take a cool survey in private. The address was Arrowthorne Lodge, Upper Wessex. "Dear me," said Christopher to Chapter 12 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. Arrowthorne Park and Lodge. Summer was just over when Christopher Julian found himself rattling along in the train to Sandbourne on some trifling business appertaining to his late father's affairs, which would afford him an excuse for calling at Arrowthorne about the song of hers that he wished to produce. He alighted in the afternoon at a little station some 20 miles short of Sandbourne, and, leaving his portmanteau behind him there, decided to walk across the fields, obtain if possible the interview with the lady, and return then to the station to finish the journey to Sandbourne, which he could thus reach at a convenient hour in the evening, and, if he chose, take leave of again the next day. It was an afternoon which had a fungus smell out of doors, all being sunless and stagnant overhead and around. The various species of trees had begun to assume the more distinctive colours of their decline, and, where there had been one pervasive green, were now 20 greenish yellows, the air in the vistas between them being half opaque with blue exhalation. Christopher, in his walk, overtook a countryman, and inquired if the path they were following would lead him to Arrowthorne Lodge. "'Twill take ye into Arrowthorne Park," the man replied, "but you won't come anigh the lodge unless you bear round to the left as might be." "Mrs. Petherwin lives there, I believe?" "No, sir. Leastwise, unless she's but lately come. I never heard of such a woman." "She may possibly be only visiting there." "Ah, perhaps that's the shape of it. Well, now you tell it, I have seen a strange face thereabouts once or twice lately. A young good-looking maid enough, seemingly." "Yes, she's considered a very handsome lady." "I've heard the woodman say, now that you tell it,
that they'd meet every now and then, just at the closing in of the day, as they come home along with their niches of sticks. Ay, stalking about under the trees by herself. A tall black martel, so long-legged and awful like that you'd think 'twas the old fellow himself a-coming, they say. Now, a woman must be a queer body, to my thinking, to roam about by night so lonesome and that. Ay, now that you tell it, there is such a woman, but I never had showed in the parish. Sure, I never thought who the body was. No, not once about her, not where was her living and that. Not I, till you spoke. Well, there, sir, that's Arrowthorne Lodge. Do you see they 3 elms? He pointed across the glade towards some confused foliage a long way off. "I'm not sure about the sort of tree you mean," said Christopher. "I see a number of trees with edges shaped like edges of clouds." "Ay, they be oaks. I mean the elms to the left hand." "But a man can hardly tell oaks from elms at that distance, my good fellow." "That I can very well. Leastwise, if he's got the sense." "Well, I think I see what you mean," said Christopher. "What next?" "When you get there, you bear away smart to nor'-west, and you'll come straight as a line to the lodge." "How the deuce am I to know which is north-west in a strange place, with no sun to tell me?" "What, not know nor'-west? Well, I should think a boy could never live and grow up to be a man without knowing the 4 quarters. I knowed 'em when I was a mossel of a child. We've been all great scholars here, that's true, but there isn't a Tom Rig or Jack Straw in these parts that don't know where they lie as well as I. No, I've lived man and boy these 68 years, and never met a man in my life afore who hadn't learned such a common thing as the 4 quarters.
Christopher parted from his companion, and soon reached a stile, clambering over which he entered a park. Here he threaded his way, and rounding a clump of aged trees, the young man came in view of a light and elegant country house in the half-timbered Gothic style of the late Revival, apparently only a few years old. Surprised at finding himself so near, Christopher's heart fluttered unimaginably, till he had taken an abstract view of his position, and, in impatience at his want of nerve, adopted a sombre train of reasoning to convince himself that, far from indulgence in the passion of love-bringing bliss, it was a folly leading to grief and disquiet, certainly one which would do him no good. Cooled down by this, he stepped into the drive and went up to the house. "Is Mrs. Petherwin at home?" he said modestly.
"Who did you say, sir?"
He repeated the name.
"Don't know the person."
The lady may be a visitor. I call on business."
"He's not visiting in this house, sir."
"Is not this Arrowthorne Lodge?"
"Certainly not."
"Then where is Arrowthorne Lodge, please?"
"Well, it's nearly a mile from here, under the trees by the high road. If you go across by that footpath, it'll bring you out quicker than by following the bend of the drive."
Christopher wondered how he could have managed to get into the wrong park, but, setting it down to his ignorance of the difference between oak and elm, he immediately retraced his steps, passing across the park again, through the gate at the end of the drive, and into the turnpike road. No other gate, park, or country seat of any description was within view. "Can you tell me the way to Arrowthorne Lodge?" he inquired of the first person he met, who was a little girl. "You're just coming away from it, sir," said she. "I'll show you. I'm going that way." They walked along together. Getting abreast of the entrance of the park he had just emerged from, the child said, "There it is, sir. I live there too." Christopher, with a dazed countenance, looked towards a cottage which stood nestling in the shrubbery and ivy like a mushroom among grass. "Is that Arrowthorne Lodge?" he repeated. "Yes, and if you go up the drive you come to Arrowthorne House." "Arrowthorne Lodge, where Mrs. Petherwin lives, I mean." "Yes, she lives there along with mother and me. But she don't want anybody to know it, sir, 'cause she's celebrate, and 'twouldn't do at all." Christopher said no more, and the little girl became interested in the products of the bank and ditch by the wayside. He left her, pushed open the heavy gate, and tapped at the lodge door. The latch was lifted. "Does Mrs. Petherwin," he began, and, determined that there should be no mistake, repeated, "Does Mrs. Ethelberta Petherwin, the poetess, live here?" turning full upon the person who opened the door. "She does, sir," said a faltering
Chapter 13 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. The Lodge, continued. The Copse behind.
"This is indeed a surprise. I am glad to see you," Christopher stammered, with a wire-drawn, radically different smile from the one he had intended, a smile not without a tinge of ghastliness. "Yes, I am at home for the holidays," said the blushing maiden, and after a critical pause she added, "If you wish to speak to my sister, she is in the plantation with the children." "Oh, no, thank you, not necessary at all," said Christopher in haste. "I only wish for an interview with a lady called Mrs. Petherwin." "Yes, Mrs. Petherwin, my sister," said Picketty. "She's in the plantation. That little path will take you to her in 5 minutes." The amazed Christopher persuaded himself that this discovery was very delightful, and went on persuading so long that at last he felt it to be so. Unable, like many other people, to enjoy being satirized in words because of the irritation it caused him as aimed at a victim, he sometimes had philosophy enough to appreciate a satire of circumstance because nobody intended it. Pursuing the path indicated, he found himself in a thicket of scrubby undergrowth, which covered an area enclosed from the park proper by a decaying fence. The boughs were so tangled that he was obliged to screen his face with his hands to escape the risk of having his eyes flipped out by the twigs that impeded his progress. Thus slowly advancing, his ear caught, between the rustles, the tones of a voice in earnest declamation, and, pushing round in that direction, he beheld through some beech boughs an open space about 10 yards in diameter, floored at the bottom with deep beds of curled old leaves and cushions of furry moss. In the middle of this natural theatre was the stump of a tree that had been felled by a saw, and upon the flat stool thus formed stood Ethelberta, whom Christopher had not beheld since the ball at Windway House. Round her, leaning against branches or prostrate on the ground, were 5 or 6 individuals. 2 were young mechanics, one of them evidently a carpenter. Then there was a boy about 13 and 2 or 3 younger children. Ethelberta's appearance answered as fully as ever to that of an English lady skilfully perfected in manner, carriage, look, and accent, and the incongruity of her present position among lives which had had many of nature's beauties stamped out of them, and few of the beauties of art stamped in, brought him, as a second feeling, a pride in her that almost equalled his first sentiment of surprise. Christopher's attention was meanwhile attracted from the constitution of the group to the words of the speaker in the centre of it, words to which her auditors were listening with still attention. It appeared to Christopher that Ethelberta had lately been undergoing some very extraordinary experiences. What the beginning of them had been he could not in the least understand, but the portion she was describing came distinctly to his ears, and he wondered more and more. He came forward till he, like myself, was about 20 yards from the edge. I instinctively grasped my useless stiletto. How I longed for the assistance which a little earlier I had so much despised! Reaching the block or boulder upon which I had been sitting, he clasped his arms around from behind. His hands closed upon the empty seat, and he jumped up with an oath. This method of attack told me a new thing with wretched distinctness. He had, as I suppose, discovered my sex. Male attire was to serve my turn no longer. The next instant, indeed, made it clear, for he exclaimed, "You don't escape me, masquerading madam," or some such words, and came on. My only hope was that in his excitement he might forget to notice where the grass terminated near the edge of the cliff, though this could be easily felt by a careful walker. To make my own feeling more distinct on this point, I hastily bared my feet. The listeners moistened their lips. Ethelberta took breath, and then went on to describe the scene that ensued. "A dreadful variation on the game of blindman's buff," being the words by which she characterized it. Ethelberta's manner had become so impassioned at this point that the lips of her audience parted, the children clung to their elders, and Christopher could control himself no longer. He thrust aside the boughs and broke in upon the group. "For heaven's sake, Ethelberta," he exclaimed with great excitement, "where did you meet with such a terrible experience as that?" The children shrieked, as if they thought that the interruption was in some way the catastrophe of the events in course of narration. Everyone started up. The two young mechanics stared, and one of them inquired in return, "What's the matter, friend?" Christopher had not yet made reply when Ethelberta stepped from her pedestal down upon the crackling carpet of deep leaves. "Mr. Julian," said she in a serene voice, turning upon him eyes of such a disputable stage of colour between brown and grey as would have commended itself to a gallant duellist of the last century as a point on which it was absolutely necessary to take some friend's life or other. But the calmness was artificially done, and the astonishment that did not appear in Ethelberta's tone was expressed by her gaze. Christopher was not in a mood to draw fine distinctions between recognized and unrecognized organs of speech. He replied to the eyes. "I own that your surprise is natural," he said, with an anxious look into her face, as if he wished to get beyond this interpolated scene to something more congenial and understood. "But my concern at such a history of yourself since I last saw you is even more natural than your surprise at my manner of breaking in." "That history would justify any conduct in one who hears it." "Yes, indeed." "If it were true," added Ethelberta, smiling. "But it is as false as—" She could name nothing so notoriously false without raising an image of what was disagreeable, and she continued in a better manner. "The story I was telling is entirely a fiction, which I am getting up for a particular purpose, very different from what appears at present." I'm sorry there was such a misunderstanding," Christopher stammered, looking upon the ground uncertain and ashamed. "Yet I am not either, for I am very glad you have not undergone such trial, of course. But the fact is, being in the neighbourhood, I ventured to call on a matter of business, relating to a poem which I had the pleasure of setting to music at the beginning of the year." Ethelberta was only a little less ill at ease than Christopher showed himself to be by this way of talking. "Will you walk slowly on," she said gently to the two young men, "and take the children with you? This gentleman wishes to speak to me on business." The biggest young man caught up a little one under his arm and plunged among the boughs. Another little one lingered behind for a few moments to look shyly at Christopher, with an oblique manner of hiding her mouth against her shoulder and her eyes behind her pinafore. Then she vanished. The boy and the second young man followed, and Ethelberta and Christopher stood within the wood-bound circle, alone. "I hope I have caused no inconvenience by interrupting the proceedings," said Christopher softly, "but I so very much wished to see you." "Did you indeed really wish to see me?" she said gladly. "Never mind inconvenience, then. It is a word which seems shallow in meaning under the circumstances. I surely must say that a visit is to my advantage, must I not? I am not as I was, you see, and may receive as advantages what I used to consider as troubles." "Has your life really changed so much?" "It has changed, but what I first meant was that an interesting visitor at a wrong time is better than a stupid one at the right time." "I had been behind the trees for some minutes, looking at you and thinking of you, but what you were doing rather interrupted my first meditation. I had thought of a meeting in which we should continue our intercourse at the point at which it was broken off years ago, as if the omitted part had not existed at all. But something, I cannot tell what, has upset all that feeling, and I can soon tell you the meaning of my extraordinary performance," Ethelberta broke in quickly and with a little trepidation. "My mother-in-law, Lady Petherwin, is dead, and she has left me nothing but her house and furniture in London, more than I deserve, but less than she had distinctly led me to expect. And so I am somewhat in a corner." "It is always so." "Not always, I think, but this is how it happened. Lady Petherwin was very capricious. When she was not foolishly kind, she was unjustly harsh. A great many are like it, never thinking what a good thing it would be, instead of going on tacking from side to side between favour and cruelty, to keep a mean line of common justice. And so we quarrelled, and she, being absolute mistress of all her wealth, destroyed her will that was in my favour, and made another, leaving me nothing but the fag end of the lease of the town-house and the furniture in it. Then, when we were abroad, she turned to me again, forgave everything, and, becoming ill afterwards, wrote a letter to the brother, to whom she had left the bulk of her property, stating that I was to have 20,000 of the 100,000 pounds she had bequeathed to him, as in the original will, doing this by letter, in case anything should happen to her before a new will could be considered, drawn, and signed, and trusting to his honour quite that he would obey her expressed wish should she die abroad. Well, she did die, in the full persuasion that I was provided for. But her brother, as I secretly expected all the time, refused to be morally bound by a document which had no legal value, and the result is that he has everything, except, of course, the furniture and the lease. It would have been enough to break the heart of a person who had calculated upon getting a fortune, which I never did, for I felt always like an intruder and a bondswoman, and have wished myself out of the Petherwin family 100 times, with my crust of bread and liberty. For one thing, I was always forbidden to see my relatives, and it pained me much. Now I am going to move for myself, and consider that I have a good chance of success in what I may undertake, because of an indifference I feel about succeeding, which gives the necessary coolness that any great task requires. I presume you mean to write more poems? I cannot. That is, I can write no more than satisfy me. To blossom into rhyme on the sparkling pleasures of life, you must be under the influence of those pleasures, and I am at present quite removed from them, surrounded by gaunt realities of a very different description. Then try the mournful. Trade upon your sufferings. Many do, and thrive. It is no use to say that, no use at all. I cannot write a line of verse, and yet the others flow from my heart like a stream. But nothing is so easy as to seem clever when you have money. Except to seem stupid when you have none, said Christopher, looking at the dead leaves. Ethelberta allowed herself to linger on that thought for a few seconds, and continued, Then the question arose, what was I to do? I felt that to write prose would be an uncongenial occupation, and altogether a poor prospect for a woman like me. Finally, I have decided to appear in public. Not on the stage. Certainly not on the stage. There is no novelty in a poor lady turning actress. A novelty is what I want. Ordinary powers exhibited in a new way effect as much as extraordinary powers exhibited in an old way. Yes, so they do, and extraordinary powers and a new way, too, would be irresistible. I don't calculate upon both. I had written a prose story by request, when it was found that I had grown utterly inane over verse. It was written in the first person, and the style was modelled after Defoe's. The night before sending it off, when I had already packed it up, I was reading about the professional story-tellers of Eastern countries, who devoted their lives to the telling of tales. I unfastened the manuscript and retained it, convinced that I should do better by telling the story. "Well thought of," exclaimed Christopher, looking into her face. "There is a way for everybody to live if they can only find it out." "It occurred to me," she continued, blushing slightly, "that tales of the weird kind were made to be told, not written. The action of a teller is wanted to give due effect to all stories of incident, and I hope that a time will come when, as of old, instead of an unsocial reading of fiction at home alone, people will meet together cordially and sit at the feet of a professed romancer. I am going to tell my tales before a London public. As a child I had a considerable power in arresting the attention of other children by recounting adventures which had never happened. And men and women are but children enlarged a little. Look at this." She drew from her pocket a folded paper, shook it abroad, and disclosed a rough draft of an announcement, to the effect that Mrs. Petherwin, professed storyteller, would devote an evening to that ancient form of the romancer's art at a well-known fashionable hall in London. "Now you see," she continued, "the meaning of what you observed going on here. That you heard was one of 3 tales I am preparing, with the view of selecting the best. As a reserved one I have the tale of my own life, to be played as a last card. It was a private rehearsal before my brothers and sisters, not with any view of obtaining their criticism, but that I might become accustomed to my own voice in the presence of listeners." "If I only had half your enterprise, what I might have done in the world!" "Now, did you ever consider what a power Defoe's manner would have if practised by word of mouth? Indeed, it is a style which suits itself infinitely better to telling than to writing, abounding as it does in colloquialisms that are somewhat out of place on paper in these days, but have a wonderful power in making a narrative seem real. And so, in short, I am going to talk Defoe on a subject of my own. Well?" The last word had been given tenderly, with a long-drawn sweetness, and was caused by a look that Christopher was bending upon her at the moment, in which he revealed that he was thinking less of the subject she was so eagerly and hopefully descanting upon than upon her aspect in explaining it. It is a fault of manner particularly common among men newly imported into the society of bright and beautiful women, and we will hope that, springing as it does from no unworthy source, it is as soon forgiven in the general world as it was here. "I was only following a thought," said Christopher, "a thought of how I used to know you, and then lost sight of you, and then discovered you famous, and how we are here under these sad autumn trees, and nobody in sight." "I think it must be tea-time," she said suddenly. "Tea is a great meal with us here. You will join us, will you not?" And Ethelberta began to make for herself a passage through the boughs. Another rustle was heard a little way off, and one of the children appeared. "Emmeline wants to know, please, if the gentleman that comes to see ye will stay to tea, because if so, she's going to put in another spoon for him, and a bit of best green." "Oh, Georgina, how candid! Yes, put in some best green." Before Christopher could say any more to her, they were emerging by the corner of the cottage, and one of the brothers drew near them. "Mr. Julian, you'll bide and have a cup of tea with us?" he inquired of Christopher. "An old friend of yours, is he not, Mrs. Petherwin? Dan and I be going back to Sandbourne tonight, and we can walk with ye as far as the station." "I shall be delighted," said Christopher, and they all entered the cottage. The evening had grown clearer by this time. The sun was peeping out just previous to the departure, and sent gold wires of light across the glades and into the windows, throwing a pattern of the diamond quarries and outlines of the geraniums in pots against the opposite wall. One end of the room was polygonal, such a shape being dictated by the exterior design. In this part the windows were placed, as at the east end of continental churches. Thus, from the combined effects of the ecclesiastical lancet lights and the apsidal shape of the room, it occurred to Christopher that the sisters were all a delightful set of pretty saints, exhibiting themselves in a lady chapel, and backed up by unkempt major prophets, as represented by the forms of their big brothers. Christopher sat down to tea as invited, squeezing himself in between 2 children whose names were almost as long as their persons, and whose tin cups discoursed primitive music by means of spoons rattled inside them until they were filled. The tea proceeded pleasantly, notwithstanding that the cake, being a little burnt, tasted on the outside like the latter plums in Snapdragon. Christopher never could meet the eye of Picotee, who continued in a wild state of flushing all the time, fixing her looks upon the sugar-basin, except when she glanced out of the window to see how the evening was going on, and speaking no word at all, unless it was to correct a small sister of somewhat crude manners as regards filling the mouth, which Picotee did in a whisper, and a gentle inclination of her mouth to the little one's ear, and a still deeper blush than before. Their visitor next noticed that an additional cup and saucer and plate made their appearance occasionally at the table, was silently replenished, and then carried off by one of the children to an inner apartment. "Our mother is bedridden," said Ethelberta, noticing Christopher's look at the proceeding. "Emmeline attends to the household, except when Pickety is at home, and Joey attends to the gate. But our mother's affliction is a very unfortunate thing for the poor children. We are thinking of a plan of living which will, I hope, be more convenient than this is, but we have not yet decided what to do." At this minute a carriage and pair of horses became visible through one of the angular windows of the apse, in the act of turning in from the highway towards the park gate. The boy, who answered to the name of Joey, sprang up from the table with the promptness of a jack-in-the-box, and ran out of the door. Everybody turned as the carriage passed through the gate, which Joey held open, putting his other hand where the brim of his hat would have been if he had worn one, and lapsing into a careless boy again the instant that the vehicle had gone by. "There's a tremendous large dinner party at the house to-night," said Emmeline methodically, looking at the equipage over the edge of her teacup without leaving off sipping. "That was Lord Mountclair. He's a wicked old man, they say." "Lord Mountclair?" said Ethelberta musingly. "I used to know some friends of his. In what way is he wicked?" "I don't know," said Emmeline with simplicity. "I suppose it is because he breaks the commandments. But I wonder how a big rich lord can want to steal anything." Emmeline's thoughts of breaking commandments instinctively fell upon the 8th, as being in her ideas the only case wherein the gain could be considered as at all worth the hazard. Ethelberta said nothing, but Christopher thought that a shade of depression passed over her. "Hook back the goat, Joey," shouted Emmeline, when a carriage had proceeded up the drive. "There's more to come." Joey did as ordered, and by the time he got indoors another carriage turned in from the public road, a one-horse brougham this time. "I know who that is. That's Mr. Ladywell," said Emmeline in the same matter-of-fact tone. "He's been here afore. He's a distant relation of the squire's, and he once gave me 6pence for picking up his gloves." "What shall I live to see?" murmured the poetess under her breath, kneeling and dropping her teacup in an involuntary trepidation, from which she made it a point of dignity to recover in a moment. Christopher's eyes, at that exhibition from Ethelberta, entered her own like a pair of lances. Pickety, seeing Christopher's quick look of jealousy, became involved in her turn, and grew pale as a lily in her endeavours to conceal the complications to which it gave birth in her poor little breast likewise. "You judge me very wrongly," said Ethelberta, in answer to Christopher's hasty look of resentment. "In supposing Mr. Ladywell to be a great friend of yours?" said Christopher, who had in some indescribable way suddenly assumed a right to Ethelberta as his old property. "Yes, for I hardly know him, and certainly do not value him." After this there was something in the mutual look of the two, though their words had been private, which did not tend to remove the anguish of fragile Pickety. Christopher, assured that Ethelberta's embarrassment had been caused by nothing more than the sense of her odd social subsistence, recovered more bliss than he had lost, and regarded calmly the profile of young Ladywell between the two windows of his brougham as it passed the open cottage door, bearing him along, unconscious as the dead of the nearness of his beloved one, and of the sad buffoonery that fate, fortune, and the guardian angels had been playing with Ethelberta of late. He recognized the face as that of the young man whom he had encountered when watching Ethelberta's window from Rookington Park. "Perhaps you remember seeing him at the Christmas dance at Windway?" she inquired. "He's a good-natured fellow. Afterwards he sent me that portfolio of sketches you see in the corner. He might possibly do something in the world as a painter, if he were obliged to work at the art for his bread, which he is not." She added with bitter pleasantry, "In bare mercy to his self-respect, I must remain unseen here." It impressed Christopher to perceive how, under the estrangement which arose from differences of education, surroundings, experience, and talent, The sympathies of close relationships were perceptible in Ethelberta's bearing towards her brothers and sisters. At a remark upon some simple pleasure wherein she had not participated because absent and occupied by far more comprehensive interests, a gloom as of banishment would cross her face and dim it for a while, showing that the free habits and enthusiasms of country life had still their charm with her, in the face of the subtler gratifications of abridged bodices, candlelight, and no feelings in particular, which prevailed in town. Perhaps the one condition which could work up into a permanent feeling the passing revival of his fancy for a woman whose chief attribute he had supposed to be sprightliness, was added now by the romantic ubiquity of station that attached to her. A discovery which might have grated on the senses of a man wedded to conventionality was a positive pleasure to one whose faith in society had departed with his own social ruin. The room began to darken, whereupon Christopher
Chapter 14 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. A Turnpike Road. "We be thinking of coming to London ourselves soon," said Sol, a carpenter and joiner by trade, as he walked along at Christopher's left hand. "There's so much more chance for a man up the country. Now, if you was me, how should you set about getting a job, sir?"
"What can you do?" said Christopher.
"Well, I'm a very good staircase hand, and I've been called neat at sash frames, and I can knot together doors and shutters very well, and I can do a little cabinet making. I don't mind framing a roof neither, if the rest be busy, and I'm almost ready to fill up my time at planing floorboards by the foot." "And I can mix and lay flat tents," said Dan, who was a house painter, "and pick out mouldings and grain in every kind of wood you can mention, oak, maple, walnut, satinwood, cherry tree."
"You can both do too much to stand the least chance of being allowed to do anything in a city, where limitation is all the rule in labour. To have any success, Sol, you must be a man who can thoroughly look at a door to see what ought to be done to it. But as to looking at a window, that's not your line. Or a person who, to the remotest particular, understands turning a screw, but does not profess any knowledge as to how to drive a nail. Dan must know how to paint blue to a marvel, but must be quite in the dark about painting green. If you stick to some such principle of speciality as this, you may get employment in London."
"Ha, ha, ha, ha!"
said Dan, striking at a stone in the road with the stout green hazel he carried.
"A week is as good as a nod. Thank ye, we'll mind all that now."
"If we do come," said Sol, "we shall not mix up with Mrs. Petherwin at all."
"Oh, indeed?"
"Oh, no. Perhaps you think it odd that we call her Mrs. Petherwin, but that's by agreement as safer and better than Berta, because we be such rough chaps, you see, and she's so lofty. 'Twould demean her to claim kin wi' her in London, two journeymen like we, that know nothing besides our trades."
"Not at all," said Christopher, by way of chiming in the friendliest manner. "She would be pleased to see any straightforward, honest man, and brother, I should think, notwithstanding that she has moved in other society for a time."
"Ah, you don't know Berta," said Dan, looking as if he did.
"How? In what way do you mean?" said Christopher uneasily.
"So lofty, so very lofty, isn't she, Sol? Why, she'll never stir out from mother's till after dark, and then her day begins, and she'll traipse about under the trees, and never go into the high road, so that nobody in the way of gentle people shall run up against her and know her living in such a little small hut after biding in a big mansion place. There, we don't find fault with her about it. We like her just the same, though she don't speak to us in the street. For a fellow must be a fool to make a piece of work about a woman's pride, when 'tis his own sister, and hang upon her and bother her, when he knows 'tis for her own good that he should not. Yes, her life has been queer enough. I hope she enjoys it,
but for my part I like plain sailing. None of your ups and downs for me. There, I suppose 'twas her natur to want to look into the world a bit. Father and mother kept Berta to school, you understand, sir, exclaimed the more thoughtful Sol, because she was such a quick child, and they always had a notion of making a governess of her. Sums, if you said to that child, Berta, 11.3 farthings a day, how much a year, she would tell you in 3 seconds out of her own little head. And that hard sum about the herrings she had done before she was 9. True she had, said Dan, and we all know that to do that is to do something that's no nonsense. What is the sum? Christopher inquired. What, not know the sum about the herrings? Said Dan, spreading his gaze all over Christopher in amazement. Never heard of it, said Christopher. Why, down in these parts, just as you try a man's soul by the 10 Commandments, you try his head by that sum, eh, Sol? Aye, that we do. A herring and a half for 3 halfpence. How many can ye get for 11pence? That's the feller. And a mortal teaser it is, I assure ye. Our parson, who's not altogether without sense of weekdays, said one afternoon, If cunning can be found in the multiplication table at all, Chickerell, 'tis in connection with that sum. Well, Berta was so clever in arithmetic that she was asked to teach summing at Miss Courtly's, and there she got to like foreign tongues more than ciphering, and at last she hated ciphering and took to books entirely. Mother and me were very proud of her at that time. Not that we be stuck-up people at all, be we, Sol? No, not at all. Nobody can say that we be that, though there's more of it in the country than there should be by all account. You'd be surprised to see how vain the girls about here be getting. Little rascals, why, they won't curtsy to the loftiest lady in the land. No, not if you were to pay 'em to do it. Now the men be different. Any man will touch his hat for a pint of beer. But then, of course, there's some difference between the two. Touching a hat is a good deal less to do than bending your knees, as Berta would say, when she was blowed up for not doing it. She was always one of the independent sort. You never seed such a maid as she was. Now Piggotty was quite the other way. Has Piggotty left Sambourne entirely? Oh, no, she's home for the holidays. Well, Mr. Julian, our road parts from yours just here, unless you walk into the next town along with us. But I suppose you get across to the station and go by rail? I'm obliged to go that way for my portmanteau, said Christopher, or I should have been pleased to walk further. Shall I see you in Sambourne tomorrow? I hope so. Well, no, 'tis hardly like that you will see us, hardly. We know how unpleasant it is for a high sort of man to have rough chaps like us hailing him, so we think it best not to meet you. Thank you all the same. So, if you should run up against us in the street, we should be just as well pleased by your taking no notice, if you wouldn't mind. 'Twill save so much awkwardness, being in our working clothes. 'Tis always the plan that Mrs. Petherman and we agree to act upon, and we find it best for both. I hope you take our meaning right, and has no offence, Mr. Julian. And do you do the same with Piggotty? Oh, Lord, no, 'tisn't a bit of use to try. That's the worst of Piggotty, there's no getting rid of her. The more in the rough we be, the more she'll stick to us, and if we say she can't come, she'll bide and fret about it till we be forced to let her. Christopher laughed, and promised, on condition that Chapter 15 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 15. An Inner Room at the Lodge. At the lodge at this time a discussion of some importance was in progress. The scene was Mrs. Chickerell's bedroom, to which, unfortunately, she was confined by some spinal complaint. And here she now appeared as an interesting woman of 45, properly dressed as far as visible, and propped up in a bed covered with a quilt, which presented a field of little squares in many tints, looking altogether like a bird's-eye view of a market garden. Mrs. Chickerell had been nurse in a nobleman's family until her marriage, and after that she played the part of wife and mother, upon the whole affectionately and well. Among her minor differences with her husband had been one about the naming of the children, a matter that was at last compromised by an agreement under which the choice of the girls' names became her prerogative, and that of the boys her husband's, who limited his field of selection to strict historical precedent, as a set-off to Mrs. Chickerell's tendency to stray into the regions of romance. The only grown-up daughters at home, Ethelberta and Picotee, with their brother Joey, were sitting near her. The two youngest children, Georgina and Myrtle, who had been strutting in and out of the room, and otherwise endeavouring to walk, talk, and speak like the gentleman just gone away, were packed off to bed. Emmeline, of that transitional age which causes its exponent to look wistfully at the sitters when romping and at the rompers when sitting, uncertain whether her position in the household is that of a child or woman, was idling in a corner. The two absent brothers and two absent sisters, eldest members of the family, completed the round 10 whom Mrs. Chickerell with thoughtless readiness had presented to a crowded world, to cost Ethelberta many wakeful hours at night, while she revolved schemes how they might be decently maintained. "I still think," Ethelberta was saying, "that the plan I first proposed is the best. I am convinced that it will not do to attempt to keep on the lodge. If we are all together in town, I can look after you much better than when you are far away from me down here." "Shall we not interfere with your plans for keeping up your connections?" inquired her mother, glancing up towards Ethelberta by lifting the flesh of her forehead, instead of troubling to raise her face altogether. "Not nearly as much as by staying here." "But," said Picotee, "if you let lodgings, won't the gentlemen and ladies know it?" "I have thought of that," said Ethelberta, "and this is how I shall manage. In the first place, if mother is there, the lodgings can be let in her name. All bills will be receipted by her, and all tradesmen's orders will be given as from herself. Then we will take no English lodgers at all. We will advertise the rooms only in continental newspapers, as suitable for a French or German gentleman or two. And by this means there will be little danger of my acquaintance discovering that my house is not entirely a private one, or of any lodger being a friend of my acquaintance. I have thought over every possible way of combining the dignified social position I must maintain to make my story-telling attractive with my absolute lack of money, and I can see no better one." "Then if Gwendolen is to be your cook, she must soon give notice at her present place." "Yes. Everything depends upon Gwendolen and Cornelia. But there is time enough for them to give notice. Christmas will be soon enough. If they cannot or will not come as cook and housemaid, I am afraid the plan will break down. A vital condition is that I do not have a soul in the house, beyond the lodgers, who is not one of my own relations. When we have put Joey into buttons, he will do very well to attend to the door." "But suppose," said Joey, after a glassy look at his future appearance in the position alluded to, "that any of ye gentle people come to see ye, and when I open the doors and lets 'em in, a swinging big lodger stalks downstairs. What would 'em think? Up will go their eyeglasses at one another till they glare each other into coals. My gracious!" "The one who calls will only think that another visitor is leaving, Joey. But I shall have no visitors, or very few. I shall let it be known among my late friends that my mother is an invalid, and that on this account we receive none but the most intimate friends. These intimate friends not existing, we receive nobody at all." "Except Sol and Dan, if they get a job in London. They'll have to call upon us at the back door, won't they, Berta?" said Joey. "They must go down the area steps, but they will not mind that. They like the idea." "And father, too, must he go down the steps?" "He may come whichever way he likes. He will be glad enough to have us near at any price. I know that he is not at all happy at leaving you down here, and he away in London. You remember that he has only taken the situation at Mr. Doncastle's on the supposition that you will come to town as soon as he can see an opening for getting you there. and as nothing of the sort has offered itself to him, this will be the very thing. Of course, if I succeed wonderfully well in my schemes for story-tellings, readings of my ballads and poems, lectures on the arts of versification and what not, we need have no lodgers, and then we shall all be living a happy family, all taking our share in keeping the establishment going."
"Except for me," sighed the mother.
"My dear mother, you will be necessary as a steadying power, a flywheel, in short, to the concern. I wish that father could live there too."
"He'll never give up his present way of life. It has grown to be a part of his nature. Poor man, he never feels at home except in somebody else's house, and is nervous and quite a stranger in his own. Such is the fatal effects of service."
"Oh, mother, don't," said Ethelberta tenderly, but with her teeth on edge, and Peggotty curled up her toes, fearing that her mother was going to moralize.
"Well, what I mean is that your father would not like to live upon your earnings, and so forth. But in time we shall be near him. That's one comfort, certainly."
"And I shall not be wanted at all," said Peggotty in a melancholy tone.
"It is much better to stay where you are," her mother said. "You will come and spend the holidays with us, of course, as you do now."
"I should like to live in London best," murmured Peggotty, her head sinking mournfully to one side. "I hate being in Sandbourne now."
"Nonsense," said Ethelberta severely.
"We are all contriving how to live most comfortably, and it is by far the best thing for you to stay at the school. You used to be happy enough there."
Chapter 16 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 16. A Large Public Hall. It was the second week in February. Parliament had just met, and Ethelberta appeared for the first time before an audience in London. There was some novelty in the species of entertainment that the active young woman had proposed to herself, and this doubtless had due effect in collecting the body of strangers that greeted her entry, over and above those friends who came to listen to her as a matter of course. Men and women who had become totally indifferent to new actresses, new readers, and new singers, once more felt the freshness of curiosity as they considered the promise of the announcement. But the chief inducement to attend lay in the fact that here was to be seen in the flesh a woman with whom the tongue of rumour had been busy in many romantic ways, a woman who, whatever else might be doubted, had certainly produced a volume of verses which had been the talk of the many who had read them, and of the many more who had not, for several consecutive weeks. What was her story to be? Persons interested in the inquiry, a small proportion, it may be owned, of the whole London public, and chiefly young men, answered this question for themselves by assuming that it would take the form of some pungent and gratifying revelation of the innermost events of her own life, from which her gushing lines had sprung as an inevitable consequence, and which, being once known, would cause such musical poesy to appear no longer wonderful. The front part of the room was well filled, rows of listeners showing themselves like a drilled-in crop of which not a seed has failed. They were listeners of the right sort, a majority having noses of the prominent and dignified type, which when viewed in a bleak perspective ranged as regularly as bow-windows at a watering-place. Ethelberta's plan was to tell her pretended history and adventures while sitting in a chair, as if she were at her own fireside, surrounded by a circle of friends. By this touch of domesticity a great appearance of truth and naturalness was given, though really the attitude was at first more difficult to maintain satisfactorily than any one wherein stricter formality should be observed. She gently began her subject, as if scarcely knowing whether a throng were near her or not, and in her fear of seeming artificial spoke too low. This defect, however, she soon corrected,
and ultimately went on in a charmingly colloquial manner. What Ethelberta relied upon soon became evident. It was not upon the intrinsic merits of her story as a piece of construction, but upon her method of telling it. Whatever defects the tale possessed, and they were not a few, it had, as delivered by her, the one pre-eminent merit of seeming like truth. A modern critic has well observed of Defoe that he had the most amazing talent on record for telling lies. And Ethelberta, in wishing her fiction to appear like a real narrative of personal adventure, did wisely to make Defoe her model. His is a style even better adapted for speaking than for writing, and the peculiarities of diction which he adopts to give verisimilitude to his narratives acquired enormous additional force when exhibited as viva voce mannerisms. And although these artifices were not perhaps slavishly copied from that master of feigning, they would undoubtedly have reminded her hearers of him, had they not mostly been drawn from an easeful section in society, which is especially characterized by the mental condition of knowing nothing about any author a week after they have read him. The few there who did remember Defoe were impressed by a fancy that his words greeted them anew in a winged, auricular form, instead of by the weaker channels of print and eyesight. The reader may imagine what an effect this well-studied method must have produced when intensified by a clear, living voice, animated action, and the brilliant and expressive eye of a handsome woman, attributes which of themselves almost compelled belief. When she reached the most telling passages, instead of adding exaggerated action and sound, Ethelberta would lapse to a whisper and a sustained stillness, which were more striking than gesticulation. All that could be done by art was there, and if inspiration was wanting, nobody missed it. It was in performing this feat that Ethelberta seemed first to discover in herself the full power of that self-command which further onward in her career more and more impressed her as a singular possession, until at last she was tempted to make of it many fantastic uses, leading to results that affected more households than her own. Her talent for demureness under difficulties, without the cold-bloodedness which renders such a bearing natural and easy, her face and hand reigning unmoved outside a heart by nature turbulent as a wave, is a constitutional arrangement much to be desired by people in general. Yet, had Ethelberta been framed with less of that gift in her, her life might have been more comfortable as an experience, and better as an example, though perhaps duller as a story. Ladywell, how came this Mrs. Petherwin to think of such a queer trick as telling romances after doing so well as a poet? Said a man in the stalls to his friend, who had been gazing at the storyteller with a rapt face. What, don't you know? Everybody did, I thought, said the painter. A mistake. Indeed, I should not have come here at all, had I not heard the subject mentioned by accident yesterday at Gray's. And then I remembered her to be the same woman I met at some place, Belmain's, I think it was, last year, when I thought her just getting on for handsome and clever, not to put it too strongly. Ah, naturally you would not know much, replied Ladywell in an eager whisper. Perhaps I am judging others by myself a little more than... But as you have heard, she is an acquaintance of mine. I know her very well, and in fact I originally suggested the scheme to her as a pleasant way of adding to her fame. Depend upon it, dear Mrs. Petherwin, I said, during a pause in one of our dances together some time ago, any public appearance of yours will be successful beyond description. Oh, I had no idea that you knew her so well. Then it is quite through you that she has adopted this course? Well, not entirely. I could not say entirely. She said that some day perhaps she might do such a thing, and in short I reduced her vague ideas to form. I should not mind knowing her better. I must get you to throw us together in some way, said Ney with some interest. I had no idea you were such an old friend. You could do it, I suppose? Really, I'm afraid I may not have the opportunity of obliging you. I met her at Windware, you know, where she was visiting with Lady Petherwin. It was some time ago, and I cannot say that I have ever met her since. Or before? said Ney. "Well, no, I never did." "Lady, well, if I had half your power of going to your imagination for facts, I would be the greatest painter in England." "Now, Ney, that's too bad. But with regard to this matter, I do speak with some interest," said Ladybell, with a pleased sense of himself. "In love with her? Smitten down? Done for?" No. However, several other fellows chaff me about her. It was only yesterday that Jones said—" "Do you know why she cares to do this sort of thing?" "Merely a desire for fame, I suppose." "I should think she has fame enough already." "That I can express no opinion upon. I am thinking of getting her permission to use her face in a subject I am preparing. It is a fine face for canvas. Glorious contour, glorious! Ah, here she is again for the second part." "Dream on, young fellow. You'll make a rare couple," said Ney, with a flavour of superciliousness unheeded by his occupied companion. Further back in the room were a pair of faces whose keen interest in the performance contrasted much with the languidly permissive air of those in front. When the 10 minutes' break occurred, Christopher was the first of the two to speak. "Well, what do you think of her, Faith?" he said, shifting restlessly on his seat. "I like the quiet parts of the tale best, I think," replied the sister. "But, of course, I'm not a good judge of these things. How still the people are at times! I continually take my eyes from her to look at the listeners. Did you notice the fat old lady in the second row, with her cloak a little thrown back? She was absolutely unconscious, and stayed with her face up and lips parted like a little child of 6. She may away. The thing is a triumph. That fellow Ladywell is here, I believe. Yes, it is he, busily talking to the man on his right. If I were a woman, I would rather go donkey driving than stick myself up there for gaping fops to quiz and say what they like about. But she had no choice, poor thing, for it was that or nothing with her." Faith, who had secret doubts about the absolute necessity of Ethelberta's appearance in public, said, with remote meanings, "Perhaps it is not altogether a severe punishment to her to be looked at by well-dressed men. Suppose she views it as a blessing instead of an affliction." "She is a different sort of woman, Faith, and so you would say if you knew her. Of course, it is natural for you to criticize her severely just now, and I don't wish to defend her." "I think you do a little, Kit." "No, I am indifferent about it all. Perhaps it would have been better for me if I had never seen her, and possibly it might have been better for her if she had never seen me. She has a heart, and the heart is a troublesome encumbrance when great things have to be done. I wish you knew her. I'm sure you would like each other." "Oh, yes," said Faith, in a voice of rather weak conviction. "But as we live in such a plain way, it would be hardly desirable at present." Ethelberta, being regarded, in common with the latest conjurer, spirit medium, aeronaut, giant, dwarf, or monarch, as a new sensation, she was duly criticised in the morning papers, and even obtained a notice in some of the weekly reviews. "A handsome woman," said one of these, "may have her own reasons for causing the flesh of the London public to creep upon its bones by her undoubtedly remarkable narrative powers, but we question if much good can result from such a form of entertainment. Nevertheless, some praise is due. We've had the novel writer among us for some time, and the novel reader has occasionally appeared on our platforms, but we believe that this is the first instance on record of a novel teller, one, that is to say, who relates professedly as fiction a romantic tale which has never been printed, the whole owing its chief interest to the method whereby the teller identifies herself with the leading character in the story." Another observed, "When once we get away from the magic influence of the storyteller's eye and tongue, we perceive how improbable, even impossible, is the tissue of events to which we have been listening with so great a sense of reality, and we feel almost angry with ourselves at having been the victim of such utter illusion." "Mrs. Pethwin's personal appearance is decidedly in her favour," said another. She affects no unconsciousness of the fact that form and feature are no mean vehicles of persuasion, and she uses the powers of each to the utmost. There spreads upon her face, when in repose, an air of innocence which is charmingly belied by the subtlety we discover beneath it when she begins her tale, and this amusing discrepancy between her physical presentment and the inner woman is further illustrated by the misgiving which seizes us on her entrance, that so impressionable a lady will never bear up in the face of so trying an audience. The combinations of incident which Mrs. Petherwin persuades her hearers that she has passed through are not a little marvellous, and if what is rumoured be true, that the tales are to a great extent based upon her own experiences, she has proved herself Chapter 17 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. Ethelberta's House. After such successes as these, Christopher could not forego the seductive intention of calling upon the poetess and romancer at her now established town residence in Exonbury Crescent. One wintry afternoon he reached the door, now for the third time, and gave a knock which had in it every tender refinement that could be thrown into the somewhat antagonistic vehicle of noise. Turning his face down the street, he waited restlessly on the step. There was a strange light in the atmosphere. The glass of the street lamps, the varnished back of a passing cab, a milkwoman's cans, and a row of church windows glared in his eyes like new-rubbed copper. And on looking the other way, he beheld a bloody sun hanging among the chimneys at the upper end, as a danger-lamp to warn him off. By this time the door was opened, and before him stood Ethelberta's young brother Joey, thickly populated with little buttons, the remainder of him consisting of invisible green. "Ah, Joseph," said Christopher, instantly recognizing the boy. "What, are you here in office? Is your—" Joey lifted his forefinger and spread his mouth in a genial manner, as if to signify a particular friendliness mingled with general caution. "Yes, sir, Mrs. Petherwin is my mistress. I'll see if she's at home, sir," he replied, raising his shoulders and winking a wink of strategic meanings by way of finish. All which signs showed, if evidence were wanted, how effectually this pleasant young page understood, though quite fresh from Wessex, the duties of his peculiar position. Mr. Julian was shown to the drawing-room, and there he found Ethelberta alone. She gave him a hand so cool and still that Christopher, much as he desired the contact, was literally ashamed to let her see and feel his own, trembling with unmanageable excess of feeling. It was always so, always had been so, always would be so, at these meetings of theirs. She was immeasurably the strongest, and the deep-eyed young man fancied, in the chagrin which the perception of this difference always bred in him, that she triumphed in her superior control. Yet it was only in little things that their sexes were thus reversed. Christopher would receive quite a shock if a little dog barked at his heels, and be totally unmoved when in danger of his life. Certainly the most self-possessed woman in the world, under pressure of the incongruity between their last meeting and the present one, might have shown more embarrassment than Ethelberta showed on greeting him to-day. Christopher was only a man in believing that the shyness which she did evince was chiefly the result of personal interest. She might or might not have been said to blush. Perhaps the stealthy change upon her face was too slow an operation to deserve that name. But, though pale when he called, the end of 10 minutes saw her colour high and wide. She soon set him at his ease, and seemed to relax a long-sustained tension as she talked to him of her arrangements, hopes, and fears. "And how do you like London society?" said Ethelberta. "Pretty well, as far as I've seen it, to the surface of its front door." "You will find nothing to be alarmed at if you get inside." "Oh, no, of course not, except my own shortcomings," said the modest musician. London society is made up of much more refined people than society anywhere else."
"That's a very prevalent opinion, and it is nowhere half so prevalent as in London society itself. However, come and see my house, unless you think it a trouble to look over a house." "No, I should like it very much." The decorations tended towards the artistic gymnastics prevalent in some quarters of the present day. Upon a general flat tint of duck's egg green appeared quaint patterns of conventional foliage, and birds done in bright auburn, several shades nearer to redbreast red than was Ethelberta's hair, which was thus thrust further towards brown by such juxtaposition, a possible reason for the choice of tint. Upon the glazed tiles within the chimney-piece were the forms of owls, bats, snakes, frogs, mice, spiders in their webs, moles, and other objects of aversion and darkness, shaped in black and burnt in after the approved fashion. "My brothers Sol and Dan did most of the actual work," said Ethelberta, "though I drew the outlines and designed the tiles round the fire. The flowers, mice, and spiders are done very simply, you know. You only press a real flower, mouse, or spider out flat under a piece of glass, and then copy it, adding a little more emaciation and angularity at pleasure." "In that 'at pleasure' is where all the art lies," said he. "Well, yes, that is the case," said Ethelberta thoughtfully, and, preceding him upstairs, she threw open a door on one of the floors, disclosing Dan in person, engaged upon a similar treatment of this floor also. Sol appeared bulging from the door of a closet a little further on, where he was fixing some shelves, and both wore workmen's blouses. At once, coming down from the short ladder he was standing upon, Dan shook Christopher's hand with some velocity. "We do a little at a time, you see," he said, "because Colonel down below and Mrs. Petherwin's visitors shan't smell the turpentine." "We be pushing on today to get it out of the way," said Sol, also coming forward and greeting their visitor, but more reluctantly than his brother had done. "Now, I'll tell ye what, you two," he added, after an uneasy pause, turning from Christopher to Ethelberta and back again in great earnestness. "You better not bide here talking to we rough ones, you know, for folks might find out that there's something closer between us than workman and employer's friend. So, Berta and Mr. Julian, if you'll go on and take no more notice of us, in case of visitors, it would be wiser, else perhaps if we should be found out intimate with ye, and bring down your gentility, you'll blame us for it. I get as nervous as a cat when I think I may be the cause of any disgrace to ye." "Don't be so silly, Sol," said Ethelberta, laughing. "Ah, that's all very well," said Sol, with an unbelieving smile, "but if we bain't company for you out of doors, you bain't company for we within. Not that I find fault with ye, or mind it, and shan't take anything for painting your house, nor will Dan neither, any more for that. No, not a penny. In fact, we are glad to do it for ye. At the same time, you keep to your class, and we'll keep to ours. And so, good afternoon, Berta, when you like to go, and the same to you, Mr. Julian. Dan, is that your mind?" "I can but own it," said Dan. The two brothers then turned their backs upon their visitors and went on working, and Ethelberta and her lover left the room. "My brothers, you perceive," said she, "represent the respectable British workman in his entirety. And a touchy individual he is, I assure you, on points of dignity, after imbibing a few town ideas from his leaders. They are painfully off-hand with me, absolutely refusing to be intimate, from a mistaken notion that I am ashamed of their dress and manners, which, of course, is absurd." "Which, of course, is absurd," said Christopher. "Of course it is absurd," she repeated with warmth, and looking keenly at him. But finding no harm in his face, she continued as before, "Yet all the time they will do anything under the sun that they think will advance my interests. In our hearts we are one. All they ask me to do is to leave them to themselves, and therefore I do so. Now, would you like to see some more of your acquaintance?" She introduced him to a large attic, where he found himself in the society of 2 or 3 persons considerably below the middle height,
whose manners were of that gushing kind sometimes called continental, their ages ranging from 5 years to 8. These were the youngest children, presided over by Emmeline, as Professor of Letters, Capital and Small. "I'm giving them the rudiments of education here," said Ethelberta, "but I foresee several difficulties in the way of keeping them here, which I must get over as best as I can. One trouble is, they don't get enough air and exercise." "Is Mrs. Chickerell living here as well?" Christopher ventured to inquire, when they were downstairs again. "Yes, but confined to her room as usual, I regret to say. 2 more sisters of mine, whom you have never seen at all, are also here. They are older than any of the rest of us, and had, broadly speaking, no education at all, poor girls. The eldest, Gwendolen, is my cook, and Cornelia is my housemaid. I suffer much sadness and almost misery sometimes in reflecting that here are we, 10 brothers and sisters, born of one father and mother, who might have mixed together and shared all in the same scenes, and been properly happy, if it were not for the strange accidents that have split us up into sections as you see, cutting me off from them without the compensation of joining me to any others. They are all true as steel in keeping the secret of our kin, certainly, but that brings little joy, though some satisfaction, perhaps." "You might be less despondent, I think. The tale-telling has been one of the successes of the season." "Yes, I might, but I may observe that you scarcely set the example of blitheness." "That's not because I don't recognize the pleasure of being here. It is from a more general cause, simply an under-feeling I have that at the most propitious moment the distance to the possibility of sorrow is so short that a man's spirit must not rise higher than mere cheerfulness out of bare respect to his insight. As long as skies are blue and fields are green, evening must usher night, night urge the morrow, month follow month with woe, and year wake year to sorrow." Ethelberta bowed uncertainly. The remark might refer to her past conduct, or it might not. "My great cause of uneasiness is the children," she presently said as a new page of matter. "It is my duty, at all risk and all sacrifice of sentiment, to educate and provide for them. The grown-up ones, older than myself, I cannot help much, but the little ones I can. I keep my 2 French lodgers for the sake of them." "The lodgers, of course, don't know the relationship between yourself and the rest of the people in the house?" "Oh, no, nor will they ever. My mother is supposed to let the ground and first floors to me, a strange lady, as she does the second and third floors to them. Still, I may be discovered." "Well, if you are?" "Let me be. Life is a battle, they say, but it is only so in the sense that a game of chess is a battle. There's no seriousness in it. It may be put to an end at any convenient moment by owning yourself beaten, with a careless ha-ha, and sweeping your pieces into the box. Experimentally I care to succeed in society, but at the bottom of my heart I don't care." "For that reason you are likely to do it. My idea is, make ambition your business and indifference your relaxation, and you will fail. But make indifference your business and ambition your relaxation, and you will succeed. So impish are the ways of the gods." "I hope that you at any rate will succeed," she said, at the end of a silence. "Oh, I never can, if success means getting what one wants." "Why should you not get that?" "It has been forbidden to me." Her complexion changed just enough to show that she knew what he meant. "If you were as bold as you are subtle, you would take a more cheerful view of the matter," she said, with a look signifying innermost things. "I will instantly. Shall I test the truth of my cheerful view by a word of question?" "I deny that you are capable of taking that view. Until you prove that you are, no question is allowed," she said, laughing, and still warmer in the face and neck. "Nothing but melancholy, gentle melancholy, now as in old times when there was nothing to cause it." "Ha ha! You only tease." "You will not throw aside that bit of medicine of distrust for the world. You've grown so used to it that you take it as food, as some invalids do their mixtures." "Ethelberta, you have my heart, my whole heart. You have had it ever since I first saw you. Now you understand me, and no pretending that you don't mind this second time." "I understood you long ago. You have not understood me." "You are mysterious," he said lightly, "and perhaps if I disentangle your mystery I shall find it to cover indifference. I hope it does, for your sake." "How can you say so?" she exclaimed reproachfully. "Yet I wish it did too. I wish it did cover indifference, for yours. But you have all of me that you care to have, and may keep it for life if you wish to. Listen, surely there was a knock at the door. Let us go inside the room. I am always uneasy when nobody comes, lest any awkward discovery should be made by a visitor of my miserable contrivances for keeping up the establishment." Joey met them before they had left the landing. "Please, Berta," he whispered, "Mr. Ladywell has called, and I've shown him into the library. You know, Berta, this is how it was, you know. I thought you and Mr. Julian were in the drawing-room, and wouldn't want him to see ye together, and so I asked him to step into the library a minute." "You must improve your way of speaking," she said with quick embarrassment, whether at the mention of Ladywell's name before Julian, or at the way Joey coupled herself with Christopher, was quite uncertain. "Will you excuse me for a few moments?" she said, turning to Christopher. "Pray sit down. I shall not be long." And she glided downstairs. They had been standing just by the drawing-room door, and Christopher turned back into the room with no very satisfactory countenance. It was very odd, he thought, that she should go down to Ladywell in that mysterious manner, when he might have been admitted to where they were talking without any trouble at all. What could Ladywell have to say, as an acquaintance calling upon her for a few minutes, that he was not to hear? Indeed, if it came to that, what right had Ladywell to call upon her at all, even though she were a widow, and to some extent chartered to live in a way which might be considered a trifle free if indulged in by other young women? This was the first time that he himself had ventured into her house on that very account. I doubt whether it was quite proper to call, considering her youth and the fertility of her position, as ground for scandal. But no sooner did he arrive than here was Ladywell blundering in, and since this conjunction had occurred on his first visit, the chances were that Ladywell came very often. Julian walked up and down the room, every moment expanding itself to a minute in his impatience of the delay and vexation of the cause. After scrutinizing for the 5th time every object on the walls, as if afflicted with microscopic closeness of sight, his hands under his coat-tails, and his person jigging up and down upon his toes, he heard her coming up the stairs. When she entered the apartment, her appearance was decidedly that of a person subsiding after some little excitement. "I did not calculate upon being so long," she said sweetly, at the same time throwing back her face and smiling, "but I was longer than I expected." "It seemed rather long," said Christopher gloomily, "but I don't mind it." "I am glad of that," said Ethelberta. "As you asked me to stay, I was very pleased to do so, and always should be. But I think now that I will wish you good-bye." "You are not vexed with me?" she said, looking quite into his face. "Mr. Ladywell is nobody, you know." "Nobody?" "Well, he's not much, I mean. The case is that I am sitting to him for a subject in which my face is to be used, otherwise than as a portrait, and he called about it." "May I say," said Christopher, "that if you want yourself painted, you are ill-advised not to let it be done by a man who knows how to use the brush a little?" "Oh, he can paint," said Ethelberta, rather warmly. "His last picture was excellent, I think. It was greatly talked about." "I imagine you to say that he was a mere nobody." "Yes, but how provoking you are! Nobody, I mean, to talk to. He is a true artist, nevertheless." Christopher made no reply. The warm understanding between them had quite ended now, and there was no fanning it up again. Sudden tiffs had been the constant misfortune of their courtship in days gone by, had been the remote cause of her marriage to another, and the familiar shadows seemed to be rising again to cloud them with the same persistency as ever. Christopher went downstairs with well-behaved moodiness, and left the house forthwith. The postman came to the door at the same time. Ethelberta opened a letter from Picardy, now at Sandbourne again, and, stooping to the firelight, she began to read. "My dear Ethelberta, I've tried to like staying at Sandbourne because you wished it, but I can't endure the town at all, dear Berta. Everything is so wretched and dull. Oh, I only wish you knew how dismal it is here, and how much I would give to come to London. I cannot help thinking that I could do better in town. You see, I should be close to you, and should have the benefit of your experience. I would not mind what I did for a living, could I be there where you all are. It is so like banishment to be here. If I could not get a pupil teachership in some London school, and I believe I could by advertising, I could stay with you and be governess to Georgina and Myrtle, for I'm sure you cannot spend time enough to teach them as they ought to be taught, and Emmeline is not old enough to have any command over them. I could also assist at your dressmaking, and you must require a great deal of that to be done if you continue to appear in public. Mr. Long read in the papers the account of your first evening, and afterwards I heard 2 ladies of our committee talking about it. But of course not one of them knew my personal interest in the discussion. Now will you, Ethelberta, think if I may not come? Do, there's a dear sister. I will do anything you sent me about if I may only come. Your ever affectionate Picardy. "Great powers above, what worries do beset me!" cried Ethelberta, jumping up. "What can possess the child so suddenly? She used to like Sandbourne well enough." She sat down and hastily scribbled the following reply. "My dear Picardy, there is only a little time to spare before the post goes, but I will try to answer your letter at once. Whatever is the reason of this extraordinary dislike to Sandbourne? It is a nice, healthy place, and you are likely to do much better than either of our elder sisters, if you follow straight on in the path you have chosen. Of course, if such good fortune should attend me that I get rich by my contrivances of public story-telling and so on, I shall share everything with you and the rest of us, in which case you shall not work at all. But, although I have been unexpectedly successful so far, this is problematical, and it would be rash to calculate upon all of us being able to live, or even us 7 girls only, upon the fortune I am going to make that way. So, though I don't mean to be harsh, I must impress upon you the necessity of going as you are just at present. I know the place must be dull, but we must all put up with dullness sometimes. You, being next to me in age, must aid me as well as you can in doing something for the younger ones, and if anybody at all comes and lives here otherwise than as a servant, it must be our father, who will not, however, at present hear of such a thing when I mention it to him. Do think of all this, Picardy, and bear up. Perhaps we shall all be happy and united some day. Joey is waiting to run to the post-office with this at once. All are well. Sol and Dan have nearly finished the repairs and decorations of my house. But Chapter 18 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. Near Sandbourne, London Streets, Ethelberta's. When this letter reached its destination the next morning, Picardy, in her over-anxiety, could not bring herself to read it in anybody's presence, and put it in her pocket till she was on her walk across the moor. She still lived at the cottage out of the town, though at some inconvenience to herself, in order to teach at a small village night school, whilst still carrying on her larger occupation of pupil-teacher in Sandbourne. So she walked and read, and was soon in tears. Moreover, when she thought of what Ethelberta would have replied had that keen sister known the wildness of her true reason in wishing to go, she shuddered with misery. To wish to get near a man only because he had been kind to her, and had admired her pretty face, and had given her flowers, to nourish a passion all the more because of its hopeless impracticability, were things to dream of, not to tell. Piketty was quite an unreasoning animal. Her sister arranged situations for her, told her how to conduct herself in them, how to make up anew, in unobtrusive shapes, the valuable wearing apparel she sent from time to time, so as to provoke neither exasperation in the little gentry, nor superciliousness in the great. Ethelberta did everything for her, in short, and Piketty obeyed orders with the abstracted ease of mind which people show who have their thinking done for them, and put out their troubles as they do their washing. She was quite willing not to be clever herself, since it was unnecessary while she had a much-admired sister, who was clever enough for 2 people and to spare. This arrangement, by which she gained an untroubled existence in exchange for freedom of will, had worked very pleasantly for Piketty, until the anomaly of falling in love on her own account created a jar in the machinery. Then she began to know how wearing were miserable days, and how much more wearing were miserable nights. She pictured Christopher in London calling upon her dignified sister, for Ethelberta innocently mentioned his name sometimes in writing, and imagined over and over again the mutual signs of warm feeling between them. And now Piketty resolved upon a noble course. Like Juliet, she had been troubled with the consciousness that perhaps her love for Christopher was a trifle forward and unmaidenly, even though she had determined never to let him or anybody in the whole world know of it. To set herself to pray that she might have strength to see him without a pang, the lover of her sister, who deserved him so much more than herself, would be a grand penance and corrective. After uttering petitions to this effect for several days, she still felt very bad. Indeed, in the psychological difficulty of striving for what in her soul she did not desire, rather worse, if anything. At last, weary of walking the old road and never meeting him, and blank in a general powerlessness, she wrote the letter to Ethelberta, which was only the last one of a series that had been previously written and torn up. Now this hope had been whirled away like thistledown, and the case was grievous enough to distract a greater stoic than Piketty. The end of it was that she left the school on insufficient notice, gave up her cottage home on the plea, true in the letter, that she was going to join a relative in London, and went off thither by a morning train, leaving her things packed ready to be sent on when she should write for them. Piketty arrived in town late on a cold February afternoon, bearing a small bag in her hand. She crossed Westminster Bridge on foot, just after dusk, and saw a luminous haze hanging over each well-lighted street as it withdrew into distance behind the nearer houses, showing its direction as a train of morning mist shows the course of a distant stream when the stream itself is hidden. The lights along the riverside towards Charing Cross sent an inverted palisade of gleaming swords down into the shaking water, and the pavement ticked to the touch of pedestrians' feet, most of whom tripped along as if walking only to practice a favourite quick step, and held handkerchiefs to their mouths to strain off the river mist from their lungs. She inquired her way to Exonbury Crescent, and between 5 and 6 o'clock reached her sister's door. 2 or 3 minutes were passed in accumulating resolution sufficient to ring the bell, which, when at last she did, was not performed in a way at all calculated to make the young man Joey hasten to the door. After the lapse of a certain time, he did, however, find leisure to stroll and see what the caller might want, out of curiosity to know who there could be in London afraid to ring a bell twice. Joey's delight exceeded even his surprise, the ruling maxim of his life being the more the merrier under all circumstances. The beaming young man was about to run off and announce her, upstairs and downstairs, left and right, when Peggotty called him hastily to her. In the hall her quick young eye had caught sight of an umbrella with a peculiar horn handle, an umbrella she had been accustomed to meet on Sandbourne Moor on many happy afternoons. Christopher was evidently in the house. "Joey," she said, as if she were ready to faint, "don't tell Berta I'm come. She has company, has she not?" "Oh, no, only Mr. Julian," said the brother. "He's quite one of the family." "Never mind. Can't I go down to the kitchen with you?" she inquired. There had been bliss and misery mingled in those tidings, and she scarcely knew for a moment which way they affected her. What she did know was that she had run her dear fox to earth, and a sense of satisfaction at that feat prevented her just now from counting the cost of the performance. "Does Mr. Julian come to see her very often?" said she. "Oh, yes, he's always a-coming a regular bore to me." "A regular what?" "Bore. Ah, I forgot you don't know our town words. However, come along." They passed by the doors on tiptoe, and their mother upstairs being, according to Joey's account, in the midst of a nap, Peggotty was unwilling to disturb her. So they went down at once to the kitchen, when forward rushed Gwendolen the cook, flourishing her floury hands, and Cornelia the housemaid, dancing over her brush. And these having welcomed and made Peggotty comfortable, who should ring the area bell and be admitted down the steps but Sol and Dan? The workmen brothers, their day's duties being over, had called to see their relations first, as usual, going home to their lodgings in Marylebone and making themselves as spruce as bridegrooms, according to the rules of their newly acquired town experience. For the London mechanic is only 9 hours a mechanic, though the country mechanic works, eats, drinks, and sleeps a mechanic throughout the whole 24. "God bless my soul, Peggotty!" said Dan, standing fixed. "Well, I say, this is splendid, ha, ha, ha!" "Peggotty, what brought you here?" said Sol, expanding the circumference of his face in satisfaction. "Well, come along, never mind so long as you be here." Peggotty explained circumstances as well as she could without stating them, and after a general conversation of a few minutes, Sol interrupted with, "Anybody upstairs with Mrs. Petherwin?" "Mr. Julian was there just now," said Joey, "but he may be gone. Berta always lets him slip out how he can, the form of ringing me up not being necessary with him. Wait a minute, I'll see." Joseph vanished up the stairs, and the question whether Christopher was gone or not being an uninteresting one to the majority, the talking went on upon other matters. When Joey crept down again a minute later, Peggotty was sitting aloof and silent, and he accordingly singled her out to speak to. "Such a lark, Peggotty," he whispered. "Berta's a-courting of her young man. Would you like to see how they carries on a bit?" "Dearly I should," said Peggotty, the pupils of her eyes dilating. Joey conducted her to the top of the basement stairs, and told her to listen. Within a few yards of them was the morning-room door, now standing ajar, and an intermittent flirtation in soft male and female tones could be heard going on inside. Peggotty's lips parted at thus learning the condition of things, and she leant against the stair-newel. "My, what's the matter?" said Joey. "If this is London, I don't like it at all," moaned Peggotty. "Well, I never see such a girl, fainting all over the stairs for nothing in the world." "Oh, it will soon be gone. It's only indigestion." "Indigestion? Much you simple country people can know about that. You should see what devils of indigestions we get in high life, eating enormous great dinners and suppers that require clever physicians to carry 'em off, or else they carry us off with gout next day, and waking in the morning with such a splitting headache and dry throat and inward cusses about human nature that you feel all the world like some great lord. However, now let's go down again." "No, no, no," said the unhappy maiden, imploring. "Hark!" They listened again. the voices of the musician and poetess had changed. There was a decided frigidity in their tone. Then came a louder expression. Then a silence. "Oh, you needn't be afeard," said Joey. "They won't fight. Bless you, they busts out quarrelling like this times and times when they've been over-friendly, but it soon gets straight with them again." There was now a quick walk across the room, and Joey and his sister drew down their heads out of sight. Then the room door was slammed. Quick footsteps went along the hall, the front door closed just loudly, and Christopher's tread passed into nothing along the pavement. "That's rather a worse one than they mostly have, but, Lord, 'tis nothing at all."
"I don't much like biding here listening," said Peggotty.
"Oh, 'tis how we do all over the West End," said Joey. "'Tis your ignorance of town life that makes it seem a good deal to 'ee."
"You can't make much boast about town life, for you haven't left off talking just as they do down in Wessex."
"Well, I own to that. What's fair is fair, and 'tis a true charge. But if I talk the Wessex way, 'tisn't for want of knowing better. 'Tis because my staunch nature makes me feel faithful to our old ancient institutions. You'd soon own 'twasn't ignorance in me, if you know what large quantities of noblemen I gets mixed up with every day. In fact, 'tis thoughted here and there that I should do very well in the world."
"Well, let us go down," said Peggotty. "Everything seems so overpowering here."
"Oh, you'll get broke in soon enough. I felt just the same when I first entered into society."
"Do you think Berta will be angry with me? How does she treat you?"
"Well, I can't complain. You see, she's my own flesh and blood, and what can I say? But in secret truth, the wages is terrible low, and barely pays for the tobacco I consumes."
"Oh, Joey, you wicked boy, if mother only knew that you smoked!"
"I don't mind the wickedness so much as the smell. And Mrs. Pethwin has got such a nose for a fellow's clothes. 'Tis one of the greatest knots in service, the smoke question. 'Tis thoughted that we shall make a great stir about it in the mansions of the nobility soon."
"How much more you know of life than I do. You only 14 and me 17.
"Yeah, that's true. You see, age is nothing. 'Tis opportunity. And even I can't boast, for many a younger man knows more."
"But don't smoke, Joey, there's a dear."
"What can I do? Society have its rules, and if a person wishes to keep himself up, he must do as the world do. We be all fashion's slave, as much a slave as the meanest in the land." They got downstairs again, and when the dinner of the French lady and gentleman had been sent up and cleared away, and also Ethelberta's evening tea, which she formed into a genuine meal, making a dinner of luncheon when nobody was there, to give less trouble to her servant sisters, they all sat round the fire. Then the rustle of a dress was heard on the staircase, and squirrel-haired Ethelberta appeared in person. It was her custom thus to come down every spare evening, to teach Joey and her sisters something or other, mostly French, which she spoke fluently. But the cook and housemaid showed more ambition than intelligence in acquiring that tongue, though Joey learnt it readily enough. There was consternation in the camp for a moment or two, on account of poor Peggotty, Ethelberta being not without firmness in matters of discipline. Her eye instantly lighted upon her disobedient sister, now looking twice as disobedient as she really was.
"Oh, you are here, Peggotty. I'm glad to see you," said the mistress of the house quietly.
This was altogether to Peggotty's surprise, for she had expected a round rating at least, in her freshness hardly being aware that this reserve of feeling was an acquired habit of Ethelberta's, and that civility stood in town for as much vexation as a tantrum represented in Wessex. Peggotty lamely explained her outward reasons for coming, and soon began to find that Ethelberta's opinions on the matter would not be known by the tones of her voice. But innocent Peggotty was as wily as a religionist in sly allusions of the letter, whilst infringing the spirit of a dictum, and by talking very softly and earnestly about the wondrous good she could do by remaining in the house as governess to the children, and playing the part of lady's maid to her sister at show times, She so far coaxed Ethelberta out of her intentions that she almost accepted the plan as a good one. It was agreed that, for the present at any rate, Peggotty should remain. Then a visit was made to Mrs. Chickerell's room. Chapter 19 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. Ethelberta's Drawing Room. Peggotty's heart was fitfully glad. She was near the man who had enlarged her capacity from girl's to woman's, a little note or two of young feeling to a whole diapason, and, though nearness was perhaps not in itself a great reason for felicity when viewed beside the complete realization of all that a woman can desire in such circumstances, it was much in comparison with the outer darkness of the previous time. It became evident to all the family that some misunderstanding had arisen between Ethelberta and Mr. Julian. What Peggotty hoped in the centre of her heart as to the issue of the affair, it would be too complex a thing to say. If Christopher became cold towards her sister, he would not come to the house. If he continued to come, it would really be as Ethelberta's lover. Altogether a pretty game of perpetual check for Peggotty. He did not make his appearance for several days. Peggotty, being a presentable girl and decidedly finer-natured than her sisters below stairs, was allowed to sit occasionally with Ethelberta in the afternoon, when the teaching of the little ones had been done for the day, and thus she had an opportunity of observing Ethelberta's emotional condition with reference to Christopher, which Peggotty did with an interest that the elder sister was very far from suspecting. At first Ethelberta seemed blithe enough without him. One more day went, and he did not come, and then her manner was that of apathy. Another day passed, and from fanciful elevations of the eyebrow and long breathings, it became apparent that Ethelberta had decidedly passed the indifferent stage, and was getting seriously out of sorts about him. Next morning she looked all hope. He did not come that day either, and Ethelberta began to look pale with fear. "Why don't you go out?" said Peggotty timidly. "I can hardly tell. I have been expecting someone." "When she comes I must run up to mother at once, must I not?" said clever Peggotty. "It is not a lady," said Ethelberta blandly. She came then and stood by Peggotty, and looked musingly out of the window. "I may as well tell you, perhaps," she continued. "It is Mr. Julian. He is, I suppose, my lover, in plain English." "Ah," said Peggotty, "whom I am not going to marry until he gets rich." "Ah, how strange! If I had him, such a lover I mean, I would marry him if he continued poor." "I don't doubt it, Peggotty, just as you come to London without caring about consequences, or would do any other crazy thing and not mind in the least what came of it. But somebody in the family must take a practical view of affairs, or we should all go to the dogs." Peggotty recovered from the snubbing which she felt that she deserved, and charged gallantly by saying, with delicate showings of indifference, "Do you love this Mr. What's-his-name of yours?" "Mr. Julian? Oh, he's a very gentlemanly man. That is, except when he's rude and ill-uses me, and will not come and apologize." "If I had him, a lover, I would ask him to come if I wanted him to." Ethelberta did not give her mind to this remark, but, drawing a long breath, said, with a pouting laugh which presaged unreality, "The idea of his getting indifferent now! I have been intending to keep him on until I got tired of his attentions, and then put an end to them by marrying him. But here is he, before he has hardly declared himself, forgetting my existence as much as if he had vowed to love and cherish me for life. 'Tis an unnatural inversion of the manners of society." "When did you first get to care for him, dear Bertha?" "Oh, when I had seen him once or twice." "Goodness, how quick you were!" Yes, if I am in the mind for loving, I am not going to be hindered by shortness of acquaintanceship." "Nor I neither," sighed Peggotty. "Nor any other woman. We don't need to know a man well in order to love him. That's only necessary when we want to leave off." "Oh, Bertie, you don't believe that." "If a woman did not invariably form an opinion of her choice before she has half seen him, and love him before she has half formed an opinion, there would be no tears and pining in the whole feminine world, and poets would starve for want of a topic. I don't believe it, do you say? Ah, well, we shall see." Peggotty did not know what to say to this, and Ethelberta left the room to see about her. Chapter 20 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. The Neighbourhood of the Hall. The Road Home. London was illuminated by the broad full moon. The pavements looked white, as if mantled with snow. Ordinary houses were sublimated to the rank of public buildings to palaces, and the faces of women walking the streets to those of calendared saints and guardian angels, by the pure, bleaching light from the sky. In the quiet little street where opened the private door of the hall chosen by Ethelberta for her story-telling, a brougham was waiting. The time was about 11 o'clock, and presently a lady came out from the building, the moonbeams forthwith flooding her face, which they showed to be that of the story-teller herself. She hastened across to the carriage, when a second thought arrested her motion. Telling the man-servant and a woman inside the brougham to wait for her, she wrapped up her features and glided round to the front of the house, where she paused to observe the carriages and cabs driving up to receive the fashionable crowd stepping down from the doors. Standing here in the throng which her own talent and ingenuity had drawn together, she appeared to enjoy herself by listening for a minute or two to the names of several persons of more or less distinction as they were called out, and then regarded attentively the faces of others of lesser degree. To scrutinize the latter was, as the event proved, the real object of the journey from round the corner. When nearly everyone had left the doors, she turned back, disappointed. Ethelberta had been fancying that her alienated lover, Christopher, was in the back rows to-night, but, as far as could now be observed, the hopeful supposition was a false one. When she got round to the back again, a man came forward. It was Ladywell, whom she had spoken to already that evening. "Allow me to bring you your notebook, Mrs. Pethwin. I think you have forgotten it," he said. "I assure you that nobody has handled it but myself." Ethelberta thanked him and took the book. "I use it to look into between the parts in case my memory should fail me," she explained. "I remember that I did lay it down, now you remind me." Ladywell had apparently more to say, and moved by her side towards the carriage, but she declined the arm he offered, and said not another word till he went on, haltingly. "Your triumph to-night was very great, and it was as much a triumph to me as to you. I cannot express my feeling. I cannot say half that I would. If I might only—" "Thank you much," said Ethelberta with dignity. "Thank you for bringing my book. But I must go home now. I know that you will see that it is not necessary for us to be talking here." "Yes, you are quite right," said the repressed young painter, struck by her seriousness. "Blame me, I ought to have known better. But perhaps a man— well, I will say it— a lover without indiscretion is no lover at all. Circumspection and devotion are a contradiction in terms. I saw that, and hoped that I might speak without real harm." "You calculated how to be uncalculating and unnatural by art," she said, with the slightest accent of sarcasm. "But pray do not attend me further. It is not at all necessary or desirable. My maid is in the carriage." She bowed, turned, and entered the vehicle, seating herself beside Peggotty. "It was harsh," said Ladywell to himself, as he looked after the retreating carriage. I was a fool, but it was harsh. Yet what man on earth likes a woman to show too great a readiness at first? She is right. She would be nothing without repulse. And he moved away in an opposite direction. "What man was that?" said Peggotty, as they drove along. "Oh, a mere Mr. Ladywell, a painter of good family, to whom I have been sitting for what he calls an idealization. He's a dreadful simpleton." "Why did you choose him?" "I did not. He chose me. But his silliness of behaviour is a hopeful sign for the picture. I have seldom known a man cunning with his brush who was not simple with his tongue, or indeed any skill in particular that was not allied to general stupidity." "Your own skill is not like that, is it, Berta?" In men, I don't mean in women. How childish you are!" The slight depression at finding that Christopher was not present, which had followed Ethelberta's public triumph that evening, was covered over, if not removed, by Ladywell's declaration, and she reached home serene in spirit. That she had not the slightest notion of accepting the impulsive painter made little difference, a lover's arguments being apt to affect her lady's mood as much by measure as by weight. A useless declaration, like a rare china teacup with a hole in it, has its ornamental value in enlarging a collection. No sooner had they entered the house than Mr. Julian's card was discovered, and Joey informed them that he had come particularly to speak with Ethelberta, quite forgetting that it was her evening for tale-telling. This was real delight, for between her excitements Ethelberta had been seriously sick-hearted at the horrible possibility of his never calling again. But alas for Christopher! There being nothing like a dead silence for getting one's off-hand sweetheart into a corner, there is nothing like prematurely ending it for getting into that corner oneself. "Now won't I punish him for daring to stay away so long?" she exclaimed as soon as she got upstairs. "It is as bad to show constancy in your manners as fickleness in your heart at such a time as this." "But I thought honesty was the best policy," said Peggotty. "So it is, for the man's purpose. But don't you go believing in sayings, Peggotty. They are all made up by men for their own advantages. Women who use public proverbs as a guide through events are those who have not ingenuity enough to make private ones as each event occurs." She sat down and rapidly wrote a line to Mr. Julian. "Exonbury Crescent. I return from Mayfire Hall to find you have called. You will, I know, be good enough to forgive my saying what seems an unfriendly thing, when I assure you that the circumstances of my peculiar situation make it desirable, if not necessary. It is, that I beg you not to give me the pleasure of a visit from you for some little time, for unhappily the frequency of your kind calls has been noticed, and I am now in fear that we may be talked about invidiously, to the injury of us both. The town, or a section of it, has turned its bull's-eye upon me with a brightness which I did not in the least anticipate, and you will, I am sure, perceive how indispensable Chapter 21 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 21. A Street, Nay's Rooms, Christopher's Rooms. As soon as Ethelberta had driven off from the hall, Ladywell turned back again, and, passing the front entrance, overtook his acquaintance Mr. Nay, who had been one of the last to emerge. The two were going in the same direction, and they walked a short distance together. "Has anything serious happened?" said Nay, noticing an abstraction in his companion. "You don't seem in your usual mood to-night." "Oh, it's only that affair between us," said Ladywell. "Affair between you and whom?" "Her and myself, of course. It will be in every fellow's mouth now, I suppose." "But not anything between yourself and Mrs. Petherwin?" "Oh, a mere nothing. But surely you started, Nay, when you suspected it just this moment?" "No, you merely fancied that." "Did she not speak well to-night? You were in the room, I believe?" "Yes, I just turned in for half an hour. It seems that everybody does, so I thought I must. But I had no idea that you were feeble that way." "It's very kind of you, Nay. Upon my word, it is very kind. And of course I appreciate the delicacy with which—
"What's kind?"
I mean your well-intentioned plan for making me believe that nothing is known of this. But stories will of course get wind, and if our attachment has made more noise in the world than I intended it should, and causes any public interest, why, it must. There is some little romance in it, perhaps, and people will talk of matters of that sort between individuals of any repute, little as that is with one of the pair."
"Of course they will, of course. You are a rising man, remember, whom some day the world will delight to honour."
"Thank you for that, Nay. Thank you sincerely."
"Not at all. It is merely justice to say it, and one must be generous to deserve thanks."
"That's very nicely put, and undeserved, I'm sure. And yet I need a word of that sort sometimes."
"Genius is proverbially modest."
"Pray don't, Nay. I don't deserve it, indeed. Of course, it is well meant in you to recognise any slight powers, but I don't deserve it. Certainly, my self-assurance was never too great. 'Tis the misfortune of all children of art that they should be so dependent upon any scraps of praise they can pick up to help them along."
"And when that child gets so deep in love that you can only see the whites of his eyes—"
"Nay, don't, I say."
"But why did—"
"Why did I love her?"
"Yes, why did you love her?"
"Ah, if I could only turn self-vivisector and watch the operation of my heart, I should know."
"My dear fellow, you must be very bad indeed to talk like that. A poet himself couldn't be cleaner gone."
"Now don't chafe, Nay. Do anything, but don't chafe. You know that I am the easiest man in the world for taking it at most times, but I can't stand it now. I don't feel up to it. A glimpse of paradise, and then perdition. What would you do, Nay?"
"She has refused you, then?"
"Well, not positively refused me, but it is so near it that a dull man couldn't tell the difference. I hardly can myself."
"How do you really stand with her?" said Nay, with an anxiety ill-concealed.
"Off and on, never one thing nor the other. I was determined to make an effort the last time she sat to me, and so I met her quite coolly, and spoke only of technicalities, with a forced smile. You know that way of mine for drawing people out, eh, Nay?"
"Quite, quite."
"A forced smile, as much as to say, I'm obliged to entertain you, but as a mere model for art purposes. But the deuce a bit did she care. And then I frequently looked to see what time it was, as the end of the sitting drew near. Rather a rude thing to do, as a rule."
"Of course, but that was your finesse."
Capital. Yet why not struggle against such slavery? It is regularly pulling you down. What's a woman's beauty, after all?" "Well, you may say so. A thing easier to feel than define," murmured Lady Will. "But it's no use, Nay. I can't help it as long as she repulses me so exquisitely. If she would only care for me a little, I might get to trouble less about her."
"And love her no more than one ordinarily does a girl by the time one gets irrevocably engaged to her.
But I suppose she keeps you back so thoroughly that you carry on the old adoration with as much vigour as if it were a new fancy every time." "Partly true and partly no. It's very true and it's not true."
"'Tis to be hoped she won't hate you outright, for then you would absolutely die of idolizing her."
"Oh, don't, Nay. Still, there's some truth in it, such is the perversity of our hearts. Fancy marrying such a woman!"
"We should feel as eternally united to her after years and years of marriage as to a dear new angel met at last night's dance."
"Exactly just what I should have said. But did I hear you say we, Nay? You didn't say we should feel."
"Say we? Yes, of course, putting myself in your place, just in the way of speaking, you know."
Of course, but one is such a fool at these times that one seems to detect rivalry in every trumpery sound. Were you never a little touched?"
"Not I. My heart is in the happy position of a country which has no history or debt."
"I suppose I should rejoice to hear it," said Lady Will. "But the consciousness of a fellow-sufferer being in just such another hold is such a relief always, and softens the sense of one's folly so very much." There's less Christianity in that sentiment than in your confessing to it, old fellow. I know the truth of it nevertheless, and that's why married men advise others to marry. Were all the world tied up, the pleasantly tied ones would be equivalent to those that are present free. But what if your fellow-sufferer is not only in another such a hole, but in the same one? No, nay, never. Don't trifle with a friend who—
That is, refused like yourself, as well as in love.
Ah, thanks. It suddenly occurred to me that we might be dead against one another as rivals, and a friendship of many long days be snapped like a reed.
No, only a jest, said Ney, with a strangely accelerated speech. Love-making is an ornamental pursuit that matter-of-fact fellows like me are quite unfit for. A man must have courted at least half a dozen women before he sees a match for one, and since triumph lies so far ahead, I shall keep out of the contest altogether.
Your life would be pleasanter if you were engaged. It is a nice thing, after all.
It is. The worst of it would be that, when the time came for breaking it off, a fellow might get into an action for breach. Women are so fond of that sort of thing now, and I hate love affairs that don't end peaceably.
But end it by peaceably marrying, my dear fellow.
Oh, it would seem so singular. Besides, I have a horror of antiquity. You see, as long as a man keeps single, he belongs in a measure to the rising generation, however old he may be. But as soon as he marries and has children, he belongs to the last generation, however young he may be. Old Jones's son is a great deal younger than young Brown's father, though they are both the same age.
At any rate, honest courtship cures a man of many evils he had no power to stem before.
By substituting an incurable matrimony.
Ah, 2 persons must have a mind for that before it can happen, said Ladywell, sorrowfully shaking his head.
I think you'll find that if one has a mind for it, it'll be quite sufficient. But here we are at my rooms. Come in for half an hour.
Not to-night, thanks.
They parted, and Ney went in. When he got upstairs, he murmured in his deepest chest note, "Oh, Lords, that I should come to this! But I shall never be such a fool as to marry her. What a flat that poor young devil was not to discover that we were tarred with the same brush! Oh, the deuce!" he continued, walking about the room as if passionately stamping, but not quite doing it because another man had rooms below. Ney drew from his pocket-book an envelope embossed with the name of a fashionable photographer, and out of this pulled a portrait of the lady, who had in fact enslaved his secret self equally with his frank young friend the painter. After contemplating it a while with a face of cynical adoration, he murmured, shaking his head, "Ah, my lady, if you only knew this, I should be snapped up like a snail. Not a minute's peace for me till I have married you. I wonder if I shall. I wonder." Ney was a man of 35, Ladyswell's senior by 10 years, and being of a phlegmatic temperament, he had glided thus far through the period of eligibility with impunity. He knew as well as any man how far he could go with a woman, and yet keep clear of having to meet her in church without her bonnet. But it is doubtful if his mind that night were less disturbed with the question how to guide himself out of the natural course which his passion for Ethelberta might tempt it into, than was Ladywell's by his ardent wish to secure her. About the time at which Ney and Ladywell parted company, Christopher Julian was entering his little place in Bloomsbury. The quaint figure of Faith, in her bonnet and cloak, was kneeling on the hearth-rug, endeavouring to stir a dull fire into a bright one. "What, Faith, you've never been out alone?" he said. Faith's soft, quick-shutting eyes looked unutterable things, and she replied, "I've been to hear Mrs. Petherwin's story-telling again." "And walked all the way home through the streets at this time of night, I suppose?" "Well, nobody molested me, either going or coming back." "Faith, I gave you strict orders not to go into the streets after 2 o'clock in the day, and now here you are taking no notice of what I say at all." "The truth is, Kit, I wanted to see with my spectacles what this woman was really like, and I went without them last time. I slipped in behind, and nobody saw me." "I don't think much of her after what I have seen to-night."
said Christopher, moodily recurring to a previous thought. "Why, what is the matter?" "I thought I would call on her this afternoon, but when I got there I found she had left early for the performance. So, in the evening, when I thought it would be all over, I went to the private door of the hall to speak to her as she came out, and ask her flatly a question or two which I was fool enough to think I must ask her before I went to bed. Just as I was drawing near she came out, and instead of getting into the brougham that was waiting for her, she went round the corner. When she came back, a man met her and gave her something, and they stayed talking together 2 or 3 minutes. The meeting may certainly not have been intentional on her part, but she has no business to be going on so coolly when, in fact, I have come to the conclusion that a woman's affection is not worth having. The only feeling which has any dignity or permanence or worth is family affection between close blood relations." "And yet you snub me sometimes, Mr. Kit." "And for the matter of that, you snub me. Still, you know what I mean. There's none of that off-and-on humbug between us. If we grumble with one another, we are united just the same. If we don't write when we are parted, we are just the same when we meet. There has been some rational reason for silence. But as for lovers and sweethearts, there is nothing worth a rush in what they feel." Faith said nothing in reply to this. The opinions she had formed upon the wisdom of her brother's pursuit of Ethelberta would have come just then with an ill grace. It must, however, have been evident to Christopher, had he not been too preoccupied for observation, that Faith's impressions of Ethelberta were not quite favourable as regards
Chapter 22 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. Ethelberta's House. Ethelberta came indoors one day from the university boat race, and sat down, without speaking, beside Piketty, as if lost in thought. "Did you enjoy the sight?" said Piketty. "I scarcely know. We couldn't see at all from Mrs. Belmane's carriage, so 2 of us, very rashly, agreed to get out and be rowed across to the other side, where the people were quite few. But when the boatman had us in the middle of the river, he declared he couldn't land us on the other side because of the barges. So there we were, in a dreadful state, tossed up and down like corks upon great waves made by steamers, till I made up my mind for a drowning. Well, at last we got back again, but couldn't reach the carriage for the crowd. And I don't know what we would have done if a gentleman hadn't come, sent by Mrs. Belmane, who was in a great fright about us. Then he was introduced to me, and I wonder how it will end." "Was there anything so wonderful in the beginning, then?" "Yes. One of the coolest and most practised men in London was ill-mannered towards me from sheer absence of mind. And could there be higher flattery? When a man of that sort does not give you the politeness you deserve, it means that in his heart he is rebelling against another feeling which his pride suggests that you do not deserve. Oh, I forgot to say that he is a Mr. Ney, a nephew of Mr. Doncastle's, who lives at ease about Piccadilly and Pall Mall, and has a few acres somewhere, but I don't know much of him. The worst of my position now is that I excite this superficial interest in many people, and a deep friendship in nobody. If what all my supporters feel could be collected into the hearts of 2 or 3, they would love me better than they love themselves. But now it pervades all, and operates in none." "But it must operate in this gentleman." "Well, yes, just for the present. But men in town have so many contrivances for getting out of love that you can't calculate upon keeping them in for 2 days together. However, it's all the same to me. There's only... but let that be." "What is there only?" said Piketty coaxingly. "Only one man," murmured Ethelberta in much lower tones. "I mean, whose wife I should care to be, and the very qualities I like in him will, I fear, prevent him ever being in a position to ask me." "Is he the man you punished the week before last by forbidding him to come?" "Perhaps he is, but he does not want civility from me. Where there's much feeling there's little ceremony." "It certainly seems that he does not want civility from you to make him attentive to you," said Peggotty, stifling a sigh. "For here is a letter in his handwriting, I believe." "You might have given it to me at once," said Ethelberta, opening the envelope hastily. It contained very few sentences. They were to the effect that Christopher had received her letter forbidding him to call, that he had therefore at first resolved not to call or even see her more, since he had become such a shadow in her path. Still, as it was always best to do nothing hastily, he had on second thoughts decided to ask her to grant him a last special favour, and see him again just once, for a few minutes only, that afternoon, in which he might at least say farewell. To avoid all possibility of compromising her in anybody's eyes, he would call at 6:30, when other callers were likely to be gone, knowing that from the peculiar constitution of the household the hour would not interfere with her arrangements. There being no time for an answer, he would assume that she would see him, and keep the engagement, the request being one which could not rationally be objected to. "There, read it," said Ethelberta, with glad displeasure. "Did you ever hear such audacity? Fixing a time so soon that I cannot reply, and thus making capital out of a pretended necessity, when it is really an arbitrary arrangement of his own. That's real rebellion, forcing himself into my house when I said strictly he was not to come, and then that it cannot rationally be objected to. I don't like his rationally." "Where there's much love, there's little ceremony, didn't you say just now?" observed innocent Peggotty. "And where there's little love, no ceremony at all. These manners of his are dreadful, and I believe he will never improve." "It makes you care not a bit about him, does it not, Berta?" said Peggotty, hopefully. "I don't answer for that," said Ethelberta. "I feel, as many others do, that a want of ceremony which is produced by abstraction of mind is no defect in a poet or musician, fatal as it may be to an ordinary man." "Mighty me, you soon forgive him. Peggotty, don't you be so quick to speak. Before I have finished, how do you know what I'm going to say? I'll never tell you anything again if you take me up so. Of course I am going to punish him at once, and make him remember that I am a lady, even if I do like him a little." "How do you mean to punish him?" said Peggotty with interest. "By writing and telling him that on no account is he to come." "But there is not time for a letter." "Well, that doesn't matter. It will show him that I did not mean him to come." At hearing the very merciful nature of the punishment, Peggotty sighed without replying, and Ethelberta dispatched her note. The hour of appointment drew near, and Ethelberta showed symptoms of unrest. 6 o'clock struck and passed. She walked here and there for nothing, and it was plain that a dread was filling her. Her letter might accidentally have had, in addition to the moral effect which she had intended, the practical effect which she did not intend, by arriving before instead of after his purported visit to her, thereby stopping him in spite of all her care. "How long are letters going to Bloomsbury?" she said suddenly. 2 hours, Josie tells me," replied Peggotty, who had already inquired on her own private account. "There!" exclaimed Ethelberta petulantly. "How I dislike a man to misrepresent things! He said there was not time for a reply." "Perhaps he didn't know," said Peggotty in angel tones, "and so it happens all right, and he has got it, and he will not come after all." They waited and waited, but Christopher did not appear that night, the true case being that his declaration about insufficient time for a reply was merely an ingenious suggestion to her not to be so cruel as to forbid him. He was far from suspecting, when the letter of denial did reach him, about an hour before the time of appointment, that it was sent by a refinement of art, of which the real intention was futility, and that but for his own misstatement it would have been carefully delayed. The next day another letter came from the musician, decidedly short and to the point. The irate lover stated that he would not be made a fool of any longer. Under any circumstances he meant to come that self-same afternoon, and should decidedly expect her to see him. "I will not see him," said Ethelberta, Why did he not call last night?" "Because you told him not to," said Peggotty. "Good gracious, as if a woman's words are to be translated as literally as Homer! Surely he is aware that more often than not 'no' is said to a man's importunities because it is traditionally the correct modest reply, and for nothing else in the world. If all men took words as superficially as he does, we should die of decorum in shoals." "Ah, Berta, how could you write a letter that you did not mean should be obeyed?" "I did in a measure mean it, although I could have shown Christian forgiveness if it had not been. Never mind, I will not see him. I'll plague my heart for the credit of my sex." To ensure the fulfilment of this resolve, Ethelberta determined to give way to a headache that she was beginning to be aware of, go to her room, disorganize her dress, and ruin her hair by lying down, so putting it out of her power to descend and meet Christopher on any momentary impulse. Peggotty sat in the room with her, reading, or pretending to read, and Ethelberta pretended to sleep. Christopher's knock came up the stairs, and with it the end of the farce. "I'll tell you what," said Ethelberta, in the prompt and broadly awake tone of one who had been concentrated on the expectation of that sound for a length of time. "It was a mistake in me to do this. Joey was sure to make a muddle of it." Joey was heard coming up the stairs. Peggotty opened the door, and said, with an anxiety transcending Ethelberta's, "Well?" "Oh, will you tell Mrs. Petherwin that Mr. Julian says he'll wait?" "You were not to ask him to wait," said Ethelberta within. "I know that," said Joey, "and I didn't. He's doing that out of his own head." "Then let Mr. Julian wait by all means," said Ethelberta. "Allow him to wait if he likes, but tell him it is uncertain if I shall be able to come down." Joey then retired, and the two sisters remained in silence. "I wonder if he's gone," Ethelberta said, at the end of a long time. "I thought you were asleep," said Peggotty. "Shall we ask Joey? I've not heard the door close." Joey was summoned, and after a leisurely ascent, interspersed by various gymnastic performances over the handrail here and there, appeared again. "He's there just the same. He don't seem to be in no hurry at all," said Joey. "What is he doing?" inquired Peggotty solicitously. "Oh, only looking at his watch sometimes, and humming tunes, and playing rat-a-tat-tat upon the table. He says he don't mind waiting a bit." "You must have made a mistake in the message," said Ethelberta within. "Well, no, I'm correct as a general thing. I just said perhaps you would be engaged all the evening, and perhaps you wouldn't." When Joey had again retired, and they had waited another 10 minutes, Ethelberta said, "Peggotty, do you go down and speak a few words to him. I'm determined he shall not see me. You know him a little. You remember him when he came to the lodge." "What must I say to him?" Ethelberta paused before replying. "Try to find out if he is much grieved at not seeing me, and say, give him to understand that I will forgive him, Peggotty." "Very well. And Peggotty." "Yes." "If he says he must see me, I think I'll get up. But only if he says must. You remember that." Peggotty departed on her errand. She paused on the staircase, trembling, and thinking between the thrills how very far would have been the conduct of her poor slighted self from proud recalcitration, had Mr. Julian's gentle request been addressed to her instead of to Ethelberta. And she went some way in the painful discovery of how much more tantalizing it was to watch an envied situation that was held by another than to be out of sight of it altogether. Here was Christopher waiting to bestow love, and Ethelberta not going down to receive it. A commodity unequalled in value by any other in the whole wide world was being wantonly wasted within that very house. If she could only have stood to-night as the beloved Ethelberta, and not as the despised Peggotty, how different would be this going down! Thus she went along, red and pale moving in her cheeks as in the northern lights at their strongest time. Meanwhile Christopher had sat waiting minute by minute till the evening shades grew browner and the fire sank low. Joey, finding himself not particularly wanted upon the premises after the second inquiry, had slipped out to witness a nigger performance round the corner, and Julian began to think himself forgotten by all the household. The perception gradually cooled his emotions, and enabled him to hold his hat quite steadily. When Pickety gently thrust open the door, she was surprised to find the room in darkness, the fire gone completely out, and the form of Christopher only visible by a faint patch of light, which, coming from a lamp on the opposite side of the way and falling upon the mirror, was thrown as a pale nebulosity upon his shoulder. Pickety was too flurried at sight of the familiar outline to know what to do, and, instead of going or calling for a light, she mechanically advanced into the room. Christopher did not turn or move in any way, and then she perceived that he had begun to doze in his chair. Instantly, with the precipitancy of the timorous, she said, "Mr. Julian," and touched him on the shoulder, murmuring then, "Oh, I beg pardon, I will get a light." Christopher's consciousness returned, and his first act, before rising, was to exclaim, in a confused manner, "Ah, you have come! Thank you, Berta!" Then impulsively to seize her hand as it hung beside his head, and kiss it passionately. He stood up, still holding her fingers. Pickety gasped out something, but was completely deprived of articulate utterance, and in another moment, being unable to control herself at this sort of first meeting with a man she had gone through fire and water to be near, and more particularly by the overpowering kiss upon her hand, burst into hysterical sobbing. Julian, in his inability to imagine so much emotion, or at least the exhibition of it, in Ethelberta, gently drew Pickety further forward by the hand he held, and utilized the solitary spot of light from the mirror by making it fall upon her face. Recognizing the child's features, he at once, with an exclamation, dropped her hand and started back. Being in point of fact a complete bundle of nerves and nothing else, his thin figure shook like a harp-string in painful excitement at a contretemps which would scarcely have quickened the pulse of an ordinary man. Poor Pickety, feeling herself in the wind of a civil devil, started back also, sobbing more than ever. It was a little too much that the first result of his discovery of the mistake should be absolute repulse. She leant against the mantelpiece, when Julian, much bewildered at her superfluity of emotion, assisted her to a seat in sheer humanity. But Christopher was by no means pleased when he again thought round the circle of circumstances. "How could you allow such an absurd thing to happen?" he said in a stern, though trembling voice. "You knew I might mistake. I had no idea you were in the house. I thought you were miles away at Sambourne or somewhere. But I see it is just done for a joke. Ha, ha!" This made Pickety rather worse still. "Oh, oh," she replied, in the tone of pouring from bottle. "What shall I do? It is not done for a joke at all." "Not done for a joke? Never mind, don't cry, Pickety. What was it done for, I wonder?" Pickety, mistaking the purport of his inquiry, imagined him to refer to her arrival in the house, quite forgetting, in her guilty sense of having come on his account, that he would have no right or thought of asking questions about a natural visit to a sister, and she said, "When you went away from Sambourne, I didn't know what to do, and then I ran away and came here, and then Ethelberta was angry with me. But she says I may stay. But she doesn't know that I know you, and how we used to meet along the road every morning, and I'm afraid to tell her. What shall I do?" "Never mind it," said Christopher, a sense of the true state of her case dawning upon him with unpleasant distinctness, and bringing some irritation at his awkward position, though it was impossible to be long angry with a girl who had not reasoning foresight enough to perceive that doubtful pleasure and certain pain must be the result of any meeting whilst hearts were at crossed purposes in this way. "Where is your sister?" he asked. "She wouldn't come down unless she must," said Pickety. "You have vexed her, and she has a headache besides that, and I came instead." "So that I mightn't be wasted altogether. Well, It's a strange business between the three of us. I have heard of one-sided love and reciprocal love and all sorts, but this is my first experience of a concatenated affection. You follow me, I follow Ethelberta, and she follows heaven knows who." "Mr. Ladywell," said the mortified Pickety. "Good God, if I didn't think so!" said Christopher, feeling to the soles of his feet like a man in a legitimate drama. No," said the frightened girl hastily. "I'm not sure it is Mr. Ladywell. That's altogether a mistake of mine." "Ah, yes, you want to screen her," said Christopher, with a withering smile at the spot of light. "Very sisterly, doubtless. But none of that will do for me. I am too old a bird by far, by very far. Now, are you sure she does not love Ladywell?" "Yes." "Well, perhaps I blame her wrongly. She may have some little good faith. A woman has, here and there. How do you know she does not love Ladywell?" "Because she would prefer Mr. Ney to him any day." "Ha!" No, you mistake, sir. She doesn't love either at all. Ethelberta doesn't. I meant that she cannot love Mr. Ladywell because he stands lower in her opinion than Mr. Ney, and him she certainly does not care for. She only loves you. If you only knew how true she is, you wouldn't be so suspicious about her. And I wish I had not come here. Yes, I do." "I cannot tell what to think of it. Perhaps I don't know much of this world after all, or what girls will do. But you don't excuse her to me, Pickety." Before this time Pickety had been simulating haste in getting a light, but in her dread of appearing visibly to Christopher's eyes and showing him the precise condition of her tear-stained face, she put it off moment after moment, and stirred the fire, in hope that the faint illumination thus produced would be sufficient to save her from the charge of stupid conduct as entertainer. Fluttering about on the horns of this dilemma, she was greatly relieved when Christopher, who read her difficulty and the general painfulness of the situation, said that since Ethelberta was really suffering from a headache, he would not wish to disturb her till tomorrow, and went off downstairs and into the street without further ceremony. Meanwhile, other things had happened upstairs. No sooner had Pickety left her sister's room than Ethelberta thought it would, after all, have been much better if she had gone down herself to speak to this admirably persistent lover. Was she not drifting somewhat into the character of coquette, even if her ground of offence, a word of Christopher's about somebody else's mean parentage, which was spoken in utter forgetfulness of her position, but had wounded her to the quick nevertheless, was to some extent a tenable one? She knew what facilities in suffering Christopher always showed, how a touch to other people was a blow to him, a blow to them his deep wound, although he took such pains to look stolid and unconcerned under these inflictions, and tried to smile as if he had no feelings whatever. It would be more generous to go down to him and be kind. She jumped up with that alertness which comes so spontaneously at those sweet, bright times when desire and duty run hand in hand. She hastily set her hair and dress in order, not such matchless order as she could have wished them to be in, but time was precious, and descended the stairs. When on the point of pushing open the drawing-room door, which wanted about an inch of being closed, she was astounded to discover that the room was in total darkness, and still more to hear Pickety sobbing inside. To retreat again was the only action she was capable of at that moment. The clash between this picture and the anticipated scene of Pickety and Christopher sitting in frigid propriety at opposite sides of a well-lighted room was too great. She flitted upstairs again with the least possible rustle, and flung herself down on the couch as before, panting with excitement of the new knowledge that had come to her. There was only one possible construction to be put upon this in Ethelberta's rapid mind, and that approximated to the true one. She had known for some time that Pickety once had a lover, or something akin to it, and that he had disappointed her in a way which had never been told. No stranger, save in the capacity of the one beloved, could wound a woman sufficiently to make her weep, and it followed that Christopher was the man of Pickety's choice. As Ethelberta recalled the conversations, conclusion after conclusion came like pulsations in an aching head. "Oh, how did it happen, and who is to blame?" she exclaimed. "I cannot doubt his faith, and I cannot doubt hers. And yet how can I keep doubting them both?" It was characteristic of Ethelberta's jealous, motherly guard over her young sisters that, amid these contending inquiries, her foremost feeling Chapter 23 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 23. Ethelberta's House, continued. Piccotty was heard on the stairs. Ethelberta covered her face. "Is he waiting?" she said faintly, on finding that Piccotty did not begin to speak. "No, he's gone," said Piccotty. "Oh, why is that?" came quickly from under the handkerchief. "He has forgotten me, that's what it is." "Oh, no, he has not," said Piccotty, just as bitterly. Ethelberta had far too much heroism to let much in this strain escape her, though her sister was prepared to go any lengths in the same. "I suppose," continued Ethelberta, in the quiet way of one who had only a headache the matter with her, "that he remembered you after the meeting at Anglebury?" "Yes, he remembered me." "Did you tell him you had seen him before that time?" "I'd seen him at Sandbourne. I don't think I told you." "At whose house did you meet him?" "At nobody's. I only saw him sometimes," replied Piccotty in great distress. Ethelberta, though of all women most miserable, was brimming with compassion for the throbbing girl so nearly related to her, in whom she continually saw her own weak points without the counterpoise of her strong ones. But it was necessary to repress herself a while. The intended ways of her life were blocked and broken up by this jar of interests, and she wanted time to ponder new plans. "Piccotty, I'd rather be alone now, if you don't mind," she said. "You need not leave me any light. It makes my eyes ache, I think." Piccotty left the room, but Ethelberta had not long been alone and in darkness when somebody gently opened the door and entered without a candle. "Berta," said the soft voice of Piccotty again, "may I come in?" "Oh, yes," said Ethelberta. "Has everything gone right with the house this evening?" "Yes, and Gwendolen went out just now to buy a few things, and she's going to call round upon father when he's got his dinner cleared away." "I hope she won't stay and talk to the other servants. Some day she will let drop something or other before father can stop her." "Oh, Berta," said Piccotty, close beside her. She was kneeling in front of the couch, and now, flinging her arm across Ethelberta's shoulder and shaking violently, she pressed her forehead against her sister's temple, and breathed out upon her cheek. "I came in again to tell you something which I ought to have told you just now, and I've come to say it at once because I'm afraid I shan't be able to do it tomorrow. Mr. Julian was the young man I spoke to you of a long time ago, and I should have told you all about him, but you said he was your young man too, and I didn't know what to do then, because I thought it was wrong in me to love your young man. And, Berta, he didn't mean me to love him at all, but I did it myself, though I did not want to do it either. It would come to me, and I didn't know he belonged to you when I began it, or I would not have let him meet me at all. No, I wouldn't." "Meet you? You don't mean to say he used to meet you?" whispered Ethelberta. "Yes," said Piccotty, "but he could not help it. We used to meet on the road, and there was no other road unless I had gone ever so far round. But it is worse than that, Berta. That was why I couldn't bide in Sandbourne, and ran away to you up here. It was not because I wanted to see you, Berta, because I wanted—" "Yes, I know," said Ethelberta hurriedly. "And then when I went downstairs he mistook me for you for a moment, and that caused a confusion." "Oh, well, it does not much matter," said Ethelberta, kissing Piccotty soothingly. You ought not, of course, to have come to London in such a manner, but since you have come, we will make the best of it. Perhaps it may end happily for you and for him. Who knows? Then don't you want him, Berta? Oh, no, not at all. What, and don't you really want him, Berta? Repeated Peggotty, starting up. I would much rather he paid his addresses to you. He is not the sort of man I should wish to think it best to marry, even if I were to marry, which I have no intention of doing at present. He calls to see me because we are old friends, but his calls do not mean anything more than that he has taken an interest in me. It is not at all likely that I shall see him again, and I certainly never shall see him unless you are present. That will be very nice. Yes, and you will be always distant towards him, and go to leave the room when he comes, when I will call you back. But suppose we continue this tomorrow. I can tell you better then what to do. When Peggotty had left her the second time, Ethelberta turned over upon her breast and shook in convulsive sobs which had little relationship with tears. This abandonment ended as suddenly as it had begun, not lasting more than a minute and a half altogether, and she got up in an unconsidered and unusual impulse to seek relief from the stinging sarcasm of this event, the unhappy love of Peggotty, by mentioning something of it to another member of the family, her eldest sister Gwendolen, who was a woman full of sympathy. Ethelberta descended to the kitchen, it being now about 10 o'clock. The room was empty, Gwendolen not yet having returned, and Cornelia being busy about her own affairs upstairs. The French family had gone to the theatre, and the house on that account was very quiet to-night. Ethelberta sat down in the dismal place without turning up the gas, and in a few minutes admitted Gwendolen. The round-faced country cook floundered in, untying her bonnet as she came, laying it down on a chair, and talking at the same time. "Such a place as this London is, to be sure!" she exclaimed, turning on the gas till it whistled. "I wish I was down in Wessex again. Lord a mercy, Berta, I didn't see it was you. I thought it was Cornelia. As I was saying, I thought that after biding in this underground cellar all the week, making up messes for them French folk, and never pleasing 'em, and never shall, because I don't understand that line, I thought I would go out and see father, you know." "Is he very well?" said Ethelberta. "Yes, and he's going to call round when he has time. Well, as I was a-coming home along, I thought, please the Lord, I'll have some chipples for supper, just for a plain trait. And I went round to the late greengrocer's for 'em, and you know, they sweared me down there they hadn't got such things as chipples in the shop, and had never heard of 'em in their lives. At last I said, why, how can you tell me such a brazen story? Here, there be heaps of 'em. It made me so vexed that I came away there and then, and wouldn't have one. No, not as a gift." "They call them young onions here," said Ethelberta quietly. "You must always remember that. But, Gwendolen, I wanted—" Ethelberta felt sick at heart, and stopped. She had come down on the wings of an impulse to unfold her trouble about Peggotty to her hard-headed and much older sister, less for advice than to get some heart-ease by interchange of words. But, alas, she could proceed no further. The wretched homeliness of Gwendolen's mind seemed at this particular juncture to be absolutely intolerable, and Ethelberta was suddenly convinced that to involve Gwendolen in any such discussion would simply be increasing her own burden, and adding worse confusion to her sister's already confused existence. "What were you going to say?" said the honest and unsuspecting Gwendolen. "I'll put it off till tomorrow," Ethelberta murmured gloomily. "I have a bad headache, and I'm afraid I cannot stay with you after all." As she ascended the stairs, Ethelberta ached with an added pain not much less than the primary one which had brought her down. It was that old sense of disloyalty to her class and kin by feeling, as she felt now, which caused the pain, and there was no escaping it. Gwendolen would have gone to the ends of the earth for her. She could not confide a thought to Gwendolen. "If she only knew of that unworthy feeling of mine, how she would grieve," said Ethelberta miserably. She next went up to the servants' bedrooms, and to where Cornelia slept. On Ethelberta's entrance, Cornelia looked up from a perfect wonder of a bonnet which she held in her hands. At sight of Ethelberta, the look of keen interest in her work changed to one of gaiety. "I'm so glad I was just coming down," Cornelia said in a whisper. Whenever they spoke as relations in this house, it was in whispers. "Now, how do you think this bonnet will do? May I come down and see how I look in your big glass?" She clapped the bonnet upon her head. "Won't it do beautiful for Sunday afternoon?" "It looks very attractive as far as I can see by this light," said Ethelberta. "But is it not rather too brilliant in colour, blue and red together like that? Remember, as I often tell you, people in town never wear such bright contrasts as they do in the country." "Oh, Berta," said Cornelia in a deprecating tone, "don't object. If there's one thing I do glory in, it is a nice flare-up about my head in Sundays. Of course, if the family's not in mourning, I mean." But seeing that Ethelberta did not smile, she turned the subject, and added docilely, "Did you come up for me to do anything? I'll put off finishing my bonnet if I'm wanted." "I was going to talk to you about family matters and Picardy," said Ethelberta. "But as you are busy and I have a headache, I will put it off till tomorrow." Cornelia seemed decidedly relieved, for family matters were far from attractive at the best of times, and Ethelberta went down to the next floor, and entered her mother's room. After a short conversation, Mrs. Chickerell said, "You say you wanted to ask me something?" "Yes, but nothing of importance, Mother. I was thinking about Picardy, and what would be the best thing to do." "Ah, well, you may, Berta. I am so uneasy about this life you've led us into, and full of fear that your plans may break down. If they do, whatever will become of us? I know you are doing your best, but I cannot help thinking that the coming to London and living with you was wild and rash, and not well weighed afore we set about it. You should have counted the cost first, and not advised it. If you break down, and we are all discovered living so queer and unnatural right in the heart of the aristocracy, we should be the laughing-stock of the country. It would kill me, and ruin us all, utterly ruin us." "Oh, Mother, I know all that so well," exclaimed Ethelberta, tears of anguish filling her eyes. "Don't depress me more than I depress myself by such fears, or you will bring about the very thing we strive to avoid. My only chance is in keeping in good spirits, and why don't you try to help me a little by taking a brighter view of things?" "I know I ought to, my dear girl, but I cannot. I do so wish that I had never let you tempt me and the children away from the lodge. I cannot think why I allowed myself to be so persuaded, cannot think. You are not to blame. It is I. I am much older than you, and ought to have known better than listen to such a scheme. This undertaking seems too big. The bills frighten me. I have never been used to such wild adventure, and I can't sleep at night for fear that your tale-telling will go wrong, and we should all be exposed and shamed. A storyteller seems such an impossible castle-in-the-air sort of a trade for getting a living by. I cannot think how ever you came to dream of such an unheard-of thing." "But it is not a castle in the air, and it does get a living," said Ethelberta, her lip quivering. "Well, yes, while it is just a new thing. But I'm afraid it cannot last. That's what I fear. People will find you out as one of a family of servants, and their pride will be stung at having gone to hear your romancing. Then they will go no more, and what will happen to us and the poor little ones?" "We must all scatter again." "If we could get as we were once, I wouldn't mind that, but we should have lost our character as simple country folk who know nothing, which are the only class of poor people that squires will give any help to. And I much doubt if the girls would get places after such a discovery. It would be so awkward and unheard of." "Well, all I can say is," replied Ethelberta, "that I will do my best. All that I have is theirs and yours as much as mine, and these arrangements are simply on their account. I don't like my relations being my servants, but if they did not work for me, they would have to work for others, and my service is much lighter and pleasanter than any other lady's would be for them, so the advantages are worth the risk. If I stood alone, I would go and hide my head in any hole, and care no more about the world and its ways. I wish I was well out of it, and at the bottom of a quiet grave. Anybody might have the world for me then. But don't let me disturb you longer. It's getting late." Ethelberta then wished her mother good night, and went away. To attempt confidences on such an ethereal matter as love was now absurd. Her hermit spirit was doomed to dwell apart as usual, and she applied herself to deep thinking without aid and alone. Not only was there Picotee's misery to disperse, it became Chapter 24 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24. Ethelberta's House, continued. The British Museum. Mrs. Chickerell, in deploring the risks of their present speculative mode of life, was far from imagining that signs of the foul future so much dreaded were actually apparent to Ethelberta at the time the lament was spoken. Hence the daughter's uncommon sensitiveness to prophecy. It was as if a dead reckoner poring over his chart should predict breakers ahead to one who already beheld them. That her story-telling would prove so attractive, Ethelberta had not ventured to expect for a moment. That having once proved attractive there should be any falling off until such time had elapsed as would enable her to harvest some solid fruit was equally a surprise. Future expectations are often based without hesitation upon one happy accident, when the only similar condition remaining to subsequent sets of circumstances is that the same person forms the centre of them. Her situation was so peculiar, and so unlike that of most public people, that there was hardly an argument explaining this triumphant opening which could be used in forecasting the close, unless indeed more strategy were employed in the conduct of the campaign than Ethelberta seemed to show at present. There was no denying that she commanded less attention than at first. The audience had lessened, and, judging by appearances, might soon be expected to be decidedly thin. In excessive lowness of spirit, Ethelberta translated these signs with the bias that a lingering echo of her mother's dismal words naturally induced, reading them as conclusive evidence that her adventure had been chimerical in its birth. Yet it was very far less conclusive than she supposed. Public interest might without doubt have been renewed after a due interval, some of the falling off being only an accident of the season. Her novelties had been hailed with pleasure, the rather that their freshness tickled than that their intrinsic merit was appreciated, and, like many inexperienced dispensers of a unique charm, Ethelberta, by bestowing too liberally and too frequently, was destroying the very element upon which its popularity depended. Her entertainment had been good in its conception, and partly good in its execution, yet her success had but little to do with that goodness. Indeed, what might be called its badness in a histrionic sense, that is, her looks sometimes of being out of place, the sight of a beautiful woman on a platform revealing tender airs of domesticity which showed her to belong by character to a quiet drawing-room, had been primarily an attractive feature. But alas, custom was staining this by improving her up to the mark of an utter impersonator, thereby eradicating the pretty abashments of a poetess out of her sphere, and more than one well-wisher who observed Ethelberta from afar feared that it might some day come to be said of her that she had enfeoffed herself to popularity, that, being daily swallowed by men's eyes, they surfeited with honey, and began to loathe the taste of sweetness, whereof a little more than a little is by much too much. But this, in its extremity, was not quite yet. We discover her one day, a little after this time, sitting before a table strewed with accounts and bills from different tradesmen of the neighbourhood, which she examined with a pale face, collecting their totals on a blank sheet. Picotee came into the room, but Ethelberta took no notice whatever of her. The younger sister, who subsisted on scraps of notice and favour, like a dependent animal, even if these were only an occasional glance of the eye, could not help saying at last, "Berta, how silent you are! I don't think you know I am in the room." "I did not observe you," said Ethelberta. "I am very much engaged. These bills have to be paid." "What, and cannot we pay them?" said Peggotty in vague alarm. "Oh, yes, I can pay them. The question is, how long shall I be able to do it?" "That is sad, and we are going on so nicely, too. It is not true that you have already decided to leave off storytelling, now that people don't crowd to hear as they did?" "I think I shall leave off." "And begin again next year?" "That is very doubtful." "I'll tell you what you might do," said Peggotty, her face kindling with a sense of great originality. "You might travel about to country towns and tell your stories splendidly." "A man in my position might perhaps do it with impunity, but I could not without losing grounds in other domains. A woman may drive to Mayfair from her house in Exonbury Crescent, and speak from a platform there, and be supposed to do it as an original way of amusing herself. But when it comes to starring in the provinces, she establishes herself as a woman of a different breed and habit. I wish I were a man. I would give up this house, advertise it to be let furnished, and sally forth with confidence. But I am driven to think of other ways to manage than that." Peggotty fell into a conjectural look, but could not guess. "The way of marriage," said Ethelberta. "Otherwise, perhaps the poetess may live to become what Dryden called himself when he got old and poor, a rent charge on Providence. Yes, I must try that way," she continued, with a sarcasm towards people out of hearing. "I must buy a peerage, for one thing, and a baronetage, and a House of Commons, and a landed gentry, and learn what people are about me. I must go to Doctors' Commons, and read up wills of the parents of any likely gudgeons I may know. I must get a herald to invent an escutcheon of my family, and throw a genealogical tree into the bargain, in consideration of my taking a few second-hand heirlooms of a pawnbroking friend of his. I must get up sham ancestors, and find out some notorious name to start my pedigree from. It does not matter what his character was. Either villain or martyr will do, provided that he lived 500 years ago. It would be considered far more creditable to make good my descent from Satan in the age when he went to and fro on the earth, than from a ministering angel under Victoria." "But, Bertie, you are not going to marry any stranger who may turn up?" said Peggotty, who had creeping sensations of dread when Ethelberta talked like this. "I had no such intention. But having once put my hand to the plough, how shall I turn back?" "You might marry Mr. Ladywell," said Peggotty, who preferred to look at things in the concrete. "Yes, marry him villainously, in cold blood, without a moment to prepare himself." "Ah, you won't?" "I'm not so sure about that. I have brought mother and the children to town against her judgment and against my father's. They gave way to my opinion as to one who from superior education has larger knowledge of the world than they. I must prove my promise, Eves, even if heaven should fall upon me for it, or what a miserable future will theirs be. We must not be poor in London. Poverty in the country is a sadness, but poverty in town is a horror. There is something not without grandeur in the thought of starvation on an open mountain or in a wide wood, and your bones lying there to bleach in the pure sun and rain. But a back garret in a rookery, and the other starvers in the room insisting on keeping the window shut, anything to deliver us from that." "How gloomy you can be, Berta! It will never be so dreadful. Why, I can take in plain sewing, and you can do translations, and mother can knit stockings, and so on. How much longer will this house be yours?" 2 years. If I keep it longer than that, I shall have to pay rent at the rate of 300 a year. The Pethwin estate provides me with it till then, which will be the end of Lady Pethwin's term." "I see it, and you ought to marry before the house is gone, if you mean to marry high," murmured Peggotty in an inadequate voice, as one confronted by a world so tragic that any hope of her assisting therein was out of the question. It was not long after this exposition of the family affairs that Christopher called upon them. But Pickety was not present, having gone to think of superhuman work on the spur of Ethelberta's awakening talk. There was something new in the way in which Ethelberta received the announcement of his name. Passion had to do with it, so had circumspection, the lattermost for the first time since their reunion. "I'm going to leave this part of England," said Christopher, after a few gentle preliminaries. "I was one of the applicants for the post of assistant organist at Melchester Cathedral when it became vacant, and I find I am likely to be chosen through the interest of one of my father's friends." "I congratulate you." "No, Ethelberta, it is not worth that. I did not originally mean to follow this course at all, but events seemed to point to it in the absence of better." "I, too, am compelled to follow a course I did not originally mean to take." After saying no more for a few moments, she added, in a tone of sudden openness, a richer tincture creeping up her cheek, "I want to put a question to you boldly. Not exactly a question, a thought. Have you considered whether the relations between us which have lately prevailed are the best for you and for me?" "I know what you mean," said Christopher, hastily anticipating all that she might be going to say, "and I am glad you have given me the opportunity of speaking upon that subject. It has been very good and considerate in you to allow me to share your society so frequently as you have done since I have been in town, and to think of you as an object to exist for and strive for. But I ought to have remembered that, since you have nobody at your side to look after your interests, it behoved me to be doubly careful. In short, Ethelberta, I am not in a position to marry, nor can I discern when I shall be, and I feel it would be an injustice to ask you to be bound in any way to one lower and less talented than you. You cannot, from what you say, think it is desirable that the engagement should continue. I have no right to ask you to be my betrothed without having a near prospect of making you my wife. I don't mind saying this straight out. I have no fear that you will doubt my love. Thank heaven, you know what that is well enough. However, as things are, I wish you to know that I cannot conscientiously put in a claim upon your attention." A second meaning was written in Christopher's look, though he scarcely uttered it. A woman so delicately poised upon the social globe could not in honour be asked to wait for a lover who was unable to set bounds to the waiting period. Yet he had privily dreamed of an approach to that position, an unreserved, ideally perfect declaration from Ethelberta that time and practical issues were nothing to her, that she would stand as fast without material hopes as with them, that love was to be an end with her henceforth, having utterly ceased to be a means. Therefore this surreptitious hope of his, founded on no reasonable expectation, was like a guilty thing surprised when Ethelberta answered, with a predominance of judgment over passion still greater than before. "It is unspeakably generous in you to put it all before me so nicely, Christopher. I think infinitely more of you for being so unreserved, especially since I too have been thinking much on the indefiniteness of the days to come. We are not numbered among the blessed few who can afford to trifle with the time. Yet to agree to anything like a positive parting will be quite unnecessary. You did not mean that, did you? Or it is harsh if you did." Ethelberta smiled kindly as she said this, as much as if to say that she was far from really upbraiding him. "Let it be only that we will see each other less. We will bear one another in mind as deeply attached friends, if not as definite lovers, and keep up friendly remembrances of a sort which, come what may, will never have to be ended by any painful process termed breaking off. Different persons, different natures, and it may be that marriage would not be the most favourable atmosphere for our old affection to prolong itself in. When do you leave London?" The disconnected query seemed to be subjoined to disperse the crude effect of what had gone before. "I hardly know," murmured Christopher. "I suppose I shall not call here again." Whilst they were silent, somebody entered the room softly, and they turned to discover Pickety. "Come here, Pickety," said Ethelberta. Pickety came with an abashed bearing to where the other two were standing, and looked down steadfastly. "Mr. Julian is going away," she continued with determined firmness. "He will not see us again for a long time." And Ethelberta added in a lower tone, though still in the unflinching manner of one who had set herself to say a thing and would say it, "He is not to be definitely engaged to me any longer. We are not thinking of marrying, you know, Pickety. It is best that we should not." "Perhaps it is," said Christopher hurriedly, taking up his hat. "Let me now wish you good-bye, and of course you will always know where I am and how to find me." It was a tender time. He inclined forward that Ethelberta might give him her hand, which she did, whereupon their eyes met. Mastered by an impelling instinct she had not reckoned with, Ethelberta presented her cheek. Christopher kissed it faintly. Tears were in Ethelberta's eyes now, and she was heart-full of many emotions. Placing her arm round Pickety's waist, who had never lifted her eyes from the carpet, she drew the slight girl forward, and whispered quickly to him, "Kiss her too. She is my sister, and I am yours." It seemed all right and natural to their respective moods and the tone of the moment that free old Wessex manners should prevail, and Christopher stooped and dropped upon Pickety's cheek likewise such a farewell kiss as he had imprinted upon Ethelberta's. "Care for us both equally?" said Ethelberta. "I will," said Christopher, scarcely knowing what he said. When he reached the door of the room, he looked back and saw the two sisters standing as he had left them, and equally tearful. Ethelberta at once said, in a last futile struggle against letting him go altogether, and with thoughts of her sister's heart, "I think that Pickety might correspond with Faith, don't you, Mr. Julian?" "My sister would much like to do so," said he. "And you would like it too, would you not, Pickety?" "Oh, yes," she replied, "and I can tell them all about you." "Then it shall be so, if Miss Julian will." She spoke in a settled way, as if something intended had been set in train, and Christopher having promised for his sister, he went out of the house with a parting smile of misgiving. He could scarcely believe as he walked along that those late words, yet hanging in his ears, had really been spoken, that still visible scene enacted. He could not even recollect for a minute or two how the final result had been produced. Did he himself first enter upon the long-looming theme, or did she? Christopher had been so nervously alive to the urgency of setting before the hard-striving woman a clear outline of himself, his surroundings, and his fears, that he fancied the main impulse to this consummation had been his, notwithstanding that a faint initiative had come from Ethelberta. All had completed itself quickly, unceremoniously, and easily. Ethelberta had let him go a second time. Yet, on foregoing mornings and evenings, when contemplating the necessity of some such explanation, it had seemed that nothing less than Atlantean force could overpower their mutual gravitation towards each other. On his reaching home, Faith was not in the house, and in the restless state which demands something to talk at, the musician went off to find her, well knowing her haunt at this time of the day. He entered the spiked and gilded gateway of the museum hard by, turned to the wing devoted to sculptures, and descended to a particular basement room which was lined with bas-reliefs from Nineveh. The place was cool, silent, and soothing. It was empty, save of a little figure in black that was standing with its face to the wall in an innermost nook. This spot was Faith's own temple. Here, among these deserted antiques, Faith was always happy. Christopher looked on at her for some time before she noticed him, and dimly perceived how vastly differed her homely suit and unstudied contour, painfully unstudied to fastidious eyes, from Ethelberta's well-arranged draperies, even from Pickety's clever bits of ribbon by which she made herself look pretty out of nothing at all. Yet this negligence was his sister's essence. Without it she would have been a spoilt product. She had no outer world, and her rusty black was as appropriate to Faith's unseen courses as were Ethelberta's correct lights and shades to her more prominent career. "Look, Kit," said Faith, as soon as she knew who was approaching, "this is a thing I never learnt before. This person is really Sennacherib, sitting on his throne, and these, with fluted beards and hair like plough furrows, and fingers with no bones in them, are his warriors, really carved at the time, you know. Only just think that this is not imagined of Assyria, but done in Assyrian times by Assyrian hands. Don't you feel as if you were actually in Nineveh, that, as we now walk between these slabs, so walked Ninevites between them once?" "Yes. Faith, it is all over. Ethelberta and I have parted." "Indeed, and so my plan is to think of verses in the Bible about Sennacherib and his doings which resemble these. This verse, for instance, I remember. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fenced cities of Judah, and took them. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish," and so on. Well, there it actually is, you see. There's Sennacherib, and there's Lachish. Is it not glorious to think that this is a picture done at the time of those very events? "Yes. We did not quarrel this time, Ethelberta and I. If I may so put it, it is worse than quarrelling. We thought it was no use going on any longer, and so— Come, Faith, hear what I say, or else tell me that you won't hear, that I may as well save my breath." "Yes, I will really listen," she said, fluttering her eyelids in her concern at having been so abstracted, and excluding Sennacherib there and then from Christopher's affairs by the first settlement of her features to a present-day aspect, and her eyes upon his face. "You said you'd seen Ethelberta?" "Yes. And what did she say?" "Was there ever anybody so provoking? Why, I've just told you." Yes, I remember now. You have parted. The subject is too large for me to know all at once what I think of it, and you must give me time, Kit. Speaking of Ethelberta reminds me of what I have done. I just looked into the academy this morning. I thought I would surprise you by telling you about it. What do you think I saw? Ethelberta, in the picture painted by Mr. Ladywell." "It is never hung," said he, feeling that they were at one as to a topic at last. "Yes, and the subject is an Elizabethan knight parting from a lady of the same period, the words explaining the picture being, 'Farewell, thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou knowest thy estimate.' The lady is Ethelberta to the shade of a hair, her living face, and the knight is— Not Ladywell? I think so. I am not sure. Oh, no wonder I am dismissed. And yet she hates him.
Chapter 25 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 25. The Royal Academy, the Farnfield Estate. Ethelberta was a firm believer in the kindly effects of artistic education upon the masses. She held that a defilement of mind often arose from ignorance of eye, and, her philanthropy being, by the simple force of her situation, of that sort which lingers in the neighbourhood of home, she concentrated her efforts in this kind upon Sol and Dan. Accordingly, the Academy exhibition having now just opened, she ordered the brothers to appear in their best clothes at the entrance to Burnington House just after noontide on the Saturday of the first week, this being the only day and hour at which they could attend without losing a half, and therefore it was necessary to put up with the inconvenience of arriving at a crowded and enervating time. When Ethelberta was set down in the quadrangle, she perceived the faithful pair, big as the Zamzummimins of old time, standing like sentinels in the particular corner that she had named to them. For Sol and Dan would as soon have attempted petty larceny
has broken faith with their admired lady, Sister Ethelberta. They welcomed her with a painfully lavish exhibition of large new gloves, and chests covered with broad triangular areas of padded blue silk, occupying the position that the shirt-front had occupied in earlier days, and supposed to be lineally descended from the tie of a neckerchief. The dress of their sister for to-day was exactly that of a respectable workman's relative who had no particular ambition in the matter of fashion. A black stuff gown, a plain bonnet to match. A veil she wore for obvious reasons. Her face was getting well known in London, and it had already appeared at the private view in an uncovered state, when it was scrutinized more than the paintings around. But now homely and useful labour was her purpose. Catalogue in hand, she took the two brothers through the galleries, teaching them in whispers as they walked, and occasionally correcting them, first for too reverential a bearing towards the well-dressed crowd, among whom they persisted in walking with their hats in their hands, and with the contrite bearing of meek people in church, and secondly for a tendency which they too often showed towards straying from the contemplation of the pictures as art, to indulge in curious speculations on the intrinsic nature of the delineated subject, the gilding of the frames, the construction of the skylights overhead, or admiration for the bracelets, lockets, and lofty eloquence of persons around them. "Now," said Ethelberta in a warning whisper, "we're coming near the picture which was partly painted from myself, and Dan, when you see it, don't you exclaim 'Hello!' or 'That's Berta to a T!' or anything at all. It would not matter were it not dangerous for me to be noticed here to-day. I see several people who would recognize me on the least provocation." "Not a word," said Dan. "Don't you be afeard about that. I feel that I bain't upon my own ground to-day, and wouldn't do anything to cause an upset. Drown me if I would. Would you, Sol?" In this temper they all pressed forward, and Ethelberta could not but be gratified at the reception of Ladywell's picture, though it was accorded by the critics not very profound. It was an operation of some minutes to get exactly opposite, and when, side by side, the three stood there, they overheard the immediate reason of the pressure. "Farewell, thou art too dear for my possessing," had been lengthily discoursed upon that morning by the Coryphaeus of popular opinion, and the spirit having once been poured out, sons and daughters could prophesy. But in truth Ladywell's work, if not emphatically original, was happily centred on a middle stratum of taste, and, apart from this adventitious help, commanded, and deserved to command, a wide area of appreciation. While they were standing here in the very heart of the throng, Ethelberta's ears were arrested by two male voices behind her, whose words formed a novel contrast to those of the other speakers around. "Some men, you see, with extravagant expectations of themselves, coolly get them gratified, while others hope rationally and are disappointed. Luck, that's what it is, and the more easily a man takes life, the more persistently does luck follow him." "Of course, because if he's industrious he does not want luck's assistance. Natural laws will help him instead." "Well, if it is true that Ladywell has painted a good picture, he has done it by an exhaustive process. He has painted every possible bad one till nothing more of that sort is left for him. You know what lady's face served as the original to this, I suppose?" "Mrs. Petherwin's, I hear." "Yes, Mrs. Alfred Ney, that's to be." "What? That elusive fellow caught at last?" "So it appears, but she herself is hardly so well secured as yet, it seems, though he takes the uncertainty as coolly as possible. I knew nothing about it till he introduced the subject as we were standing here on Monday, and said in an off-hand way, 'I mean to marry the lady.' I asked him how. 'Easily,' he said, 'I will have her if there are 100 at her heels.' You will understand that this was quite in confidence." "Of course, of course." Then there was a slight laugh, and the companions proceeded to other gossip. Ethelberta, calm and compressed in manner, sidled along to extricate herself, not daring to turn round, and Dan and Sol followed, till they were all clear of the spot. The brothers, who had heard the words equally well with Ethelberta, made no remark to her upon them, assuming that they referred to some peculiar system of courtship adopted in high life, with which they had rightly no concern. Ethelberta ostensibly continued her business of tutoring the young workman just as before, though every emotion in her had been put on the alert by this discovery. She had known that Ney admired her, yet his presumption in uttering such a remark as he was reported to have uttered, confidentially or otherwise, nearly took away her breath. Perhaps it was not altogether disagreeable to have her breath so taken away. "I mean to marry that lady." She whispered the words to herself 20 times in the course of the afternoon. Sol and Dan were left considerably longer to their private perceptions of the false and true in art than they had been earlier in the day. When she reached home, Ethelberta was still far removed in her reflections, and it was noticed afterwards that about this time in her career her openness of manner entirely deserted her. She mostly was silent as to her thoughts, and she wore an air of unusual stillness. It was the silence and stillness of a starry sky, where all is force and emotion. This deep, undecipherable habit sometimes suggested, though it did not reveal, Ethelberta's busy brain to her sisters, and they said to one another, "I cannot think what's coming to Berta. She's not so nice as she used to be." The evening under notice was passed desultory enough after the discovery of Ney's self-assured statement. Among other things that she did after dark, while still musingly examining the probabilities of the report turning out true, was to wander to the large attic where the children slept, a frequent habit of hers at night, to learn if they were snug and comfortable. They were talking now from bed to bed, the person under discussion being herself. Herself seemed everywhere to-day. "I know that she's a fairy," Myrtle was insisting, "because she must be, to have such pretty things in our house, and wear silk dresses such as Mother and we and Piggotty haven't got, and have money to give us whenever we want it." "Emmeline says perhaps she knows the fairy's godmother, and is not a fairy herself, because Berta is too tall for a real fairy." "She must be one, for when there was a notch burnt in the hem of my pretty blue frock, she said it would be gone in the morning if I would go to bed and not cry, and in the morning it was gone, and all nice and straight as new." Ethelberta was recalling to mind how she had sat up and repaired the damage alluded to by cutting off half an inch of the skirt all round and hemming it anew, when the breathing of the children became regular, and they fell asleep. Here were bright little minds ready for a training, which, without money and influence, she could never give them. The wisdom which knowledge brings, and the power which wisdom may bring, she had always assumed would be theirs in her dreams for their social elevation. By what means were these things to be ensured to them, if her skill in bread-winning should fail her? Would not a well-contrived marriage be of service? She covered and tucked in one more closely, lifted another upon the pillow, and straightened the soft limbs to an easy position, then sat down by the window and looked out at the flashing stars. Thoughts of Ney's audacious statement returned again upon Ethelberta. He had said that he meant to marry her. Of what standing was the man who had uttered such an intention respecting one to whom a politic marriage had become almost a necessity of existence? She had often heard Ney speak indefinitely of some estate, "my little place," he had called it, which he had purchased not very long ago. All she knew was that its name was Farnfield, that it lay 30 or 40 miles out of London in a south-westerly direction, a railway station in the district bearing the same name, so that there was probably a village or small town adjoining. Whether the dignity of this landed property was that of domain, farmstead, allotment, or garden plot, Ethelberta had not the slightest conception. She was almost certain that Ney never lived there, but that might signify nothing. The exact size and value of the estate would, she mused, be curious, interesting, and almost necessary information to her who must become mistress of it, were she to allow him to carry out his singularly cool and crude, if tender, intention. Moreover, its importance would afford a very good random sample of his worldly substance throughout, from which alone, after all, could the true spirit and worth and seriousness of his words be apprehended. Impecuniosity may revel in unqualified vows, and brim over with confessions as blithely as a bird of May. But such careless pleasures are not for the solvent, whose very dreams are negotiable, and are expressed with due care accordingly. That Nay had used the word she had far more than prima facie appearances for believing. Nay's own conduct towards her, though peculiar rather than devoted, found in these words alone a reasonable key. But, supposing the estate to be such a verbal hallucination as, for instance, hers had been at Arrowthorne, when her poor, unprogressive, hopelessly impracticable Christopher came there to visit her, and was so wonderfully undeceived about her social standing, what a fiasco and what a cuckoo cry would his utterances about marriage seem then? Christopher had often told her of his expectations from Arrowthorne Lodge, and of the blunders that had resulted in consequence. Had not Ethelberta's affection for Christopher partaken less of lover's passion than of old-established tutelary tenderness, she might have been reminded by this reflection of the transcendent fidelity he had shown under that trial, a severe trial, considering the abnormal, almost morbid development of the passion for position in present-day society, as can be prepared for men who move in the ordinary, unheroic channels of life. By the following evening, the consideration of this possibility, that Nay's position might furnish scope for such a disillusive discovery by herself as hers had afforded to Christopher, decoyed Ethelberta into a curious little scheme. She was piqued into a practical undertaking by the man who could say to his friend with such sang-froid, "I mean to marry that lady." Merely telling Peggotty to prepare for an evening excursion of which she was to talk to no one, Ethelberta made ready likewise, and they left the house in a cab about half an hour before sunset, and drove to the Waterloo station. With the decline and departure of the sun, a fog gathered itself out of the low meadow-land that bordered the railway as they went along towards the west, stretching over it like a placid lake, till, at the end of the journey, the mist became generally pervasive, though not dense. Avoiding observation as much as they conveniently could, the two sisters walked from the long wooden shed which formed the station here into the roomy air and along the road to the open country. Peggotty occasionally questioned Ethelberta on the object of the strange journey. She did not question closely, being satisfied that in such sure hands as Ethelberta's she was safe. Deeming it unwise to make any inquiry just yet beyond the simple one of the way to Farnfield, Ethelberta led her companion along a newly fenced road across a heath. In due time they came to an ornamental gate with a curved sweep of wall on each side, signifying the entrance to some enclosed property or other. Ethelberta, being quite free from any digested plan for encouraging Nay to his resolve to wive, was startled to find a hope in her that this very respectable beginning before their eyes was the entrance to the Farnfield property, that she hoped it was nevertheless unquestionable. Just beyond lay a turnpike house, where was dimly visible a woman in the act of putting up a shutter to the front window. Compelled by this time to come to special questions, Ethelberta instructed Peggotty to ask of this person if the place they had just passed was the entrance to Farnfield Park. The woman replied that it was. Directly she had gone indoors, Ethelberta turned back again towards the park gate. "What have we come for, Berta?" said Peggotty, as she turned also. "I'll tell you some day," replied her sister. It was now much past 8 o'clock, and from the nature of the evening, dusk. The last stopping-up train was about 10, so that half an hour could well be afforded for looking round. Ethelberta went to the gate, which was found to be fastened by a chain and padlock. "Ah, the London season," she murmured. There was a wicket at the side, and they entered. An avenue of young fir trees 3 or 4 feet in height extended from the gate into the mist, and down this they walked. The drive was not in very good order, and the 2 women were frequently obliged to walk on the grass to avoid the rough stones in the carriage-way. The double line of young firs now abruptly terminated, and the road swept lower, bending to the right, immediately in front being a large lake, calm and silent as a second sky. They could hear from somewhere on the margin the purl of a weir, and around were clumps of shrubs, araucarias and deodars being the commonest. Ethelberta could not resist being charmed with the repose of the spot, and hastened on with curiosity to reach the other side of the pool, where, by every law of manorial topography, the mansion would be situate. The fog concealed all objects beyond a distance of 20 yards or thereabout, but it was nearly full moon, and though the orb was hidden, a pale diffused light enabled them to see objects in the foreground. Reaching the other side of the lake, the drive enlarged itself most legitimately to a large oval, as for a sweep before a door, a pile of rockwork standing in the midst. But where should have been the front door of a mansion was simply a rough rail fence about 4 feet high. They drew near and looked over. In the enclosure and on the site of the imaginary house was an extraordinary group. It consisted of numerous horses in the last stage of decrepitude, the animals being such mere skeletons that at first Ethelberta hardly recognized them to be horses at all. They seemed rather to be specimens of some attenuated heraldic animal, scarcely thick enough through the body to throw a shadow, or enlarged castings of the fire-dog of past times. These poor creatures were endeavouring to make a meal from herbage so trodden and thin that scarcely a wholesome blade remained. The little that there was consisted of the sourer sorts common on such sandy soils, mingled with tufts of heather and sprouting ferns. "Why have we come here, dear Berta?" said Piccadilly, shuddering. "I hardly know," said Ethelberta. Adjoining this enclosure was another and smaller one, formed of high boarding, within which appeared to be some sheds and outhouses. Ethelberta looked through the crevices and saw that in the midst of the yard stood trunks of trees, as if they were growing, with branches also extending, but these were sawn off at the points where they began to be flexible, no twigs or boughs remaining. Each torso was not unlike a huge hat-stand, and, suspended to the pegs and prongs, were lumps of some substance which at first she did not recognize. They proved to be a chronological sequel to the previous scene. Horses' scowls, ribs, quarters, legs, and other joints were hung thereon, the whole forming a huge open-air larder, emitting not too sweet a smell. But what Stygian sound was this? There had arisen at the moment upon the mute and sleepy air a varied howling from 100 tongues. It had burst from a spot close at hand, a low wooden building by a stream which fed the lake, and reverberated for miles. No further explanation was required. "We are close to a kennel of hounds," said Ethelberta, as Piccadilly held tightly to her arm. "They cannot get out, so you need not fear. They have a horrid way of suddenly beginning thus at different hours of the night, for no apparent reason, though perhaps they hear us. These poor horses are waiting to be killed for their food." The experience altogether, from its intense melancholy, was very depressing, almost appalling to the 2 lone young women, and they quickly retraced their footsteps. The pleasant lake, the purl of the weir, the rudimentary lawns, shrubberies, and avenue had changed their character quite. Ethelberta fancied at that moment that she could not have married, nay, even had she loved him, so horrid did his belongings appear to be. But for many other reasons she had been gradually feeling within this hour that she would not go out of her way at a beck from a man whose interest was so unimpassioned. Thinking no more of him as a possible husband, she ceased to be afraid to make inquiries about the peculiarities of his possessions. In the high road they came on a local man, resting from wheeling a wheelbarrow, and Ethelberta asked him with the air of a countrywoman who owned the estate across the road. "The man owning that is one of the name of Ney," said the native, wiping his face. "'Tis a family that have made a very large fortune by the knacker business and tanning, though they be only sleeping partners in it now, and live like lords. Mr. Ney was going to pull down the old huts here and improve the place and build a mansion. In short, he went so far as to have the grounds planted and the roads marked out and the fish pond made and the place christened Farmfield Park. But he did no more. 'I shall never have a wife,' he said, 'so why should I want a house to put her in?' He's a terrible hater of women, I hear, particularly the lower class." "Indeed?" "Yes, and since then he has let half the land to the Honourable Mr. Mountclear, a brother of Lord Mountclear's. Mr. Mountclear wants the spot for a kennel, and as the land is too poor and sandy for cropping, Mr. Ney let him have it. 'Tis his hounds that you hear howling." They passed on. "But why did we come down here?" said Pickety. "To see the nakedness of the land. It was a whim only, and as it will end in nothing, it is not worth while for me to make further explanation." It was with a curious sense of renunciation that Ethelberta went homeward. Ney was handsome, grim-natured, rather wicked, and an indifferentist, and these attractions interested her as a woman. But the news of this evening suggested to Ethelberta that herself and Ney were too nearly cattle of one colour for a confession on the matter of lineage to be well received by him, and, without confidence of every sort on the nature of her situation, she was determined to contract no union at all. The sympathy of unlikeness might lead the scion of some family, hollow and fungus with antiquity, and as yet unmarked by a mesalliance, to be won over by her story. Chapter 26 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 26. Ethelberta's Drawing Room. While Ethelberta, during the next few days, was dismissing that evening journey from her consideration as an incident altogether foreign to the organized course of her existence, the hidden fruit thereof was rounding to maturity in a species unforeseen. Inferences, unassailable as processes, are, nevertheless, to be suspected, from the almost certain deficiency of particulars on some side or other. The truth in relation to Ney's supposed frigidity was brought before her at the end of the following week, when Dan and Sol had taken Pickety, Cornelia, and the young children to Kew for the afternoon. Early that morning, hours before it was necessary, there had been such a chatter of preparation in the house as was seldom heard there. Sunday hats and bonnets had been retrimmed with such cunning that it would have taken a milliner's apprentice at least to discover that any thread in them was not quite new. There was an anxious peep through the blind at the sky at daybreak by Georgina and Myrtle, and the perplexity of these rural children was great at the weather signs of the town, where atmospheric effects had nothing to do with clouds, and fair days and foul came apparently quite by chance. Punctually, at the hour appointed, two friendly human shadows descended across the kitchen window, followed by Sol and Dan, much to the relief of the children's apprehensions that they might forget the day. The brothers were by this time acquiring something of the airs and manners of London workmen. They were less spontaneous and more comparative, less genial, but smarter, in obedience to the usual law by which the emotion that takes the form of humour in country workmen becomes transmuted to irony among the same order in town. But the fixed and dogged fidelity to one another under apparent coolness, by which this family was distinguished, remained unshaken in these members as in all the rest, leading them to select the children as companions in their holiday in preference to casual acquaintance. At last they were ready, and departed, and Ethelberta, after chatting with her mother a while, proceeded to her personal duties. The house was very silent that day, Gwendolen and Joey being the only ones left below stairs. Ethelberta was wishing that she had thrown off her state and gone to Kew to have an hour of childhood over again in a romp with the others, when she was startled by the announcement of a male visitor, none other than Mr. Ney. Ethelberta's attitude on receipt of this information sufficiently expressed a revived sense that the incidents of Mr. Ney on her path might have a meaning after all. Ney had certainly said he was going to marry her, and now here he was come to her house, just as if he meant to do it forthwith. She had mentally discarded him, yet she felt a shock which was scarcely painful, and a dread which was almost exhilarating. Her flying visit to Farmfield she thought little of at this moment. From the fact that the mind prefers imaginings to recapitulation, conjecture to history, Ethelberta had dwelt more upon Ney's possible plans and anticipations than upon the incidents of her evening journey, and the former assumed a more distinct shape in her mind's eye than anything on the visible side of the curtain. Ney was perhaps not quite so placidly nonchalant as in ordinary. Still, he was by far the most trying visitor that Ethelberta had lately faced, and she could not get above the stage, not a very high one for the mistress of a house, of feeling her personality to be inconveniently in the way of his eyes. He had somewhat the bearing of a man who was going to do without any fuss what gushing people would call a philanthropic action. "I have been intending to write a line to you," said Ney, "but I felt that I could not be sure of writing my meaning in a way which might please you. I am not bright at a letter, never was. The question, I mean, is one that I hope you will be disposed to answer favourably, even though I may show the awkwardness of a fellow person who has never put such a question before. Will you give me a word of encouragement, just to hope that I may not be unacceptable as a husband to you? Your talents are very great, and of course I know that I have nothing at all in that way. Still, people are happy together sometimes, in spite of such things. Will you say yes, and settle it now?" "I was not expecting you had come upon such an errand as this," said she, looking up a little, but mostly looking down. "I cannot say what you wish, Mr. Ney." "Perhaps I have been too sudden and presumptuous. Yes, I know I have been that. However, directly I saw you, I felt that nobody ever came so near my idea of what is desirable in a lady, and it occurred to me that only one obstacle should stand in the way of the natural results, which obstacle would be your refusal. In common kindness, consider. I dare say I am judged to be a man of inattentive habits. I know that's what you think of me. But under your influence I should be very different. So pray do not let your dislike to little matters influence you." "I would not indeed. But believe me, there can be no discussion of marriage between us," said Ethelberta decisively. "If that's the case, I may as well say no more. To burden you with my regrets would be out of place, I suppose," said Ney, looking calmly out of the window. "Apart from personal feeling, there are considerations which would prevent what you contemplated," she murmured. "My affairs are too lengthy, intricate, and unpleasant for me to explain to anybody at present, and that would be a necessary first step." "Not at all. I cannot think that preliminary to be necessary at all. I would put my lawyer in communication with yours, and we would leave the rest to them. I believe that is the proper way. You could say anything in confidence to your family man, and you could inquire through him anything you might wish to know about me. All you would need to say to myself are just the two little words, 'I will,' in the church here at the end of the crescent." "I am sorry to pain you, Mr. Ney, so sorry," said Ethelberta, "but I cannot say them." She was rather distressed that, despite her discouraging words, he still went on with his purpose, as if he imagined what she so distinctly said to be no bar, but rather a stimulant, usual under the circumstances. "It does not matter about paining me," said Ney, "but don't take that into consideration at all. But I did not expect you to leave me so entirely without help, to refuse me absolutely as far as words go, after what you did. If it had not been for that, I should never have ventured to call. I might otherwise have supposed your interest to be fixed in another quarter, but your acting in that manner encouraged me to think you could listen to a word." "What do you allude to?" said Ethelberta. "How have I acted?" Ney appeared reluctant to go any further, but the allusion soon became sufficiently clear. "I wish my little place at Farmfield had been worthy of you," he said, brusquely. "However, that's a matter of time only. It is useless to build a house there yet. I wish I had known that you would be looking over it at that time of the evening. A single word when we were talking about it the other day that you were going to be in the neighbourhood would have been sufficient. Nothing could have given me so much delight as to have driven you round." He knew that she had been to Farnfield. That knowledge was what had inspired him to call upon her today. Ethelberta breathed a sort of exclamation, not right out, but stealthily, like a parson's dam. Her face did not change, since a face must be said not to change while it preserves the same pleasant lines in the mobile parts as before. But anybody who has preserved his pleasant lines under the half-minute's peer of the invidious camera, and found what a wizened, starched kind of thing they stiffened to towards the end of the time, will understand the tendency of Ethelberta's lovely features now. "Yes, I walked round," said Ethelberta faintly. Ney was decidedly master of the position at last, but he spoke as if he did not value that. His knowledge had furnished him with grounds for calling upon her, and he hastened to undeceive her from supposing that he could think ill of any motive of hers which gave him those desirable grounds. I suppose you by that to give some little thought to me occasionally," he resumed in the same slow and orderly tone. "How could I help thinking so? It was your doing that which encouraged me. Now, was it not natural? I put it to you." Ethelberta was almost exasperated at perceiving the awful extent to which she had compromised herself with this man by her impulsive visit. Lightly and philosophically as he seemed to take it, as a thing, in short, which every woman would do by nature unless hindered by difficulties, it was no trifle to her as long as he was ignorant of her justification, and this she determined that he should know at once, at all hazards. "It was through you in the first place that I did look into your grounds," she said excitedly. "It was your presumption that caused me to go there. I should not have thought of such a thing else. If you had not said what you did say, I never should have thought of you or Farmfield either. Farmfield might have been in Kamtchatkaya for all I cared." "I hope sincerely that I never said anything to disturb you." "Yes, you did. Not to me, but to somebody," said Ethelberta, with her eyes overfull of retained tears. "What have I said to somebody that can be the least objectionable to you?" inquired Ney with much concern. You said you meant to marry me, just as if I had no voice in the matter, and that annoyed me and made me go there out of curiosity." Ney changed colour a little. "Well, I did say it. I own that I said it," he replied at last. Probably he knew enough of her nature not to feel long disconcerted by her disclosure, however she might have become possessed of the information. The explanation was certainly a great excuse to her curiosity, but if Ethelberta had tried, she could not have given him a better ground for making light of her objections to his suit. "I felt that I must marry you, that we were predestined to marry ages ago, and I feel it still," he continued, with listless ardour. "You seem to regret your interest in Farmfield, but to me it is a charm, and has been ever since I heard of it." "If you only knew all," she said helplessly, showing, without perceiving it, an unnecessary humility in the remark, since there was no more reason just then that she should go into details about her life than that he should about his. But melancholy and mistaken thoughts of herself as a counterfeit had brought her to this. I do not wish to know more, said Ney. And would you marry any woman offhand, without being thoroughly acquainted with her circumstances? She said, looking at him curiously, and with a little admiration, for his unconsciously phlegmatic treatment of her motives in going to Farnfield had a not unbecoming daring about it in Ethelberta's eye. "I would marry a woman off-hand when that woman is you. I would make you mine this moment, did I dare, or, to speak with absolute accuracy, within 24 hours. Do assent to it, dear Mrs. Petherwin, and let me be sure of you for ever. I'll drive to Doctors' Commons this minute, and meet you tomorrow morning at 9 in the church just below. It is a simple impulse, but I would adhere to it in the coolest moment. Shall it be arranged in that way, instead of our waiting through the ordinary routine of preparation? I am not a youth now, but I can see the bliss of such an act as that, and the contemptible nature of methodical proceedings beside it." He had taken her hand. Ethelberta gave it a subtle movement backwards to imply that he was not to retain the prize, and said, "One whose inner life is almost unknown to you, and whom you've scarcely seen except at other people's houses?" "We know each other far better than we may think at first," said Ney. "We are not people to love in a hurry, and I have not done so in this case. As for worldly circumstances, the most important items in a marriage contract are the persons themselves, and as far as I am concerned, if I get a lady fair and wise, I care for nothing further. I know you are beautiful, for all London knows it. I know you are talented, for I have read your poetry and heard your romances, and I know you are politic and discreet." "For I have examined your property," said she, with a weak smile. Ney bowed. "And what more can I wish to know? Come, shall it be?" "Certainly not to-morrow." "I will be entirely in your hands in that matter. I will not urge you to be precipitate. I could not expect you to be ready yet. My suddenness perhaps offended you, but having thought deeply of this bright possibility, I was apt to forget the forbearance that one ought to show at first in mentioning it. If I have done wrong, forgive me." "I will think of that," said Ethelberta, with a cooler manner. "But seriously, all these words are nothing to the purpose. I must remark that I prize your friendship, but it is not for me to marry now. You have convinced me of your goodness of heart and freedom from unworthy suspicions. Let that be enough. The best way in which I, in my turn, can convince you of my goodness of heart is by asking you to see me in private no more." "And do you refuse to think of me as—" "Why do you treat me like that, after all?" said Ney, surprised at this want of harmony with his principle that one convert to matrimony could always find a second ready-made. "I cannot explain, said she impatiently. "I would, and I would not. Explain, I mean, not marry. I don't love anybody, and I have no heart left for beginning. It is only honest in me to tell you that I am interested in watching another man's career, though that is not to the point either, for no close relationship with him is contemplated. But I do not wish to speak of this any more. Do not press me to it." "Certainly I will not," said Ney, seeing that she was distressed and sorrowful. "But do consider me in my wishes. I have a right to ask it, for it is only asking a continuance of what you have already begun to do. To-morrow I believe I shall have the happiness of seeing you again." She did not say no, and long after the door had closed upon him she remained fixed in thought. "How can he be blamed for his manner?" she said, "after knowing what I did?" Ethelberta, as she sat, felt herself much less a Petherwin than a Chickerell, much less a poetess richly freighted with fancy than an adventuress with a nebulous prospect. Ney was one of the few men whose presence seemed to attenuate her dignity in some mysterious way to its very least proportions, and that act of espial, which had so quickly and inexplicably come to his knowledge, helped his influence still more. She knew little of the nature of the town bachelor. There were opaque depths in him which her thoughts had never definitely plumbed. Notwithstanding her exaltation to the atmosphere of the Petherwin family, Ethelberta was very far from having the thoroughbred London woman's knowledge of sets, grades, coteries, cliques, forms, glosses, and niceties, particularly on the masculine side. Setting the years from her infancy to her first look into town against those linking that epoch with the present, the former period covered not only the greater time, but contained the mass of her most vivid impressions of life and its ways. But in recognizing her ignorance of the ratio between words to women and deeds to women in the ethical code of the bachelor of the club, she forgot that human nature in the gross differs little with situation, and that a gift which, if the germs were lacking, no amount of training Chapter 27 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. Mrs. Belmane's Cripplegate Church. Ney's remark that he believed he should see Ethelberta again the next day referred to a contemplated pilgrimage of an unusual sort, which had been arranged for that day by Mrs. Belmane, upon the ground of an incidental suggestion of Ethelberta's. One afternoon in the week previous they had been chatting over tea at the house of the former lady, Ney being present as a casual caller, when the conversation was directed upon Milton by somebody opening a volume of the poet's works that lay on a table near. "Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour. England hath need of thee," said Mrs. Belmane, with a degree of flippancy which is considered correct for immortal verse, the Bible, God, etc., in these days. And Ethelberta replied, lit up by a quick remembrance, "It is a good time to talk of Milton, for I have been much impressed by reading the Life, and I have decided to go and see his tomb. Couldn't we not all go? We ought to quicken our memories of the great and of where they lie by such a visit occasionally." "We ought," said Mrs. Belmane. "And why shouldn't we?" continued Ethelberta with interest. "To Westminster Abbey," said Mr. Belmane, a common man of 30, younger than his wife, who had lately come into the room. "No, to where he lies comparatively alone, Cripplegate Church." "I always thought that Milton was buried in Poets' Corner," said Mr. Belmane. "Oh, so did I," said Ney, "but I have such an indifferent head for places that my thinking goes for nothing." "Well, it would be a pretty thing to do," said Mrs. Belmane, "and instructive to all of us. If Mrs. Petherick would like to go, I should. We can take you in the carriage and call round for Mrs. Doncaster on her way, and set you both down again coming back." "That would be excellent," said Ethelberta. "There is nowhere I like going to so much as the depths of the city. The absurd narrowness of the world-renowned streets is so surprising, so crooked and shady as they are too, and full of the quaint smells of old cupboards and cellars. Walking through one of them reminds me of being at the bottom of some crevasse or gorge, the proper surface of the globe being the tops of the houses." "You will come to take care of us, John? And you, Mr. Ney, would like to come? We will tell Mr. Ladywell that he may join us if he cares to," said Mrs. Belmane. "Oh, yes," said her husband quietly, and Ney said he should like nothing better, after a faint aspect of apprehension at the remoteness of the idea from the daily track of his thoughts. Mr. Belmane, observing this, and mistaking it for an indication that Ney had been dragged into the party against his will by his over-hasty wife, arranged that Ney should go independently, and meet them there at the hour named, if he chose to do so, to give him an opportunity of staying away. Ethelberta also was by this time doubting if she had not been too eager with her proposal. To go on such a sentimental errand might be thought by her friends to be simply troublesome, their adherence having been given only in the regular course of complaisance. She was still comparatively an outsider here, her life with Lady Petherick having been passed chiefly in alternations between English watering-places and continental towns. However, it was too late now to muse on this, and it may be added that from the first to last Ethelberta never discovered from the Belmanes whether her proposal had been an infliction or a charm. So perfectly were they practised in sustaining that complete divorce between thinking and saying which is the hallmark of high civilization. But, however she might doubt the Belmanes, she had no doubt as to Ney's true sentiments. The time had come when he, notwithstanding his air of being oppressed by almost every lively invention of town and country for charming griefs to rest, would not be at all oppressed by a quiet visit to the purlieus of St. Giles's Cripplegate, since she was the originator and was going herself. It was a bright, hope-inspiring afternoon in this mid-May time, when the carriage containing Mr. and Mrs. Belmain, Mrs. Doncaster, and Ethelberta crept along the encumbered streets towards Barbican, till, turning out of that thoroughfare into Red Cross Street, they beheld the bold shape of the old tower they sought, clothed in every neutral shade, standing clear against the sky, dusky and grim in its upper stage, and hoary grey below, where every corner of every stone was completely rounded off by the waves of wind and storm. All people were busy here. Our visitors seemed to be the only idle persons the city contained, and there was no dissonance, there never is, between antiquity and such beehive industry. For pure industry, in failing to observe its own existence and aspect, partakes of the unobtrusive nature of material things. This intramural stir was a flywheel transparent by excessive motion, through which Milton and his day could be seen as if nothing intervened. Had there been ostensibly harmonious accessories, a crowd of observing people in search of the poetical, conscious of the place and the scene, what a discord would have arisen there! But everybody passed by Milton's grave except Ethelberta and her friends, and for the moment the city's less invidious conduct appeared to her more respectful as a practice than her own. But she was brought out of this rumination by the halt at the church door, and completely reminded of the present by finding the church open, and Ney, the till yesterday unimpassioned Ney, waiting in the vestibule to receive them, just as if he lived there. Ladywell had not arrived. It was a long time before Ethelberta could get back to Milton again, for Ney was continuing to impend over her future more and more visibly. The objects along the journey had distracted her mind from him, but the moment now was as a direct renewal and prolongation of the declaration time yesterday, and as if in furtherance of the conclusion of the episode. They all alighted and went in, the coachman being told to take the carriage to a quiet nook further on, and return in half an hour. Mrs. Belmain and her carriage some years before had accidentally got jammed crosswise in Cheapside through the clumsiness of the man in turning up a side street, blocking that great artery of the civilized world for the space of a minute and a half, when they were pounced upon by half a dozen policemen and forced to back ignominiously up a little slit between the houses where they did not mean to go, amid the shouts of the hindered drivers. And it was her nervous recollection of that event which caused Mrs. Belmain to be so precise in her directions now. By the time that they were grouped round the tomb, the visit had assumed a much more solemn complexion than any one among them had anticipated. Ashamed of the influence that she discovered Ney to be exercising over her, and opposing it steadily, Ethelberta drew from her pocket a small edition of Milton, and proposed that she should read a few lines from Paradise Lost. The responsibility of producing a successful afternoon was upon her shoulders. She was, moreover, the only one present who could properly manage blank verse, and this was sufficient to justify the proposal. She stood with her head against the marble slab just below the bust, and began a selected piece, Ney standing a few yards off on her right, looking into his hat in order to listen accurately, Mr. and Mrs. Belmain and Mrs. Doncaster seating themselves in a pew directly facing the monument. The ripe, warm colours of afternoon came in upon them from the west, upon the sallow piers and arches, and the infinitely deep brown pews beneath, the aisle over Ethelberta's head being in misty shade, through which glowed a lurid light from a dark stained window behind. The sentences fell from her lips in a rhythmical cadence, one by one, and she could be fancied a priestess of him before whose image she stood, when with a vivid suggestiveness she delivered here, not many yards from the central money-mill of the world, yet out from the very tomb of her author, the passage containing the words, "Mammon led them on, Mammon, the least erected spirit that fell from heaven." When she finished reading, Ethelberta left the monument, and then each one present strayed independently about the building, Ethelberta turning to the left along the passage to the south door. Nay, from whose usually apathetic face and eyes there had proceeded a secret smouldering light as he listened and regarded her, followed in the same direction, and vanished at her heels into the churchyard, whither she had now gone. Mr. and Mrs. Belmayne exchanged glances, and instead of following the pair, they went with Mrs. Doncaster into the vestry, to inquire of the person in charge for the register of the marriage of Oliver Cromwell, which was solemnized here. The church was now quite empty, and its stillness was as a vacuum into which an occasional noise from the street overflowed and became rarefied away to nothing. Something like 5 minutes had passed when a hansom stopped outside the door, and Ladywell entered the porch. He stood still, and looking inquiringly round for a minute or two, sat down in one of the high pews, as if under the impression that the others had not yet arrived. While he sat there, Nay reappeared at the south door opposite, and came slowly in. Ladywell, in rising to go to him, saw that Nay's attention was engrossed by something he held in his hand. It was his pocket-book, and Nay was looking at a few loose flower-petals which had been placed between the pages. When Ladywell came forward, Nay looked up, started, and closed the book quickly, so that some of the petals fluttered to the ground between the two men. They were striped, red and white, and appeared to be leaves of the harlequin rose. "Ah, there you are, Ladywell," he said, recovering himself. "We've given you up. My aunt said that you would not care to come. They're all in the vestry." How it came to pass that Nay designated those in the vestry as all, when there was one in the churchyard, was a thing that he himself could hardly have explained, so much more had it to do with instinct than with calculation. "Oh, never mind them, don't interrupt them," said Ladywell. "The plain truth is that I have been very greatly disturbed in mind, and I could not appear earlier by reason of it. I had some doubt about coming at all." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Nay, I may as well tell you and have done with it. I have found that a lady of my acquaintance has 2 strings to her bow, or I am very much in error." "What, Mrs. Petherwin?" said Nay uneasily. "But I thought that fancy was over with you long ago. Even your acquaintance with her was at an end, I thought." "In a measure it is at an end, but let me tell you that what you call a fancy has been anything but a fancy with me, to be over like a spring shower. To speak plainly, Nay, I consider myself badly used by that woman, damn badly used." "Badly used?" said Nay mechanically, and wondering all the time if Ladywell had been informed that Ethelberta was to be one of the party to-day. "Well, I ought not to talk like that," said Ladywell, adopting a lighter tone. "All is fair in courtship, I suppose, now, as ever. Indeed, I mean to put a good face upon it. If I am beaten, I am. But it is very provoking, after supposing matters to be going on smoothly, to find out that you are quite mistaken." "I told you were quite mistaken in supposing she cared for you." "That's just the point I was not mistaken in," said Ladywell warmly. "She did care for me, and I stood as well with her as any man could stand, until this fellow came, whoever he is. I sometimes feel so disturbed about it that I have a good mind to call upon her and ask his name. Wouldn't you, Nay? Will you accompany me?" "I would in a moment, but I strongly advise you not to go," said Nay earnestly. "It would be rash, you know, and rather unmannerly, and would only hurt your feelings." "Well, I'm always ready to yield to Fred's arguments. A sneaking scamp, that's what he is. Why doesn't he show himself?" "Don't you really know who he is?" said Nay, in a pronounced and exceptional tone, on purpose to give Ladywell a chance of suspecting, for the position was getting awkward. But Ladywell was blind as Bartimaeus in that direction. So well had indifference to Ethelberta's charms been feigned by Ney until he thought seriously of marrying her. Yet, unfortunately for the interests of calmness, Ladywell was less blind with his outward eye. In his reflections his glance had lingered again upon the pocket-book which Ney still held in his hand, and upon the 2 or 3 rose-leaves on the floor, until he said idly, superimposing humorousness upon misery, as men in love can, "Rose-leaves, Ney? I thought you didn't care for flowers. What makes you amuse yourself with such sentimental objects as those, only fit for women or painters like me? If I had not observed you with my own eyes, I should have said that you were about the last man in the world to care for things of that sort. Whatever makes you keep rose-leaves in your pocket-book?" "The best reason on earth," said Ney. "A woman gave them to me." "That proves nothing unless she is a great deal to you," said Ladywell, with the experienced air of a man who, whatever his inferiority in years to Ney, was far beyond him in knowledge of that sort by virtue of his recent trials. "She's a great deal to me." "If I did not know you to be such a confirmed misogynist, I should say that this is a serious matter." "It is serious," said Ney quietly. "The probability is that I shall marry the woman who gave me these. Anyhow, I have asked her the question, and she has not altogether said no." "I'm glad to hear it, Ney," said Ladywell heartily. "I'm glad to hear that your star is higher than mine." Before Ney could make further reply, Ladywell was attracted by the glow of green sunlight reflected through the south door by the grass of the churchyard, now in all its spring freshness and luxuriance. He bent his steps thither, followed anxiously by Ney. "I had no idea there was such a lovely green spot in the city," Ladywell continued, passing out. "Trees, too, planted in the manner of an orchard. What a charming place!" The place was truly charming just at that date. The untainted leaves of the lime and plane trees and the newly sprung grass had in the sun a brilliancy of beauty that was brought into extraordinary prominence by the sable soil showing here and there, and the charcoal stems and trunks out of which the leaves budded. They seemed an importation, not a produce, and their delicacy such as would perish in a day. "What is this round tower?" Ladywell said again, walking towards the iron-grey bastion, partly covered with ivy and Virginia creeper, which stood obtruding into the enclosure. "Oh, did you know that was here? That's a piece of the old city wall," said Ney, looking furtively around at the same time. Behind the bastion the churchyard ran into a long, narrow strip, grassed like the other part, but completely hidden from it by the cylinder of ragged masonry. On rounding this projection, Ladywell beheld within a few feet of him a lady whom he knew too well. "Mrs. Petherwin here!" exclaimed he, proving how ignorant he had been of the composition of the party he was to meet, and accounting at the same time for his laxity in attending it. "I forgot to tell you," said Ney awkwardly behind him, "that Mrs. Petherwin was to come with us." Ethelberta's look was somewhat blushful and agitated, as if from some late transaction. She appeared to have been secluding herself there till she should have recovered her equanimity. However, she came up to him and said, "I did not see you before this moment. We have been thinking you would not come." While these words were being prettily spoken, Ladywell's face became pale as death. On Ethelberta's bosom were the stem and green calyx of a rose, almost all its flower having disappeared. It had been a harlequin rose, for 2 or 3 of its striped leaves remained to tell the tale. She could not help noticing his fixed gaze, and she said quickly, "Yes, I have lost my pretty rose. This may as well go now." And she plucked the stem from its fastening in her dress, and flung it away. Poor Ladywell turned round to meet Mr. and Mrs. Belmayne, whose voices were beginning to be heard just within the church door, leaving Ney and Ethelberta together. It was a graceful act of young Ladywell's that, in the midst of his own pain at the strange tale the rose-leaves suggested, Ney's rivalry, Ethelberta's mutability, his own defeat, he was not regardless of the intense embarrassment which might have been caused had he remained. The two were silent at first, and it was evident that Ethelberta's mood was one of anger at something that had gone before. She turned aside from him to follow the others, when Ney spoke in a tone somewhat bitter and somewhat stern. "What, going like that, after being compromised together? Why don't you close with me? Ladywell knows all. I've already told him that the rose-leaves were given to me by my intended wife. We seem to him to be practising deceptions all of a piece, and what folly it is to play off so. As to what I did, that I ask your forgiveness for." Ethelberta looked upon the ground and maintained a compressed lip. Ney resumed. "If I showed more feeling than you care for, I insist that it was not more than was natural under the circumstances, if not quite proper. Opinions may differ, but my experience goes to prove that conventional squeamishness at such times as there is more talked and written about than practised. Plain behaviour must be expected when marriage is in the question. Nevertheless, I do say, and I cannot say more, that I am sincerely sorry to have offended you by exceeding my privileges. I will never do so again." "Don't say privileges. You have none." "I'm sorry that I thought otherwise, and that others will think so too. Ladywell is at any rate bent on thinking so. It might have been made known to him in a gentle way, but God disposes." "There is nothing to make known. I don't understand," said Ethelberta, going from him. By this time Ladywell had walked round the gravel walks with the two other ladies and Mr. Belmayne, and they were all turning to come back again. The young painter had deputed his voice to reply to their remarks, but his understanding continued poring upon other things. When he came up to Ethelberta, his agitation had left him. She, too, was free from constraint, while Ney was some distance off, carefully examining nothing in particular in an old fragment of wall. The little party was now united again as to its persons, though in spirit far otherwise. They went through the church in general talk, Ladywell sad but serene, and Ethelberta keeping far removed both from him and from Ney. She had at this juncture entered upon that sphinx-like stage of existence in which, contrary to her earlier manner, she signified to no one of her ways, plans, or sensations, and spoke little on any subject at all. There were occasional smiles now which came only from the face, and speeches from the lips merely. The journey home was performed as they had come, Ladywell not accepting the seat in Ney's cab which was phlegmatically offered him. Mrs. Doncastle's acquaintance with Ethelberta had been slight until this day, but the afternoon's proceeding had much impressed the matron with her younger friend. Before they parted she said, with the sort of affability which is meant to signify the beginning of permanent friendship, "A friend of my husband, Lord Mountclair, has been anxious for some time to meet you. He is a great admirer of the poems, and more still of the story-telling invention, and your power in it. He has been present many times at the Mayfair Hall to hear you. When will you dine with us to meet him? I know you will like him. Will Thursday be convenient?" Ethelberta stood for a moment reflecting, and reflecting hoped that Mrs. Doncastle had not noticed her momentary perplexity. Crises were becoming as common with her as blackberries, and she had foreseen this one a long time. It was not that she was to meet Lord Mountclair, for he was only a name and a distant profile to her. It was that her father would necessarily be present at the meeting, in the most anomalous position that human nature could endure. However, having often proved in her disjointed experience that the shortest way out of a difficulty lies straight through it, Ethelberta decided to dine at the Doncastles', and, as she murmured that she should have great pleasure in meeting any friend of theirs, set about contriving how the encounter with her dearest relative might be made safe and unsuspected. She bade them adieu blithely, but the thoughts engendered by the invitation stood before her as sorrowful and rayless ghosts which could not be laid. Often at such conjunctures as these, when the futility of her great undertaking was more than usually manifest, did Ethelberta long, like a tired child, for the conclusion of the whole matter, when her work would be over and the evening come, when she might draw her boat upon the shore, Chapter 28 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 28. Ethelberta's Mr. Chickerell's Room. The question of nay or no nay had reached a pitch of insistence which no longer permitted of dallying, even by a popular beauty. His character was becoming defined to Ethelberta as something very differently composed from that of her first imagining. She had set him down to be a man whose external inexcitability owed nothing to self-repression, but stood as the natural surface of the mass within. Ney's urban torpor, she said, might have been in the first instance produced by art, but, were it thus, it had gone so far as to permeate him. This had been disproved, first surprisingly by his reported statement, wondrously in the second place by his call upon her and sudden proposal, thirdly, to a degree simply astounding, by what had occurred in the city that day. For Ney, before the fervour had subsided which was produced in him by her look and general power while reading Paradise Lost, found himself alone with her in a nook outside the church, and there had almost demanded her promise to be his wife. She had replied by asking for time, and idly offering him the petals of her rose that had shed themselves in her hand. Ney, in taking them, pressed her fingers more warmly than she thought she had given him warrant for, which offended her. It was certainly a very momentary affair, and when it was over seemed to surprise himself almost as much as it had vexed her. But it had reminded her of one truth which she was in danger of forgetting. The town gentleman was not half so far removed from Sol and Dan and the hard-handed order in general in his passions as in his philosophy. He still continued to be the male of his species, and, when the heart was hot with a dream, Pall Mall had much the same aspect as Wessex. Well, she had not accepted him yet. Indeed, for the moment, they were in a pet with one another. Yet that might soon be cleared off, and then recurred the perpetual question, would the advantage that might accrue to her people by her marriage be worth the sacrifice? One palliative feature must be remembered when we survey the matrimonial ponderings of the poetess and romancer. What she contemplated was not meanly to ensnare a husband just to provide incomes for her and her family, but to find some man she might respect, who would maintain her in such a stage of comfort as should, by setting her mind free from temporal anxiety, enable her to further organize her talent and provide incomes for them herself. Plenty of saleable originality was left in her as yet, but it was getting crushed under the rubbish of her necessities. She was not sure that Ney would stand the test of her revelations. It would be possible to lead him to marry her without revealing anything. The events of the last few days had shown her that. Yet Ethelberta's honesty shrank from the safe course of holding her tongue. It might be pleasant to many a modern gentleman to find himself allied with a lady, none of whose ancestors had ever pandered to a court, lost an army, taken a bride, oppressed a community, or broken a bank. But the added disclosure that, in avoiding these stains, her kindred had worked and continued to work with their hands for bread, might lead such a one to consider that the novelty was dearly purchased. Ethelberta was upon the whole dissatisfied with her progress thus far. She had planned many things, and fulfilled few. Had her father been by this time provided for and made independent of the world, as she had thought he might be, not only would her course with regard to Ney be quite clear, but the impending awkwardness of dining with her father behind her chair could not have occurred. True, that was a small matter beside her regret for his own sake that he was still in harness, and a mere change of occupation would be but a tribute to a fastidiousness which he did not himself share. She had frequently tried to think of a vacation for him that would have a more dignified sound, and be less dangerously close to her own path. The post of caretaker at some provincial library, country stationer, registrar of births and deaths, and many others had been discussed and dismissed in face of the unmanageable fact that her father was serenely happy and comfortable as a butler, looking with dread at any hint of change short of perfect retirement. Since, then, she could not offer him this retirement, what right had she to interfere with his mode of life at all? In no other social groove on earth would he thrive as he throve in his present one, to which he had been accustomed from boyhood, and where the remuneration was actually greater than in professions 10 times as stately in name. For the rest, too, Ethelberta had indulged in hopes, the high education of the younger ones being the chief of these darling wishes. Pickety wanted looking to badly enough. Sol and Dan required no material help. They had quickly obtained good places of work under a Pimlico builder, for though the brothers scarcely showed as yet the light-fingered deftness of London artisans, the want was in a measure compensated by their painstaking, and employers are far from despising country hands who bring with them strength, industry, and a desire to please. But their sister had other lines laid down for them than those of level progress. To start them some day as masters instead of men was a long-cherished wish of Ethelberta's. Thus she had quite enough machinery in her hands to keep decently going, even were she to marry a man who would take a kindly view of her peculiar situation, and afford her opportunities of strengthening her powers for her kindred's good. But what would be the result of it 18 months hence, the date at which her occupation of the house in Exonbury Crescent came to an end? She was still a widow, with no accumulated capital, her platform talents grown homely and stunted through narrow living, and her tender vein of poesy completely dispersed by it. To calmly relinquish the struggle at that point would have been the act of a Stoic, but not of a woman, particularly when she considered the children, the hopes of her mother for them, and her own condition, though this was least, under the ironical cheers which would greet a slip back into the mire. It here becomes necessary to turn for a moment to Master Joey Chickerell, Ethelberta's troublesome page and brother. The face of this juvenile was that of a Greco-Roman satyr to the furthest degree of completeness. Viewed in front, the outer line of his upper lip rose in a double arch nearly to his little round nostrils, giving an expression of a jollity so delicious to himself as to compel a perpetual drawing in of his breath. During half-laughs his lips parted in the middle, and remained closed at the corners, which were small round pits like his nostrils, the same form being repeated as dimples a little further back upon his cheek. The opening for each eye formed a sparkling crescent, both upper and under lid having the convexity upwards. But during some few days preceding the dinner-party at the Doncastles, all this changed. The luxuriant curves departed. A compressed lineality was to be observed everywhere. The pupils of his eyes seemed flattened, and the carriage of his head was limp and sideways. This was a feature so remarkable and new in him that Pickety noticed it, and was lifted from the melancholy current of her own affairs in contemplating his. "Well, what's the matter?" said Pickety. "Oh, nothing," said Joey. "Nothing? How can you say so?" "The world's a hollow mockery, that's what I say." "Yes, so it is to some, but not to you," said Pickety, sighing. "Don't talk argument, Pickety. I only hope you'll never feel what I feel now. If it wasn't for my duties here, I know what I'd do. I'd list, that's what I'd do. But having my position to fill here as the only responsible manservant in the house, I can't leave." "Has anybody been beating you?" "Beating? Do I look like a person who gets beatings? No, it is a madness," said Joey, putting his hand upon his chest. "The case is, I'm in love." "Oh, Joey, a boy no bigger than you are," said Pickety reprovingly. Her personal interest in the passion, however, provoked her to inquire in the next breath, "Who is it? Do tell, Joey." "No bigger than I. What have bigness to do with it? That's just like your old-fashioned notions. Bigness is no more wanted in courting nowadays than in soldiering or smoking or any other duty of man. Husbands is rare, and a promising courter who means business will fetch his price in these times, big or small, I assure ye. I might have been engaged 12 times over as far as the bigness goes. You should see what a miserable little fellow my rival is afore you talk like that. Now you know I've got a rival. Perhaps you'll own there must be something in it. "Yes, that seems like the real thing. But who is the young woman?"
"Well, I don't mind telling you, Pickety. It is Mrs. Doncastle's new maid. I called to see father last night, and had supper there, and you should have seen how lovely she were, eating sparrowgrass sideways, as if she were born to it. But of course there's a rival, there always is. I might have known that, and I will crush him."
"But Mrs. Doncastle's new maid, if that was she I caught a glimpse of the other day, is ever so much older than you, 12 years.
"What's that to a man in love? Pooh! I wish you would leave me, Pickety. I wants to be alone."
A short time after this, Pickety was in the company of Ethelberta, and she took occasion to mention Joey's attachment. Ethelberta grew exceedingly angry directly she heard of it. "What a fearful nuisance that boy is becoming," she said. "Does father know anything of this?"
"I think not," said Pickety.
"Oh, no, he cannot. He would not allow any such thing to go on. She is so much older than Joey." "I should think he wouldn't allow it. The fact is, I must be more strict about this growing friendliness between you all and the Doncastle servants. There shall be absolutely no intimacy or visiting of any sort. When father wants to see any of you, he must come here, unless there is a most serious reason for your calling upon him. Some disclosure or reference to me otherwise than as your mistress will certainly be made else, and then I am ruined. I will speak to father myself about Joey's absurd nonsense this evening. I am going to see him on another matter." And Ethelberta sighed. "I am to dine there on Thursday," she added. "To dine there, Berta? Well, that is a strange thing. Why, father will be close to you." "Yes," said Ethelberta quietly. "How I should like to see you sitting at a grand dinner-table among lordly dishes and shining people, and father about the room unnoticed. Berta, I've never seen a dinner-party in my life, and father said that I should some day. He promised me long ago." "How will he be able to carry out that, my dear child?" said Ethelberta, drawing her sister gently to her side. "Father says that for an hour and a half the guests are quite fixed in the dining-room, and as unlikely to move as if there were trees planted round the table. Do let me go and see you, Berta," Pickety added coaxingly. "I would give anything to see how you look in the midst of elegant people talking and laughing, and you, my own sister, all the time, and me looking on like puss in the corner." Ethelberta could hardly resist the entreaty, in spite of her recent resolution. "We will leave that to be considered when I come home tonight," she said. "I must hear what father says." After dark the same evening, a woman, dressed in plain black and wearing a hood, went to the servants' entrance of Mr. Doncastle's house, and inquired for Mr. Chickerell. Ethelberta found him in a room by himself, and on entering she closed the door behind her and unwrapped her face. "Can you sit with me a few minutes, father?" she said.
"Yes, for a quarter of an hour or so," said the butler. "Has anything happened? I thought it might be Pickety."
"No, all well as yet, but I thought it best to see you upon one or two matters which are harassing me a little just now. The first is, that stupid boy Joey has got entangled in some way with the lady's maid at this house. A ridiculous affair it must be by all account, but it is too serious for me to treat lightly. She will worm everything out of him, and a pretty business it will be then."
"God bless my soul! Why, the woman is old enough to be his mother. I've never heard a sound of it till now. What do you propose to do?"
"I have hardly thought. I cannot tell at all, but we will consider that after I have done. The next thing is, I am to dine here Thursday, that is, tomorrow."
"You going to dine here, are you?" said her father in surprise. "Dear me, that's news. We have a dinner-party tomorrow, but I was not aware that you knew our people."
"I have accepted the invitation," said Ethelberta, "but if you think I had better stay away, I will get out of it by some means. Heavens, what does that mean? Will anybody come in?" she added, rapidly pulling up her hood and jumping from the seat as the loud tones of a bell clanged forth in startling proximity.
"Oh, no, it's all safe," said her father. "It's the area door, nothing to do with me. About the dinner, I don't see why you may not come. Of course you will take no notice of me, nor shall I of you. It is to be rather a large party. Lord What's-his-name is coming, and several good people."
Yes, he's coming to meet me, it appears. But, father, she said more softly and slowly, how wrong it will be for me to come so close to you and never recognize you. I don't like it. I wish you could have given up service by this time. It would have been so much less painful for us all round. I thought we might have been able to manage it somehow.
Nonsense, nonsense, said Mr. Chickerell crossly. There's not the least reason why I should give up. I want to save a little money first. If you don't like me as I am, you must keep away from me. Don't be uneasy about my comfort. I am right enough, thank God. I can mind myself for many a year yet.
Ethelberta looked at him with tears in her eyes, but she did not speak. She never could help crying when she met her father here.
I've been in service now for more than 37 years, her father went on. It is an honourable calling. And why should you maintain me because you earn a few pounds by your gifts, and an old woman left you her house and a few sticks of furniture? If she'd left you any money, it would have been a different thing. But as you have to work for every penny you get, I cannot think of it. Suppose I should agree to come and live with you, and then you should be ill or such like, and I no longer able to help myself. Oh, no, I'll stick where I am, for here I am as safe as to food and shelter at any rate. Surely, Ethelberta, it is only right that I, who ought to keep you all, should at least keep your mother and myself. As to our position, that we cannot help, and I don't mind that you are unable to own me.
I wish I could own you, all of you.
Well, you chose your course, my dear, and you must abide by it. Having put your hand to the plough, it would be foolish to turn back.
It would, I suppose. Yet I wish I could get a living by some simple, humble occupation, and drop the name of Petherwin and be Berta Chickerell again, and live in a green cottage as we used to do when I was small. I'm miserable to a pitiable degree sometimes, and sink into regrets that I ever fell into such a groove as this. I don't like covert deeds, such as coming here tonight, and many are necessary with me from time to time. There is something without which splendid energies are a drug, and that is a cold heart. There's another thing necessary to energy, too, the power of distinguishing your visions from your reasonable forecasts when looking into the future, so as to allow your energy to lay hold of the forecasts only. I begin to have a fear that Mother is right when she implies that I undertook to carry out visions and all. But 10 of us are so many to cope with. If God Almighty had only killed off 3/4 of us when we were little, a body might have done something for the rest. But as we are, it is hopeless.
There's no use in your going into high doctrine like that, said Chickerell. As I said before, you chose your course. You've begun to fly high, and you'd better keep there.
And to do that there is only one way. That is, to do it surely, so that I have some groundwork to enable me to keep up to the mark in my profession. That way is marriage.
Marriage? Who are you going to marry?
God knows, perhaps Lord Mountclear. Stranger things have happened.
Yes, so they have, though not many wretcheder things. I would sooner see you in your grave, Ethelberta, than Lord Mountclear's wife, or the wife of anybody like him, great as the honour would be.
Of course, that was only something to say. I don't know the man even.
I know his valet. However, marry who you may, I hope you'll be happy, my dear girl. You'll be still more divided from us in that event. But when your mother and I are dead, it will make little difference.
Ethelberta placed her hand upon his shoulder, and smiled cheerfully. Now, father, don't despond. All will be well, and we shall seize no such misfortune as that for many a year. Leave all to me. I am a rare hand at contrivances.
You are indeed, Berta. It seems to me quite wonderful that we should be living so near together and nobody suspect the relationship because of the precautions you have taken.
Yet the precautions were rather Lady Petherwin's than mine, as you know. Consider how she kept me abroad. My marriage being so secret made it easy to cut off all traces, unless anybody had made it a special business to search for them. That people should suspect as yet would be by far the most wonderful thing of the two. But we must, for one thing, have no visiting between our girls and the servants here, or they will soon suspect. Ethelberta then laid down a few laws on the subject, and, explaining the other details of her visit, told her father soon that she must leave him. He took her along the passage and into the area. They were standing at the bottom of the steps saying a few parting words about Picketty's visit to see the dinner, when a female figure appeared by the railing above, slipped in at the gate, and flew down the steps past the father and daughter. At the moment of passing she whispered breathlessly to him, "Is that you, Mr. Chickerell?" "Yes," said the butler. She tossed into his arms a quantity of wearing apparel, and adding, "Please take them upstairs for me, I'm late," rushed into the house. "Good heavens, what does that mean?" said Ethelberta, holding her father's arm in her uneasiness. "That's the new lady's maid just come in from an evening walk, that young scamp's sweetheart, if what you tell me is true. I don't yet know what her character is, but she runs neck and neck with time closer than any woman I ever met. She stays out at night like this till the last moment, and often throws off her dashing courting clothes in this way as she runs down the steps, to save a journey to the top of the house to her room before going to Mrs. Doncastle's, who is in fact at this minute waiting for her. Only look here." Chickerell gathered up a hat decked with feathers and flowers, a parasol, and a light muslin train-skirt, out of the pocket of the latter tumbling some long golden tresses of hair. "What an extraordinary woman!" said Ethelberta. "A perfect Cinderella. The idea of Joey getting desperate about a woman like that. No doubt she has come in from meeting him." "No doubt. A blockhead. That's his taste, is it? I'll soon see if I can't cure his taste if it includes towards Mrs. Menlove." "Mrs. what?" "Menlove, that's her name. She came about a fortnight ago." "And is that Menlove? What shall we do?" exclaimed Ethelberta. "The idea of the boy singling out her! Why, it is ruin to him, to me, and to us all." She hastily explained to her father that Menlove had been Lady Petherwin's maid, and her own, at some time before the death of her mother-in-law, that she had only stayed with them through a 3 months' tour because of her flightiness, and hence had learnt nothing of Ethelberta's history, and probably had never thought at all about it. But nevertheless they were as well acquainted as a lady and her maid well could be in the time. "Like all such doubtful characters," continued Ethelberta, "she was one of the cleverest and lightest-handed women we ever had about her. When she first came, my hair was getting quite weak, but by brushing it every day in a peculiar manner, and treating it as only she knew how, she brought it into splendid condition." "Well, this is the devil to pay, upon my life," said Mr. Chickerell, with a miserable gaze at the bundle of clothes and the general situation at the same time. "Unfortunately for her friendship, I have snubbed her 2 or 3 times already, for I don't care about her manner. You know she has a way of trading on a man's sense of honour till it puts him into an awkward position. She is perfectly well aware that, whatever scrape I find her out in, I shall not have the conscience to report her because I am a man, and she is a defenceless woman, and so she takes advantage of one's feeling by making me, or either of the other men-servants, her bottle-holder, as you see she has done now." "This is all simply dreadful," said Ethelberta. "Joey is shrewd and trustworthy, but in the hands of such a woman as that. I suppose she did not recognize me." "There was no chance of that in the dark." "Well, I cannot do anything in it," said she. "I cannot manage Joey at all." "I will see if I can," said Mr. Chickerell. "Courting at his age, indeed! What shall we hear next?" Chickerell then accompanied his daughter along the street till Chapter 29 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 29. Ethelberta's dressing room. Mr. Doncastle's house. The dressing of Ethelberta for the dinner party was an undertaking into which Picketty threw her whole skill as tirewoman. Her energies were brisker that day than they had been at any time since the Julians first made preparations for departure from town, for a letter had come to her from Faith, telling of their arrival at the old cathedral city, which was found to suit their inclinations and habits infinitely better than London, and that she would like Pickety to visit them there some day. Pickety felt, and so probably felt the writer of the letter, that such a visit would not be very practicable just now. But it was a pleasant idea, and for fastening dreams upon was better than nothing. Such musings were encouraged also by Ethelberta's remarks as the dressing went on. "We will have a change soon," she said. "We will go out of town for a few days. It will do good in many ways. I am getting so alarmed about the health of the children. Their faces are becoming so white and thin and pinched that an old acquaintance would hardly know them. And they were so plump when they came. You are looking as pale as a ghost, and I dare say I am too. A week or two at Knowlsea would see us right." "Oh, how charming!" said Pickety gladly. Knowlsea was a village on the coast, not very far from Melchester, the new home of Christopher. Not very far, that is to say, in the eye of a sweetheart. But, seeing that there was, as the crow flies, a stretch of 35 miles between the two places, and that more than 1/3 the distance was without a railway, an elderly gentleman might have considered their situations somewhat remote from each other. "Why have you chosen Knowlsea?" inquired Pickety. "Because of Aunt's letter from Rouen. Have you seen it?" "I did not read it through." "She wants us to get a copy of the register of her baptism, and she is not absolutely certain which of the parishes in and about Knowlsea they were living in when she was born. Mother, being a year younger, cannot tell, of course. First I thought of writing to the clergyman of each parish, but that would be troublesome, and might reveal the secret of my birth. But if we go down there for a few days and take some lodgings, we shall be able to find out all about it at leisure. Gwendolen and Joey can attend to Mother and the people downstairs, especially as Father will look in every evening until he goes out of town to see if they are getting on properly. It will be such a weight off my soul to slip away from acquaintances here." "Will it?" "Yes. At the same time I ought not to speak so, for they have been very kind. I wish we could go to Rouen afterwards. Aunt repeats her invitation as usual. However, there is time enough to think of that." Ethelberta was dressed at last, and, beholding the lonely look of poor Pickety when about to leave the room, she could not help having a sympathetic feeling that it was rather hard for her sister to be denied so small an enjoyment as a menial peep at a feast, when she herself was to sit down to it as guest. "If you still want to go and see the procession downstairs, you may do so," she said reluctantly, "provided that you take care of your tongue when you come in contact with men, love, and adhere to Father's instructions as to how long you may stay. It may be in the highest degree unwise, but never mind, go." Then Ethelberta departed for the scene of action, just at the hour of the sun's lowest decline, when it was fading away, yellow and mild as candlelight, and when upper windows facing north-west reflected to persons in the street dissolving views of tawny cloud with brazen edges, the original picture of the same being hidden from sight by soiled walls and slaty slopes. Before entering the presence of host and hostess, Ethelberta contrived to exchange a few words with her father. "In excellent time," he whispered, full of paternal pride at the superb audacity of her situation here in relation to his. "About half of them are come." "Mr. Ney?" "Not yet. He's coming." "Lord Mountclair?" "Yes, he came absurdly early, 10 minutes before anybody else, so that Mrs. D. could hardly get on her bracelets and things soon enough to scramble downstairs and receive him. And he's as nervous as a boy. Keep up your spirits, dear, and don't mind me." "I will, father, and let Pickety see me at dinner if you can. She is very anxious to look at me. She'll be here directly." And Ethelberta, having been announced, joined the chamberful of assembled guests, among whom, for the present, we lose sight of her. Meanwhile, the evening outside of the house was deepening in tone, and the lamps began to blink up. Her sister having departed, Pickety hastily arrayed herself in a little black jacket and a chip hat, and tripped across the park to the same point. Chickerell had directed a maidservant known as Jane to receive his humbler daughter and make her comfortable, and that friendly person, who spoke as if she had known Peggotty 25 years, took her to the housekeeper's room, where the visitor deposited her jacket and hat, and rested a while. A quick-eyed, light-haired, slight-built woman came in when Jane had gone. "Are you Miss Chickerell?" she said to Peggotty. "Yes," said Peggotty, guessing that this was Menlove, and fearing her a little. "Jane tells me that you come to visit your father, and would like to look at the company going to dinner. Well, they are not much to see, you know, but such as they are, you are welcome to the sight of. Come along with me." "I think I would rather wait for father, if you will excuse me, please." "Your father's busy now. It's no use for you to think of saying anything to him." Peggotty followed her guide up a back staircase to the height of several flights, and then, crossing a landing, they descended to the upper part of the front stairs. "Now look over the balustrade, and you will see them all in a minute," said Mrs. Menlove. "Oh, you need not be timid. You can look out as far as you like. We're all independent here. No slavery for us. It is not as it is in the country, where servants are considered to be of different blood and bone from their employers, and to have no eyes for anything but their work. Here, they are coming." Peggotty then had the pleasure of looking down upon a series of human crowns, some black, some white, some strangely built upon, some smooth and shining, descending the staircase in disordered column and great discomfort, their owners trying to talk, but breaking off in the midst of syllables to look to their footing. The young girl's eyes had not drooped over the handrail more than a few moments, when she softly exclaimed, "There she is! There she is! How lovely she looks, does she not?" "Who?" said Mrs. Menlove. Peggotty recollected herself, and hastily drew in her impulses. "My dear mistress," she said blandly, "that is she on Mr. Doncastle's arm. And look, who is that funny old man the elderly lady is helping downstairs?" "He's our honoured guest, Lord Mountclair. Mrs. Doncastle will have him all through the dinner, and after that he will devote himself to Mrs. Petherwin, your dear mistress. He keeps looking towards her now, and no doubt thinks it a nuisance that she is not with him. Well, Eustace to stay here. Come a little further, we'll follow them." Menlove began to lead the way downstairs, but Peggotty held back. "Won't they see us?" she said. "No, and if they do, it doesn't matter. Mrs. Doncastle would not object in the least to the daughter of her respected head man being accidentally seen in the hall." They descended to the bottom, and stood in the hall. "Oh, there's father!" whispered Peggotty, with childlike gladness, as Chickerell became visible to her by the door. The butler nodded to his daughter, and became again engrossed in his duties. "I wish I could see her, my mistress, again," said Peggotty. "You seem mightily concerned about your mistress," said Menlove. "Do you want to see if you have dressed her properly?" "Yes, partly, and I like her too. She's very kind to me." "You'll have a chance of seeing her soon. When the door is nicely open, you can look in for a moment. I must leave you now for a few minutes, but I will come again." Menlove departed, and Peggotty stood waiting. She wondered how Ethelberta was getting on, and whether she enjoyed herself as much as it seemed her duty to do in such a superbly hospitable place. Peggotty then turned her attention to the hall, every article of furniture therein appearing worthy of scrutiny to her unaccustomed eyes. Here she walked and looked about for a long time, till an excellent opportunity offered itself of seeing how affairs progressed in the dining-room. Through the partly opened door there became visible a sideboard, which first attracted her attention by its richness. It was indeed a noticeable example of modern art workmanship, in being exceptionally large, with curious ebony mouldings at different stages, and, while the heavy cupboard doors at the bottom were enriched with inlays of paler wood, other panels were decorated with tiles, as if the massive composition had been erected on the spot as part of the solid building. However, it was on a space higher up that Peggotty's eyes and thoughts were fixed. In the great mirror above the middle ledge she could see reflected the upper part of the dining-room, and this suggested to her that she might see Ethelberta and the other guests reflected in the same way by standing on a chair, which, quick as thought, she did. To Peggotty's dazed young vision, her beautiful sister appeared as the chief figure of a glorious pleasure parliament of both sexes, surrounded by whole regiments of candles grouped here and there about the room. She and her companions were seated before a large flower-bed, or small hanging garden, fixed at about the level of the elbow, the attention of all being concentrated rather upon the uninteresting margin of the bed, and upon each other, than on the beautiful natural objects growing in the middle, as it seemed to Peggotty. In the ripple of conversation Ethelberta's clear voice could occasionally be heard, and her young sister could see that her eyes were bright and her face beaming, as if divers social wants and looming penuriousness had never been within her experience. Mr. Doncaster was quite absorbed in what she was saying. So was the queer old man whom Menlove had called Lord Mountclair. "The dashing young widow looks very well, does she not?" said a person at Peggotty's elbow. It was her conductor, Menlove, now returned again, whom Peggotty had quite forgotten. "She will do some damage here to-night, you will find," continued Menlove. "How long have you been with her?" "Oh, a long time. I mean, rather a short time," stammered Peggotty. "I know her well enough. I was her maid once, or rather her mother-in-law's, but that was long before you knew her. I did not by any means find her so lovable as you seem to think her when I had to do with her at close quarters. An awful flirt, awful. Don't you find her so?" "I don't know." "If you don't yet, you will know. But come down from your perch. The dining-room door will not be open again for some time, and I'll show you about the rooms upstairs. This is a larger house than Mrs. Petherwin's, as you'll see. Just come and look at the drawing-rooms." Wishing much to get rid of Menlove, yet fearing to offend her, Peggotty followed upstairs. Dinner was almost over by this time, and when they entered the front drawing-room, a young man-servant and maid were there rekindling the lights. "Now let's have a game of cat and mouse," said the maid-servant cheerily. "There's plenty of time before they come up." "Agreed," said Menlove promptly. "You will play, will you not, Miss Chickerell?" "No, indeed," said Peggotty, aghast. "Never mind, then, you look on." Away then ran the housemaid and Menlove, and the young footman started at their heels, round the room, over the furniture, under the furniture, through the furniture, out of one window, along the balcony, in at another window, again round the room. So they glided with the swiftness of swallows and the noiselessness of ghosts. Then the housemaid drew a Jew's harp from her pocket, and struck up a lively waltz sotto voce. The footman seized Menlove, who appeared nothing loath, and began spinning gently round the room with her, to the time of the fascinating measure. Which fashion halls from countesses to queens, and maids and valets dance behind the scenes. Peggotty, who had been accustomed to unceiled country cottages all her life, wherein the scamper of a mouse is heard distinctly from floor to floor, exclaimed in a terrified whisper at viewing all this, They'll hear you underneath, they'll hear you, and we shall all be ruined." "Oh, not at all," came from the cautious dancers. "These are some of the best-built houses in London, double floors, filled in with material that will deaden any row you like to make, and we make none. But come and have a turn yourself, Miss Chickerell." The young man relinquished Menlove, and on the spur of the moment seized Peggotty. Peggotty flounced away from him in indignation, backing into a corner with ruffled feathers, like a pullet trying to appear a hen. "How dare you touch me?" she said, with rounded eyes. "I'll tell somebody downstairs of you, who'll soon see about it." "What a baby! She'll tell her father." "No, I shan't. Somebody you are all afraid of, that's who I'll tell." "Nonsense," said Menlove. "He meant no harm." Playtime was now getting short, and further antics being dangerous on that account, the performers retired again downstairs, Peggotty, of necessity, following. Her nerves were screwed up to the highest pitch of uneasiness by the grotesque habits of these men and maids, who were quite unlike the country servants she had known, and resembled nothing so much as pixies, elves, or gnomes, peeping up upon human beings from their shady haunts underground, sometimes for good, sometimes for ill, sometimes doing heavy work, sometimes none, teasing and worrying with impish laughter half suppressed, and vanishing directly mortal eyes were bent on them. Separate and distinct from overt existence under the sun, This life could hardly be without its distinctive pleasures, all of them being more or less pervaded by thrills and titillations from games of hazard and the perpetual risk of sensational surprises. Long before this time, Peggotty had begun to be anxious to get home again, but Menlove seemed particularly to desire her company, and pressed her to sit a while, telling her young friend, by way of entertainment, of various extraordinary love adventures in which she had figured as heroine when travelling on the Continent. These stories had one and all a remarkable likeness in a certain point. Menlove was always unwilling to love the adorer, and the adorer was always unwilling to live afterwards on account of it. "Ha, ha, ha!" in men's voices was heard from the distant dining-room as the two women went on talking. "And then," continued Menlove, "there was that duel I was the cause of between the courier and the French valet. Dear me, what a trouble that was, yet I could do nothing to prevent it. This courier was a very handsome man. They're all handsome sometimes." "Yes, they are. My aunt married one." "Did she? Where do they live?" "They keep in a hotel at Rouen," murmured Peggotty, in doubt whether this should have been told or not. "Well, he used to follow me to English church every Sunday regularly, and I was so determined not to give my hand where my heart could never be, that I slipped out at the other door while he stood expecting me by the one I entered. Here I met Monsieur Pierre, when, as ill luck would have it, the other came round the corner, and seeing me talking to the valet, he challenged him at once." "Ha, ha, ha!" was heard again afar. "Did they fight?" said Peggotty. "Yes, I believe they did. We left Nice the next day, but I heard some time after of a duel not many miles off, and although I could not get hold of the names, I make no doubt it was between these two gentlemen. I never knew which of them fell. Poor fellow, whichever it was." "Ha, ha, 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 ha!" came from the dining-room. "Whatever are those boozy men laughing at, I wonder?" said Menlove. "They're always so noisy when the ladies have gone upstairs. Upon my soul, I'll run up and find out." "No, no, don't," entreated Peggotty, putting her hand on her entertainer's arm. It seems wrong. It's no concern of ours." "Wrong be hanged. Anything on an impulse," said Mrs. Menlove, skipping across the room and out of the door, which stood open, as did others in the house, the evening being sultry and oppressive. Peggotty waited in her seat until it occurred to her that she could escape the lady's maid by going off into her father's pantry in her absence. But before this had been put into effect, Menlove appeared again. "Such fun as they are having up there," she said. "Somebody asked Mr. Ney to tell a story which he had told at some previous time, but he was very reluctant to do so, and pretended he could not recollect it. Well, then the other man, I couldn't distinguish him by his voice, began telling it, to prompt Mr. Ney's memory, and as far as I could understand, it was about some lady who thought Mr. Ney was in love with her, and to find whether he was worth accepting or not, she went with her maid at night to see his estate, and wandered about it and got lost, and was frightened, and I don't know what besides. Then Mr. Ney laughed too, and said he liked such common sense in a woman. No names were mentioned, but I fancy from the awkwardness of Mr. Ney at being compelled to tell it, that the lady is one of those in the drawing-room. I should like to know which it was." "I know. I have heard something about it," said Peggotty, blushing with anger. "It was nothing at all like that. I wonder Mr. Ney had the audacity ever to talk of the matter, and to misrepresent it so greatly." "Tell all about it, do," said Menlove. "Oh, no," said Peggotty. I promise not to say a word." "It is your mistress, I expect." "You may think what you like, but the lady is anything but a mistress of mine." The flighty Menlove pressed her to tell the whole story, but finding this useless, the subject was changed. Presently her father came in, and, taking no notice of Menlove, told his daughter that she had been called for. Peggotty very readily put on her things, and, on going outside, found Joey awaiting her. Mr. Chickerell followed closely, with sharp glances from the corner of his eye, and it was plain from Joey's nervous manner of lingering in the shadows of the area doorway instead of entering the house, that the butler had in some way set himself to prevent all communion between the fair lady's maid and his son, for that evening at least. He watched Peggotty and her brother off the premises, and the pair went on their way towards Exonbury Crescent, very few words passing between them. Peggotty's thoughts had turned to the proposed visit to Nulsea, and Joey was sulking under disappointment Chapter 30 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 30. On the Housetop.
"Peggotty, are you asleep?"
Ethelberta whispered softly at dawn the next morning, by the half-opened door of her sister's bedroom.
"No, I keep waking, it is so warm." "So do I. Suppose we get up and see the sun rise. The east is filling with flame."
"Yes, I should like it," said Peggotty. The restlessness which had brought Ethelberta hither in slippers and dressing-gown at such an early hour owed its origin to another cause than the warmth of the weather, but of that she did not speak as yet. Peggotty's room was an attic with windows in the roof, a chamber dismal enough at all times, and very shadowy now. While Peggotty was wrapping up, Ethelberta placed a chair under the window, and, mounting upon this, they stepped outside and seated themselves within the parapet. The air was as clear and fresh as on a mountain-side. Sparrows chattered, and birds of a species unsuspected at later hours could be heard singing in the park hard by, while here and there on ridges and flats a cat might be seen going calmly home from the devilries of the night to resume the amiabilities of the day.
"I'm so sorry I was asleep when you reached home," said Peggotty. "I was so anxious to tell you something I heard of, and to know what you did. But my eyes would shut, try as I might, and then I tried no longer. Did you see me at all, Berta?"
"Never once. I had an impression that you were there. I fancied you were from father's carefully vacuous look whenever I glanced at his face."
"But were you careful about what you said, and did you see Menlove?"
"I felt all the time that I had done wrong in letting you come. The gratification to you was not worth the risk to me."
"I saw her and talked to her, but I am certain she suspected nothing. I enjoyed myself very much, and there was no risk at all."
"I am glad it is no worse news. However, you must not go there again. Upon that point I am determined."
"It was a good thing I did go, all the same. I'll tell you why when you've told me what happened to you."
"Nothing of importance happened to me."
"I expect you got to know the lord you were to meet?"
"Oh, yes, Lord Mountclair."
"And it's dreadful how fond he is of you, quite ridiculously taken up with you.
I saw that well enough.
Such an old man, too. I wouldn't have him for the world."
"Don't jump at conclusions so absurdly, Peggotty. Why wouldn't you have him for the world?"
"Because he's old enough to be my grandfather, and yours too."
"Indeed he is not. He's only middle-aged."
"Oh, Berta, 65 at least."
"He may or may not be that, and if he is, it is not old. He's so entertaining that one forgets all about age in connection with him."
"He laughs like this, he, he, he."
Peggotty introduced as much antiquity into her face as she could by screwing it up and suiting the action to the word.
"This very odd thing
occurred," said Ethelberta, to get Peggotty off the track of Lord Mountclair's peculiarities, as it seemed. "I was saying to Mr. Ney that we were going to Knowlsea for a time, feeling that he would not be likely to know anything about such an out-of-the-way place, when Lord Mountclair, who was near, said, 'I shall be at Ankworth Court in a few days, probably at the same time you are at Knowlsea. The Imperial Archaeological Association holds its meetings in that part of Wessex this season, and Corvsgate Castle, near Knowlsea, is one of the places on our list.' Then he hoped I would be able to attend. Did you ever hear anything so strange? Now I should like to attend very much, not on Lord Mountclair's account, but because such gatherings are interesting, and I have never been to one. Yet there is this to be considered. Would it be right for me to go without a friend to such a place? Another point is that we shall live in menagerie style at Knowlsea for the sake of the children, and we must do it economically in case we accept Aunt Charlotte's invitation to Rouen. Hence, if he or his friends find us out there, it will be awkward for me. So the alternative is Knowlsea or some other place for us."
"Let it be Knowlsea, now we have once settled it," said Peggotty anxiously. "I've mentioned to Faith Julian that we shall be there."
mentioned it already? You must have written instantly." "I had a few minutes to spare, and I thought I might as well write." "Very well, we will stick to Knowlesea," said Ethelberta, half in doubt. "Yes, otherwise it would be difficult to see about Aunt's baptismal certificate. We will hope nobody will take the opportunity to pry into our household. And now, Pickety, I want to ask you something very serious. How would you like me to marry Mr. Ney?" Ethelberta could not help laughing with a faint shyness as she asked the question under the searching east ray. "He has asked me to marry him," she continued, "and I want to know what you would say to such an arrangement. I don't mean to imply that the event is certain to take place, but, as a mere supposition, what do you say to it, Pickety?" Ethelberta was far from putting this matter before Pickety for advice or opinion, but, like all people who have an innate dislike to hole-and-corner policy, she felt compelled to speak of it to someone. "I should not like him for you at all," said Pickety vehemently. "I'd rather you had Mr. Ladywell." "Oh, don't name him." "I wouldn't have Mr. Ney at any price. Nevertheless, it is about him that I was going to tell you." Pickety proceeded to relate Menlove's account of the story of Ethelberta's escapade, which had been dragged from Ney the previous evening by the friend to whom he had related it, before he was so enamoured of Ethelberta as to regard that performance as a positive virtue in her. "Nobody was told, or even suspected, who the lady of the anecdote was," Pickety concluded, "but I knew instantly, of course, and I think it very unfortunate that we ever went to that dreadful ghostly estate of his, Berta." Ethelberta's face heated with mortification. She had no fear that Ney had told names or other particulars which might lead to her identification by any friend of his, and she could make allowances for bursts of confidence. But there remained the awkward fact that he himself knew her to be the heroine of the episode. What annoyed her most was that Ney could ever have looked upon her indiscretion as a humorous incident, which he certainly must have done at some time or other to account for his telling it. Had he been angry with her, or sneered at her for going, she could have forgiven him. But to see her manoeuvre in the light of a joke, to use it as illustrating his grim theory of womankind, and neither to like nor to dislike her the more for it from first to last, this was to treat her with a cynicism which was intolerable. That Ney's use of the incident as a stock anecdote ceased long before he had decided to ask her to marry him, she had no doubt, but it showed that his love for her was of that sort in which passion makes war upon judgment, and prevails in spite of will. Moreover, he might have been speaking ironically when he alluded to the act as a virtue in a woman, which seemed the more likely when she remembered his cool bearing towards her in the drawing-room. Possibly it was an antipathetic reaction, induced by the renewed recollection of her proceeding. "I will never marry Mr. Ney," she said with decision. "That shall settle it. You need not think over any such contingency, Pickety. He is one of those horrid men who love with their eyes, the remainder part of him objecting all the time to the feeling. And even if his objections prove the weaker, and the man marries, his general nature conquers again by the time the wedding trip is over, so that the woman is miserable at last, and had better not have had him at all." "That applies still more to Lord Mountclair, to my thinking. I never saw anything like the look of his eyes upon you." "Oh, no, no, you understand nothing if you say that. But one thing be sure of, there is no marriage likely to take place between myself and Mr. Ney. I have longed for a sound reason for disliking him, and now I have got it. Well, we'll talk no more of this. Let us think of the nice little pleasure we have in store, our stay at Knowlesea. There we will be as free as the wind, and when we are down there, I can drive across to Corvsgate Castle, if I wish, to attend the Imperial Association meeting, and nobody will know where I came from. Knowlesea is not more than 5 miles from the castle, I think." Pickety was by this time beginning to yawn, and Ethelberta did not feel nearly so wakeful as she had felt half an hour earlier. Tall and swarthy columns of smoke were now soaring up from the kitchen chimneys around, spreading horizontally when at a great height, and forming a roof of haze which was turning the sun to a copper colour, and by degrees spoiling the sweetness of the new atmosphere that had rolled in from the country during the night, giving it the usual city smell. The resolve to make this rising the beginning of a long and busy day, which would set them beforehand with the rest of the world, weakened with their growing weariness, and an impulse to lie down just for a quarter of an hour before dressing Chapter 31 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 31. Knowlsea, a lofty down, a ruined castle. Knowlsea was a seaside village, lying snug within two headlands as between a finger and thumb. Everybody in the parish who was not a boatman was a quarrier, unless he were the gentleman who owned half the property and had been a quarryman, or the other gentleman who owned the other half and had been at sea. The knowledge of the inhabitants was of the same special sort as their pursuits. The quarryman in white fustian understood practical geology, the laws and accidents of dips, faults, and cleavage, far better than the ways of the world and mammon. The seafaring men in Guernsey frocks had a clearer notion of Alexandria, Constantinople, the Cape, and the Indies than of any inland town in their own country. This for them consisted of a busy portion, the Channel, where they lived and laboured, and a dull portion, the vague, unexplored miles of interior at the back of the ports, which they seldom thought of. Some wives of the village, it is true, had learned to let lodgings, and others to keep shops. The doors of these latter places were formed of an upper hatch, usually kept open, and a lower hatch, with a bell attached, usually kept shut. Whenever a stranger went in, he would hear a whispering of astonishment from a back room, after which a woman came forward, looking suspiciously at him as an intruder, and advancing slowly enough to allow her mouth to get clear of the meal she was partaking of. Meanwhile the people in the back room would stop their knives and forks in absorbed curiosity as to the reason of the stranger's entry, who by this time feels ashamed of his unwarrantable intrusion into this hermit's cell, and thinks he must take his hat off. The woman is quite alarmed at seeing that he is not one of the 15 native women and children who patronize her, and nervously puts her hand to the side of her face, which she carries slanting. The visitor finds himself saying what he wants in an apologetic tone, when the woman tells him that they did keep that article once, but do not now, that nobody does, and probably never will again. And as he turns away she looks relieved that the dilemma of having to provide for a stranger has passed off with no worse mishap than disappointing him. A cottage which stood on a high slope above this townlet and its bay resounded one morning with the notes of a merry company. Ethelberta had managed to find room for herself and her young relations in the house of one of the boatmen, whose wife attended upon them all. Captain Flower, the husband, assisted her in the dinner preparations, when he slipped about the house as lightly as a girl, and spoke of himself as cook's mate. The house was so small that the sailor's rich voice, developed by shouting in high winds during a 20 years' experience in the coasting trade, could be heard coming from the kitchen between the chirpings of the children in the parlour. The furniture of this apartment consisted mostly of the painting of a full-rigged ship, done by a man whom the captain had specially selected for the purpose, because he had been 27 years at sea before touching a brush, and thereby offered a sufficient guarantee that he understood how to paint a vessel properly. Before this picture sat Ethelberta in a light linen dress, and with tightly knotted hair, now again Berta Chickerell as of old, serving out breakfast to the rest of the party, and sometimes lifting her eyes to the outlook from the window, which presented a happy combination of Grange scenery with marine. Upon the irregular slope between the house and the quay was an orchard of aged trees, wherein every apple ripening on the boughs presented its rubicund side towards the cottage, because that building chanced to lie upwards in the same direction as the sun. Under the trees were a few Cape sheep, and over them the stone chimneys of the village below. Outside these lay the tanned sails of a ketch or smack, and the violet waters of the bay seemed increased by breezes insufficient to raise waves. Beyond all, a curved wall of cliff, terminating in a promontory, which was flanked by tall and shining obelisks of chalk rising sheer from the trembling blue race beneath. By one sitting in the room that commanded this prospect, a white butterfly among the apple-trees might be mistaken for the sails of a yacht far away on the sea, and in the evening, when the light was dim, what seemed like a fly crawling upon the window-pane would turn out to be a boat in the bay. When breakfast was over, Ethelberta sat leaning on the window-sill, considering her movements for the day. It was a time fixed for the meeting of the Imperial Association at Corfsgate Castle, the celebrated ruin 5 miles off, and the meeting had some fascinations for her. For one thing, she had never been present at a gathering of the kind, although what was left in any shape from the past was her constant interest, because it recalled her to herself and fortified her mind. Persons waging a harassing social fight are apt, in the interest of the combat, to forget the smallness of the end in view, and the hints that perishing historical remnants afforded her of the attenuating effects of time, even upon great struggles, corrected the apparent scale of her own. She was reminded that in a strife for such a ludicrously small object as the entry of drawing-rooms, winning, equally with losing, is below the zero of the true philosopher's concern. There could never be a more excellent reason than this for going to view the meagre stumps remaining from flourishing bygone centuries, and it had weight with Ethelberta this very day. But it would be difficult to state the whole composition of her motive. The approaching meeting had been one of the great themes at Mr. Doncastle's dinner-party, and Lord Mountclere, on learning that she was to be at Millsea, had recommended her attendance at some, if not all, of the meetings, as a desirable and exhilarating change after her laborious season's work in town. It was pleasant to have won her way so far in high places that her health of body and mind should be thus considered. Pleasant, less as personal gratification than that it casually reflected a proof of her good judgment, in a course which everybody among her kindred had condemned by calling a foolhardy undertaking. And she might go without the restraint of ceremony. Unconventionality, almost eccentricity, was de rigueur for one who had been first heard of as a poetess, from whose red lips magic romance had since trilled for weeks to crowds of listeners as from a perennial spring. So Ethelberta went, after a considerable pondering how to get there without the needless sacrifice either of dignity or cash. It would be inconsiderate to the children to spend £1 on a broom when as much as she could spare was wanted for their holiday. It was almost too far to walk. She had, however, decided to walk, when she met a boy with a donkey who offered to lend it to her for 3 shillings. The animal was rather sad-looking, but Ethelberta found she could sit upon the pad without discomfort. Considering that she might pull up some distance short of the castle and leave the ass at a cottage before joining her 4-wheeled friends, she struck the bargain and rode on her way. This was, first by a path on the shore where the tide dragged huskily up and down the shingle without disturbing it, and thence up the steep crest of land opposite, whereon she lingered a while to let the ass breathe. On one of the spars of chalk into which the hill here had been split was perched a cormorant, silent and motionless, with wings spread out to dry in the sun after his morning's fishing, their white surface shining like mail. Retiring without disturbing him, and turning to the left along the lofty ridge which ran inland, the country on each side lay beneath her like a map, domains behind domains, parishes by the score, harbours, firwoods, and little inland seas mixing curiously together. Thence she ambled along through a huge cemetery of barrows, containing human dust from prehistoric times. Standing on the top of a giant's grave in this antique land, Ethelberta lifted her eyes to behold two sorts of weather pervading nature at the same time. Far below, on the right hand, it was a fine day, and the silver sunbeams lighted up a many-armed inland sea which stretched round an island with fir-trees and gorse, and amid brilliant crimson heaths, wherein white paths and roads occasionally met the eye in dashes and zigzags like flashes of lightning. Outside, where the broad channel appeared, a brilline and opalized variegation of ripples, currents, deeps, and shallows lay as fair under the sun as a New Jerusalem, the shores being of gleaming sand. Upon the radiant heather bees and butterflies were busy, she knew, and the birds on that side were just beginning their autumn songs. On the left, quite up to her position, was dark and cloudy weather, shading a valley of heavy greens and browns, which, at its further side, rose to meet the sea in tall cliffs, suggesting even here, their back, how terrible were their aspects seaward in a growling south-west gale. Here grassed hills rose like knuckles gloved in dark olive, and little plantations between them formed a still deeper and sadder monochrome. A zinc sky met a leaden sea on this hand, the low wind groaned and whined, and not a bird sang. The ridge along which Ethelberta rode divided these two climates like a wall. It soon became apparent that they were wrestling for mastery immediately in her pathway. The issue long remained doubtful, and, this being an imaginative hour with her, she watched, as typical of her own fortunes, how the front of battle swayed, now to the west, flooding her with sun, now to the east, covering her with shade. Then the wind moved round to the north. A blue hole appeared in the overhanging cloud, at about the place of the North Star, and the sunlight spread on both sides of her. The towers of the notable ruin it visited rose out of the furthermost shoulder of the upland as she advanced, its site being the slope and crest of a smoothly nibbled mount at the toe of the ridge she had followed. When observing the previous uncertainty of the weather on this side, Ethelberta had been led to doubt if the meeting would be held here to-day, and she was now strengthened in her opinion that it would not, by the total absence of human figures amid the ruins, though the time of appointment was past. This disposed of another question which had perplexed her, where to find a stable for the ass during the meeting, for she had scarcely liked the idea of facing the whole body of lords and gentlemen upon the animal's back. She now decided to retain her seat, ride round the ruin, and go home again, without troubling further about the movements of the association or acquaintance with the members composing it. Accordingly, Ethelberta crossed the bridge over the moat, and rode under the first archway into the outer ward. As she had expected, not a soul was here. The arrow-slits, portcullis grooves, and staircases met her eyes as familiar friends, for in her childhood she had once paid a visit to the spot. Ascending the green incline and through another arch into the second ward, she still pressed on, till at last the ass was unable to clamber an inch further. Here she dismounted, and tying him to a stone which projected like a fang from a raw edge of wall, performed the remainder of the ascent on foot. Once among the towers above, she became so interested in the windy corridors, mildewed dungeons, and the tribe of doors peering invidiously upon her from overhead, that she forgot the flight of time. Nearly 3/4 of an hour passed before she came out from the immense walls, and looked from an opening to the front over the wide expanse of the outer ward by which she had ascended. Ethelberta was taken aback to see there a file of shining carriages, which had arrived during her seclusion in the keep. From these began to burst a miscellany of many-coloured draperies, blue, buff, pied, and black. They united into one, and crept up the incline like a cloud, which then parted into fragments, dived into old doorways, and lost substance behind projecting piles. Recognizing in this the ladies and gentlemen of the meeting, her first thought was how to escape, for she was suddenly overcome with dread to meet them all single-handed as she stood. She drew back and hurried round to the side, as the laughter and voices of the assembly began to be audible, and, more than ever vexed that she could not have fallen in with them in some unobtrusive way, Ethelberta found that they were immediately beneath her. Venturing to peep forward again, what was her mortification at finding them gathered in a ring, round no object of interest belonging to the ruin, but round her faithful beast, who had loosened himself in some way from the stone, and stood in the middle of a plat of grass, placidly regarding them. Being now in the teeth of the association, there was nothing to do but to go on, since, if she did not, the next few steps of their advance would disclose her. She made the best of it, and began to descend in the broad view of the assembly, from the midst of which proceeded a laugh. He, he, he! Ethelberta knew that Lord Mountclair was there. "The poor thing has strayed from its owner," said one lady, as they all stood eyeing the apparition of the ass. "It may belong to some of the villagers," said the President in a historical voice, "and it may be appropriate to mention that when they were kept here in olden times, they were largely used as beasts of burden in victualling the castle previous to the last siege, in the year 1645. "It is very weary, and has come a long way, I think," said the lady, adding in an imaginative tone, "The humble creature looks so aged and is so quaintly saddled that we may suppose it to be only an animated relic of the same date as the other remains." By this time Lord Mountclair had noticed Ethelberta's presence, and, straightening himself to 10 years younger, he lifted his hat in answer to her smile, and came up jauntily. It was a good time now to see what the Viscount was really like. He appeared to be about 65, and the dignified aspect which he wore to a gazer at a distance became depreciated to jocund slyness upon nearer view, when the small type could be read between the leading lines. Then it could be seen that his upper lip dropped to a point in the middle, as if impressing silence upon his too demonstrative lower one. His right and left profiles were different, one corner of his mouth being more compressed than the other, producing a deep line thence downwards to the side of his chin. Each eyebrow rose obliquely outwards and upwards, and was thus far above the little eye, shining with the clearness of a pond that has just been able to weather the heats of summer. Below this was a preternaturally fat jowl, which, by thrusting against cheeks and chin, caused the arch old mouth to be almost buried at the corners. A few words of greeting passed, and Ethelberta told her how she was fearing to meet them all, united and primed with their morning's knowledge as they appeared to be. "Well, we've not done much yet," said Lord Mountclair. "As for myself, I've given no thought at all to our day's work. I hadn't forgotten your presence to attend, if you could possibly drive across, and I frequently look towards the hill where the road descends. Will you now permit me to introduce some of my party, as many of them as you care to know by name? I think they would all like to speak to you." Ethelberta then found herself nominally made known to 10 or a dozen ladies and gentlemen who had wished for special acquaintance with her. She stood there, as all women stand who have made themselves remarkable by their originality or devotion to any singular cause, as a person freed of her hampering and inconvenient sex, and, by virtue of her popularity, unfettered from the conventionalities of manner prescribed by custom for household womankind. The charter to move abroad unchaperoned, which society for good reasons grants only to women of 3 sorts, the famous, the ministering, and the improper, Ethelberta was in a fair way to make splendid use of. Instead of walking in protected lanes, she experienced that luxury of isolation which normally is enjoyed by men alone, in conjunction with the attention naturally bestowed on a woman young and fair. Among the presentations were Mr. and Mrs. Tin, member and members mainspring for North Wessex, Sir Cyril and Lady Lansbury, Lady Jane Joy, and the Honourable Edgar Mountclair, the Viscount's brother. There also hovered near her the learned Dr. Yore, Mr. Small, a profound writer who never printed his works, the Reverend Mr. Brooke, rector, the very Reverend Dr. Taylor, Dean, and the undoubtedly Reverend Mr. Tinkleton, nonconformist, who had slipped into the fold by chance. These and others looked with interest at Ethelberta, the old county fathers hard, as at a questionable town phenomenon, the county sons tenderly, as at a pretty creature, and the county daughters with great admiration, as at a lady reported by the mammas to be no better than she should be. It will be seen that Ethelberta was the sort of woman that well-rooted local people might like to look at on such a free and friendly occasion as an archaeological meeting, where, to gratify a pleasant whim, the picturesque form of acquaintance is for the nonce preferred to the useful, the spirits being so brisk as to swerve from strict attention to the select and sequent gifts of heaven, blood, and acres, to consider for an idle moment the subversive Mephistophelian endowment, brains. "Our progress in the survey of the castle has not been far as yet," Lord Mountclair resumed. "Indeed, we've only just arrived, the weather this morning being so unsettled. When you came up, we were engaged in a preliminary study of the poor animal you see there. How it could have got up here we cannot understand." He pointed, as he spoke, to the donkey which had brought Ethelberta thither, whereupon she was silent, and gazed at her untoward beast as if she had never before beheld him. The ass looked at Ethelberta as though he would say, "Why don't you own me, after safely bringing you over those weary hills?" But the pride and emulation which had made her what she was would not permit her, as the most lovely woman there, to take upon her shoulders the ridicule that had already been cast upon the ass. Had he been young and gaily caparisoned, she might have done it, but his age, the clumsy trappings of rustic make, and his needy, woeful look of hard servitude, were too much to endure. "Many come and picnic here," she said serenely, "and the animal may have been left till they return from some walk." "True," said Lord Mountclair, without the slightest suspicion of the truth. The humble ass hung his head in his usual manner, and it demanded little fancy from Ethelberta to imagine that he despised her. And then her mind flew back to her history and extraction, to her father, perhaps at that moment inventing a private plate powder in an underground pantry, and with a groan at her inconsistency and being ashamed of the ass, she said in her heart, "My God, what a thing am I!" They all then moved on to another part of the castle, the Viscount busying himself round and round her person like the head scraper at a pig-killing, and as they went indiscriminately mingled, jesting lightly or talking in earnest, she beheld ahead of her the form of Ney among the rest. Now there could only be one reason on earth for Ney's presence, a remark that she might attend, for Ney took no more interest in antiquities than in the back of the moon. Ethelberta was a little flurried. Perhaps he had come to scold her, or to treat her badly in that indefinable way of his by which he could make a woman feel as nothing, without any direct act at all. She was afraid of him, and, determining to shun him, was thankful that Lord Mountclair was near, to take off the edge of Ney's manner towards her if he approached. "Do you know in what part of the ruins the lecture is to be given?" she said to the Viscount. "Wherever you like," he replied gallantly. "Do you propose a place, and I'll get Dr. Yore to adopt it. Say, shall it be here, or where they are standing?" How could Ethelberta refrain from exercising a little power when it was put into her hands in this way? "Let it be here," she said, "if it makes no difference to the meeting." "It shall be," said Lord Mountclair. And then the lively old nobleman skipped like a roe to the President and to Dr. Yore, who was to read the paper on the castle, and they soon appeared coming back to where the Viscount's party and Ethelberta were beginning to seat themselves. The bulk of the company followed, and Dr. Yore began. He must have had a countenance of leather, as indeed from his colour he appeared to have, to stand unmoved in his position, and read and look up to give explanations, without a change of muscle, under the dozens of bright eyes that were there converged upon him like the sticks of a fan, from the ladies who sat around him in a semicircle upon the grass. However, he went on calmly, and the women sheltered themselves from the heat with their umbrellas and sunshades, their ears lulled by the hum of insects and by the drone of the doctor's voice. The reader buzzed on with the history of the castle, tracing its development from a mound with a few earthworks to its condition in Norman times. He related monkish marvels connected with the spot, its resistance under Matilda to Stephen, its probable shape while a residence of King John, and the sad story of the damsel of Brittany, sister of his victim Arthur, who was confined here in company with the 2 daughters of Alexander, King of Scotland. He went on to recount the confinement of Edward II herein, previous to his murder at Berkeley, the gay doings in the reign of Elizabeth, and so downward through time to the final overthrow of the stern old pile. As he proceeded, the lecturer pointed with his finger at the various features appertaining to the date of his story, which he told with splendid vigour when he had warmed to his work, till his narrative, particularly in the conjectural and romantic parts, where it became coloured rather by the speaker's imagination than by the pigments of history, gathered together the wandering thoughts of all. It was easy for him then to meet those fair, concentered eyes, when the sunshades were thrown back and complexions forgotten, in the interest of the history. The doctor's face was then no longer criticised as a rugged boulder, a dried fig, an oak carving, or a walnut shell, but became blotted out like a mountain-top in a shining haze by the nebulous pictures conjured by his tale. Then the lecture ended, and the questions were asked, and individuals of the company wandered at will, the light dresses of the ladies sweeping over the hot grass and brushing up thistledown which had hitherto lain quiescent, so that it rose in a flight from the skirts of each like a comet's tail. Some of Lord Mountclear's party, including himself and Ethelberta, wandered now into a cool dungeon, partly open to the air overhead, where long arms of ivy hung between their eyes and the white sky. While they were here, Lady Jane Joy and some other friends of the Viscount told Ethelberta that they were probably coming on to Nulsey. She instantly perceived that getting into close quarters in that way might be very inconvenient, considering the youngsters she had under her charge, and straightway decided upon a point that she had debated for several days, a visit to her aunt in Normandy. In London it had been a mere thought, but the Channel had looked so tempting from its brink that the journey was virtually fixed as soon as she reached Nulsey, and found that a little pleasure steamer crossed to Cherbourg once a week during the summer, so that she would not have to enter the crowded routes at all. "I am afraid I shall not see you in Nulsey," she said. "I am about to go to Cherbourg and then to Rouen." "How sorry I am. When do you leave?" "At the beginning of next week," said Ethelberta, settling the time there and then. "Did I hear you say that you were going to Cherbourg and Rouen?" Lord Mountclear inquired. "I think to do so," said Ethelberta. "I am going to Normandy myself," said a voice behind her, and without turning she knew that Ney was standing there. They next went outside, and Lord Mountclear offered Ethelberta his arm on the ground of assisting her down the burnished grass slope. Ethelberta, taking pity upon him, took it, but the assistance was all on her side. She stood like a statue amid slips and totterings, some of which taxed her strength heavily, and her ingenuity more, to appear as the supported and not the supporter. The incident brought Ney still further from his retirement, and she learnt that he was one of a yachting party which had put in at Nulsey that morning. She was greatly relieved to find that he was just now on his way to London, whence he would probably proceed on his journey abroad. Ethelberta adhered as well as she could to her resolve that Ney should not speak with her alone, but by dint of perseverance he did manage to address her without being overheard. "Will you give me an answer?" said Ney. "I have come on purpose." "I cannot just now. I have been led to doubt you." "Doubt me? What new wrong have I done?" "Spoken jestingly of my visit to Farmfield." "Good! I did not speak or think of you. When I told that incident I had no idea who the lady was. I did not know it was you till 2 days later, and I once held my tongue. I vow to you upon my own soul and life that what I say is true. How shall I prove my truth better than by my errand here?" "Don't speak of this now. I am so occupied with other things. I am going to Rouen, and will think of it on my way." "I am going there too. When do you go?" "I shall be in Rouen next Wednesday, I hope."
"May I ask where?"
"Hotel Beau Séjour."
"Will you give me an answer there? I can easily call upon you. It is now a month and more since you first led me to hope."
"I did not lead you to hope, at any rate clearly."
"Indirectly you did.
Although I am willing to be as considerate as any man ought to be in giving you time to think over the question, there is a limit to my patience. Any necessary delay I will put up with, but I won't be trifled with. I hate all nonsense and can't stand it." "Indeed. Good morning."
"But, Mrs. Petherman, just one word."
"I have nothing to say."
"I will meet you at Rouen for an answer. I would meet you in Hades, for the matter of that. Remember this. Next Wednesday, if I live, I shall call upon you at Rouen."
She did not say nay. "May I?" he added. "If you will."
"But say it shall be an appointment."
"Very well." Lord Mountclere was by this time toddling towards them to ask if they would come on to his house, Enkworth Court, not very far distant, to lunch with the rest of the party. Nay, having already arranged to go on to town that afternoon, was obliged to decline, and Ethelberta thought fit to do the same, idly asking Lord Mountclere if Enkworth Court lay in the direction of a gorge that was visible where they stood.
"No, considerably to the left," he said. "The opening you are looking at would reveal the sea if it were not for the trees that block the way. Now, those trees have a history. There are half a dozen elms which I planted myself when I was a boy. How time flies!"
"It is unfortunate that they stand just as to cover the blue bit of sea. That addition would double the value of the view from here."
"You would prefer the blue sea to the trees?"
"In that particular spot I should. They might have looked just as well, and yet have hidden nothing worth seeing. The narrow slit would have been invaluable there."
"They shall fall before the sun sets, in deference to your opinion," said Lord Mountclere.
"That would be rash indeed," said Ethelberta, laughing, "when my opinion on such a point may be worth nothing whatever."
"Where no other is acted upon, it is practically the universal one," he replied gaily.
And then Ethelberta's elderly admirer bade her adieu, and away the whole party drove in a long train over the hills towards the valley wherein stood Enkworth Court. Ethelberta's carriage was supposed by her friends to have been left at the village inn, as were many others, and her retiring from view on foot attracted no notice. She watched them out of sight, and she also saw the rest depart. Those who, their interest in archaeology having begun and ended with this spot, had, like herself, declined the hospitable Viscount's invitation, and started to drive or walk at once home again. Thereupon the castle was quite deserted except by Ethelberta, the ass, and the jackdaws, now floundering at ease again in and about the ivy of the keep. Not wishing to enter Nolsey till the evening shades were falling, she still walked amid the ruins, examining more leisurely some points which the stress of keeping herself companionable would not allow her to attend to while the assemblage was present. At the end of the survey, being somewhat weary with her clambering, she sat down on the slope commanding the gorge where the trees grew, to make a pencil sketch of the landscape as it was revealed between the ragged walls. Thus engaged, she weighed the circumstances of Lord Mountclere's invitation, and could not be certain if it were prudishness or simple propriety in herself which had instigated her to refuse. She would have liked the visit for many reasons, and if Lord Mountclere had been anybody but a remarkably attentive old widower, she would have gone. As it was, it had occurred to her that there was something in his tone which should lead her to hesitate. Were any among the elderly or married ladies who had appeared upon the ground in a detached form as she had done, and many had appeared thus, invited to Enkworth? And if not, why were they not? That Lord Mountclere admired her there was no doubt, and for this reason it behoved her to be careful. His disappointment at parting from her was, in one aspect, simply laughable, from its odd resemblance to the unfeigned sorrow of a boy of 15 at a first parting from her first love. In another aspect it caused reflection, and she thought again of his curiosity about her doings for the remainder of the summer. While she sketched and thought thus, the shadows grew longer, and the sun low. And then she perceived a movement in the gorge. One of the trees forming the curtain across it began to wave strangely. It went further to one side, and fell. Where the tree had stood was now a rent in the foliage, and through the narrow rent could be seen the distant sea. Ethelberta uttered a soft exclamation. It was not caused by the surprise she had felt, nor by the intrinsic interest of the sight, nor by want of comprehension. It was a sudden realization of vague things hitherto dreamed of from a distance only, a sense of novel power put into her hands without request or expectation. Her landscape was to be altered to suit her whim. She had in her lifetime moved essentially larger mountains, but they had seemed of far less splendid material than this, for it was the nature of the gratification rather than its magnitude which enchanted the fancy of a woman whose poetry, in spite of her necessities, was hardly yet extinguished. But there was something more with which poetry had little to do. Whether the opinion of any pretty woman in England was of more weight with Lord Mountclere than memories of his boyhood, or whether that distinction was reserved for her alone, this was a point that she would have liked to know. The enjoyment of power in a new element, an employment somewhat resembling in kind that which is given by a first ride or swim, held Ethelberta to the spot, and she waited, but sketched no more. Another tree-top swayed and vanished as before, and the slit of sea was larger still. Her mind and eye were so occupied with this matter that, sitting in her nook, she did not observe a thin young man, his boots white with the dust of a long journey on foot, who arrived at the castle by the valley road from Knowlesea. He looked a while at the ruin, and, skirting its flank instead of entering by the great gateway, climbed up the scarp and walked in through a breach. After standing for a moment among the walls, now silent and apparently empty, with a disappointed look, he descended the slope, and proceeded along on his way. Ethelberta, who was in quite another part of the castle, saw the black spot diminishing to the size of a fly as he receded along the dusty road, and soon after she descended on the other side, where she remounted the ass and ambled homeward as she had come, in no bright mood. What, seeing the precariousness of her state, was the day's triumph worth, after all, unless, before her beauty abated, she could ensure her position against the attacks of chance? To be thus is nothing, but to be safely thus. She said it more than once on her journey that day. On entering the sitting-room of their cot up the hill, she found it empty, and, from a change perceptible in the position of small articles of furniture, something unusual seemed to have taken place in her absence. The dwelling being of that sort in which whatever goes on in one room is audible through all the rest, Pickety, who was upstairs, heard the arrival and came down. Pickety's face was rosed over with the brilliance of some excitement. "What do you think I have to tell you, Berta?" she said. "I have no idea," said her sister. "Surely," she added, her face intensifying to a wan sadness, "Mr. Julian has not been here?" "Yes," said Pickety, "and we went down to the sands, he and Myrtle and Georgina and Emmeline and I, and Cordelia came down when she had put away the dinner, and then we dug wriggles out of the sand with Myrtle's spade. We got such a lot and had such fun. They're in a dish in the kitchen. Mr. Julian came to see you, but at last he could wait no longer, and when I told me you were at the meeting in the castle ruins, he said he would try to find you there on his way home, if you could get there before the meeting broke up." "Then it was he I saw far away on the road. Yes, it must have been." She remained in gloomy reverie a few moments, and then said, "Very well, let it be. Pickety, get me some tea. I do not want dinner." But the news of Christopher's visit seemed to have taken away her appetite for tea also, and, after sitting a little while, she flung herself down upon the couch, and told Pickety that she had settled to go and see their Aunt Charlotte. "I am going to write to Sol and Dan to ask them to meet me there," she added. "I want them, if possible, to see Paris. It will improve them greatly in their trades, I am thinking, if they can see the kinds of joinery and decoration practised in France. They agreed to go, if I should wish it, before we left London. You, of course, will go as my maid." Peggotty gazed upon the sea with a crestfallen look, as if she would rather not cross it in any capacity just then. "It would scarcely be worth going to the expense of taking me, would it?" she said. The cause of Peggotty's sudden sense of economy was so plain that her sister smiled. But young love, however foolish, is to a thinking person far too tragic a power for ridicule, and Ethelberta forbore, going on as if Peggotty had not spoken. "I must have you with me. I may be seen there. So many are passing through Rouen this time of the year. Cornelia can take excellent care of the children while we are gone. I want to get out of England, and I will get out of England. There is nothing but vanity and vexation here." "I'm sorry you were away when he called," said Peggotty gently. "Oh, I don't mean that. I wish there were no different ranks in the world, and that contrivance were not a necessary faculty to have at all. Well, we are going to cross by the little steamer that puts in here, and we are going on Monday." She added in another minute, "What had Mr. Julian to tell us that he came here? How did he find us out?" "I mentioned that we were coming here in my letter to Faith. Mr. Julian says that perhaps he and his sister may also come for a few days before the season is over. I should like to see Miss Julian again. She is such a nice girl." "Yes." Ethelberta played with her hair and looked at the ceiling as she reclined. "I have decided after all," she said, "that it would be better to take Cornelia as my maid, and leave you here with the children. Cornelia is stronger as a companion than you, and she will be delighted to go. Do you think you are competent to keep Myrtle and Georgina out of harm's way?" "Oh, yes, I will be exceedingly careful," said Peggotty with great vivacity. "And if there is time, I can go on teaching them a little." Then Peggotty caught Ethelberta's eye, and, colouring red, sank down beside her sister, whispering, "I know why it is. But if you would rather have me with you, I will go, and not once wish to stay." Ethelberta looked as if she knew all about that, and said, "Of course there will be no necessity to tell the Julians about my departure until they have fixed the time for coming, and cannot alter their minds." The sound of the children with Cornelia, and their appearance outside the window, pushing between the fuchsia bushes which overhung the path, put an end to this dialogue. They entered armed with buckets and spades, a very moist and sandy aspect pervading them as far up as the high water mark of their clothing, and began to tell Ethelberta of the wonders Chapter 32 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 32. A Room in Enkworth Court. "Are you sure the report is true?" "I am sure that what I say is true, my lord, but it is hardly to be called a report. It is a secret, known at present to nobody but myself and Mrs. Doncastle's maid." The speaker was Lord Mountclair's trusty valet, and the conversation was between him and the Viscount in a dressing-room at Enkworth Court on the evening after the meeting of archaeologists at Corvsgate Castle. The daughter of a butler. Does Mrs. Doncastle know of this yet, or Mr. Ney, or any of their friends?" "No, my lord." "You are quite positive?" "Quite positive. I was, by accident, the first that Mrs. Menlove named the matter to, and I told her it might be much to her advantage if she took particular care it should go no further." "Mrs. Menlove? Who is she?" "The lady's maid at Mrs. Doncastle's, my lord." "Oh, of course. You may leave me now, Tipman." Lord Mountclair remained in thought for a moment. "A clever little puss to hoodwink us all like this. He, he murmured. "Her education, how finished, and her beauty, so seldom that I meet with such a woman. Cut down my elms to please a butler's daughter. What a joke! Certainly a good joke. to interest me in her on the right side instead of the wrong was strange. But it can be made to change sides. It can be made to change sides. Tipman!" Tipman came forward from the doorway. "Will you take care that that piece of gossip you mentioned to me is not repeated in this house? I strongly disapprove of tale-bearing of any sort, and wish to hear no more of this. Such stories are never true. Answer me, do you hear? Such stories are never true." "I beg pardon, but I think your lordship will find this one true," said the valet quietly. "Then where does she get her manners and education? Do you know?" "I do not, my lord. I suppose she picked 'em up by her wits." "Never mind what you suppose," said the old man impatiently. "Whenever I ask a question of you, tell me what you know, and no more." "Quite so, my lord. I beg your lordship's pardon for supposing." "Have the fashion books and plates arrived yet?" "La Follette has, my lord, but not the others." "Let me have it at once. Always bring it to me at once. Are there any handsome ones this time?" "They are much the same class of female as usual, I think, my lord," said Tipman, fetching the paper and laying it before him. "Yes, they are," said the Viscount, leaning back and scrutinizing the faces of the women one by one, and talking softly to himself in a way that had grown upon him as his age increased. "Yet they are very well. That one with her shoulder turned is pure and charming. The brown-haired one will pass. All very harmless and innocent, but without character, no soul or inspiration or eloquence of eye. What an eye was hers! There's not a girl among them so beautiful. Tipman, come and take it away. I don't think I will subscribe to these papers any longer. How long have I subscribed? Oh, never mind. I take no interest in these things, and I suppose I must give 'em up. What white article is that I see on the floor yonder?" "I can see nothing, my lord." Yes, you can, at the other end of the room. It is a white handkerchief. Bring it to me." "I beg pardon, my lord, but I cannot see any white handkerchief. Whereabouts does your lordship mean?" "There, in the corner. If it is not a handkerchief, what is it? Walk along till you come to it. That is it. Now a little further. Now your foot is against it." "Oh, that it is not anything. It is the light reflected against the skirting, so that it looks like a white patch of something, that's all." My eyes, how weak they are. I'm getting old, that's what it is. I'm an old man." "Oh, no, my lord." "Yes, an old man." "Well, we shall all be old some day, and so will your lordship, I suppose. But as yet—"
"I tell you I am an old man."
"Yes, my lord, I did not mean to contradict. An old man in one sense, old in a young man's sense, but not in a House of Parliament or historical sense. A little oldish. I meant that, my lord."
"I may be an old man in one sense or in another sense in your mind, but let me tell you there are men older than I."
"Yes, so there are, my lord."
"People may call me what they please, and you may be impertinent enough to repeat to me what they say, but let me tell you I am not a very old man after all. I am not an old man."
"Old in knowledge of the world, I meant, my lord, not in years."
"Well, yes. Experience, of course, I cannot be without. And I like what is beautiful. Tipman, you must go to Knowlesea. Don't send, but go yourself, as I wish nobody else to be concerned in this. Go to Knowlesea and find out when the steamboat for Cherbourg starts, and when you've done that, I shall want you to send a tailor to me. I wish Captain Strong to bring the Fawn round into Knowlesea Bay. Next week I may want you to go to Cherbourg in the yacht with me, if the Channel is pretty calm. Then, perhaps, to Rouen and Paris. But I'll speak of that tomorrow."
"Very good, my lord."
"Meanwhile, I recommend that you and Mrs. Menlove repeat nothing you may have heard concerning the lady you just now spoke of. Here is a slight present for Mrs. Menlove, and accept this for yourself."
Chapter 33 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 33. The English Channel, Normandy. On Monday morning the little steamer Speedwell made her appearance round the promontory by Knowlesea Bay, to take in passengers for the transit to Cherbourg. Breezes, the freshest that could blow without verging on keenness, flew over the quivering deeps and shallows, and the sunbeams pierced every detail of barrow, path, and rabbit run upon the lofty convexity of down and waste which shut in Knollsea from the world to the west. They left the pier at 8 o'clock, taking at first a short easterly course to avoid a sinister ledge of limestones jutting from the water like crocodiles' teeth, which first obtained notoriety in English history through being the spot whereon a formidable Danish fleet went to pieces 1,000 years ago. At the moment that the Speedwell turned to enter upon a direct course, a schooner yacht, whose sheets gleamed like bridal satin, loosed from a remoter part of the bay. Continuing to bear off, she cut across the steamer's wake, and took a course almost due southerly, which was precisely that of the Speedwell. The wind was very favourable for the yacht, blowing a few points from north in a steady pressure on her quarter, and, having been built with every modern appliance that shipwrights could offer, the schooner found no difficulty in getting abreast and even ahead of the steamer, as soon as she had escaped the shelter of the hills. The more or less parallel courses of the vessels continued for some time without causing any remark among the people on board the Speedwell. At length one noticed the fact, and another, and then it became the general topic of conversation in the group upon the bridge, where Ethelberta, her hair getting frizzed and her cheeks carnationed by the wind, sat upon a camp-stool looking towards the prow. "She's bound for Guernsey," said one. "In half an hour she'll put about for a more westerly course, you'll see." "Nah, she's not for Guernsey or anywhere that way," said an acquaintance, looking through his glass. "If she's out for anything more than a morning cruise, she's bound for our port. I should not wonder if she's crossing to get stocked, as most of them do, to save the duty on her wine and provisions." "Do you know whose yacht it is?" "I do not." Ethelberta looked at the light, leaning figure of the pretty schooner, which seemed to skate along upon her bilge and make white shavings of all the sea that touched her. She at first imagined that this might be the yacht Ney had arrived in at the end of the previous week, for she knew that he came as one of a yachting party, and she had noticed no other boat of that sort in the bay since his arrival. But as all his party had gone ashore and had not yet returned, she was surprised to see the supposed vessel here. To add to her perplexity, she could not be positive, now that it came to a real nautical query, whether the craft of Ney's friends had one mast or two, for she had caught but a fragmentary view of the topsail over the apple-trees. "Is that the yacht which has been lying at Knollsea for the last few days?" she inquired of the master of the Speedwell, as soon as she had an opportunity. The master warmed beneath his copper-coloured rind. "Oh, no, miss, the one you saw was a cutter, a smaller boat altogether," he replied. "Built on the sliding keel principle, you understand, miss, and red below her waterline, if you notice. This is Lord Mountclair's yacht, the Fawn. You might have seen her reaching in round old Harry Rock this morning afore we started." "Lord Mountclair's?" "Yes, a nobleman of this neighbourhood. But he don't do so much at yachting as he used to in his younger days. I believe he's aboard this morning, however." Ethelberta now became more absorbed than ever in her ocean comrade, and watched its motions continually. The schooner was considerably in advance of them by this time, and seemed to be getting by degrees out of their course. She wondered if Lord Mountclair could be really going to Cherbourg. If so, why had he said nothing about the trip to her when she spoke of her own approaching voyage thither? The yacht changed its character in her eyes. Losing the indefinite interest of the unknown, it acquired the charm of a riddle on motives, of which the alternatives were, had Lord Mountclair's journey anything to do with her own, or had it not? Common probability pointed to the latter supposition, but the time of starting, the course of the yacht, and recollections of Lord Mountclair's homage suggested the more extraordinary possibility. She went across to Cornelia. "The man who handed us on board, didn't I see him speaking to you this morning?" she said. "Oh, yes," said Cornelia. "He asked if my mistress was the popular Mrs. Petherwin." "And you told him so, I suppose?" "Yes." "What made you do that, Cornelia?" "I thought I might. I couldn't help it. When I went through the toll-gate, such a gentlemanly-looking man asked me if he should help me to carry the things to the end of the pier, and as we went on together, he said he supposed me to be Mrs. Pethermin's maid. I said, yes. The two men met afterwards, so there would have been no good in my denying it to one of them. Who was this gentlemanly person? I asked the other man that, and he told me one of Mountclear's upper servants. I knew then there was no harm in having been civil to him. He is well-mannered and talks splendid language. The yacht you see on our right hand is Lord Mountclear's property. If I do not mistake, we shall have her closer by and by, and you may meet your gentlemanly friend again. Be careful how you talk to him. Ethelberta sat down, thought of the meeting at Corvsgate Castle, of the dinner party at Mrs. Doncastle's, of the strange position she had there been in, and then of her father. She suddenly reproached herself for thoughtlessness, for in her pocket lay a letter from him which she had taken from the postman that morning at the moment of coming from the door, and in the hurry of embarking had forgotten ever since. Opening it quickly, she read, "My dear Ethelberta, your letter reached me yesterday, and I called round at Exonbury Crescent in the afternoon as you wished. Everything is going on right there, and you have no occasion to be anxious about them. I do not leave town for another week or two, and by the time I am gone, Sol and Dan will have returned from Paris, if your mother and Gwendolen want any help, so that you need not hurry back on their account. I have something else to tell you which is not quite so satisfactory, and it is this that makes me write at once. But do not be alarmed. It began in this way. A few nights after the dinner party here, I was determined to find out if there was any truth in what you had told me about that boy, and having seen Menlove go out as usual after dark, I followed her. Sure enough, when she got into the park, up came Master Joe, smoking a cigar. As soon as they had met, I went towards them, and Menlove, seeing somebody draw nigh, began to edge off, when the blockhead said, "Never mind, my love, it is only the old man." Being very provoked with both of them, though she was really the most to blame, I gave him some smart cuts across the shoulder with my cane, and told him to go home, which he did with a flea in his ear, the rascal. I believe I cured his courting tricks for some little time. Well, Menlove then walked by me, quite cool, as if she were merely a lady passing by chance at the time, which provoked me still more, knowing the whole truth of it, and I could not help turning upon her and saying, "You, madam, ought to be served the same way." She replied in very haughty words, and I walked away, saying that I had something better to do than argue with a woman of her character at that hour of the evening. This so set her up that she followed me home, marched into my pantry, and told me that if I had been more careful about my manners in calling her a bad character, it might have been better both for me and my stuck-up daughter, a daw in eagle's plumes, and so on. Now it seems that she must have coaxed something out of Joey about you, for what lad in the world could be a match for a woman of her experience and arts? I hope she will do you no serious damage, but I tell you the whole state of affairs exactly as they are, that you may form your own opinions. After all, there is no real disgrace, for none of us have ever done wrong, but have worked honestly for a living. However, I will let you know if anything serious really happens. This was all that her father said on the matter, the letter concluding with messages to the children and directions from their mother with regard to their clothes. Ethelberta felt very distinctly that she was in a strait. The old impression that, unless her position were secured soon, it never would be secured, returned with great force. A doubt whether it was worth securing would have been very strong ere this, had not others besides herself been concerned in her fortunes. She looked up from her letter, and beheld the pertinacious yacht. It led her up to a conviction that therein lay a means and an opportunity. Nothing further of importance occurred in crossing. Ethelberta's head ached after a while, and Cornelia's healthy cheeks of red were found to have diminished their colour to the size of a wafer and the quality of a stain. The Speedwell entered the breakwater at Cherbourg to find the schooner already in the roadstead, and by the time the steamer was brought up, Ethelberta could see the men on board the yacht clewing up and making things snug, in a way from which she inferred that they were not going to leave the harbour again that day. With the aspect of a fair galleon that could easily outmanoeuvre her persevering buccaneer, Ethelberta passed alongside. Could it be possible that Lord Mountclere had on her account fixed this day for his visit across the Channel? "Well, I would rather be haunted by him than by Mr. Ney," she said, and began laying her plans so as to guard against such inconvenient surprises. The next morning Ethelberta was at the railway station, taking tickets for herself and Cornelia, when she saw an old, yet sly and somewhat merry-faced Englishman a little way off. He was attended by a younger man who appeared to be his valet. "I will exchange one of these tickets," she said to the clerk, and having done so she went to Cornelia to inform her that it would after all be advisable for them to travel separate, adding, "Lord Mountclere is in the station, and I think he is going on by our train. Remember, you're my maid again now. Is not that the gentlemanly man who assisted you yesterday?" She signified the valet as she spoke. "It is," said Cornelia. When the passengers were taking their seats, and Ethelberta was thinking whether she might not after all enter a second class with Cornelia, instead of sitting solitary in a first because of an old man's proximity, she heard a shuffling at her elbow, and the next moment found that he was overtly observing her, as if he had not done so in secret at all. She at once gave him an unsurprised gesture of recognition. "I saw you some time ago. What a singular coincidence," she said. "A charming one," said Lord Mountclere, smiling a half-minute smile, and making as if he would take his hat off, and would not quite. "Perhaps we must not call it coincidence entirely," he continued. "My journey, which I have contemplated for some time, was not fixed this week altogether without a thought of your presence on the road. Do you go far to-day?" "As far as Caen," said Ethelberta. "Ah, that's the end of my day's journey too," said Lord Mountclere. They parted and took their respective places, Lord Mountclere choosing a compartment next to the one Ethelberta was entering, and not, as she had expected, attempting to join her. Now she had instantly fancied, when the Viscount was speaking, that there were signs of some departure from his former respectful manner towards her, and an enigma lay in that. At their earlier meetings he had never ventured upon a distinct coupling of himself and herself, as he had done in his broad compliment to-day, if compliment it could be called. She was not sure that he did not exceed his licence in telling her deliberately that he meant to hover near her in a private journey which she was taking without reference to him. She did not object to the act, but to the avowal of the act, and, being as sensitive as a barometer on signs affecting her social condition, it darted upon Ethelberta for one little moment that he might possibly have heard a word or two about her being nothing more or less than one of a tribe of thralls, hence his freedom of manner. Certainly a plain remark of that sort was exactly what a susceptible peer might be supposed to say to a pretty woman of far inferior degree. A rapid redness filled her face at the thought that he might have smiled upon her as upon a domestic whom he was disposed to chuck under the chin. "But no," she said, "he would never have taken the trouble to follow and meet me, had he learnt to think me other than a lady. It is extremity of devotion, that's all." It was not Ethelberta's inexperience, but that her conception of self precluded such an association of ideas, which led her to dismiss the surmise that his attendance could be inspired by a motive beyond that of paying her legitimate attentions as a co-ordinate with him and his in the social field. Even if he only meant flirtation, she read it as of that sort from which courtship with an eye to matrimony differs only in degree. Hence, she thought, his interest in her was not likely, under the ordinary influences of caste feeling, to continue longer than while he was kept in ignorance of her consanguinity with the stock prescribed. She sighed at the anticipated close of her full-feathered tiring, when her ties and bonds should be uncovered. She might have seen matters in a different light, and sighed more. But in the stir of the moment it escaped her thought that ignorance of her position and a consequent regard for her as a woman of good standing, would have prevented his indulgence in any course which was open to the construction of being disrespectful. Valognes, Carentan, Isigny, Bayeux were passed, and the train drew up at Caen. Ethelberta's intention had been to stay here for one night, but, having learnt from Lord Mountclere, as previously described, that this was his destination, she decided to go on. On turning towards the carriage after a few minutes of promenading at the Caen station, she was surprised to perceive that Lord Mountclere, who had alighted as if to leave, was still there. They spoke again to each other. "I find I have to go further," he suddenly said, when she had chatted with him a little time, and, beckoning to the man who was attending to his baggage, he directed the things to be again placed in the train. Time passed, and they changed at the next junction. When Ethelberta entered a carriage on the branch line to take her seat for the remainder of the journey, there sat the Viscount in the same division. He explained that he was going to Rouen. Ethelberta came to a quick resolution. Her audacity, like that of a child getting nearer and nearer a parent's side, became wonderfully vigorous as she approached her destination, and, though there were 3 good hours of travel to Rouen as yet, the heavier part of the journey was past. At her aunt's would be a safe refuge, play what pranks she might, and there she would to-morrow meet those bravest of defenders, Sol and Dan, to whom she had sent as much money as she could conveniently spare towards their expenses, with directions that they were to come by the most economical route, and meet her at the house of her aunt, Madame Moulin, previous to their educational trip to Paris, their own contribution being the value of the week's work they would have to lose. Thus backed up by Sol and Dan, her aunt and Cornelia, Ethelberta felt quite the reverse of a lonely female persecuted by a wicked lord in a foreign country. "He shall pay for his weaknesses, whatever they mean," she thought, "and what they mean I will find out at once." "I am going to Paris," she said. "You cannot to-night, I think." "To-morrow, I mean." "I should like to go on to-morrow. Perhaps I may, so that there is a chance of our meeting again." "Yes, but I do not leave Rouen till the afternoon. I first shall go to the cathedral and drive round the city." Lord Mountclere smiled pleasantly. There seemed a sort of encouragement in her words. Ethelberta's thoughts, however, had flown at that moment to the approaching situation at her aunt's hotel. It would be extremely embarrassing if he should go there. "Where do you stay, Lord Mountclere?" she said. Thus directly asked, he could not but commit himself to the name of the hotel he had been accustomed to patronize, which was one in the upper part of the city. "Mine is not that one," said Ethelberta frigidly. No further remark was made under this head, and they conversed for the remainder of the daylight on scenery and other topics, Lord Mountclere's air of festivity lending him all the qualities of an agreeable companion. But, notwithstanding her resolve, Ethelberta failed, for that day at least, to make her mind clear upon Lord Mountclere's intentions. To that end she would have liked first to know what were the exact limits set by society to conduct under present conditions, if society had ever set any at all, which was open to question, since experience had long ago taught her that much more freedom actually prevails in the communion of the sexes than is put on paper as etiquette, or admitted in so many words as correct behaviour. In short, everything turned upon whether he had learnt of her position when off the platform at Mayfair Hall. Wearied with these surmises and the day's travel, she closed her eyes. And then her enamoured companion more widely opened his, and traced the beautiful features opposite him. The arch of the brows, like a slur in music, the droop of the lashes, the meeting of the lips, and the sweet rotundity of the chin, one by one, and all together, they were adored, till his heart was like a retort full of spirits of wine. It was a warm evening, and when they arrived at their journey's end, distant thunder rolled behind heavy and opaque clouds. Ethelberta bade adieu to her attentive satellite, called to Cornelia, and entered a cab. But before they reached the inn, the thunder had increased. Then a cloud cracked into flame behind the iron spire of the cathedral, showing in relief its black ribs and stanchions, as if they were the bars of a blazing cresset held on high. "Ah, we will clamber up there tomorrow," said Ethelberta. A wondrous stillness pervaded the streets of the city after this, though it was not late, and their arrival at Monsieur Moulin's door was quite an event for the quay. No rain came, as they had expected, and by the time they halted the western sky had cleared, so that the newly lit lamps on the quay and the evening glow shining over the river inwove their harmonious rays as the warp and woof of one lustrous tissue. Before they had alighted, there appeared from the archway Madame Moulin in person, followed by the servants of the hotel, in a manner signifying that they did not receive a visitor once a fortnight, though at that moment the clatter of 60 knives, forks, and tongues was audible through an open window from the adjoining dining-room, to the great interest of a group of idlers outside. Ethelberta had not seen her aunt since she last passed through the town with Lady Petherwin, who then told her that this landlady was the only respectable relative she seemed to have in the world. Aunt Charlotte's face was an English outline filled in with French shades under the eyes, on the brows, and round the mouth, by the natural effect of years. She resembled the British hostess as little as well could be, no point in her causing the slightest suggestion of drops taken for the stomach's sake. Telling the two young women she would gladly have met them at the station had she known the hour of their arrival, she kissed them both without much apparent notice of a difference in their conditions, indeed seeming rather to incline to Cornelia, whose country face and homely style of clothing made be more to her mind than Ethelberta's finished travelling dress, a class of article to which she appeared to be well accustomed. Her husband was at this time at the head of the table d'hôte, and, mentioning the fact as an excuse for his non-appearance, she accompanied them upstairs. After the strain of keeping up smiles with Lord Mountclair, the rattle and shaking and the general excitements of the chase across the water and along the rail, her face, in which she saw a dim reflex of her mother's, was soothing in the extreme, and Ethelberta went up the staircase with a feeling of expansive thankfulness. Cornelia paused to admire the clean court and the small caged birds sleeping on their perches, the boxes of veronica in bloom, of oleander, and of tamarisk, which freshened the air of the court and lent a romance to the lamplight, the cooks in their paper caps and white blouses appearing at odd moments from an Avernus behind, while the prompt "Voilà!" of teetotums in mob-caps, spinning down the staircase in answer to the periodic clang of bells, filled her with wonder, and pricked her conscience with thoughts of how seldom such transcendent dimples Chapter 34 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 34. The Hotel Beau Séjour and Spots Near It. The next day, much to Ethelberta's surprise, there was a letter for her in her mother's uphill hand. She neglected all the rest of its contents for the following engrossing sentences. "Menlove has wormed everything out of poor Joey, we find, and your father is much upset about it. She had another quarrel with him, and then declared she would expose you and us to Mrs. Doncastle and all your friends. I think that Menlove is the kind of woman who will stick to her word, and the question for you to consider is, how can you best face out any report of the truth which she will spread, and contradict the lies that she will add to it? It appears to me to be a dreadful thing, and so it will probably appear to you. The worst part will be that your sisters and brothers are your servants, and that your father is actually engaged in the house where you dine. I am dreadfully afraid that this will be considered a fine joke for gossips, and will cause no end of laughs in society at your expense. At any rate, should Menlove spread the report, it would absolutely prevent people from attending your lectures next season, for they would feel like dupes, and be angry with themselves and you and all of us. The only way out of the muddle that I conceive for you is to put some scheme of marrying into effect as soon as possible, and before these things are known. Surely by this time, with all your opportunities, you've been able to strike up an acquaintance with some gentleman or other, so as to make a suitable match. You see, my dear Berta, marriage is a thing which, once carried out, fixes you more firm in a position than any personal brains can do. For, as you stand at present, every loose tooth and every combed-out hair and every new wrinkle and every sleepless night is so much took away from your chance for the future, depending as it do upon your skill in charming. I know that you've had some good offers, so do listen to me, and warm up the best man of them again a bit, and get him to repeat his words before your roundness shrinks away, and 'tis too late. Mr. Ladywell has called here to see you. It was just after I had heard that this men-love might do harm, so I thought I could do no better than send down word to him that you would much like to see him, and were wondering sadly why he had not called lately. I gave him your address at Rouen, that he might find you if he chose at once, and be got to propose, since he is better than nobody. I believe he said, directly Joey gave him the address, that he was going abroad, and my opinion is that he will come to you, because of the encouragement I gave him. If so, you must thank me for my foresight and care for you. I heave a sigh of relief sometimes at the thought that I, at any rate, found a husband before the present man-famine began. Don't refuse him this time, there's a dear, or, mark my words, you'll have cause to rue it, unless you have beforehand got engaged to somebody better than he. You will not, if you have not already, for the exposure is sure to come soon. Oh, this false position! It is ruining your nature, my too thoughtful mother. But I will not accept any of them. I'll brazen it out, said Ethelberta, throwing the letter wherever it chose to fly, and picking it up to read again. She stood and thought it all over. I must decide to do something, was her sigh again, and, feeling an irresistible need of motion, she put on her things and went out to see what resolve the morning would bring. No rain had fallen during the night, and the air was now quiet in a warm, heavy fog, through which old cider smells, reminding her of Wessex, occasionally came from narrow streets in the background. Ethelberta passed up the Rue Grand Pont into the little dusky Rue Saint-Romain, behind the cathedral, being driven mechanically along by the fever and fret of her thoughts. She was about to enter the building by the transept door, when she saw Lord Mountclair coming towards her. Ethelberta felt equal to him, or a dozen such, this morning. The looming spectres raised by her mother's information, the wearing sense of being overweighted in the race, were driving her to a Hamlet-like fantasticism and defiance of augury. Moreover, she was abroad. "I am about to ascend to the parapets of the cathedral," said she, in answer to a half-inquiry. "I should be delighted to accompany you," he rejoined, in a manner as capable of explanation by his knowledge of her secret as was Ethelberta's manner by her sense of nearing the end of her maying. But whether this frequent glide into her company was meant as a ephemeral flirtation to fill the half-hours of his journey, or whether it meant a serious love-suit, which were the only alternatives that had occurred to her on the subject, did not trouble her now. "I am bound to be civil to so great a lord," she lightly thought, and, expressing no objection to his presence, she passed with him through the outbuildings, containing Gothic lumber from the shadowy pile above, and ascended the stone staircase. Emerging from its windings, they duly came to the long wooden ladder suspended in mid-air that led to the parapet of the tower. This being wide enough for two abreast, she could hardly do otherwise than wait a moment for the Viscount, who up to this point had never faltered, and who amused her as they went by scraps of his experience in various countries, which, to do him justice, he told with vivacity and humour. Thus they reached the end of the flight, and entered behind a balustrade. "The prospect will be very lovely from this point when the fog has blown off," said Lord Mountclair faintly, for climbing and chattering at the same time had fairly taken away his breath. He leaned against the masonry to rest himself. "The air is clearing already. I fancy I saw a sunbeam or two." "It will be lovelier above," said Ethelberta. "Let us go to the platform at the base of the Fleche and wait for a view there." "With all my heart," said her attentive companion. They passed in at a door and up some more stone steps, which landed them finally in the upper chamber of the tower. Lord Mountclair sank on a beam, and asked smilingly if her ambition was not satisfied with this girl. "I recollect going to the top some years ago," he added, "and it did not occur to me as being a thing worth doing a second time, and there was no fog then either." "Oh," said Ethelberta, "it is one of the most splendid things a person can do. The fog is going fast, and everybody with the least artistic feeling in the direction of bird's-eye views makes the ascent every time of coming here." Of course," said Lord Mountclair, "and I'm only too happy to go to any height with you." "Since you so kindly offer, we will go to the very top of the spire, up through the fog and into the sunshine," said Ethelberta. Lord Mountclair covered a grim misgiving by a gay smile, and away they went up a ladder admitting to the base of the huge iron framework above. Then they entered upon the regular ascent of the cage towards the hoped-for celestial blue, and among breezes which never descended so low as the town. The journey was enlivened with more breathless witticisms from Lord Mountclair, till she stepped ahead of him again, when he asked how many more steps there were. She inquired of the man in the blue blouse who accompanied them. 55, she returned to Lord Mountclair a moment later. They went round and round, and yet around. "How many are there now?" Lord Mountclair demanded this time of the man. 190, monsieur," he said. "But there were only 55 ever so long ago." 205, then," said the man. "Perhaps the mist prevented mademoiselle hearing me distinctly?" "Never mind, I would follow were there 5,000 more, did mademoiselle bid me," said the exhausted nobleman gallantly, in English. "Hush!" said Ethelberta with displeasure. "Oh, he doesn't understand a word," said Lord Mountclair. They paced the remainder of their spiral pathway in silence, and having at last reached the summit, Lord Mountclair sank down on one of the steps, panting out, "Dear me, dear me!" Ethelberta leaned and looked around and said, "How extraordinary this is! It is sky above, below, everywhere." He dragged himself together and stepped to her side. They formed, as it were, a little world to themselves, being completely ensphered by the fog, which here was dense as a sea of milk. Below was neither town, country, nor cathedral, simply whiteness, into which the iron legs of their gigantic perch faded to nothing. "We have lost our labour. There is no prospect for you after all, Lord Mountclair," said Ethelberta, turning her eyes upon him. He looked at her face as if there were, and she continued, "Listen, I hear sounds from the town, people's voices, and carts and dogs, and the noise of a railway train. Shall we now descend and own ourselves disappointed?" "Whenever you choose." Before they had put their intention in practice, there appeared to be reasons for waiting a while. Out of the plain of fog beneath, a stone tooth seemed to be upheaving itself. Then another showed force. These were the summits of the Saint-Romain and the Butter Towers at the western end of the building. As the fog straightened and collapsed, other summits manifested their presence further off, among them the two spires and lantern of Saint-Ouen. When to the left the dome of St. Madeleine's caught a first ray from the peering sun, under which its scaly surface glittered like a fish. Then the mist rolled off in earnest, and revealed far beneath them a whole city, its red, blue, and grey roofs forming a variegated pattern, small and subdued as that of a pavement in mosaic. Eastward, in the spacious outlook, lay the hill of St. Catherine, breaking intrusively into the large level valley of the Seine. South was the river which had been the parent of the mist, and the Ile La Croix, gorgeous in scarlet, purple, and green. On the western horizon could be dimly discerned melancholy forests, and further to the right stood the hill and rich groves of Bois Guillaume. Ethelberta having now done looking around, the descent was begun, and continued without intermission till they came to the passage behind the parapet. Ethelberta was about to step airily forward, when there reached her ear the voices of persons below. She recognized as one of them the slow, unaccented tones of Nay. "Please wait a minute," she said in a peremptory manner of confusion sufficient to attract Lord Mountclair's attention. A recollection had sprung to her mind in a moment. She had half made an appointment with Nay at her aunt's hotel for this very week, and here was he in Rouen to keep it. To meet him while indulging in this vagary with Lord Mountclair, which, now that the mood it had been engendered by was passing off, she somewhat regretted, would be the height of imprudence. "I should like to go round to the other side of the parapet for a few moments," she said with decisive quickness. "Come with me, Lord Mountclair." They went round to the other side. Here she kept the Viscount and their Suisse until she deemed it probable that Nay had passed by, when she returned with her companions and descended to the bottom. They emerged into the Rue Saint-Romain, whereupon a woman called from the opposite side of their way to their guide, stating that she had told the other English gentleman that the English lady had gone into the flesh. Ethelberta turned and looked up. She could just discern Nay's form upon the steps of the flesh above, ascending toilsomely in search of her. "What English gentleman could that have been?" said Lord Mountclair, after paying the man. He spoke in a way which showed he had not overlooked her confusion. "It seemed that he must have been searching for us, or rather for you." "Only Mr. Nay," said Ethelberta. "He told me he was coming here. I believe he is waiting for an interview with me." Said Lord Mountclair. "Business, only business," said she. "Shall I leave you? Perhaps the business is important, most important." "Unfortunately it is." "You must forgive me this once. I cannot help. Will you give me permission to make a difficult remark?" said Lord Mountclair in an impatient voice. "With pleasure." "Well, then, the business I meant was an engagement to be married." Had it been possible for a woman to be perpetually on the alert, she might now have supposed that Lord Mountclair knew all about her. A mechanical deference must have restrained such an illusion had he seen her in any other light than that of a distracting slave. But she answered quietly, "So did I." "But how does he know? Dear me, I beg pardon," said the Viscount. She looked at him curiously, as if to imply that he was seriously out of his reckoning in respect of her if he supposed that he would be allowed to continue this little play at love-making as long as he chose, when she was offered the position of wife by a man so good as Nay. They stood in silence side by side, till, much to her ease, Cornelia appeared at the corner, waiting. At the last moment he said, in somewhat agitated tones, and with what appeared to be a renewal of the respect which had been imperceptibly dropped since they crossed the Channel, "I was not aware of your engagement to Mr. Nay. I fear I have been acting mistakenly on that account." "There is no engagement as yet," said she. Lord Mountclair brightened like a child. "Then may I have a few words in private?" "Not now, not to-day," said Ethelberta, with a certain irritation at she knew not what. "Believe me, Lord Mountclair, you are mistaken in many things. I mean, you think more of me than you ought. A time will come when you will despise me for this day's work, and it is madness in you to go further." Lord Mountclair, knowing what he did know, may have imagined what she referred to, but Ethelberta was without the least proof that he had the key to her humour. Well, I'll be responsible for the madness," he said. "I know you to be a famous woman, at all events, and that's enough. I would say more, but I cannot here. May I call upon you?" "Not now." "When shall I?" "If you must, let it be a month hence at my house in town," she said indifferently, the Hamlet mood being still upon her. "Yes, call upon us then, and I will tell you everything that may remain to be told, if you should be inclined to listen." A rumour is afloat which will undeceive you in much, and depress me to death. And now I walk back. Pray excuse me." She entered the street and joined Cornelia. Lord Mountclair paced irregularly along, turned the corner, and went towards his inn, nearing which his tread grew lighter, till he scarcely seemed to touch the ground. He became gleeful, and said to himself, nervously palming his lip with his left hand, as if previous to plunging it into hot water for some prize, "Upon my life, I've a good mind, upon my life I have. I must make a straightforward thing of it at once, or he will have her, but he shall not, and I will, he." The fascinated man, screaming inwardly with the excitement, glee, and agony of his position, entered the hotel, wrote a hasty note to Ethelberta, and dispatched it by hand, looked to his dress and appearance, ordered a carriage, and in a quarter of an hour was
Chapter 35 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 35. The Hotel, continued, and the Key in front. Ethelberta, having arrived there some time earlier, had gone straight to her aunt, whom she found sitting behind a large ledger in the office, making up the accounts with her husband, a well-framed, reflective man with a grey beard. Monsieur Moulin bustled, waited for her remarks and replies, and made much of her in a general way, when Ethelberta said, what she had wanted to say instantly, "Has a gentleman called Mr. Ney been here?" "Oh, yes, I think it is Ney. There's a card upstairs," replied her aunt. "I told him you were alone at the cathedral, and I believe he walked that way. Besides that one, another has come for you, a Mr. Ladywell, and he is waiting." "Not for me?" "Yes, indeed. I thought he seemed so anxious, under a sort of assumed calmness, that I recommended him to remain till you came in." "Goodness, aunt, why did you?" Ethelberta said, and thought how much her mother's sister resembled her mother in doings of that sort. "I thought he had some good reason for seeing you. Are these men intruders, then?" "Oh, no. A woman who attempts a public career must expect to be treated as public property. What be an intrusion on a domiciled gentlewoman is a tribute to me. You cannot have celebrity and sex privilege both." Thus Ethelberta laughed off the awkward conjuncture, inwardly deploring the unconscionable maternal meddling which had led to this, though not resentfully, for she had too much staunchness of heart to decry a parent's misdirected zeal. Had the clanship feeling been universally as strong as in the Chickerell family, the fable of the well-bonded faggot might have remained unwritten. Ladywell had sent her a letter about getting his picture of herself engraved for an illustrated paper, and she had not replied, considering that she had nothing to do with the matter, her form and feature having been given in the painting as no portrait at all, but as those of an ideal. To see him now would be vexatious, and yet it was chilly and formal to an ungenerous degree to keep aloof from him, sitting lonely in the same house. A few weeks hence, she thought, when men love's disclosures make me ridiculous, he may slight me as a lackey's girl, an upstart, an adventuress, and hardly return my bow in the street. Then I may wish I had given him no personal cause for additional bitterness. So, putting off the fine lady, Ethelberta thought she would see Ladywell at once. Ladywell was unaffectedly glad to meet her, so glad that Ethelberta wished heartily, for his sake, there could be warm friendship between herself and him, as well as all her lovers, without that insistent courtship and marriage question, which sent them all scattering like leaves in a pestilent blast at enmity with one another. She was less pleased when she found that Ladywell, after saying all there was to say about his painting, gently signified that he had been misinformed, as he believed, concerning her future intentions, which had led to his absenting himself entirely from her, the remark being, of course, a natural product of her mother's injudicious message to him.
She cut him short with terse candour. "Yes," she said, "a false report is in circulation. I am not yet engaged to be married to anyone, if that is your meaning." Ladywell looked cheerful at this frank answer, and said tentatively, "Am I forgotten?" "No, you are exactly as you always were in my mind." "Then I have been cruelly deceived. I was guided too much by appearances, and they were very delusive. I am beyond measure glad I came here to-day. I called at your house and learnt that you were here, and as I was going out of town in any indefinite direction, I settled them to come this way. What a happy idea it was! To think of you now, and I may be permitted to—" "Assuredly you may not. How many times have I told you that?" "But I do not wish for any formal engagement," said Ladywell quickly, fearing she might commit herself to some expression of positive denial which he could never surmount. I'll wait any length of time. Remember, you have never absolutely forbidden my friendship. Will you delay your answer till some time hence, when you have thoroughly considered? Since I fear it may be a hasty one now." "Yes, indeed, it may be hasty." "You will delay it?" "Yes." "When shall it be?" "Say a month hence. I suggest that because by that time you will have found an answer in your own mind. Strange things may happen before then. She shall follow after her lovers, but she shall not overtake them, and she shall seek them, but shall not find them. Then shall she say, I will go and return to my first. However, that's no matter." "What did you—" Ladywell began, altogether bewildered by this. "It is a passage in Hosea which came to my mind as possibly applicable to myself some day," she answered. "It was mere impulse. A jest, one of your romances broken loose. There is no law for impulse. That is why I am here." Thus fancifully they conversed till the interview concluded. Getting her to promise that she would see him again, Ladywell retired to a sitting-room on the same landing in which he had been writing letters before she came up. Immediately upon this, her aunt, who began to suspect that something peculiar was in the wind, came to tell her that Mr. Ney had been inquiring for her again. "Send him in," said Ethelberta. Ney's footsteps approached, and the well-known figure entered. Ethelberta received him smilingly, for she was getting so used to awkward juxtapositions that she treated them quite as a natural situation. She merely hoped that Ladywell would not hear them talking through the partition. Ney scarcely said anything as a beginning. She knew his errand perfectly, and, unaccountable as it was to her, the strange and unceremonious relationship between them that had originated in the peculiar conditions of their first close meeting was continued now as usual. "Have you been able to bestow a thought on the question between us?" "I hope so," said Ney. "It is no use," said Ethelberta. "Wait a month, and you will not require an answer. You will not mind speaking low because of a person in the next room?" "Not at all. Why would that be?" "I might say, but let us speak of something else." "I don't see how we can," said Ney brusquely. "I had no other reason on earth for calling here. I wished to get the matter settled, and I could not be satisfied without seeing you. I hate writing on matters of this sort. In fact, I can't do it, and that's why I'm here." He was still speaking when an attendant entered with a note. "Will you excuse me one moment?" said Ethelberta, stepping to the window and opening the missive. It contained these words only, in a scrawl so full of deformities that she could hardly piece its meaning together. "I must see you again to-day, unless you absolutely deny yourself to me, which I shall take as a refusal to meet me any more. I will arrive punctually 5 minutes after you receive this note. Do pray be alone if you can, and eternally gratify yours, Mountclair." "If anything has happened, I shall be pleased to wait," said Ney, seeing her concern when she had closed the note. "Oh, no, it is nothing," said Ethelberta precipitately. "Yet I think I will ask you to wait," she added, not liking to dismiss Ney in a hurry, for she was not insensible to his perseverance in seeking her over all these miles of sea and land, and, secondly, she feared that if he were to leave on the instant, he might run into the arms of Lady Mountclair and Ladywell. "I shall be only too happy to stay till you are at leisure," said Ney, in the unimpassioned delivery he used, whether his meaning were a trite compliment or the expression of his most earnest feeling. "I may be rather a long time," said Ethelberta dubiously. "My time is yours." Ethelberta left the room and hurried to her aunt, exclaiming, "Oh, Aunt Charlotte, I hope you have rooms enough to spare for my visitors, for they are like the fox, the goose, and the corn in the riddle. I cannot leave them together, and I can only be with one at a time. I want the nicest drawing-room you have for an interview of a bare 2 minutes with an old gentleman. I'm so sorry this has happened, but it is not altogether my fault. I only arranged to see one of them, but the other was sent to me by mother in a mistake, and the third met with me on my journey. That's the explanation. There's the oldest of them just come." She looked through the glass partition, and under the arch of the court gate, as the wheels of the Viscount's carriage were heard outside. Ethelberta ascended to a room on the first floor. Lord Mountclair was shown up, and the door closed upon them. At this time Ney was very comfortably lounging in an armchair in Ethelberta's room on the second floor. This was a pleasant enough way of passing the minutes with such a tender interview in prospect, and as he leant he looked with languid and luxurious interest through the open casement at the spars and rigging of some luggers on the Seine, the pillars of the suspension bridge, and the scenery of the Faubourg Saint-Sever on the other side of the river. How languid his interest might ultimately become there is no knowing, but there soon arose upon his ear the accents of Ethelberta in low distinctness from somewhere outside the room. "Yes, the scene is pleasant to-day," she said. "I like a view over a river." "I should think the steamboats are objectionable when they stop here," said another person. Ney's face closed in to an aspect of perplexity. "Surely that cannot be Lord Mountclair," he muttered. Had he been certain that Ethelberta was only talking to a stranger, Ney would probably have felt their conversation to be no business of his, much as he might have been surprised to find her giving audience to another man at such a place. But his impression that the voice was that of his acquaintance, Lord Mountclair, coupled with doubts as to its possibility, was enough to lead him to rise from the chair and put his head out of the window. Upon a balcony beneath him were the speakers, as he had suspected, Ethelberta and the Viscount. Looking right and left, he saw projecting from the next window the head of his friend Ladywell, gazing right and left likewise, apparently just drawn out by the same voice which had attracted himself. "What, you, Ney? How strange!" came from Ladywell's lips, before he had time to recollect that great coolness existed between himself and Ney on Ethelberta's account, which had led to the reduction of their intimacy to the most attenuated of nods and good mornings ever since the Harlequin Rose incident at Cripplegate. "Yes, it is rather strange," said Ney, with saturnine evenness. "Still, the fellow must be somewhere." Each then looked over his window-sill downwards, upon the speakers who had attracted them thither. Lord Mountclair uttered something in a low tone which did not reach the young men, to which Ethelberta replied, "As I have said, Lord Mountclair, I cannot give you an answer now. I must consider what to do with Mr. Ney and Mr. Ladywell. It is too sudden for me to decide at once. I could not do so until I got home to England, when I will write you a letter, stating frankly my affairs and those of my relatives. I shall not consider that you have addressed me on the subject of marriage until, having received my letter, you—" "Repeat my proposal," said Lord Mountclair. "Yes." "My dear Mrs. Petherwin, it is as good as repeated. But I have no right to assume anything you don't wish me to assume, and I will wait. How long is it that I am to suffer in this uncertainty?" "A month. By that time I shall have grown weary of my other 2 suitors." "A month? Really inflexible?" Ethelberta had returned inside the window, and her answer was inaudible. Ladywell and Ney looked up, and their eyes met. Both had been reluctant to remain where they stood, but they were too fascinated to instantly retire. Ney moved now, and Ladywell did the same. Each saw that the face of his companion was flushed. "Come in and see me," said Ladywell quickly, before quite withdrawing his head. "I am staying in this room." "I will," said Ney, and taking his hat he left Ethelberta's apartment forthwith. On entering the quarters of his friend, he found him seated at a table whereon writing materials were strewn. They shook hands in silence, but the meaning in their looks was enough. "Just let me write a note, Ladywell, and I'm your man," said Ney then, with the freedom of an old acquaintance. "I was going to do the same thing," said Ladywell. Ney then sat down, and for a minute or two nothing was to be heard but the scratching of a pair of pens, ending on the one side with a more boisterous scratch, as the writer shaped Eustace Ladywell, and on the other with slow firmness in the characters Alfred Ney. "There's for you, my fair one," said Ney, closing and directing his letter. "Yours is for Mrs. Petherwin?" "So is mine," said Ladywell, grasping the bell-pull. "Shall I direct it to be put on her table with this one?" "Thanks." And the two letters went off to Ethelberta's sitting-room, which she had vacated to receive Lord Mountclair in an empty one beneath. Ney's letter was simply a pleading of a sudden call away, which prevented his waiting till she should return. Ladywell's, though stating the same reason for leaving, was more of an upbraiding nature, and might almost have told its reader, were she to take the trouble to guess, that he knew of the business of Lord Mountclair with her to-day. "Now let us get out of this place," said Ney. He proceeded at once down the stairs, followed by Ladywell, who, settling his account at the bureau without calling for a bill, and directing the portmanteau to be sent to the Right Bank railway station, went with Ney into the street. They had not walked 50 yards up the quay when two British workmen in holiday costume, who had just turned the corner of the Rue Jeanne d'Arc, approached them. Seeing him to be an Englishman, one of the two addressed Ney, saying, "Can you tell us the way, sir, to the Hotel Bold Soldier?" Ney pointed out the place he had just come from to the tall young men, and continued his walk with Ladywell. Ladywell was the first to break silence. "I have been considerably misled, Ney," he said, "and I imagine from what has just happened that you have been misled too." "Just a little," said Ney, bringing abstracted lines of meditation into his face. "But it was my own fault, for I ought to have known that these stage and platform women have what they are pleased to call bohemianism so thoroughly ingrained with their natures that they are no more constant to usage in their sentiments than they are in their way of living. Good Lord, to think she has caught old Mountclair! She is sure to have him, if she does not dally with him so long that he gets cool again. A beautiful creature like her to think of marrying such an infatuated idiot as he! He can give her a title as well as younger men. It will not be the first time that such matches have been made." "I can't believe it," said Ladywell vehemently. "She has too much poetry in her, too much good sense. Her nature is the essence of all that's romantic. I can't help saying it, though she has treated me cruelly." "She has good looks, certainly, I'll own to that. As for her romance and good feeling, that I leave to you. I think she has treated you no more cruelly, as you call it, than she has me, come to that." "She told me she would give me an answer in a month," said Ladywell emotionally. "So she told me," said Ney. "And so she told him," said Ladywell. "And I have no doubt she will keep her word to him in her usual precise manner." "But see what she implied to me. I distinctly understood from her that the answer would be favourable." "So did I." "So does he." "And he's sure to be the one who gets it, since only one of us can. Well, I wouldn't marry her for love, money, nor offspring." "Exactly, I would not. I'll give you an answer in a month, to all three of us. For God's sake, let's sit down here and have something to drink." They drew up a couple of chairs to one of the tables of a wine-shop close by, and shouted to the waiter with the vigour of persons going to the dogs. Here, behind the horizontal-headed trees that dotted this part of the quay, they sat over their bottles denouncing womankind, till the sun got low down upon the river, and the houses on the further side began to be toned by a blue mist. At last they rose from their seats and departed, Ney to dine and consider his route, and Ladywell to take the train for Dieppe. While these incidents had been in progress, the two workmen had found their way into the hotel where Ethelberta was staying. Passing through the entrance, they stood at gaze in the court, much perplexed as to the door to be made for. The difficulty was solved by the appearance of Cornelia, who, in expectation of them, had been for the last half-hour leaning over the sill of her bedroom window, which looked into the interior, amusing herself by watching the movements to and fro in the court beneath. After conversing a while in undertones, as if they had no real right there at all, Cornelia told them she would call their sister, if an old gentleman who had been to see her were gone again. Cornelia then ran away, and Sol and Dan stood aloof, till they had seen the old gentleman alluded to go to the door and drive off, shortly after which Ethelberta ran down to meet them. "Whatever have you got as your luggage?" she said, after hearing a few words about their journey, and looking at a curious object like a huge extended accordion, with bellows of gorgeous patterned carpeting. "Well, I thought to myself," said Sol, "'tis a terrible bother about carrying our things, so what did I do but turn to and make a carpet-bag that would hold all mine and Dan's too. This, you see, Berta, is a deal top and bottom out of 3/4 stuff, stained and varnished. Well, then you see I've got carpet sides tacked on with these brass nails, which makes it look very handsome, and so when my bag is empty 'twill shut up and be only a couple of boards under your arm, and when 'tis open it would hold almost anything you like to put in it. That portmantle didn't cost more than 3 half-crowns together, and £10 wouldn't have got anything so strong from a portmantle-maker, would it, Dan?" "Well, no." "And then you see, Berta," Sol continued in the same earnest tone, and further exhibiting the article, "I've made this trap-door in the top with hinges and padlock complete, so that—" "I'm afraid it is tiring you after your journey to explain all this to me," said Ethelberta gently, noticing that a few Gallic smilers were gathering round. "Aunt has found a nice room for you at the top of the staircase in that corner. Escalier D you'll see painted at the bottom, and when you've been up, come across to me at number 34 on this side, and we'll talk about everything." "Look here, Sol," said Dan, who had left his brother and gone on to the stairs. "What a rum staircase that treads all in little blocks and painted chocolate as I'm alive." "I'm afraid I shall not be able to go on to Paris with you after all," Ethelberta continued to Sol. "Something has just happened which makes it desirable for me to return at once to England. But I will write a list of all you are to see, and where you are to go, so that it will make little difference, I hope." 10 minutes before this time, Ethelberta had been frankly and earnestly asked by Lord Mountclair to become his bride. Not only so, but he pressed her to consent to have the ceremony performed before they returned to England. Ethelberta had unquestionably been much surprised, and, barring the fact that the Viscount was somewhat ancient in comparison with herself, the temptation to close with his offer was strong, and would have been felt as such by any woman in the position of Ethelberta, now a little reckless by a stress of circumstances, and tinged with a bitterness of spirit against herself and the world generally. But she was experienced enough to know what heaviness might result from a hasty marriage, entered into with a mind full of concealments and suppressions, which, if told, were likely to stop the marriage altogether. And, after trying to bring herself to speak of her family and situation to Mountclair as he stood, a certain caution triumphed, and she concluded that it would be better to postpone her reply till she could consider which of 2 courses it would be advisable to adopt: to write and explain to him, or to explain nothing and refuse him. The third course, to explain nothing and hasten the wedding, she rejected without hesitation. With a pervading sense of her own obligations in forming this compact, it did not occur to her to ask if Lord Mountclair might not have duties of explanation equally with herself, though bearing rather on the moral than the social aspects of the case. Her resolution not to go on to Paris was formed simply because Lord Mountclair himself was proceeding in that direction, which might lead to other unseemly rencounters with him had she too persevered in her journey. She accordingly gave Sol and Dan directions for their guidance to Paris and back, starting herself with Cornelia the next day to return again to Nolsey, and to decide finally and for ever what to do in the vexed question at present agitating her. Never before in her life had she treated marriage in such a terribly cool and cynical spirit as she had done that day. She was almost frightened at herself in thinking of it. How far any known system of ethics might excuse her on the score of those curious pressures which had been brought to bear upon her life, or whether it could excuse her at all, she had no spirit to inquire. English society appeared a gloomy concretion enough to abide in as she contemplated it on this journey home. Yet, since its gloominess was less an essential quality than an accident of her point of view, that point of view she had determined to change. There lay open to her two directions in which to move. She might annex herself to the easy-going high by wedding an old nobleman, or she might join for good and all the easy-going low, by plunging back to the level of her family, giving up all her ambitions for them, settling as the wife of a provincial music-master named Julian, with a little shop of fiddles and flutes, a couple of old pianos, a few sheets of stale music pinned to a string, and a narrow back parlour, wherein she would wait for the phenomenon of a customer. And each of these divergent grooves had its fascinations, till she reflected with regard to the first that, even though she were a legal and indisputable Lady Mountclere, she might be despised by her lord's circle, and left lone and lorn. The intermediate path of accepting Nay, or Ladywell, had no more attractions for her taste than the fact of disappointing them had qualms for her conscience, and how few these were may be inferred from her opinion, true or false, that 2 words about the spigot on her escutcheon could sweep her lover's affections to the antipodes. She had now and then imagined that her previous intermarriage with the Petherwin family might efface much besides her surname, but experience proved that the having been wife for a few weeks to a miner who died in his father's lifetime did not weave such a tissue of glory about her course as would resist a speedy undoing. Chapter 36 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 36. The House in Town. Returning by way of Knowlesea, where she remained a week or 2, Ethelberta appeared one evening at the end of September before her house in Exonbury Crescent, accompanied by a pair of cabs with the children and luggage. But Pickety was left at Knowlesea for reasons which Ethelberta explained when the family assembled in conclave. Her father was there, and began telling her of a surprising change in men-love, an unasked-for concession to their cause, and a vow of secrecy which he could not account for, unless any friend of Ethelberta's had bribed her. "Oh, no, that cannot be," said she. Any influence of Lord Mountclere to that effect was the last thing that could enter her thoughts. However, what men-love does makes little difference to me now. And she proceeded to state that she had almost come to a decision which would entirely alter their way of living. "I hope it will not be of the sort your last decision was," said her mother. "No, quite the reverse. I shall not live here in state any longer. We will let the house throughout as lodgings while it is ours, and you and the girls must manage it. I will retire from the scene altogether, and stay for the winter at Knowlesea with Pickety. I want to consider my plans for next year, and I would rather be away from town. Pickety is left there, and I return in 2 days with the books and papers I require." "What are your plans to be?" "I am going to be a schoolmistress. I think I am." "A schoolmistress?" "Yes, and Pickety returns to the same occupation which she ought never to have forsaken. We're going to study arithmetic and geography until Christmas. Then I shall send her adrift to finish her term as pupil-teacher, while I go into a training school. By the time I have to give up this house I shall just have got a little country school." "But," said her mother, aghast, "why not write more poems and sell 'em?" "Why not be a governess as you were?" said her father. "Why not go on with your tales at Mayfair Hole?" said Gwendolen. "I'll answer as well as I can. I have decided to give up romancing because I cannot think of any more that pleases me. I have been trying at Nulsea for a fortnight, and it is no use. I will never be a governess again. I would rather be a servant. If I am a schoolmistress, I shall be entirely free from all contact with the great, which is what I desire, for I hate them, and am getting almost as revolutionary as Sol. Father, I cannot endure this kind of existence any longer. I sleep at night as if I had committed a murder. I start up and see processions of people, audiences, battalions of lovers obtained under false pretences, all denouncing me with the finger of ridicule. Mother's suggestion about my marrying I followed out as far as dogged resolution would carry me. But during my journey here I have broken down, for I don't want to marry a second time among people who would regard me as an upstart or intruder. I am sick of ambition. My only longing now is to fly from society altogether, and go to any hovel on earth where I could be at peace.
"What, has anybody been insulting you?"
said Mrs. Chickerell. Yes, or rather I sometimes think he may have. That is, if a proposal of marriage is only removed from being a proposal of a very different kind by an accident.
"A proposal of marriage can never be an insult," her mother returned.
"I think otherwise," said Ethelberta.
"So do I," said her father. "Unless the man was beneath you, and I don't suppose he was that," added Mrs. Chickerell.
"You are quite right, he was not that. But we will not talk of this branch of the subject. By far the most serious concern with me is that I ought to do some good by marriage, or by heroic performance of some kind, while going back to give the rudiments of education to remote hamletiers will do none of you any good whatever."
"Never you mind us," said her father. "Mind yourself."
"I shall hardly be minding myself either, in your opinion, by doing that," said Ethelberta dryly. "But it will be more tolerable than what I am doing now. Georgina and Myrtle and Emmeline and Joey will not get the education I intended for them, but that must go, I suppose."
"How full of vagaries you are," said Mother. "Why won't it do to continue as you are? No sooner have I learnt up your schemes and got 'em used to 'em to see something in 'em, then you must needs bewilder me again by starting some fresh one, so that my mind gets no rest at all."
Ethelberta too keenly felt the justice of this remark, querulous as it was, to care to defend herself. It was hopeless to attempt to explain to her mother that the oscillations of her mind might arise as naturally from the perfection of its balance, like those of a Loganstone, as from inherent lightness, and such an explanation, however comforting to its subject, was little better than none to simple hearts who could only look at tangible outcrops.
"Really, Ethelberta," remonstrated her mother, "this is very odd. Making yourself miserable in trying to get a position on our account is one thing, and not necessary. But I think it ridiculous to rush into the other extreme and go wilfully down in the scale. You may just as well exercise your wits in trying to swim as in trying to sink."
"Yes, that's what I think," said her father. "But of course Berta knows best."
"I think so too," said Gwendolen. "And so do I," said Cornelia. "If I had once moved about in large circles like Ethelberta, I wouldn't go down and be a schoolmistress, not I." "I own it is foolish. Suppose it is," said Ethelberta wearily, and with a readiness of misgiving that showed how recent and hasty was the scheme. "Perhaps you are right, mother. Anything rather than retreat. I wonder if you are right. Well, I must think of it again to-night. Do not let us speak more about it now." She did think of it that night, very long and painfully. The arguments of her relatives seemed ponderous as opposed to her own inconsequent longing for escape from galling trammels. If she had stood alone, the sentiment that she had begun to build but was not able to finish, by whomsoever it might have been entertained, would have had few terrors. But that the opinion should be held by her nearest of kin to cause them pain for life was a grievous thing. The more she thought of it, the less easy seemed the justification of her desire for obscurity. From regarding it as a high instinct, she passed into a humour that gave that desire the appearance of a whim. But could she really set in train events which, if not abortive, would take her to the altar with Viscount Montclair? In one determination she never faltered: to commit her sin thoroughly, if she committed it at all. Her relatives believed her choice to lie between Ney and Ladywell alone. But once having decided to pass over Christopher, whom she had loved, there could be no pausing for Ladywell because she liked him, or for Ney in that she was influenced by him. They were both too near her level to be trusted to bear the shock of receiving her from her father's hands. But it was possible that though her genesis might tinge with vulgarity a commoner's household susceptible of such depreciation, it might show as a picturesque contrast in the family circle of a peer. Hence it was just as well to go to the end of her logic, where reasons for tergiversation would be most pronounced. This thought of the Viscount, however, was a secret for her own breast alone. Nearly the whole of that night she sat weighing, first, the question itself of marrying Lord Mountclair, and, at other times, whether for safety she might marry him without previously revealing family particulars hitherto held necessary to be revealed, a piece of conduct she at once felt to be indefensible. The ingenious Ethelberta, much more prone than the majority of women to theorize on conduct, felt the need of some soothing defence of the actions involved in any ambiguous course before finally committing herself to it. She took down a well-known treatise on utilitarianism which she had perused once before, and to which she had given her adherence ere any instance had arisen wherein she might wish to take it as a guide. Here she desultorily searched for argument, and found it. But the application of her author's philosophy to the marriage question was an operation of her own, as unjustifiable as it was likely in the circumstances. "The ultimate end," she read, "with reference to, and for the sake of which, all other things are desirable, whether we are considering our own good or that of other people, is an existence exempt as far as possible from pain, and as rich as possible in enjoyments, both in point of quantity and quality. This being, according to the utilitarian opinion, the end of human action, is necessarily also the standard of morality." It was an open question so far whether her own happiness should or should not be preferred to that of others. But that her personal interests were not to be considered as paramount appeared further on. The happiness which forms the standard of what is right in conduct is not the agent's own happiness, but that of all concerned. As between her own happiness and that of others, utilitarianism requires him to be as strictly impartial as a disinterested and benevolent spectator. As to whose happiness was meant by that of other people, all concerned, and so on, her luminous moralist soon enlightened her. The occasions on which any person, except 1 in 1,000, has it in his power to do this on an extended scale, in other words, to be a public benefactor, are but exceptional, and on these occasions alone is he called on to consider public utility. In every other case, private utility, the interest or happiness of some few persons, is all he has to attend to. And that these few persons should be those endeared to her by every domestic tie, no argument was needed to prove. That their happiness would be in proportion to her own well-doing, and power to remove their risks of indigence, required no proving either to her now. By a sorry but unconscious misapplication of sound and wide reasoning did the active mind of Ethelberta thus find itself a solace. At about the midnight hour she felt more fortified on the expediency of marriage with Lord Mountclair than she had done at all since musing on it. In respect of the second query, whether or not in that event to conceal from Lord Mountclair the circumstances of her position till it should be too late for him to object to them, she found her conscience inconveniently in the way of her theory, and the oracle before her afforded no hint. "Ah, it is a point for a casuist," she said. An old treatise on casuistry lay on the top shelf. She opened it, more from curiosity than from guidance this time, it must be observed, at a chapter bearing on her own problem, the Disciplina Arcani, or the Doctrine of Reserve. Here she read that there were plenty of apparent instances of this in Scripture, and that it was formed into a recognized system in the early Church. With reference to direct acts of deception, it was argued that since there were confessedly cases where killing is no murder, might there not be cases where lying is no sin? It could not be right, or indeed anything but most absurd, to say in effect that no doubt circumstances would occur where every sound man would tell a lie, and would be a brute or a fool if he did not, and to say at the same time that it is quite indefensible in principle. Duty was the key to conduct then, and if in such cases duties appeared to clash, they would be found not to do so on examination. The lesser duty would yield to the greater, and therefore ceased to be a duty. This author she found to be not so tolerable. He distracted her. She put him aside and gave over reading, having decided on this second point, that she would, at any hazard, represent the truth to Lord Mountclair before listening to another word from him. "But at last I have done," she said, "and am ready for my role." In looking back upon her past as she retired to rest, Ethelberta could almost doubt herself to be the identical woman with her who had entered on a romantic career a few short years ago. For that doubt she had good reason. She began as a poet of the Satanic school in a sweetened form. She was ending as a pseudo-utilitarian. Was there ever such a transmutation effected before by the action of a hard environment? It was not without a qualm of regret that she discerned how the last infirmity of a noble mind had at length nearly departed from her. She wondered if her early notes had had the genuine ring in them, or whether a poet who could be thrust by the realities to a distance beyond recognition as such was a true poet at all. Yet Ethelberta's gradient had been regular. Emotional poetry, light verse, romance as an object, romance as a means, thoughts of marriage as an aid to her pursuits, a vow to marry for the good of her family. In other words, from soft and playful romanticism Chapter 37 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 37. Knowlesea, an ornamental villa. Her energies collected and fermented anew by the results of the vigil, Ethelberta left town for Knowlesea, where she joined Pickety the same evening. Pickety produced a letter which had been addressed to her sister at their London residence, but was not received by her there, Mrs. Chickerell having forwarded it to Knowlesea the day before Ethelberta arrived in town. The crinkled writing, in character like the coastline of Tierra del Fuego, was becoming familiar by this time. While reading the note, she informed Pickety, between a quick breath and a rustle of frills, that it was from Lord Mountclair, who wrote on the subject of calling to see her, suggesting a day in the following week. "Now, Pickety," she continued, "we shall have to receive him and make the most of him, for I have altered my plans since I was last in Knowlesea." "Alter them again? What are you going to be now? Not a poor person after all?" "Indeed not. And so I turn and turn. Can you imagine what Lord Mountclair is coming for? But don't say what you think. Before I reply to this letter we must go into new lodgings to give them as our address. The first business tomorrow morning will be to look for the gayest house we can find, and Captain Flower and this little cabin of his must be things we have never known." The next day, after breakfast, they accordingly sallied forth. Knowlesea had recently begun to attract notice in the world. It had this year undergone visitation from a score of professional gentlemen and their wives, a minor canon, 3 marine painters, 7 young ladies with books in their hands, and 39 babies. Hence a few lodging-houses, of a dash and pretentiousness far beyond the mark of the old cottages which formed the original substance of the village, had been erected to meet the wants of such as these. To a building of this class Ethelberta now bent her steps, and the crush of the season having departed in the persons of 3/4 of the above-named visitors, who went away by a coach, a van, and a couple of waggonettes one morning, she found no difficulty in arranging for a red and yellow street villa, which was so bright and glowing that the sun seemed to be shining upon it even on a cloudy day, and the ruddiest native looked pale when standing by its walls. It was not without regret that she renounced the sailor's pretty cottage for this porticoed and balconied dwelling, but her lines were laid down clearly at last, and thither she removed forthwith. From this brand-new house did Ethelberta pen the letter fixing the time at which she would be pleased to see Lord Mountclair. When the hour drew nigh, enormous force of will was required to keep her perturbation down. She had not distinctly told Pickety of the object of the Viscount's visit, but Pickety guessed nearly enough. Ethelberta was upon the whole better pleased that the initiative had again come from him than if the first step in the new campaign had been her sending him the explanatory letter as intended and promised. She had thought almost directly after the interview at Rouen that to enlighten him by writing a confession in cold blood, according to her first intention, would be little less awkward for her in the method of telling than in the facts to be told. So the last hair was arranged and the last fold adjusted, and she sat down to await a new page of her history. Pickety sat with her, under orders to go into the next room when Lord Mountclair should call, and Ethelberta determined to waste no time, directly he began to make advances, in clearing up the phenomena of her existence to him, to the end that no fact which, in the event of his taking her to wife, could be used against her as an example of concealment, might remain unrelated. The collapse of his attachment under the test might, however, form the grand climax of such a play as this. The day was rather cold for the season, and Ethelberta sat by a fire, but the windows were open, and Pickety was amusing herself on the balcony outside. The hour struck. Ethelberta fancied she could hear the wheels of a carriage creeping up the steep ascent which led to the drive before the door. "Is it he?" she said quickly. "No," said Pickety, whose indifference contrasted strangely with the restlessness of her who was usually the coolest. "It is a man shaking down apples in the garden over the wall." They lingered on till some 3 or 4 minutes had gone by. "Surely that's a carriage," said Ethelberta then. "I think it is," said Pickety outside, stretching her neck forward as far as she could. "No, it is the men on the beach dragging up their boats. They expect wind to-night." "How wearisome! Pickety, you may as well come inside. If he means to call, he will, but he ought to be here by this time." It was only once more, and that some time later, that she again said, "Listen." "That's not the noise of a carriage, it is the fizz of a rocket. The coastguardsmen are practising the life apparatus to-day to be ready for the autumn wrecks." "Ah," said Ethelberta, her face clearing up. Hers had not been a sweetheart's impatience, but her mood had intensified during these minutes of suspense to a harassing mistrust of her man-compelling power, which was, if that were possible, more gloomy than disappointed love. "I know now where he is. That operation with the cradle apparatus is very interesting, and he is stopping to see it. But I shall not wait indoors much longer, whatever he may be stopping to see. It is very unaccountable and vexing after moving into this new house, too. We were much more comfortable in the old one. In keeping any previous appointment in which I have been concerned, he has been ridiculously early." "Shall I run round?" said Pickety, "and if he is not watching them, we will go out." "Very well," said her sister. The time of Pickety's absence seemed an age. Ethelberta heard the roar of another rocket, and still Pickety did not return. "What can the girl be thinking of?" she mused. "What an half-and-half policy mine has been, thinking of marrying for position, and yet not making it my rigid plan to secure the man the first moment that he made his offer. So I lose the comfort of having a soul above worldliness, and my compensation for not having it likewise." A minute or two more, and in came Pickety. "What has kept you so long? And how excited you look!" said Ethelberta. "I thought I would stay a little while, as I've never seen a rocket apparatus," said Pickety, faintly and strangely. "But is he there?" asked her sister impatiently. "Yes, he was. He's gone now." "Lord Mountclair? "No, there's no old man there at all. Mr. Julian was there." Little "Ah!" came from Ethelberta, like a note from a storm bird at night. She turned round and went into the back room. "Is Mr. Julian going to call here?" she inquired, coming forward again. "No, he's gone by the steamboat. He was only passing through on his way to Sandbourne, where he's gone to settle a small business relating to his father's affairs. He was not in Knowlsea 10 minutes, owing to something which detained him on the way." "Did he inquire for me?" "No. And only think, Ethelberta, such a remarkable thing has happened, though I nearly forgot to tell you. He says that coming along the road he was overtaken by a carriage, and when it had just passed him, one of the horses shied, pushed the other down a slope, and overturned the carriage. One wheel came off and trundled to the bottom of the hill by itself. Christopher, of course, ran up and helped out of the carriage an old gentleman. Now, do you know what's likely?" "It was Lord Mountclair. I am glad that's the cause," said Ethelberta involuntarily. "I imagined you would suppose it to be Lord Mountclair, but Mr. Julian did not know the gentleman, and said nothing about who he might be." "Did he describe him?" "Not much, just a little." "Well?" "He said he was a sly old dog, apparently, to hear how he swore in whispers. This affair is what made Mr. Julian so late that he had no time to call here. Lord Mountclair's ankle, if it was Lord Mountclair, was badly sprained, but the servants were not injured beyond a scratch on the coachman's face. Then they got another carriage and drove at once back again. It must be he, or else why is he not come? It is a pity, too, that Mr. Julian was hindered by this, so that there was no opportunity for him to bide a bit in Knowlsea." Ethelberta was not disposed to believe that Christopher would have called had time favoured him to the utmost. Between himself and her there was that kind of division which is more insurmountable than enmity, for estrangements produced by good judgment will last when those of feeling break down in smiles. Not the lovers who part in passion, but the lovers who part in friendship, are those who most frequently part for ever. "Did you tell Mr. Julian that the injured gentleman was possibly Lord Mountclair, and that he was coming here?" said Ethelberta. "I made no remark at all. I did not think of it till afterwards." The inquiry was hardly necessary, for Picottee's words would dry away like a brook in the sands when she held conversation with Christopher. As they had anticipated, the sufferer was no other than their intending visitor. Next morning there was a note explaining the accident, and expressing its writer's suffering from the cruel delay as greater than that from the swollen ankle, which was progressing favourably. Nothing further was heard of Lord Mountclair for more than a week, when she received another letter, which put an end to her season of relaxation, and once more braced her to the contest. This epistle was very courteously written, and in point of correctness, propriety, and gravity, might have come from the quill of a bishop. Herein the old nobleman gave a further description of the accident, but the main business of the communication was to ask her if, since he was not as yet very active, she would come to Enkworth Court, and delight himself and a small group of friends who were visiting there. She pondered over the letter as she walked. Chapter 38 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 38. Enkworth Court. It was on a dull, stagnant, noiseless afternoon of autumn that Ethelberta first crossed the threshold of Enkworth Court. The daylight was so lowered by the impervious roof of cloud overhead that it scarcely reached further into Lord Mountclair's entrance hall than to the splays of the windows, even but an hour or two after midday, and indoors the glitter of the fire reflected itself from the very panes, so inconsiderable were the opposing rays. Enkworth Court, in its main part, had not been standing more than 100 years. At that date the weakened portions of the original mediaeval structure were pulled down and cleared away, old jambs being carried off for rick staddles, and the foliated timbers of the hall roof making themselves useful as fancy chairs in the summer-houses of rising inns. A new block of masonry was built up from the ground, of such height and lordliness that the remnant of the old pile left standing became as a mere cup-bearer and culinary menial beside it. The rooms in this old fragment, which had in times past been considered sufficiently dignified for dining-hall, with drawing-room, and so on, were now reckoned barely high enough for sculleries, servants' hall, and laundries, the whole of which were arranged therein. The modern portion had been planned with such a total disregard of association that the very rudeness of the contrast gave an interest to the mass which it might have wanted had perfect harmony been attempted between the old nucleus and its adjuncts, a probable result if the enlargement had taken place later on in time. The issue was that the hooded windows, simple string courses, and random masonry of the Gothic workman stood elbow to elbow with the equal-spaced ashlar, architraves, and fasciae of the classic edition, each telling its distinct tale as to stage of thought and domestic habit, without any of those artifices of blending or restoration by which the seeker for history in stones will be utterly hoodwinked in time to come. To the left of the door and vestibule which Ethelberta passed through rose the principal staircase, constructed of a freestone so milk-white and delicately moulded as to be easily conceived in the lamplight as of biscuit-ware. Who, unacquainted with the secrets of geometrical construction, could imagine that, hanging so airily there, to all appearance supported on nothing, were 20 or more tons dead weight of stone, that would have made a prison for an elephant if so arranged? The art which produced this illusion was questionable, but its success was undoubted. "How lovely!" said Ethelberta, as she looked at the fairy ascent. "His staircase alone is worth my hand." Passing along by the colonnade, which partly fenced the staircase from the visitor, the saloon was reached, an apartment forming a double cube. About the left-hand end of this were grouped the drawing-rooms and library, while on the right was the dining-hall, with billiard, soaking, and gun-rooms in mysterious remoteness beyond. Without attempting to trace an analogy between a man and his mansion, it may be stated that everything here, though so dignified and magnificent, was not conceived in quite the true and eternal spirit of art. It was a house in which Pugin would have torn his hair. Those massive blocks of red-veined marble lining the hall, emulating in their surface glitter the Escalier de Marbre at Versailles, were cunning imitations in paint and plaster by workmen brought from afar for the purpose, at a prodigious expense, by the present Viscount's father, and recently repaired and revarnished. The dark green columns and plasters corresponding were brick at the core. Nay, the external walls, apparently of massive and solid freestone, were only veneered with that material, being, like the pillars, of brick within. To a stone mask worn by a brick face a story naturally appertained, one which has since done service in other quarters. When the vast addition had just been completed, King George visited Aigworth. Its owner pointed out the features of its grand architectural attempt, and waited for commendation. "Brick, brick, brick," said the king. The Georgian Lord Mountclair blushed faintly, albeit to his very poll, and said nothing more about his house that day. When the king was gone, he sent frantically for the craftsman recently dismissed, and soon the green lawns became again the colour of a 9-elms cement wharf. Thin freestone slabs were affixed to the whole series of fronts by copper cramps and dowels, each one of substance sufficient to have furnished a poor boy's pocket with pennies for a month, till not a speck of the original surface remained, and the edifice shone in all the grandeur of massive masonry that was not massive at all. But who remembered this, save the builder and his crew? And as long as nobody knew the truth, pretence looked just as well. What was honest in Aigworth Court was that portion of the original edifice which still remained, now degraded to subservient uses. Where the untitled Mountclair of the White Rose faction had spread his knees over the brands, when the place was a castle and not a court, the still-room maid now simmered her preserves, and where Elizabethan mothers and daughters of that sturdy line had tapestried the love-scenes of Isaac and Jacob, boots and shoes were now cleaned and coals stored away. Lord Mountclair had so far recovered from the sprain as to be nominally quite well, under pressure of a wish to receive guests. The sprain had in one sense served him excellently. He had now a reason, apart from that of years, for walking with his stick, and took care to let the reason be frequently known. To-day he entertained a larger number of persons than had been assembled within his walls for a great length of time. Until after dinner, Ethelberta felt as if she was staying at an hotel. Few of the people whom she had met at the meeting of the Imperial Association greeted her here. The Viscount's brother was not present, but Sir Cyril Blandsbury and his wife were there, a lively pair of persons, entertaining as actors and friendly as dogs. Beyond these, all the faces and figures were new to her, though they were handsome and dashing enough to satisfy a court chronicler. Ethelberta, in a dress sloped about as high over the shoulder as would have drawn approval from Reynolds and expostulation from Lely, thawed and thawed each friend who came near her, and sent him or her away smiling. Yet she felt a little surprise. She had seldom visited at her country house, and knew little of the ordinary composition of a group of visitors within its walls. But the present assemblage seemed to want much of that old-fashioned stability and quaint monumental dignity she had expected to find under this historical roof. Nobody of her entertainer's own rank appeared. Not a single clergyman was there. A tendency to talk Walpolean scandal about foreign courts was particularly manifest. And although tropical travellers, Indian officers and their wives, courteous exiles, and descendants of Irish kings were infinitely more pleasant than Lord Mountclair's landed neighbours would probably have been, to such a cosmopolite as Ethelberta, a calm Tory or old Whig company would have given a greater treat. They would have struck as gratefully upon her senses as sylvan scenery after crags and cliffs, or silence after the roar of a cataract. It was evening, and all these personages at Enkworth Court were merry, snug, and warm within its walls. Dinner-time had passed, and everything had gone on well, when Mrs. Tara O'Fanagan, who had a gold-clamped tooth, which shone every now and then, asked Ethelberta if she would amuse them by telling a story, since nobody present except Lord Mountclair had ever heard one from her lips. Seeing that Ethelberta had been working at that art as a profession, it can hardly be said that the question was conceived with tact, though it was put with grace. Lord Mountclair evidently thought it objectionable, for he looked unhappy. To only one person in the brilliant room did the request appear as a timely accident, and that was to Ethelberta herself. Her honesty was always making war upon her manoeuvres, and shattering their delicate meshes, to her great inconvenience and delay. Thus there arose those devious impasses and tangential fights which spoil the works of every would-be schemer, who, instead of being wholly machine, is half heart. One of these now was to show herself as she really was, not only to Lord Mountclair, but to his friends assembled, whom, in her ignorance, she respected more than they deserved, and so get rid of that self-reproach which had by this time reached a morbid pitch, through her over-sensitiveness to a situation in which a large majority of women and men would have seen no falseness. Full of this curious intention, she quietly assented to the request, and laughingly bade them to put themselves in listening order. "An old story will suit us," said the lady who had importuned her. "We've never heard one." "No, it shall be quite new," she replied. "One not yet made public, though it soon will be." The narrative began by introducing to their notice a girl of the poorest and meanest parentage, the daughter of a serving-man, and the fifth of 10 children. She graphically recounted, as if they were her own, the strange dreams and ambitious longings of this child when young, her attempts to acquire education, partial failures, partial successes, and constant struggles, instancing how, on one of these occasions, the girl concealed herself under a bookcase of the library belonging to the mansion in which her father served as footman, and having taken with her there, like a young Fawkes, matches and a halfpenny candle, was going to sit up all night reading when the family had retired, until her father discovered and prevented her scheme. Then followed her experiences as nursery governess, her evening lessons under self-selected masters, and her ultimate rise to a higher grade among the teaching sisterhood. Next came another epoch. To the mansion in which she was engaged returned a truant son, between whom and the heroine an attachment sprang up. The master of the house was an ambitious gentleman just knighted, who, perceiving the state of their hearts, harshly dismissed the homeless governess, and rated the son, the consequence being that the youthful pair resolved to marry secretly, and carried their resolution into effect. The runaway journey came next, and then a moving description of the death of the young husband and the terror of the bride. The guests began to look perplexed, and one or two exchanged whispers. This was not at all the kind of story that they had expected. It was quite different from her usual utterances, the nature of which they knew by report. Ethelberta kept her eye upon Lord Mountclair. Soon, to her amazement, there was that in his face which told her that he knew the story and its heroine quite well. When she delivered the sentence ending with the professedly fictitious words, "I thus was reduced to great distress, and vainly cast about me for directions what to do," Lord Mountclair's manner became so excited and anxious that it acted reciprocally upon Ethelberta. Her voice trembled. She moved her lips, but uttered nothing. To bring the story up to the date of that very evening had been her intent, but it was beyond her power. The spell was broken. She blushed with distress and turned away, for the folly of a disclosure here was but too apparent. Though every one saw that she had broken down, none of them appeared to know the reason why, or to have the clue to her performance. Fortunately, Lord Mountclair came to her aid. "Let the first part end here," he said, rising and approaching her. "We have been well entertained so far. I could scarcely believe that the story I was listening to was utterly an invention, so vividly does Mrs. Petherwin bring the scene before our eyes. She must now be exhausted. We will have the remainder tomorrow." They all agreed that this was well, and soon after fell into groups and dispersed about the rooms. When everybody's attention was thus occupied, Lord Mountclair whispered to Ethelberta tremulously, "Don't tell more. You think too much of them. They are no better than you. Will you meet me in the little winter garden 2 minutes hence? Pass through that door and along the glass passage." He himself left the room by an opposite door. She had not set 3 steps in the warm, snug octagon of glass and plants when he appeared on the other side. "You knew it all before," she said, looking keenly at him. "Who told you, and how long have you known it?" "Before yesterday or last week," said Lord Mountclair, "even before we met in France. Why are you so surprised?" Ethelberta had been surprised, and very greatly, to find him, as it were, secreted in the very rear of her position. That nothing she could tell was new to him was a good deal to think of, but it was little beside the recollection that he had actually made his first declaration in the face of that knowledge of her which he had supposed so fatal to all her matrimonial ambitions. "And now only one point remains to be settled," he said, taking her hand. "You promised at Rouen that our next interview you would honour me with a decisive reply, one to make me happy for ever." "But my father and friends?" said she. "Nothing to be concerned about. Modern developments have shaken up the classes like peas in a hopper. An annuity and a comfortable cottage." "My brothers are workmen." "Manufacture is the single vocation in which a man's prospects may be said to be illimitable. They may buy me up before they die. And now what stands in the way? It would take 50 alliances with 50 families so little disreputable as yours, darling, to drag mine down." Ethelberta had anticipated the scene, and settled her course. What had to be said and done here was mere formality, yet she had been unable to go straight to the assent required. However, after these words of self-depreciation, which were let fall as much for her own future ease of conscience as for his present warning, she made no more ado.
Chapter 39 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 39. Nolsey, Melchester.
The year was now moving on apace, but Ethelberta and Pickety chose to remain at Knowlsea, in the brilliant variegated brick and stone villa to which they had removed in order to be in keeping with their ascending fortunes. Autumn had begun to make itself felt and seen in bolder and less subtle ways than at first. In the morning now, on coming downstairs, in place of a yellowish-green leaf or two lying in a corner of the lowest step, which had been the only previous symptoms around the house, she saw dozens of them playing at corkscrews in the wind, directly the door was opened. Beyond, towards the sea, the slopes and scarps that had been muffled with a thick robe of cliff herbage were showing their chill grey substance through the withered verdure, like the background of velvet whence the pile has been fretted away. Unexpected breezes broomed and rasped the smooth bay in evanescent patches of stippled shade, and, besides the small boats, the ponderous lighters used in shipping stone were hauled up the beach in anticipation of the equinoctial attack. A few days after Ethelberta's reception at Ankworth, an improved Stanhope, driven by Lord Mountclere himself, climbed up the hill until it was opposite her door. A few notes from a piano, softly played, reached his ear as he descended from his place. On being shown in to his betrothed, he could perceive that she had just left the instrument. Moreover, a tear was visible in her eye when she came near him. They discoursed for several minutes in the manner natural between a defenceless young widow and an old widower in Lord Mountclere's position to whom she was plighted, a great deal of formal considerateness making itself visible on her part, and of extreme tenderness on his. While thus occupied, he turned to the piano, and casually glanced at a piece of music lying open upon it. Some words of writing at the top expressed that it was the composer's original copy, presented by him, Christopher Julian, to the author of the song. Seeing that he noticed the sheet somewhat lengthily, Ethelberta remarked that it had been an offering made to her a long time ago, a melody written to one of her own poems. "In the writing of the composer," observed Lord Mountclere with interest. "An offering from the musician himself, very gratifying and touching. Mr. Christopher Julian is the name I see upon it, I believe. I knew his father, Dr. Julian, a Samborne man, if I recollect." "Yes," said Ethelberta placidly, but it was really with an effort. The song was the identical one which Christopher sent up to her from Sandbourne when the fire of her hope burnt high for less material ends, and the discovery of the sheet among her music that day had started eddies of emotion for some time checked. "I am sorry you have been grieved," said Lord Mountclere with gloomy restlessness. "Grieved?" said Ethelberta. "Did I not see a tear there, or did my eyes deceive me?" "You might have seen one." "Ah, a tear and a song. I think—" "You naturally think that a woman who cries over a man's gift must be in love with the giver?" Ethelberta looked him serenely in the face. Lord Mountclere's jealous suspicions were considerably shaken. "Not at all," he said hastily, as if ashamed. "One who cries over a song is much affected by its sentiment." "Do you expect authors to cry over their own words?" she inquired, merging defence in attack. "I'm afraid they don't often do that." "You would make me uneasy." "On the contrary, I would reassure you. Are you not still doubting?" she asked, with a pleasant smile. "I cannot doubt you." "Swear like a faithful knight." "I swear, my fairy, my flower." After this the old man appeared to be pondering. Indeed, his thoughts could hardly be said to be present when he uttered the words. Although the tabernacle was getting shaky by reason of years and merry living, so that what was going on inside might often be guessed without by the movement of the hangings, as in a puppet show with worn canvas, he could be quiet enough when scheming any plot of particular neatness, which had less emotion than impishness in it. Such an innocent amusement he was pondering now. Before leaving her, he asked if she would accompany him to a morning instrumental concert at Melchester, which was to take place in the course of that week for the benefit of some local institution. "Melchester," she repeated faintly, and observed him as searchingly as it was possible to do without exposing herself to a raking fire in return. Could he know that Christopher was living there, and was this said in prolongation of his recent suspicion? But Lord Mountclair's face gave no sign. "You forget one fatal objection," said she, "the secrecy in which it is imperative that the engagement between us should be kept." "I am not known in Melchester without my carriage, nor are you." "We may be known by somebody on the road." "Then let it be arranged this way. I will not call here to take you up, but will meet you at the station at Anglebury, and we can go on together by train without notice. Surely there can be no objection to that. It would be mere prudishness to object, since we are to become one so shortly." He spoke a little impatiently. It was plain that he particularly wanted her to go to Melchester. "I merely meant that there was a chance of discovery in our going out together, and discovery means no marriage." She was pale now, and sick at heart, for it seemed that the Viscount must be aware that Christopher dwelt at that place, and was about to test her concerning him. "Why does it mean no marriage?" said he. "My father might, and almost certainly would, object to it. Although he cannot control me, he might entreat me." "Why would he object?" said Lord Mountclair uneasily, and somewhat haughtily. "I don't know." "But you will be my wife. Say again that you will." "I will," he breathed. "He will not object," he said. "Oh, no, I think you will be mine now." "I have said so, but look to me all the same." "You malign yourself, dear one. But you will meet me at Anglebury as I wish, and go on to Melchester with me?" "I should be pleased to, if my sister may accompany me." "Ah, your sister. Yes, of course." They settled the time of the journey, and when the visit had been stretched out as long as it reasonably could be with propriety, Lord Mountclair took his leave. When he was again seated on the driving phaeton which he had brought that day, Lord Mountclair looked gleeful, and shrewd enough in his own opinion to outwit Mephistopheles. As soon as they were ascending a hill, and he could find time to free his hand, he pulled off his glove, and, drawing from his pocket a programme of the Melchester concert referred to, contemplated therein the name of one of the intended performers. The name was that of Mr. C. Julian. Replacing it again, he looked ahead, and some time after murmured with wily mirth, "An excellent test, a lucky thought." Nothing of importance occurred during the intervening days. At 2 o'clock on the appointed afternoon, Ethelberta stepped from the train at Melchester with the Viscount, who had met her as proposed. She was followed behind by Pickety. The concert was to be held at the town hall half an hour later. They entered a fly in waiting, and, secure from recognition, were driven leisurely in that direction, Pickety silent and absorbed with her own thoughts. "There's the cathedral," said Lord Mountclair humorously, as they caught a view of one of its towers through a street leading into the close. "Yes." "It boasts of a very fine organ." "Ah." "And the organist is a clever young man." "Oh?" Lord Mountclair paused a moment or two. "By the way, you may remember that he is the Mr. Julian who set your song to music." "I recollect it quite well." Her heart was horrified, and she thought Lord Mountclair must be developing into an inquisitor, which perhaps he was. But none of this reached her face. They turned in the direction of the hall, were set down, and entered. The large assembly room set apart for the concert was upstairs, and it was possible to enter it in 2 ways, by the large doorway in front of the landing, or by turning down a side passage leading to council rooms and subsidiary apartments of small size, which were allotted to performers in any exhibition. Thus they could enter from one of these directly upon the platform, without passing through the audience. "Will you seat yourselves here?" said Lord Mountclair, who, instead of entering by the direct door, had brought the young women round to the green room, as it may be called. "You see, we have come in privately enough. When the musicians arrive, we can pass through behind them and step down to our seats from the front." The players could soon be heard tuning in the next room. Then one came through the passage-room where the 3 waited, and went in, then another, then another. Last of all came Julian. Ethelberta sat facing the door, but Christopher, never in the least expecting her there, did not recognize her till he was quite inside. when he had really perceived her to be the one who had troubled his soul so many times and long, the blood in his face, never very much, passed off and left it like the shade of a cloud. Between them stood a table covered with green baize, which, reflecting upwards a band of sunlight shining across the chamber, flung upon his already white features the virescent hues of death. The poor musician, whose person, much to his own inconvenience, constituted a complete breviary of the gentle emotions, looked as if he were going to fall down in a faint. Ethelberta flung at Lord Mountclair a look which clipped him like pincers. He never forgot it as long as he lived. "This is your pretty jealous scheme, I see it," she hissed to him, and without being able to control herself went across to Julian. But a slight gasp came up from behind the door where Pickety had been sitting. Ethelberta and Lord Mountclair looked that way, and behold, Pickety had nearly swooned. Ethelberta's show of passion went as quickly as it had come, for she felt that a splendid triumph had been put into her hands. "Now do you see the truth?" she whispered to Lord Mountclair without a drachm of feeling, pointing to Christopher and then to Pickety, as like as two snowdrops now. I do, murmured the Viscount hastily. They both went forward to help Christopher in restoring the fragile Pickety. He had set himself to that task as suddenly as he possibly could to cover his own near approach to the same condition. Not much help was required, the little girl's indisposition being quite momentary, and she sat up in the chair again. "Are you better?" said Ethelberta to Christopher. "Quite well, quite," he said, smiling faintly. "I am glad to see you. I must, I think, go into the next room now." He bowed and walked out awkwardly. "Are you better too?" she said to Pickety. "Quite well," said Pickety. "You're quite sure you know between whom the love lies now, eh?" Ethelberta asked in a sarcastic whisper of Lord Mountclair. "I am, beyond a doubt," murmured the anxious nobleman. He feared that look of hers, which was not less dominant than irresistible. Some additional moments given to thought on the circumstances rendered Ethelberta still more indignant and intractable. She went out of the door by which they had entered, along the passage and down the stairs. A shuffling footstep followed, but she did not turn her head. When they reached the bottom of the stairs the carriage had gone, their exit not being expected till 2 hours later. Ethelberta, nothing daunted, swept along the pavement and down the street in a turbulent prance, Lord Mountclair trotting behind with a jowl reduced to a mere nothing by his concern at the discourtesy into which he had been lured by jealous whisperings. "My dearest, forgive me. I confess I doubted you, but I was beside myself," came to her ears from over her shoulder. But Ethelberta walked on as before. Lord Mountclair sighed like a poet over a ledger. "An old man, who is not very old, naturally torments himself with fears of losing— No, it was an innocent jest of mine. You will forgive a joke," he said, again on getting no reply. "You had no right to mistrust me." "I do not. You did not blench. You should have told me before that it was your sister, and not yourself, who was entangled with him." "You brought me to Melchester on purpose to confront him." "Yes, I did." "Are you not ashamed?" I am satisfied. It is better to know the truth by any means than to die of suspense. Better for us both. Surely you can see that." They had by this time got to the end of a long street, and into a deserted side road by which the station could be indirectly reached. Pickety appeared in the distance as a mere distracted speck of girlhood, following them because not knowing what else to do in her sickness of body and mind. Once out of sight here, Ethelberta began to cry. "Ethelberta," said Lord Mountclair in an agony of trouble, "don't be vexed. It was an inconsiderate trick, I own it. Do what you will, but do not desert me now. I could not bear it. You would kill me if you were to leave me. Anything but be mine." Ethelberta continued her way, and, drying her eyes, entered the station, where, on searching the timetables, she found that there would be no train for Anglebury for the next 2 hours. Then, more slowly, she turned towards the town again, meeting Picardy and keeping in her company. Lord Mountclair gave up the chase, but as he wished to get into the town again, he followed in the same direction. When Ethelberta had proceeded as far as the Red Lion Hotel, she turned towards it with her companion, and, being shown to a room, the two sisters shut themselves in. Lord Mountclair paused and entered the White Hart, the rival hotel to the Red Lion, which stood in an adjoining street. Having secluded himself in an apartment here, walked from window to window a while, and made himself generally uncomfortable, he sat down to the writing materials on the table and concocted a note. White Hart Hotel. My dear Mrs. Pethwin, you do not mean to be so cruel as to break your plighted word to me. Remember, there is no love without jealousy, and lovers are ever full of sighs and misgivings. I have owned to as much contrition as can reasonably be expected. I could not endure the suspicion that you loved another. Yours always, Mountclair. This he sent, watching from the window its progress along the street. He waited anxiously for an answer, and waited long. It was nearly 20 minutes before he could hear a messenger approaching the door. Yes, she had actually sent a reply. He prized it as if it had been the first encouragement he had ever in his life received from woman. "My lord," read Ethelberta, "I am not prepared at present to enter into the question of marriage at all. The incident which has occurred affords me every excuse for withdrawing from my promise, since it was given under misapprehensions on a point that materially affects my happiness. E. Pethwin." "Ho, ho, ho, Miss Hoity-toity," said Lord Mountclair, trotting up and down. But, remembering it was her June against his November, this did not last long, and he frantically replied, "My darling, I cannot release you. I must do anything to keep my treasure. Will you not see me for a few minutes, and let bygones go to the winds?" Was ever a thrush so safed in a cherry net before? The messenger came back with the information that Mrs. Pethwin had taken a walk to the Close, her companion alone remaining at the hotel. There being nothing else left for the Viscount to do, he put on his hat and went out on foot in the same direction. He had not walked far when he saw Ethelberta moving slowly along the High Street before him. Ethelberta was at this hour wandering without any fixed intention beyond that of consuming time. She was very wretched and very indifferent, the former when thinking of her past, the latter when thinking of the days to come. While she walked thus unconscious of the streets and their groups of other wayfarers, she saw Christopher emerge from a door not many paces in advance, and close it behind him. He stood for a moment on the step before descending into the road. She could not, even had she wished it, easily check her progress without rendering the chance of his perceiving her still more certain. But she did not wish any such thing, and it made little difference, for he had already seen her in taking his survey round, and came down from the door to her side. It was impossible for anything formal to pass between them now. "You are not at the concert, Mr. Julian?" she said. "I am glad to have a better opportunity of speaking to you, and of asking for your sister. Unfortunately, there is not time for us to call upon her to-day." "Thank you, but it makes no difference," said Julian, with somewhat sad reserve. "I will tell her I have met you. She is away from home just at present." And, finding that Ethelberta did not rejoin immediately, he observed, "The chief organist, old Dr. Breve, has taken my place at the concert, as it was arranged she should do after the opening part. I am now going to the cathedral for the afternoon service. You are going there too?" "I thought of looking at the interior for a moment." So they went on side by side, saying little, for it was a situation in which scarcely any appropriate thing could be spoken. Ethelberta was the less reluctant to walk in his company because of the provocation to skittishness that Lord Mountclair had given, a provocation which she still resented. But she was far from wishing to increase his jealousy, and yet this was what she was doing, Lord Mountclair being a perturbed witness from behind of all that was passing now. They turned the corner of the short street of connection which led under an archway to the cathedral close, the old peer dogging them still. Christopher seemed to warm up a little, and repeated the invitation. "You will come with your sister to see us before you leave?" he said. "We have tea at 6. "We shall have left Melchester before that time. I am now only waiting for the train." "You too have not come all the way from Knowlesea alone?" "Part of the way," said Ethelberta evasively. "And going back alone?" "No, only for the last 5 miles. At least, that was the arrangement. I am not quite sure if it holds good." "You don't wish me to see you safely to the train?" "It is not necessary, thank you very much. We are well used to getting about the world alone, and from Melchester to Knowlesea is no serious journey, late or early. Yet I think I ought in honesty to tell you that we are not entirely by ourselves in Melchester to-day. I remember I saw your relative, in the room at the town hall. It did not occur to my mind at the moment that he was any other than a stranger standing there." "He is not a relative," she said with perplexity. "I hardly know, Christopher, how to explain to you my position here to-day, because of some difficulties that have arisen since we have been in the town, which may alter it entirely. On that account I will be less frank with you than I should like to be, considering how long we have known each other. It would be wrong, however, if I were not to tell you that there has been a possibility of my marriage with him." "The elderly gentleman?" "Yes, and I came here in his company, intending to return with him. But you shall know all soon. Pickety shall write to Faith." "I always think the cathedral looks better from this point than from the point usually chosen by artists," he said with nervous quickness, directing her glance upwards to the silent structure, now misty and unrelieved by either high light or deep shade. "We get the grouping of the chapels and choir aisles more clearly shown, and the whole culminates to a more perfect pyramid from this spot. Do you think so?" "Yes, I do." A little further, and Christopher stopped to enter, when Ethelberta bade him farewell. "I thought at one time that our futures might have been different from what they are apparently becoming," he said then, regarding her as a stall reader regards the brilliant book he cannot afford to buy. "But one gets weary of repining about that. I wish Pickety and yourself could see us oftener. I am as confirmed a bachelor now as Faith is an old maid. I wonder if, should the events you contemplate occur, you and he will ever visit us, or we shall ever visit you." Christopher was evidently imagining the elderly gentleman to be some retired farmer or professional man already so intermixed with the metamorphic classes of society as not to be surprised or inconvenienced by her beginnings, one who wished to secure Ethelberta as an ornament to his parlour fire in a quiet spirit, and in no intoxicated mood, regardless of issues. She could scarcely reply to his supposition, and the parting was what might have been predicted from a conversation so carefully controlled. Ethelberta, as she had intended, now went on further, and, entering the nave, began to inspect the sallow monuments which lined the grizzled pile. She did not perceive amid the shadows an old gentleman who had crept into the mouldy place as stealthily as a worm into a skull, and was keeping himself carefully beyond her observation. She continued to regard feature after feature, till the choristers had filed in from the south side, and peals broke forth from the organ on the black oaken mass at the junction of nave and choir, shaking every cobweb in the dusty vaults, and Ethelberta's heart no less. She knew the fingers that were pressing out those rolling sounds, and, knowing them, became absorbed in tracing their progress. To go towards the organ-loft was an act of unconsciousness, and she did not pause till she stood almost beneath it. Ethelberta was awakened from vague imaginings by the close approach of the old gentleman alluded to, who spoke with a great deal of agitation. "I have been trying to meet with you," said Lord Mountclair. "Come, let us be friends again. Ethelberta, I must not lose you. You cannot mean that the engagement shall be broken off." He was far too desirous to possess her at any price now to run a second risk of exasperating her, and forbore to make any allusion to the recent pantomime between herself and Christopher that he had beheld, though it might reasonably have filled him with dread and petulance. "I do not mean anything beyond this," said she, "that I entirely withdraw from it on the faintest sign that you have not abandoned such miserable jealous proceedings as those you adopted to-day. I have quite abandoned them. Will you come a little further this way and walk in the aisle? You do still agree to be mine?"
"If it gives you any pleasure, I do."
"Yes, yes. I implore that the marriage may be soon, very soon."
The Viscount spoke hastily, for the notes of the organ which were plunging into their ears ever and anon from the hands of his young rival seemed inconveniently and solemnly in the way of his suit. "Well, Lord Mountclair?"
"Say in a few days. It is the only thing that will satisfy me."
"I am absolutely indifferent as to the day. If it pleases you to have it early, I am willing."
"Dare I ask that it may be this week?" said the delighted old man.
"I could not say that."
"But you can name the earliest day?"
"I cannot now. We had better be going from here, I think." The cathedral was filling with shadows, and cold breathings came round the piers, for it was November, when night very soon succeeds noon in spots where noon is sobered to the pallor of eve. But the service was not yet over, and, before quite leaving the building, Ethelberta cast one other glance towards the organ, and thought of him behind it. At this moment her attention was arrested by the form of her sister Pickety, who came in at the north door, closed the lobby wicket softly, and went lightly forward to the choir. When within a few yards of it, she paused by a pillar, and lingered there looking up at the organ as Ethelberta had done. No sound was coming from the ponderous mass of tubes just then, but in a short space a whole crowd of tones spread from the instrument to accompany the words of a response. Pickety started at the burst of music, as if taken in a dishonest action, and moved on in a manner intended to efface the lover's loiter of the preceding moments from her own consciousness no less than from other people's eyes. "Do you see that?" said Ethelberta. "That little figure is my dearest sister. Could you but ensure a marriage between her and him she listens to, I would do anything you wish."
"That is indeed a gracious promise," said Lord Mountclair. "And would you agree to what I asked just now?"
"Yes."
"When?"
A gleeful spark accompanied this. "As you requested."
"This week? The day after tomorrow?"
"If you will. But remember what lies on your side of the contract. I fancy I have given you a task beyond your powers."
"Well, darling, we are one at last," said Lord Mountclair, rubbing his hand against his side. "And if my task is heavy, and I cannot guarantee the result, I can make it very probable. Marry me on Friday, the day after tomorrow, and I will do all that money and influence can effect to bring about their union."
"You solemnly promise? You will never cease to give me all the aid in your power until the thing is done?"
"I do solemnly promise, on the conditions named."
"Very good. You will have ensured my fulfilment of my promise before I can ensure yours. But I take your word."
"You will marry me on Friday? Give me your hand upon it."
She gave him her hand.
"Is it a covenant?" he asked.
"It is," said she. Lord Mountclair warmed from surface to centre as if he had drunk of Hippocras, and, after holding her hand for some moments, raised it gently to his lips.
2 days, and you are mine," he said.
"That I believe I never shall be."
"Never shall be? Why, darling?"
"I don't know. Some catastrophe will prevent it. I shall be dead, perhaps."
"You distress me." "Ah, you meant me. You meant that I should be dead because you think I'm old. But that is a mistake. I'm not very old."
"I thought only of myself, nothing of you."
"Yes, I know. Dearest, it is dismal and chilling here. Let us go."
Ethelberta mechanically moved with him, and felt that there was no retreating now. In the meantime, the young ladykin, whom the solemn vowing concerned, had lingered round the choir screen, as if fearing to enter, yet loath to go away. The service terminated. The heavy books were closed, doors were opened, and the feet of the few persons who had attended evensong began pattering down the paved alleys. Not wishing Pickety to know that the object of her secret excursion had been discovered, Ethelberta now stepped out of the west doorway with the Viscount before Pickety had emerged from the other, and they walked along the path together until she overtook them.
"I fear it becomes necessary for me to stay in Melchester tonight," said Lord Mountclere. "I have a few matters to attend to here as a result of our arrangements, but I will first accompany you as far as Anglebury and see you safely into a carriage there that shall take you home. Tomorrow I will drive to Nolsey, when we will make the final preparations." Ethelberta would not have him go so far and back again merely to attend upon her. Hence they parted at the railway with due and correct tenderness, and, when the train had gone, Lord Mountclere returned into the town on the special business he had mentioned. For, while there remained only the present evening and the following morning, if he were to call upon her in the afternoon of the next day, the day before the wedding, now so recklessly hastened on his part, and so coolly assented to on hers. By the time that the two young people had started, it was nearly dark. Some portions of the railway stretched through little copses and plantations, where, the leaf-shedding season being now at its height, red and golden patches of fallen foliage lay on either side of the rails, and, as the travellers passed, all these death-stricken bodies boiled up in the whirlwind created by the velocity, and were sent flying right and left of them in myriads, a clean fanned track being left behind. Piccadilly was called from the observation of these phenomena by a remark from her sister. "Piccadilly, the marriage is to be very early indeed. It is to be the day after tomorrow, if it can. Nevertheless, I don't believe in the fact. I cannot." "Did you arrange it so? Nobody can make you marry so soon." "I agreed to the day," murmured Ethelberta languidly. "How can it be? The gay dresses and the preparation and the people, how can they be collected in the time, Berta? And so much more of that will be required for a lord of the land than for a common man. Oh, I can't think it possible for a sister of mine to marry a lord." "And yet it has been possible any time this last month or two, strange as it seems to you. It is to be not only a plain and simple wedding, without any lofty appliances, but a secret one, as secret as if I were some under-age heiress to an Indian fortune, and he a young man of nothing a year." "Has Lord Mountclere said it must be so private? I suppose it is on account of his family." "No, I say so, and it is on account of my family. Father might object to the wedding, I imagine, from what he once said, or he might be much disturbed about it. So I think it better that he and the rest should know nothing till all is over. You must dress again as my sister tomorrow, dear. Lord Mountclere is going to pay us an early visit to conclude necessary arrangements." "Oh, the life as a lady at Enkworth Court, the flowers, the woods, the rooms, the pictures, the plate, and the jewels, horses and carriages rattling and prancing, seneschals and pages, footmen hopping up and hopping down. It would be glory then." "We might hire our father as one of my retainers to increase it," said Ethelberta dryly. Piccadilly's countenance fell. "How shall we manage all about that? 'Tis terrible, really." "The marriage granted, those things will right themselves by time and weight of circumstances. You take a wrong view in thinking of glories of that sort. My only hope is that my life will be quite private and simple, as will best become my inferiority and Lord Mountclere's staidness. Such a splendid library as there is at Enkworth, Piccadilly, quartos, folios, history, verse, Elzevirs, Caxtons, all that has been done in literature from Moses down to Scott. With such companions I can do without all other sorts of happiness." "And you will not go to town from Easter to Lammastide, as other noble ladies do?" asked the younger girl, rather disappointed at this aspect of a viscountess's life. "I don't know. But you will give dinners, and travel, and go to see his friends, and have them to see you." "I don't know. Will you not be then as any other peeress, and shall not I be as any other peeress's sister?" "That too I do not know. All is mystery. Nor do I even know that the marriage will take place. I feel that it may not, and perhaps so much the better, since the man is a stranger to me. I know nothing whatever of his nature, and he knows nothing